A lowly stable worker found a storm-battered creature on the brink of death. He risked everything to save it, forging a bond that could change his fate. But the creature was no ordinary beast. It was a rare and powerful being that drew dangerous attention. How far would you go to protect the bond that could lift you or destroy you? Ashbound Sky, a web novel, Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Rain hammered the underside of the beast docks. Xiahou Ke stood ankle-deep in the runoff, muck cart half full, straw clinging to his wet sleeves and the back of his neck. The storm had turned the narrow space beneath Soaring Roost's main platform into a river of stable waste, and the senior handlers had dumped the punishment shift on him because no one else was stupid enough to complain about it. He kept his head down. That was the rule. Lower your gaze, move the cart, finish the work, and maybe they would forget you existed long enough to let you eat. The cart jolted as something slammed into it from above. Ke flinched so hard he nearly dropped the shovel. The impact had come from the dock planks overhead, a heavy wet thud like a sack of meat hitting stone. Then the creature tumbled over the edge and landed in the straw with a sound that was not quite a cry and not quite a breath. It was small, barely the size of a hound pup, all ribs and matted ash-colored fur, with limbs that bent at angles that suggested broken things. It lay in the muck and did not move. Ke stared at it. Rain ran down his nose and dripped off his chin. He should keep working. He should turn the cart, dump the load, and pretend he had seen nothing. That was how survival worked at Soaring Roost. You did not stop for the dying. You did not give them a second look, because a second look meant a debt, and a debt meant a hook in your name, and a hook in your name meant the mines. The creature's flank hitched. Once. Twice. Ke's feet moved before his mind caught up. He knelt in the filth, reached for the creature, and its jaws snapped shut on his forearm. Pain flared white-hot, colder than ice, colder than the rain that soaked his threadbare tunic. He gasped and tried to pull back, but the teeth held. And then, something else. A voice, raw and furious, pushing into his skull like a blade between the ribs. You. Ke's vision swam. The word carried no language he recognized, but he understood it perfectly. It was an accusation, and a recognition, and a demand, all at once. You will not drown me. The jaws released. The creature's head thumped back into the straw, and its eyes, silver, not the muddy gold of common stable beasts, rolled toward him once before they closed. Ke clutched his arm. The bite had not broken through his tunic, but a ring of cold spread from the wound, deep enough to ache in the bone. He looked at the creature again. The ash-colored fur was wrong. The shape was wrong. Even the way it breathed was wrong, shallow and fast, like a bellows with a hole punched through the leather. Oi! The voice came from above. Ke looked up. Senior handler Zhu leaned over the dock edge, rain sheeting past his broad shoulders, his face a mask of bored contempt. What broke? Ke's throat tightened. Nothing, sir. Something fell in the cart. Probably a dock rat. A dock rat got you bleeding? No, sir. I cut my hand on the shovel. Zhu grunted. He did not believe him. Ke could see it in the way the man's eyes narrowed, in the way he tilted his head like a hawk deciding whether a mouse was worth the dive. Then Zhu shrugged. Get rid of it. Whatever dropped in, it's not your catch. Cart goes to the waste chute at dawn, same as always. Yes, sir. Zhu turned away. His boots thumped across the dock planks and the rain swallowed the sound, and Ke was alone again with the muck and the cart and the dying thing that had bitten him and spoken inside his skull. He looked down at the creature. It was not moving now. Its ribs barely rose. The cold from its bite had spread up his arm, settling in his shoulder like a stone. He should drown it. Zhu had said dawn. Get rid of it. That was the rule. The handlers had given him an order, and Ke was indentured. and the alternative was a mark on his record. 3 marks in a season meant reassignment. Reassignment meant the mines. Everyone knew it. The creature's flank hitched again. A sound came from it, a thin click in the throat, like something trying to start a fire that would not catch. Ke's hand moved before he decided. He scooped the creature out of the straw, cradling it against his chest where the rain could not reach. It weighed almost nothing. Cold burned through his tunic, through his skin, into his ribs. His mind supplied the objections with mechanical precision. You have no permission. You have no food. You have no medicine. If they catch you, you lose everything. You are Xiahou Ke, stable drudge, and you are one punishment from a hole in the ground. He pulled a handful of clean straw from the cart's edge and arranged it in the wheel well, out of the runoff. He laid the creature on it, then covered it with more straw until only the faintest outline of ash-colored fur showed through. The muck cart was the last place they would look. It was only waste. It was only nothing. He grabbed the handles and started pushing toward the lower storage block, where the feed lofts sat abandoned, and the leaks in the roof kept most of the academy's students away. The cart's wheels squealed. The creature did not move. The cold bite on his arm throbbed in time with his heartbeat, and the voice, furious and desperate and demanding, echoed in his skull like a bell that had not stopped ringing. You will not drown me. He pushed the cart harder. He did not know what he was carrying. He did not know if it would live past the hour. He only knew that something had fallen from the sky, bitten him, and chosen him in the same breath, and that was more than soaring roost had ever done. The rain kept falling, the beast docks groaned overhead, and somewhere above the storm a distant chime marked the midnight watch. Dawn was still hours away. Dawn was still hours away. He kept walking. The creature kept breathing. The cold in his arm spread deeper, and for the first time in his life, Xiahou Ke did not mind being marked. The storage block emerged from the rain, a sagging timber structure wedged between the academy's main platform and the lower beast pens. The door had rotted off its bottom hinge and wedged sideways. Someone had fixed it with a rope loop. Ke tied off the cart, lifted the creature still wrapped in straw, and ducked inside. Dark, drier than the open, but not by much. The air smelled of old grain, rat droppings, and rust. He felt his way past broken stalls and collapsed shelving until he reached the feed loft ladder. He climbed one-handed, the creature pressed against his chest. The loft was an afterthought in the block's design. A platform with a sloped roof, a few bales of spoiled hay, and a leak that had softened the floorboards near the far wall. No one had stored anything here in years. No one would come looking. Ke laid the creature on the driest patch of hay. In the dark, he could barely see it. Just a shape, small and still, and the faint whisper of ash-colored fur against the black. He pressed his palm to its chest. The heartbeat was there, but thin, irregular, a thread about to snap. Ke's burn scar ached. His arm ached. Everything ached. He sat back on his heels and stared at the shape in the hay. I will not drown you. He had not said it aloud. He did not know if the creature could still hear him, but the thought stayed, solid and stubborn, and for the first time in years, Xiahou Ke did not ask permission to want something. The rain hammered the roof, the loft smelled of old hay and rot, and in the dark, something that had fallen from the sky kept breathing. Chapter 2. The loft smelled of spoiled hay, rust, and the particular rot that came from years of neglect. Ke set the creature down on the driest patch he could find, a heap of old straw near the wall where the roof leak had softened the floorboards but not soaked them through. It barely moved when he let go. He crouched over it, hands hovering, not knowing what to do. The creature's ribs showed through its ash-colored fur, each one a ridge he could count in the dark. One of its hind legs bent wrong, joint swollen, paw dragging. Blood matted the fur along its flank, old and black, and caked with something that looked like scorch marks. Ke had seen injured beasts before. He had hauled carcasses from the academy's lower pens, gutted stormhawk kills, scraped the remains of failed bondings from the incineration troughs. He knew what dying looked like. This looked like dying. The creature's flank hitched. A thin sound came from its throat, a wet click that got stuck somewhere between breath and nothing. Its silver eyes were half open, unfocused, the color of storm clouds at twilight. Ke pulled his hand back. His fingers trembled. He pressed them flat against his thigh to stop the shaking. Think. He had nothing. No medicine, no beast keeper's kit, no chi to share, no healer who would look twice at a stable drudge carrying something that fell out of a storm. He had a half-rotten loft, a leaky roof, and a creature that would be dead before dawn if he just sat there, watching it. His stomach growled. Ke reached into his tunic and pulled out the cloth pouch tied to his belt. Dinner. A hard biscuit and a strip of dried meat, the kind the kitchen gave to servants who worked the night shift. He'd been saving it for the end of his punishment, for the moment when he could sit in the dry and eat without anyone watching. He looked at the biscuit. He looked at the creature. Its mouth was closed. Its teeth, the ones he had felt sink into his forearm, were hidden behind cracked lips. It probably could not eat anyway. Probably needed something softer, warmer, something Ke did not have. He unwrapped the biscuit anyway and broke off a piece, crumbs scattered across the hay. He held the piece near the creature's nose, close enough that the scent might reach it. Nothing. No reaction. The silver eyes stayed half-lidded, fixed on something Ke could not see. He set the biscuit down beside its head and ate the rest himself. The dried meat, too. Chewing felt wrong, like he was stealing the last meal off a corpse, but his body did not care about decency. It wanted fuel. He ate fast, swallowed hard, and tried not to think about the cold spreading from the bite on his arm. The cold had not stopped. He had brought past his shoulder now, a dull, heavy ache that settled in his chest like he had swallowed ice water. He rolled up his sleeve in the dark and touched the wound. 2 small punctures, clean and deep, with a ring of pale skin around them that had not been there before. The flesh felt numb and hot at the same time, wrong in a way that made his stomach turn. He had seen marks like that before, on the bodies of tamers who had made contracts with beasts beyond their rank. The academy healers called it chi backlash. The servants called it the burn. If the creature died before the bond settled, the backlash would turn permanent. He would lose the arm, maybe worse. He pressed his palm to the wound and held it there, as if pressure could stop something that had already spread into his bones. The creature's breathing changed. A hitch, a pause, then nothing. Ke's heart lurched. He leaned closer, close enough to feel the cold radiating off its fur, and pressed 2 fingers to its throat. The heartbeat was there, but barely. A thread, frayed and thinning, fluttering like a candle about to gutter out. "No," Ke whispered. "No, no, no." He did not know what to do. He had no chi, no medicine, no skill. He was a stable drudge who cleaned muck and hauled carcasses and kept his head down so the academy would not eat him alive. But he had warmth. He had his own body, thin and underfed and shivering in the cold loft, but alive, breathing, beating. He stripped off his tunic. The air hit his skin like a slap, cold and damp and full of rot. He lay down beside the creature, pulled it against his chest and wrapped his arms around it. The tunic went over them both, a thin layer of cloth that would not hold much heat, but was all he had. The creature's fur was cold, colder than the air, colder than the rain, cold like the bite that had spread into his bones. He pressed his cheek against its head and held it tight. "Breathe," he said. "Come on, breathe." The creature's flank did not rise. "Please." He squeezed his eyes shut. The cold from the creature seeped into his skin, into his chest, into the space between his ribs where his heart hammered against the silence. He could feel it pulling at him, drawing heat from his body like the creature was drinking him dry. He let it. If this was the only thing he could give, he would give it. His warmth, his breath, the last scraps of food in his stomach. Everything he had. Please. A shudder ran through the creature's body, faint, like a ripple across still water. Then its chest rose. He felt it. A breath, shallow and ragged, drawn against his ribs. The creature's heartbeat picked up, still weak, still thready, but there. Beating. He stayed still, did not move, did not breathe too loud, just held the creature against his chest and let it take what it needed. Minutes passed. The rain kept falling, the roof kept leaking. The cold in K's arms spread deeper, but he did not care. The creature's breathing steadied. Not healthy, not strong, but steady. A rhythm K could count on, in and out, like the tide finding its way back to shore. K opened his eyes. The loft was still dark, the storm was still howling, dawn was still hours away, but the creature was breathing. He pressed his lips to the top of its head, a gesture he had seen beast tamers do with their bonded partners, and whispered into the ash-colored fur. "I will not drown you." The creature's ear twitched, a tiny movement, almost imperceptible, but Kay felt it against his cheek. Something shifted in the cold between them. The warmth he was giving was no longer just heat leaving his body and vanishing into nothing. It was going somewhere, into the creature, into the bond that the bite had started. The cold in his arm pulsed, once, twice, then settled like a lock clicking into place. Kay did not understand what that meant. He was too tired, too cold, too hungry to think about it. He only knew that the creature was alive, that his arm ached, and that dawn was still hours away. He held on. The rain hammered the roof, the wind howled through the cracks in the walls, and in the dark, something that had fallen from the sky breathed in time with a stable drudge who had nothing left to lose. The hours passed. Kay drifted in and out of sleep, never fully letting go, never loosening his grip on the creature. His arm throbbed, his stomach cramped. The cold had spread to his jaw now, making his teeth chatter, but he did not stop. At some point, the creature stirred. Its head lifted, just barely, and its silver eyes met Kay's in the dark. The same furious intelligence was there, the same wild defiance that had bitten him and spoken into his skull. But something else too, something Kay had not seen before. Recognition. The creature's gaze held his for a long moment. Then its head dropped back onto his chest, and it went still again, breathing slow and even. Kay let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He was still alive. The creature was still alive. The cold in his arm was still spreading, but it did not matter. None of it mattered. Dawn was close now. He could feel it in the air, the way the storm was beginning to thin, the way the wind was shifting from howl to whisper. He had to move soon, had to get back to the muck cart, finish his shift, and pretend nothing had happened. If Zhu found the creature gone and Dawn empty-handed, there would be questions. Questions Kay could not answer. But he could not leave the creature alone. Not yet. Not when its breathing was still so thin, so fragile. Kay pressed his forehead against its head and closed his eyes. "Just a little longer," he whispered. "Just a little more." The creature did not answer, but its heartbeat stayed steady against his ribs, and for now, that was enough. The first gray light of dawn crept through the cracks in the loft wall. Kay's eyes snapped open. He had fallen asleep. He did not remember when, did not remember letting go, but the light was there, pale and cold, and the storm had passed. He looked down. The creature was still against his chest, still breathing. Its silver eyes were open now, watching him with that same fierce intelligence, and its mouth was parted just enough to show the tips of teeth. "You," Kay said, his voice raw and cracked from the night. The creature did not speak, but the cold in Kay's arm pulsed, and for a moment he felt something brush against his mind. Not words, not the furious demand from the night before. Something softer, a touch, a question. "Are you still here?" Kay swallowed. His throat was dry, his body ached, his arm was numb all the way to the elbow. "Yes," he said, "I am still here." The creature's eyes closed. Its body relaxed against his, and Kay felt the tension drain out of it, like water through a sieve. It was asleep, truly asleep, not the half-dead stillness of before. Kay lay in the gray dawn light, holding a creature he had no name for, with a bond he did not understand, and listened to the sound of its breathing fill the empty loft. He did not know what came next, but dawn had come, and he had not drowned it. That was a start. Chapter 3. The cold in Kay's arm had not stopped spreading. He sat up slowly, careful not to jostle the creature still pressed against his chest. The gray dawn light revealed what the dark had hidden. The swollen joint in the creature's hind leg had turned purple-black. The scorch marks along its flank were crusted with something dark that was not blood, and the breathing that had been steady through the night was starting to hitch. He pressed 2 fingers to the creature's throat. The heartbeat was still there, but thinner than before, like a thread about to snap. "No," he whispered. "No, you do not get to die now." The creature did not answer. Its silver eyes were closed, its body limp. The warmth Ki had given it through the night was fading, leaching back into the cold air of the loft. He had nothing. No medicine, no spirit stone, no healer who would look at a stable drudge's secret pet. The academy infirmary was for students with bloodlines and beast contracts, not for indentured servants hiding dying things in feed lofts. But he had heard something once, a story passed between stable boys during a slow shift, about what the old handlers did before the academy standardized beast contracts, about how the first bonds were forged not with ink and ceremony, but with blood and breath. It was superstition, old wives' tales, the kind of things senior handlers laughed about over dice games. Ki had nothing else. He laid the creature flat on the straw, its head cradled in his lap. His hand shook as he pulled the knife from his belt, the same blade he used to cut feed twine and trim his hair. He pressed the tip to his left palm, the one the creature had bitten. The cut burned as he drew it across his skin, shallow but long, from the base of his thumb to the heel of his hand. Blood welled up, dark and hot against the cold that lived in his arm. He lifted the creature's head. Its mouth hung open just slightly, showing the tips of those sharp teeth. "Please," Ki said, and he did not know who he was begging. The creature, the sky, the old handlers who had passed down the story. "Please let this work." He pressed his bleeding palm against the creature's mouth. For a long moment, nothing happened. The creature did not stir. The blood just sat there, warm against cold lips going nowhere. Ki's chest tightened. His arm ached. The cold was creeping toward his shoulder again, and he could feel his own heartbeat starting to slow, matching the thin rhythm of the creature's pulse. Then the creature's mouth moved. Its tongue touched his palm, rough and dry, and then it sucked. Weakly at first, then with more strength, drawing the blood into its mouth with small, instinctive pulls. Ki felt it in his arm, in a bite wound that had not healed, in the cold that had settled there like a second pulse. The blood was going somewhere, not just into the creature's stomach, but into the bond itself, the thread of cold that connected them. He pulled his hand away before the creature could take too much. The cut was still bleeding, but slower now, and the creature's color had changed. The gray of its fur looked less ashen. The purple in its leg looked less dark. But its breathing was still too shallow. He remembered the rest of the story. The blood was only half of it. The breath was the other half. He leaned down until his forehead touched the creature's, until he could feel its breath against his lips, faint and uneven. He opened his mouth and breathed into it. Not air, something else. Something he had never tried to move before because he was beastless and worthless and had no business touching chi. He breathed the warmth in his chest, the heat of his own life into the creature's lungs. The cold in his arm flared. It shot up into his shoulder, his neck, the base of his skull, and for a moment Ki thought he had killed himself. The cold was everywhere, filling his veins like ice water, drowning him from the inside. Then it stopped, and something else started. A pulse deep in his chest where his heart was. Not his heartbeat, something else. Something that hummed in time with the creature's breathing. The cold was no longer just cold. It was alive. It was the creature, and the creature was him, and the line between them had blurred into something Ki did not have words for. The creature's eyes opened. Silver, bright, furious. And a voice slammed into Ki's skull, not the questioning touch from before, but a full sentence, sharp and demanding. "Name. Give me your name." Ki gasped. His hands flew to his chest, to the place where the pulse hummed, and he felt the creature's heartbeat inside his own ribs. "Ki," he said, his voice cracking. "Xiahou Ke." The silver eyes studied him. The creature's head lifted, just barely, and its gaze swept over the loft, the straw, the bleeding cut on Ke's palm, the knife still lying in the hay. Then it looked at Ke again, and the fury in its eyes softened into something like approval. Ke, you did not drown me. You fed me. You bled for me. You breathed into me. Ke nodded, not trusting his voice. The creature's mouth opened. It was not speaking. It could not speak the way humans did. But the name that came through the bond was as clear as if it had been shouted. I am Greatstorm. The name hit Ke like a hammer. It was not a pet name, not a stable name. It was a true name, old and heavy, carrying weight he could not understand. Greatstorm, he repeated, and the sound of it in his voice made the pulse in his chest hum stronger. The creature, Greatstorm, nodded once, a deliberate human gesture that made Ke's skin prickle. Yes, and now you are mine, kid of the dark eyes and the bleeding hand. Do you understand what you have done? Ke shook his head. No, I do not understand any of this. Greatstorm's silver eyes narrowed. A thread of amusement flickered through the bond, sharp and wild. Good. Neither do I. But we will learn together. The amusement faded. Greatstorm's head dropped back to the straw, and its breathing slowed again. But this time it was not the thin, dying rhythm from before. It was the deep, steady breath of a creature that intended to survive. Ke sat in the gray light, his hands still bleeding, his chest still humming with a pulse that was not his own, and looked at the creature that had named itself Greatstorm. The cold in his arm was still there, but it was no longer spreading. It had settled into something permanent, something that belonged to him now. He pressed his bleeding palm to his chest and felt the creature's heartbeat echo in his ribs. Dawn had come. He had not drowned it, and now it had a name. The wind outside the loft picked up, whistling through the cracks in the walls, and Ke heard the first sounds of the academy waking. Footsteps, voices, the clatter of doors opening. He had to move, had to hide Greatstorm before anyone came looking, but he could not bring himself to stand. He sat in the straw, one hand on the creature's side, feeling the slow rise and fall of its breathing, and listened to the hum of the bond that now lived in his chest. Greatstorm. The name pulsed in his mind, and the creature stirred, sending a flicker of acknowledgement through the bond. Ke looked down at the ash-colored fur, the silver eyes, the wild thing that had fallen from the sky and chosen him. He did not know what he had done, did not know what kind of pact he had forged or what it would cost him. But he knew one thing. He was not alone anymore. And then he heard it. Footsteps in the storage block below, heavy boots on wooden stairs. A voice he recognized, Senior Handler Zhu's voice. Ke, you up there, boy? Your cart is still full and the shift bell rang. Ke's blood went cold. Chapter 4. Zhu's voice echoed up through the floorboards. Ke! Answer me, boy! Ke's hand clamped over Greatstorm's muzzle before he could think. The creature's silver eyes flashed, and a growl vibrated against his palm, low and dangerous. Coming! Ke called, his voice too high. Just cleaning! The cart leaked! A grunt from below, footsteps retreating. Not gone, just waiting. Ke exhaled and released Greatstorm's muzzle. The creature snapped at his fingers, teeth clicking an inch from his skin. Do not cover my mouth. I was trying to keep us alive. Greatstorm's lip curled. I decide what keeps me alive. The creature scrambled to its feet, legs wobbling, the swollen hind limb dragging, and immediately began investigating the loft. It sniffed the straw, the old feed sacks, the splintered walls. Every move it was sharp, deliberate, and entirely indifferent to Ke's panic. Stay still, Ke hissed. You're hurt. You need to rest. Greatstorm ignored him. It dragged itself to a corner where Ke had stashed the remains of his biscuit, the one he had tried to feed it the night before. The creature tore into the hardened bread with its teeth, swallowed without chewing, and turned to stare at Ke with clear expectation. More. That was my dinner. Then get more. Ke stared at the ash-colored runt, at the ribs still visible through its fur, at the leg that should have been splinted instead of bearing weight, and felt something between fury and wonder. The creature that had nearly died in his arms, that had accepted his blood and breath, was now demanding food like a lord collecting tribute. I have to go back to work, Ke said. There are handlers downstairs. If they catch me up here, then do not let them catch you. Greatstorm limped to the loft's edge and peered down through a gap in the floorboards. Its ears swiveled forward, tracking sounds Xiahou could not hear. After a moment, it turned back with something like approval. The loud one with the heavy boots is walking toward the east stalls. You have time. How do you know that? Greatstorm's silver eyes gleamed. I heard him. You heard nothing. You are soft. Xiahou's jaw tightened. He had spent years learning to read footsteps, voices, the creak of floorboards. It was how he survived. And this creature, this half-dead runt, had just dismissed him in a single sentence. I'm not soft. I've been doing this my whole life. Then you have been doing it wrong. Before Ke could answer, Greatstorm sank its teeth into the hem of his tunic and tugged hard. The fabric tore. Ke stumbled. What are you? Food. You promised. You bled for me. You breathed to me. Now feed me. The demand was not loud. It was a fact, delivered with the same certainty as gravity. Ke looked at the creature's gaunt frame, at the way its ribs moved with each breath, and understood that Greatstorm was not trying to be cruel. It was starving, and it had decided that Ke was the source of survival now. Ke pressed his palm to his chest, where the shared pulse hummed, and felt the creature's hunger bleeding through the bond. It was not a metaphor. He could taste it, sharp and metallic like rust on his tongue. Fine, he said, but you have to stay hidden. No noise, no biting. Greatstorm tilted its head. I bite what I choose. Then I'll stop bringing food. The creature's eyes narrowed. For a long moment the air between them felt tight, charged, like the stillness before a storm broke. Then Greatstorm lowered itself to the straw with a huff that might have been surrender or might have been strategy. Bring the food with the grease, the white fat. I want that. Ke had no idea what the creature was talking about, but he nodded, grabbed his shovel from where he had dropped it the night before, and climbed down the loft ladder into the storage block's main aisle. The air hit him, wet and cold, carrying the smell of hay, manure, and old blood from yesterday's carcass haul. Ke's body ached. His arm throbbed where the cold had settled into a permanent weight. His chest still hummed with a heartbeat that was not his own. He walked to the muck cart, grabbed the handles, and began pushing it toward the beastyard. Every step felt like he was dragging his own secret behind him. The morning passed in a blur of shoveling, hauling, and ducking out of sight whenever a handler walked past. Ke's hands moved on their own, muscle memory from years of the same work, while his mind stayed in the loft. Greatstorm. The name pulsed in his chest like a second heart. He could feel the creature moving, shifting, testing the walls of its hiding place. Every time the bond hummed, Ke flinched, certain someone would notice. No one did. By midday, Ke had scraped together a handful of grease scraps from the kitchen slop bucket, a half-rotten turnip, and a strip of dried meat he had been saving for emergencies. He wrapped them in a rag, stuffed them inside his tunic, and ducked into the storage block during the shift change. The loft was empty. Ke's blood turned to ice. Greatstorm, he whispered, scanning the straw, the corners, the old feed sacks. Nothing. The imprint of the creature's body was still pressed into the hay, but the creature itself was gone. Then he heard it, a scrape above his head. He looked up. Greatstorm was perched on a crossbeam, 3 times higher than Ke had thought a creature with a broken leg could climb. Its silver eyes watched him with cold amusement. A dead rat dangled from its mouth. You are late. I thought you ran. I thought you brought food. The creature dropped from the beam, landing on its 3 good legs with a soft thump. It spat the rat aside and limped toward Ke, sniffing at his tunic. The white fat, where is it? Ke pulled out the rag and unwrapped the grease scraps. Greatstorm's nostrils flared. It lunged forward, snatched the largest piece, and swallowed it whole before Ke could blink. Slow down, you'll choke. I have never choked. You just did. That was choking. Greatstorm paused, fixing Ke with a look that could have peeled paint. I do not choke. I swallowed aggressively. Ke wanted to argue. He also wanted to laugh. Both impulses tangled in his chest, and what came out was a strangled cough that made Greatstorm's ear twitch. The creature finished the scraps in 3 more gulps, then sat back and licked its muzzle with a neat, deliberate tongue. Acceptable. More tomorrow. There's no more tomorrow. I stole that from the kitchen. Greatstorm's gaze flicked toward the loft's far wall, where a crack in the boards opened onto the stableyard below. Then find another kitchen. I can't just... A pulse slammed through the bond, sharp and mocking. You found me. You found the blood. You found the breath. You will find the food. Stop whining. Kree opened his mouth, closed it. The creature's logic was infuriating, circular, and impossible to argue with because it was also true. He had done the impossible. He had kept a dying sky thing alive with nothing but his own body. Stealing food felt small in comparison. Fine, but you stay in the loft. No hunting, no climbing, no... Greatstorm was already gone. Kree spun, scanning the straw, the rafters, the shadows. Nothing. The bond pulsed once, twice, then stabilized somewhere above and behind him. He looked up. The creature was crouched on the highest beam, its ash-colored fur blending with the shadows. Its silver eyes caught the sliver of light from the roof crack, gleaming like pieces of storm cloud. I will stay, Greatstorm said, for now. But I do not hide. I wait. Same thing. No, hiding is fear. Waiting is patience. You should learn the difference. Ke wanted to snap back, but before he could form the words, the bond flickered with something warm, almost amused, and Greatstorm's voice softened. You did well today, Ke of the dark eyes. You brought food. You kept your pulse steady. You did not drown me. The creature's head tilted. Perhaps you are not entirely useless. Then the warmth vanished, replaced by a sharp spike of warning. Footsteps. 3 men. Heavy tread, handlers, coming this way. Ke's heart lurched. He grabbed his shovel, kicked straw over the rat carcass, and scrambled down the ladder just as the storage block door swung open. Senior Ansusu stayed in the doorway, flanked by 2 men Ke did not recognize. Their eyes swept the aisle, the stalls, the cart. Zhu's gaze landed on Ke. Still here, boy. Ke forced his voice steady. Cleaning up, the cart leaked. Zhu studied him, a long, heavy silence. Then he smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. Funny thing, the healer's apprentice was asking about you today. Said someone came in with bite marks that don't match any beast in the academy registry. The cold in Ke's arm flared. Zhu took a step closer. You want to tell me what bit you? Chapter 5. The trick to lying was holding still. Ke forced his shoulders to stay loose beneath senior handler Zhu's gaze. Fell in the lower paddock, took a piece of my arm on a rusted bucket rim. Zhu's eyes tracked down to the bandage hidden under Ke's sleeve. The bandage Mei Sulara had wrapped around Greatstorm's bite. Looks worse than a bucket cut. Bled like one. Zhu held the silence long enough for Ke to count every heartbeat in his own chest. Then the handler stepped back, reins slick and bored, and gestured toward the muck cart. Finish the stalls, and if I find out you're hiding something, boy, I'll put your name on a minecart before you can blink. Ke held his ground. There's nothing. The lie tasted like ash. He worked the morning shift with his head down, shoveling soiled straw, hauling buckets, ignoring the burn in his arm and the empty ache in his stomach that was not entirely his own. Greatstorm's hunger pulsed through the bond like a second heartbeat, sharp, metallic, demanding. By midday, the craving had become unbearable. Ke slipped into the academy kitchen through the back entrance, where steam from boiling beast bone broth coated the walls in slick condensation. A broad boy with flour on his forearms was hacking at a slab of tough fowl with grim efficiency. Toma Ejin. He looked up, grinned, and set down his cleaver. Well, if it isn't the stable ghost, you got a death wish coming in here during rations? I need scraps. You and every other drudge in Ruoxia. Ke pulled the last of his saved dinner biscuit from his tunic. I can trade. Toma's grin widened. He took the biscuit, bit into it without hesitation. That's your dinner. You're going to be hungry tonight. I'll manage. Sure you will. Toma chewed slowly, watching Ke with eyes that missed nothing. What's her name? Ke's stomach dropped. What? The beast you're feeding. Must be something special if you're skipping meals for it. Don't know what you're talking about. Fine. Toma jerked his chin toward a greasy bucket under the counter. Take what fits in your sleeves, but if anyone asks, you tell him you stole it. I did steal it. Exactly. Keep my name out of it. The grease was warm through the rag it wrapped it in. Pork fat, chicken skin, a chunk of gristle the size of his thumb. Elation flared through the bond before he even reached the loft. Finally, Greatstorm was waiting in her usual spot on the high beam. She dropped soundlessly to the straw as Ke spread the rag open. Her ribs were less sharp than they had been. The swelling in her leg had gone down. Small signs, but they were his signs, proof the bond was working. She ate in silence, tearing strips of fat with neat, precise bites. Toma knows something, Ke said. The kitchen boy? He watches too closely. Then stop bringing his food to me. If I stop, you starve. Greatstorm paused mid-bite, silver eyes meeting his. Then let him watch. I am not afraid of a kitchen boy. You should be. Everyone is a risk. Ke of the dark eyes, her voice softened. You are learning to be afraid of the wrong things. A creak on the ladder. Ke moved fast, shoving Greatstorm into the shadow behind the old feed sacks. But it was too late. A head poked through the loft hatch. Toma Irjin. His eyes went straight to the rag, to the grease stains, to the shadow where Greatstorm was hidden. He stared for a long, silent moment. Then he let out a low whistle. You got a beast up here. It was not a question. Ke's throat closed. Toma, don't lie to me again. Toma's voice had stripped of every trace of its earlier humor. Sue's been asking questions, counting rations, and the healer's apprentice, Mei Su Lara. She told me about your arm. Said the bite marks on it have lightning rot. The bond pulsed. A low growl rumbled from the shadows. Toma held up both hands. I'm not here to turn you in. I'm here because you're going to get yourself killed. Ke stared at him. Toma leaned in, dropping his voice to a whisper. I can help you keep a secret, get you more food, better scraps. But you gotta stop feeding me lies and quit being so obvious about what you're doing. You come to the kitchen the same time every single day? That's sloppy. The laughter was gone from his voice entirely. Or do you want me to let Z put your name on a minecart tonight? Ke's hand tightened around the rag. Greatstorm's silver eyes glowed from the shadows, fixed on the kitchen boy with sharp, patient interest. And the bond whispered, You can trust this one, Ke of the dark eyes. He smells like cowardice, but his hands are steady. Chapter 6. Ke watched from the shadow of a cracked stable door as Windstep students drilled in the yard. They moved in formations, legs braced, arms tracing slow arcs through the damp air. Each exhalation plumed white, visible even in the gray afternoon light. Their beasts waited at the edges of the practice ring, stormhawks and ridgehounds watching with the patient stillness of creatures that understood exactly what their partners were doing. Breath patterns, circulation paths, the secret rhythm that let a cultivator pull beast chi through their body and push it back into the bond. Ke had watched the same drills for 3 years, but only ever as a servant waiting to shovel the waste afterward. He had never been allowed to ask what the breathing meant. He had never been allowed to try. Until now. You are staring, Greatstorm said through the bond. It makes you obvious. I'm being subtle. You are being a boy with his mouth open. That is not subtle. Ke pulled back deeper into the shadow. The nearest student, a girl with a braid coiled tight against her scalp, was holding a posture that looked simple. Feet shoulder-width apart, hands pressed together at the sternum, chest rising and falling in a steady 3 count. In, hold, out. The air around her hands shimmered faintly each time she exhaled. Ke memorized the rhythm. 3 beats in, 2 beats held, 3 beats out. He repeated it silently, feeling the shape of the cadence in his own chest. It was not complicated. It was just a pattern. If he could hold the pattern long enough, maybe he could feel what she felt. Maybe the chi would stir. The training bell rang. Students dispersed. Ke slipped away before anyone noticed him. He found an empty stall at the far edge of the lower stable block, where the roof leaked and the straw was always damp. No one came here except to dump broken tackle. The walls were thick enough to muffle sound. He closed the door, sat in the cold straw, and tried the pattern. 3 beats in, 2 beats held, 3 beats out. Nothing. He tried again, pressing his palms together the way the girl had, forcing his ribs to expand against the ache of a body that had never been taught to breathe like this. Still nothing. "What are you doing?" Greatstorm's voice was wary. "Learning? You're squeezing your lungs for no reason. It sounds painful." "It's a breath pattern. The students use them to circulate qi." A long pause. Then, "You do not have qi." "I might." The bond lets you feel what I feel. It does not give you power you never had." He ignored her and tried again. 3 beats in. Hold. 3 beats out. His chest burned. His vision swam. The empty space inside him yawned like a wound. He tried a 4th time. Something twisted. A hot spike drove through his ribs, sharp as a cracked rib. He doubled over, gasping, and the pressure did not release. It kept building, curling in his chest like a fist of thorns, pressing against his lungs until every breath tasted like rust. "Stop." Greatstorm's voice was no longer wary. It was sharp. "You are tearing something. Stop." He could not stop. The pattern had hooked into him, and his body kept trying to complete it even as the pain climbed higher. His hands shook, his throat closed. Then the pressure broke. He vomited onto the straw, thin and bitter, and the spasm released him. He sat there, trembling, mouth full of acid, while the hot spike faded to a dull throb. Greatstorm said nothing, but through the bond, he felt her fear. It was not a loud emotion. It was a cold, steady thread, like a hand held ready to catch. He wiped his mouth. "I almost had it. You almost died. It wasn't that bad. You cannot breathe a pattern meant for heirs and expect it to work. Your body was not shaped for it. Then what do I shape it for?" His voice cracked. "I don't have a bloodline. I don't have manuals. I don't have anything except a stall and a creature that keeps telling me I'm doing it wrong." Greatstorm's silence was heavy. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter than he had ever heard it. "I am not telling you that you are wrong. I am telling you that you cannot borrow a noble's road and expect it to carry you. The Academy built their breathing to fit their bodies. Yours is different." "How?" "I do not know yet, but I will not let you shatter yourself finding out." He sat in the damp straw, breathing shallowly, while the bond hummed with her stubborn, reluctant care. An hour later, he limped out of the stall and made his way to the main gate. The twilight air was cold against his flushed face. His chest still ached, a deep bruise that pulsed with every step. He kept his head down, moving past clusters of students who did not look at him. Sen Buhi was at the gate. The half-blind gatekeeper sat on a low stool, whittling a piece of driftwood with a knife that looked older than Ki. His clouded left eye stared at nothing. His right eye tracked Ki's approach with the patient attention of someone who missed very little. Ki nodded at him and kept walking. "You breathe like a choked bellows." Ki stopped. Sen did not look up from his whittling. "I heard you from 2 courtyards away. That kind of noise gets noticed." "I wasn't doing anything." "Good. Keep not doing it. You'll live longer." Ki turned back. "Then how do I learn?" Sen's knife paused. He turned the driftwood in his hands, studying the grain. "The Academy teaches its students to draw beast qi through the dantia in a straight line. Up the spine, out through the palms. Clean, efficient. Works beautifully if you were raised on noble marrow. And if you weren't?" Sen set the knife down. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he muttered, almost to himself. "Stable boys used to breathe different, before the bloodline laws locked the patterns behind inheritance gates." Tay's heart stuttered. Stable boys could cultivate? Not cultivate. Not the way heirs do. Sen picked up his whittling again. They had a rhythm, paced to hoofbeats, to beast breath, to the way a stormhound's ribs move when it sleeps beside you in the straw. It was not elegant, but it worked. He gestured vaguely with the knife toward the stable block. "Storm gutters, under the east trough. There used to be marks there, old ones, from before the Academy paved over what it did not want remembered." Kay opened his mouth to ask more, But Sen had already turned away, focused entirely on his driftwood. The gatekeeper was done speaking. Ke walked back to the stable block with his pulse loud in his ears. He did not go to the loft. He went to the east trough, where the stone met the mud, and crouched in the fading light. The storm gutter was a narrow channel cut into the foundation, meant to drain rainwater away from the stalls. It was clogged with dead leaves and old straw. Ke scraped the debris aside with his fingers. Beneath the grime, the stone was darker and marked. Faint lines, worn nearly flat by years of weather and neglect, traced a spiral pattern along the gutter wall. Not symbols, not writing. A shape, a rhythm made visible. Ke traced it with his fingertip. The spiral coiled inward, then outward, then inward again, like breath drawn in a loop instead of a line. Behind him, Greatstorm's voice rose through the bond, soft and strange. Ke of the dark eyes, there is something in the sky. Chapter 7. Ke did not sleep. He lay in the straw beside Greatstorm, one hand resting on her flank, feeling the rise and fall of her ribs. The spiral pattern burned behind his eyelids every time he closed them, a rhythm made visible, a road built for bodies like his. Greatstorm had gone quiet after her warning about the sky. Not asleep, her silver eyes gleamed in the dark, tracking something Ke could not see through the loft's high gap. But she did not speak, and he did not push. The hours crawled. When the first gray crack of false dawn bled through the planks, Ke rose. His chest still ached from the failed pattern, a deep bruise that pulsed with each breath. He pulled his tunic on and crept down the ladder. The stable block was silent. No handlers yet, no students, just the wet hush of wind across the stones and the distant groan of rope bridges adjusting to the cold. Ke walked to the main gate. Sen Buyi was not on his stool. The gate stood open. Not wide, a handspan, just enough for a boy to slip through if he did not linger. Ke stopped. His breath fogged in the cold air. The gate was always barred before dawn, always. Sen sat at his post through every shift, whittling driftwood and pretending the world did not concern him. The latch was lifted. The iron ring hung loose. Ke looked around. The courtyard was empty. No one watched. No one whispered. He stepped through. The path beyond the gate led down toward the lower maintenance yards where the academy's foundations met the city's understructure. Old stone, unused stalls, gutters that had not been cleared in years. Ke followed the wall until he reached the east trough. The spiral marks were still there, faint in the growing light. He crouched and traced them again, letting his finger follow the curve inward, then outward, then inward again. A rhythm. Not a straight line like the noble patterns, a loop, breath that coiled and returned. He closed his eyes. He tried to match his breathing to the spiral. 3 beats in, following the curve inward, a pause at the center. 3 beats out, following the curve back. Nothing happened. His chest remained empty. His dantia remained cold. He tried again, slower, letting his ribs expand the way he had seen the stable hounds breathe when they slept beside him in the straw, deep, from the belly, not the chest. The third breath caught. Something shifted, not chi, not yet, but a warmth, faint as ember glow, stirred at the base of his spine. He held still. He breathed again. 3 beats in, pause at the center. 3 beats out. The warmth crept upward. Not the hot spike of the noble pattern. This was slow, patient, like water finding its own level. Behind him, Greatstorm's voice touched his mind, barely a whisper. Again. He breathed. The warmth reached his chest and pooled there, uncertain, like a visitor at a locked door. Hold it. Do not push. Ke held. The warmth trembled. He felt it pressing against the inner wall of his ribs, searching for the path the noble pattern had tried to force open. Let it find the way itself. He did not push. He did not force. He simply breathed, following the spiral, and let the warmth decide where to go. It moved, not up his spine in a clean line. It spread sideways, through the muscles of his back, then forward, curling around his ribs like a hand cupping a flame. It was not elegant, it was not efficient, but it was his. For 3 heartbeats, Ke felt it, a thread of beast chi, thin as spider silk, moving through his body at a pattern that fit him. Then the thread snapped. He gasped. The warmth scattered and faded, leaving him cold and shaking in the dawn air. But he had felt it. Real. Measurable. His. Ke opened his eyes. Greatstorm stood at the edge of the trough, balanced on 3 legs, her silver eyes fixed on something beyond the stable wall. Her body was rigid. Ke. Her voice was thin. Not fear. Something sharper. Something that made the bond between them vibrate like a plucked string. Get inside. He turned. What is it? The sky beyond the academy was pale, colorless, empty, but Greatstorm's ears flattened against her skull. Not what. Who. Ke did not ask how she knew. The bond carried her certainty like a cold stone dropped into his chest. He scrambled to his feet. Where? The gate. The one you left open. His blood went cold. He ran. Chapter 8. Ke ran. The path twisted between the maintenance sheds and the outer wall, gravel biting through his thin soles. His chest burned. The cold from the snapped chi thread still clung to his ribs like frost on stone. He rounded the corner and stopped. The gate was closed. The iron ring hung in its cradle. The latch was down. Sen Buyi sat on his stool. Driftwood shavings piled at his feet, knife moving in slow, patient strokes. He did not look up. Ke stood there, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what he had just seen. The open gate, the empty stool, the warning that had sent him sprinting back. Gate was open, he said, the words coming out too fast. Sen's knife paused. His clouded eye stared at nothing. The good one tracked the shaving curling from the wood. Was it? The words were flat, not a question. Ke's throat tightened. You were not here. No, Sen resumed, whittling. Quated. The old man offered nothing else. You left it open on purpose. Sen's hand stilled again. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he turned the piece of wood in his scarred fingers, examining its shape like he had just noticed something interesting. Some things, he said, are easier to slip through when no one is watching the door. And some things are easier to slip in the same way. Ke's blood chilled. What came through? Sen looked at him then, directly. His right eye held Ke's gaze with an attention that made the stable boy feel suddenly, terribly small. Ask your beast. He set the knife down, picked up a fresh piece of wood, and began a new cut. The conversation was done. Ke turned and walked back toward the stable block, his pulse hammering a rhythm that did not match his steps. He did not look back. The loft was empty. Climbed the ladder, his hands numb on the rungs, expecting to find Greatstorm huddled in the straw or draped across the high beam. Nothing. The straw where she had slept was still warm, the indentation of her body pressed into the flattened stalks. But she was gone. Greatstorm. Silence. The bond hummed faintly in his chest, alive but distant, like a voice carried away by wind. He climbed back down and searched the stable block, the empty stalls, the feed room, the narrow gap behind the water trough where she had once hidden. Nothing. He searched the maintenance yard, the east trough, the gutters. Nothing. The morning shift began. Handlers arrived. Students stumbled past, yawning, adjusting their sleeves, complaining about the cold. Ke moved among them like a ghost, sweeping the same patch of floor twice, 3 times, his eyes fixed on the roof line, the rafters, the ledges where a small ash-colored shape might appear. She did not. The hours passed. By mid-morning, Ke had checked every hiding place he could reach. His hands were shaking. Not from cold. The bond was still there, still alive, but it told him nothing. No images, no words, just a distant awareness that Greatstorm existed somewhere beyond his reach. He was hauling a bucket of mash to the senior stalls when he felt it. A flicker, sharp, like a pinprick behind his ribs, then silence, then a wave of exhaustion, heavy and bone-deep that was not his. Ke dropped the bucket. He found her in the shadow of the west wall, where the academy's outer battlement met the old city foundations. A narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a boy to squeeze through, hidden behind a collapsed rack of rusted rakes. She was pressed into the corner, her sides heaving, blood matting the fur along her shoulder. Ke dropped to his knees, his hands moving before he could think, checking the wound. A gash, deep. Claw marks, not a blade. 3 parallel lines that had already begun to seal, but still wept thin, dark fluid. Greatstorm. Her silver eyes opened. They were tired, but they found him. I won. The word came through the bond with a smug tremor that cost her visible effort. Won what? Ke pressed his sleeve against the wound, feeling her flinch through the bond. Where did you go? The old tunnels, below the cisterns. I smelled something that should not be there. Ke's hand stilled. The open gate. Someone came through. You followed them. I followed the scent. It led down, beneath the academy. There is a place where the stone changes. Older. The air tastes like rust and old lightning. She shifted, wincing. The wound had begun to close while Ke watched, the edges knitting together with a speed that made him want to sit back in alarm. I'll fight the thing that lives there. It will not come up. Not anymore. Ke stared at her. You are bleeding. You almost died. I did not. Greatstorm. I won. Her voice sharpened, cutting him off. And I learned something. She pushed herself upright, favoring her injured shoulder, and limped past him toward the stable block. Her tail flicked once, a summons. Come, I will show you. The stall yard was empty. Students were in the east arena, drilling under the morning sun. The handlers were occupied with feed distribution. For a few breaths, no one watched. Greatstorm led Ke to the far end of the yard, where the ground was packed earth and the wall cast a long sliver of shade. You tried to force the chi up the spine like the nobles do. Ke nodded. Wrong. Your body is not shaped for straight lines. It is shaped for curves, for redirections, for turning a blow aside instead of meeting it head-on. She moved, her good leg planted, her body shifted, coiling. Then she spun, a tight pivot, her injured leg tucking as she turned, landing in a new stance facing the opposite direction. The chi moves when the body moves, not before, not after, with it. Ke understood. He stepped into the yard, feeling the packed earth beneath his feet. He tried the movement, a pivot, a turn, not a stance, a shift. Nothing. Faster. Do not think. Let your feet decide. He moved again, his body turned, his weight transferred from one leg to the other, and somewhere in the middle of the rotation, something unlocked. A thread of warmth, thin but real, spiraled through his ribs, following the curve of his movement. There, again, he did. 3 pivots, 3 turns. Each one pulled a breath of chi through his body, not forced, not pushed, just carried by the motion. By the 4th, Greatstorm moved with him. She was not in his way. She did not plan the path. She simply chose, at the last instant, to match his direction, sliding into the space beside him as he turned, their movements syncing for a single heartbeat. It was not a technique. It was a choice. He stopped, breathing hard. The chi in his chest was still there, faint but real, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Greatstorm sat down, favoring her wounded shoulder, and looked up at him with something close to approval. Again. He was still practicing when the shadow fell across the yard. He looked up, the chi thread snapping as his concentration broke. A figure stood in the stable block's doorway. Tall, dark robes, pale gray eyes that watched him with the patience of someone who had been standing there for a while. The headmaster. Ji Shuyun did not move, did not speak. He simply stood in the shadow of the arch, his gaze fixed on Ke, and then, very slowly, on the ash-colored shape sitting at Ke's feet. Greatstorm's ears flattened. The bond went cold. Chapter 9. The frost had not yet burned off the yard when Ke slipped through the stable block's back door. His breath plumed white. The packed earth beneath his feet was stiff with cold, the shadows long and sharp-edged. Dawn was still a rumor beyond the academy walls, a pale glow that had not yet reached the rooftops. He should have been in bed. Should have been resting after the headmaster's gaze had pinned him like a specimen board. But sleep had not come. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Ji Shuyun's pale gray stare, the slow tracking of that gaze from Ke's face to Greatstorm's crouched form. The bond had gone cold. It was still cold. He saw us, Ke thought, and the thought sat in his chest like a stone. He had spent the night waiting for footsteps, for handlers, for the knock that meant someone had come to take Greatstorm away. But no one came. The academy kept breathing around him, indifferent to the terror lodged in his ribs. So at false dawn, when the fear became unbearable, he had crawled out of the loft and come here. The yard was the same one Greatstorm had used to teach him the pivot. The packed earth still held the marks of their practice. 3 scuff lines, a deeper gouge where Ke had nearly fallen. He set his feet, breathed. 3 beats in, pause at center, 3 beats out. Nothing. He pivoted, turned, felt the movement carry through his hips and shoulders, looking for that thread of warmth that had answered him before. Nothing. You are thinking too hard. Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, sleepy and annoyed. She was still in the loft, curled in the hay, her injured shoulder healing. Ke felt her irritation through the connection like a flick against his ribs. I cannot stop thinking, he muttered. Then move until you can. He moved. Pivot, turn, breath. Pivot, turn, breath. The 3rd repetition caught something, a flicker of warmth, thin as spider silk, curling through his ribs as his body completed the rotation. He held it for a heartbeat, 2, then lost it when his focus wavered. He reset, moved again. The sun crept over the academy wall. Golden light spilled across the frost, and Ke was still turning, still failing, still reaching for a thread of chi that slipped through his grasp like water. And then, interesting pattern. The voice came from above. Ke's feet stopped. His heart lurched. He looked up. A figure stood on the covered walkway that ran along the stable block's upper level. Silk robes, a jade hairpin holding back a fall of black hair. A face he knew from the arena's edge, from the drilling fields, from every training ground where the academy's heirs gathered to practice techniques he was not allowed to touch. Zhuge Lan, her Stormhawk perched on the railing beside her, its feathers the color of slate and lightning. It watched him with flat, golden eyes, disdainful, precise. Ke's throat closed. He'd been so focused on the movement, on the thread of warmth, that he had not heard her approach, had not heard the hawk's wings, had not noticed the shadow falling across his practice yard. You should not be here, he said. It came out sharp, accusatory, as if she were the one who had trespassed. Lan did not flinch. She tilted her head, studying him the way she might study a puzzle box. Neither should you. Her voice was calm, measured. Stable cleaners do not practice breathing patterns at dawn, especially not patterns that have not been taught in public rings for 3 generations. Ke's blood turned cold. She recognized it. He forced his face to stay still, forced his hands not to clench. I do not know what you mean. Do not lie to me. No cruelty in her voice, no anger, just a flat, tired clarity. That pivot, the 3-count spiral, the way you let the movement carry the chi instead of forcing it up the spine. That is old stable-yard cultivation. Pre-bloodline law, banned before I was born. She stepped down from the walkway, her robes brushing the frost-touched stones. The storm mock remained on the railing, watching with unblinking attention. I should report you, she said. Ke said nothing. I should walk to the headmaster's study right now and tell him one of his indentured servants is practicing outlawed methods in the east yard. Still nothing. Lan stopped 3 paces from him, close enough to see the tremor in his hands, close enough to see the dried blood on his sleeve from this morning's attempt to clean Greatstorm's wounds. Instead, she said, I want to know how a stable drudge reached a pattern old enough that even I was never taught it. Ke stared at her. The hawk shifted on the railing, a rustle of feathers. The bond pulsed in his chest, sharper now. Greatstorm was awake, watching. He felt her tension through the connection, a coiled readiness. Tell me, Zhuge Lan said, and I will keep your secret. Ke's mouth opened, closed. The words sat heavy on his tongue. All he had to do was say nothing, deny everything, claim he had picked up the movement from watching students, claim ignorance. But she had already seen too much. She had named the pattern, she knew what it was, and she had not left. "Why would you keep my secret?" Ke asked. The question came out raw, hoarse. He had spent his whole life learning that people with power did not protect people like him. They used them or discarded them. Lan's jaw tightened. "Because I am tired," she said, "of watching this academy decide who is allowed to grow." The hawk above them fluffed its feathers, a sharp, dismissive gesture. But Lan did not walk away. He looked at her, at the jade in her hair, at the stormhawk that obeyed without affection, at the rigid set of her shoulders, a posture he recognized because he wore it himself. The same cage, different walls. "I found marks," he said slowly, "under the east trough storm gutter, a spiral pattern carved into the stone. An old gatekeeper told me where to look." Lan's eyes sharpened. "Marks, under the gutter." "Yes, and the breathing pattern. I figured it out, from the marks." He paused. "It took me 5 days to make it work." A long silence. The frost on the ground had begun to melt, beating on the packed earth like sweat. Lan's stormhawk tilted its head. Its golden eyes tracked something above the yard, something Ke could not see. "You are not lying," Lan said. It was not question. "I am not." She looked at him for a long moment. Her expression was unreadable. Then she lifted her hand toward the railing, and the stormhawk dropped onto her forearm with a rustle of power, talons gripping the leather guard. "The headmaster has been asking questions about an anomaly in the stable block," she said quietly. "He has not said what he is looking for, but he has looked at you twice in 1 week. That is twice more than a stable boy should ever draw his attention." Ke's chest tightened. "You need to be more careful," Lan said. "Someone will notice you are not where you belong." She turned, the hawk shifting on her arm. "I will keep your secret, for now." She took 2 steps toward the walkway, then stopped. Ke waited. "The east trough gutter," she said, not turning around. "The marks there. They are not the only ones." Ke's breath caught. "There is a panel beneath the old grain mill," Lan said, "on the east wall, behind the beam that braced the second wheel. If you move the stones a certain way, there is more of the same spiral work. Older, deeper." She looked over her shoulder. "I have never told anyone I found it." She left. The stormhawk launched from her arm, climbing into the pale sky, and Ke stood alone in the frost-wet yard. The bond pulsed in his chest. Greatstorm was waiting. He was not alone. But the headmaster had looked at him twice, and now Zhugla Lan knew something she should not. The cage was getting smaller. Chapter 10. The words sat between them like frost, waiting to crack. Ke's hands were still shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs, willing them still, but the tremor would not stop. Zhugla Lan watched him with an expression he could not read. Her stormhawk had circled back, settling on the roof ridge above her, feathers dark against the paling sky. "The marks," she said, "under the gutter. You figured out the pattern yourself." "Yes, and the gatekeeper who told you where to look." Ke hesitated. "Sen Bo Yi." Lan's eyebrows lifted a fraction. The half-blind gatekeeper who sat at the main post, whittling driftwood and muttering to himself. The man everyone forgot was there until they needed a gate opened at an odd hour. "He told you about the spiral marks." "He told me there was something under the east trough that the academy had paved over." A pause. Lan's fingers tapped once against her forearm, a restless motion she seemed unaware of. "And you did not tell anyone else what you found?" "There was no one to tell." That made her look at him differently. Not pity, something sharper. Recognition, perhaps, of a silence she understood. "The pattern you used," Lan said. "The 3-count spiral pivot. How long did it take you to produce chi?" The question pressed against his ribs like a blade. He should lie. He should say weeks, months, something that sounded ordinary. But she had already named the pattern. She had already chosen not to report him. 5 days, he said. Lan's breath caught. "That is not possible." Ke said nothing. The frost on the ground had melted into rivulets, running toward the drain where the old marks were carved. The light was changing, the first edge of true dawn bleeding over the academy walls. "You have no bloodline affinity," Lan said slowly. No noble marrow, no registered contract beast. No. And you generated beast chi in 5 days from a pattern carved by stable boys before the bloodline laws. Yes. The Stormhawk shifted on the ridge, talons scraping tile. Lan did not look at it. Her eyes were fixed on Ke with an intensity that made him want to step back. There is something else, she said. It was not a question. Ke's chest tightened. The bond pulsed, warm and sharp, and he felt Greatstorm stir in the loft, felt her attention narrow through the connection. What are you hiding? Lan asked. The words sat in his throat. If he told her, she would know everything. She would know about the creature, the bond, the blood pact, the tunnels beneath the academy. She would hold the shape of his secret in her hands. And she was an heir. She had power, status, a Stormhawk that answered to her voice. She could destroy him with a single sentence, but she had not left yet. I have a beast, Ke said. The words came out rough, scraped raw. Lan's head tilted slightly. A beast? Yes. Registered with the academy? No. The silence stretched. Where is it? Lan asked. Ke looked at her, at the rigid set of her shoulders, at the hawk above her, golden-eyed and still, at the hunger in her gaze, not for power, but for something she had never been allowed to touch. He made a choice. Follow me. He turned and walked toward the stable block without waiting to see if she followed. She did. Her footsteps were light on the packed earth, precise and unhurried. The Stormhawk launched from the roof and circled above them, a shadow against the brightening sky. Ke led her through the lower storage block, past the empty stalls and the rusted tack hooks, up the narrow ladder to the feed loft. The hatch creaked when he pushed it open. The loft was dim, lit only by the gap between warped boards. Hay dust floated in the slanted light. The air smelled of dry grass and old wood, and the faint electric scent that always clung to Greatstorm now. She was perched on the highest beam, ash-colored fur blending with the shadows, silver eyes fixed on the hatch. Anjuga Lan. Ke felt the bond pulse, felt Greatstorm's weariness coil like a spring. She did not hiss or bristle, she simply watched, unblinking, ancient intelligence flickering behind those storm-colored irises. Lan stopped at the top of the ladder. Her Stormhawk had not followed her in. It circled above the stable roof, calling once, a high, sharp note that sounded almost like a question. For a long moment, no one moved. Ke felt his own heart beating, felt Greatstorm's pulse beneath it, steady and slow. Then Greatstorm lifted her head. She met Lan's gaze directly, not as a beast waiting for command, not as prey frozen by a predator's attention, as an equal. Ke saw it happen, saw the shift in Lan's posture, the slight widening of her eyes, the way her breath caught and held. Her hand dropped from the ladder rung. Control. That was the word Ke had always associated with Chuga Lan. The way she stood, the way she spoke, the way her Stormhawk obeyed without hesitation. But now, for one unguarded moment, her control slipped. She stared at Greatstorm like a person who had spent her entire life looking at chains and suddenly saw something that had never been bound. What? She breathed. Is that? Greatstorm's tail curled once, slow, deliberate. Her silver eyes never left Lan's. Ke swallowed. Her name is Greatstorm. Lan took a step into the loft, her hand lifted, not reaching, just raised, palm open. A gesture Ke had never seen her make before. Not a command, an offer. Greatstorm studied her. The bond hummed. Ke felt her assessment, the same careful weighing she had given Toma. Not for threat, for truth. Then she dropped from the beam. She landed without a sound. Her injured leg was still healing, but she did not limp. She walked across the hay-strewn boards, one deliberate step at a time, and stopped just out of Lam's reach. Meeting her gaze. Measuring her worth, Lam's hand stayed raised. The Stormhawk cried out again, closer now, a sharp, insistent note that cut through the loft air. Greatstorm's ears flicked. Lan did not lower her hand. I have never, she said slowly, seen anything like you. Greatstorm tipped her head. A gesture almost like acknowledgement. and then she pressed her forehead against Lan's open palm. Lan's breath stopped. The contact lasted 2 heartbeats. 3. Then Greatstorm pulled back, turned, and jumped onto the beam again, settling into her perch like nothing had happened. Lan stared at her hand. When she finally lowered it, her fingers were trembling. She looked at Ke. Her eyes were bright in a way he had not seen before, not sharp with calculation, not cold with assessment. Open. "You are not hiding a beast," she said. "You are hiding an ancestor." Ke did not know what that meant, but the word hung in the loft air, heavy as thunder, and he felt the bond pulse once in answer. The sky outside the boards had turned fully light, and somewhere far above them, beyond the roof and the circling hawk and the academy walls, something in the heavens was listening. Chapter 11. The cold in Ke's chest did not leave. It stayed lodged behind his ribs like a second heartbeat, pulsing with every breath he took. Greatstorm's steady rhythm beneath his own, a reminder that something in the heavens was listening. He did not sleep that night. When the academy bells tolled the 3rd hour, he slipped out of the loft with Greatstorm's silver eyes tracking him from the beam. The training yard was empty, slick with dew, the stone flags gleaming under a sliver of moon. He stood at the center of the yard and raised his arms. The first attempt was clumsy. He tried the 3-count spiral pattern from memory, breathing in stages, letting the air settle deep before releasing. Nothing stirred inside him, just the familiar ache of lungs working, the cold emptiness of a body that had never held chi. Greatstorm's voice brushed through his skull. "You are forcing the path before your feet have learned the ground." "I don't have time to learn the ground," he muttered. "They will sell me. Then run faster, but run with your whole self, not just your fear." He clenched his jaw and tried again. He moved through the pivot pattern Greatstorm had shown him in the stable block, letting his weight shift from heel to ball of the foot, turning his hips in a slow, continuous spiral. The movement felt foreign, like trying to write with the wrong hand. His body wanted to lock, to brace, to prepare for impact, but Greatstorm's chi technique demanded flow. Again. He turned, breathed, 3 beats in. The pause at center felt like teetering on a blade's edge. 3 beats out. Nothing. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold air. His muscles ached from the unfamiliar motion. He was halfway through the 5th repetition when a thread of warmth flickered at the base of his spine, so faint he almost missed it. He froze. "Do not stop," Greatstorm said. "You caught it. Now move before it slips." He turned again, and this time the warmth followed the curve of his body. It traveled sideways through his back, tracing the line of his ribs, a thin flicker of heat that felt like a live coal wrapped in silk. Ke's breath hitched. The chi thread wavered, dimmed, breathe. He forced himself to follow the pattern. 3 in, pause, 3 out. The warmth steadied. It pooled on the hollow of his chest, a tiny ember no bigger than a seed, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Greatstorm's heartbeat. 1 breath. 2. 3. The thread snapped on the 4th exhale. Ke collapsed to his knees, gasping. His hands were shaking. The cold air bit into his lungs, but the memory of that warmth lingered, a ghost of something he had never felt before. 3 breaths, Greatstorm said. The words carried no mockery. "It is enough." Ke pressed his palm to his chest. The ember was gone, but the space where it had burned felt different, warmer. "What now?" "Now you learn to keep it." Dawn came slowly, gray and damp. Ke stayed in the training yard through the cold hours, chasing the thread until his legs trembled and his vision blurred at the edges. He caught it 3 more times, once for 2 breaths, once for 1, once for barely half a heartbeat before it dissolved like smoke. But each time the ember took a little longer to fade. Greatstorm watched from the rafters, a shadow among shadows. She did not speak again, but her presence hummed in through the bond, steady and patient. When the first academy students began to stir, Ke limped back to the stable block. His body felt like it had been wrung out and hung to dry, but beneath the exhaustion, something new was taking root. He reached the loft and collapsed onto the hay. "You are trembling," Greatstorm observed. "Just cold. You are afraid." Ke did not answer. The bond pulsed, warm against the cold in his arm. "The fear does not make you weak. It makes you aware. Use it." Ke closed his eyes. The ember was still there, buried deep in his chest, a faint warmth that had not entirely faded. He held on to it. The registry office smelled of old ink and sour wine. Ke stood at the counter with his hands pressed flat against the worn wood, trying not to let the trembling show. The clerk was a thin man with a pinched face and a voice like chipped stone. "Name?" "Xiahou Ke." The clerk's pen scratched across the ledger. "Beast registration number." "I do not have one." The clerk looked up. His eyes were small and watery, holding no particular cruelty, only the tired impatience of a man who processed endless forms. "Then you have no business here. Next." Ke did not move. "I am requesting entry into the Ashbound training ring." A pause. The clerk's pen hovered over the page. "Ashbound registration requires a registered beast partner and a cultivation baseline of 3 sustained breaths," he said, as if reciting words he had said 1,000 times. "Do you meet either of those criteria?" "I have a beast," Ke said. The clerk looked at him, looked at his muck-stained tunic, his thin frame, the shadows under his eyes. He did not sneer, he simply waited. "Then provide the registration number." Ke's hands were damp against the wood. He had known this would be the barrier. The Academy did not recognize unregistered bonds. They did not recognize bonds formed in the dark, through blood and breath and shared warmth. But Sen Bu Yi's words echoed in his memory. There are ways, old ways. "I have a bond," Ke said. "It is not registered because the beast came to me outside the Academy's intake process." The clerk's expression did not change. "That is not possible." "It happened." A long silence. The clerk set down his pen and folded his hands on the ledger. "Boy," he said, "do you know what happens to servants who waste the registrar's time?" Ke felt the embers stir in his chest. Greatstorm's pulse, steady and deliberate. "I am not wasting your time." He reached into his bond and pulled. Not with force, but with the same careful flow Greatstorm had taught him. The warmth spread through his chest, curling around his ribs, and he let it rise into his throat. A faint shimmer of ash-colored light rippled across his skin. The clerk's eyes widened. The light faded. Ke's hands were shaking now, but he kept them flat on the wood. "I have a bond," he said again. "I have a beast, and I can sustain 3 breaths." The clerk stared at him for a long moment. Then he picked up his pen and wrote something at the bottom of a fresh page. "Ashbound trial registration," he said flatly. "Xiahou Ke. Provisional entry requires demonstration of baseline before a ring supervisor within 7 days." Ke's heart hammered. "If you fail that demonstration, you will not be allowed to register again." "I understand." The clerk slid a slip of paper across the counter. Ke's name was written on it in sharp, precise strokes. "Your demonstration is scheduled for the 6th bell, 7 days from now. Do not be late." Ke took the paper. His fingers brushed the ink, still wet. He turned to leave. "Xiahou Ke." He stopped. The clerk was looking at him with an expression Ke could not read. Not hostility, not curiosity. Something closer to recognition, wariness. "There is a reason that gate is closed to servants," the clerk said quietly. "You might ask yourself why before you walk through it." Ke looked at the paper in his hands. His name, written in Academy ink, a place where it should not have been. "Run faster," Greatstorm had said. He folded the paper carefully and tucked it inside his tunic. Chapter 12. The training ring sat against the Academy's eastern wall, a wide disk of packed earth ringed by wooden stakes and rain-darkened ropes. Ke had watched it from the service paths 100 times, always from the outside, always with a bucket or a rake in his hands. Now he stood at the entrance with the registration slip trembling in his damp fingers. The ground was churned to mud from the morning drills. A dozen students were already inside, ranged along the stakes in loose formation. They wore padded training tunics, clean and fitted, and their beasts circled at their heels or perched on posts above the ring. A girl with a coiled red whip around her wrist glanced at Ke and laughed. "Did the kitchens run out of rats to chase?" The boy beside her snorted. "That is Xiahou Ke. He cleans the lower stalls." "He cleans the lower stalls," the girl repeated, as if tasting the words for amusement. "And now he wants to train in the Ashbound ring? Did you fall on your head, stable boy?" Ke's jaw tightened. He kept walking. The ring supervisor was a broad-shouldered woman with a shaved head and a scar that split her left eyebrow in two. She held a wooden slate with Ke's name already written on it. "Xiahou Ke," he said, not a question. "Yes. You registered provisionally. You have 7 days to demonstrate 3 sustained breaths before a supervisor." She looked him over. Her expression did not change. "Do you know what the Ashbound ring requires?" "Body tempering," Ke said. "Breath control under beast pressure. Practical combat." "That is what the syllabus says." The supervisor tapped her slate. "What it actually requires is the willingness to be broken open and rebuilt. Most students spend their first month vomiting and crying. Some do not come back." Ke's hands were sweating against the paper. The supervisor studied him for a long moment. Then she jerked her chin toward the ring. "Find a stake. First drill starts at the bell." The students had stopped pretending not to stare. Ke walked to an empty stake near the far end of the ring. The ground was soft and slick, and his boots had no tread. He set his feet as he had seen the others do, weight low, spine straight. The bond pulsed. Greatstorm's voice, cool and dry. "They are laughing at you. I know. Does it bother you?" Ke thought about the question. The laughter scraped against something raw in his chest, a familiar ache he had carried since childhood. But beneath it, another feeling stirred. The ember. "It bothers me," he admitted. "But I am still standing here." A pause, then warmth, like approval, bled through the bond. "Good." The bell rang. The supervisor raised her hand, and a formation pattern lip-kneed the ring. The air turned heavy, pressing down on Ke's shoulders like a physical weight. Beast pressure. He had felt it before, passing too close to the noble training grounds, but never from inside the circle. The girl with the red whip did not even flinch. She adjusted her stance and began the first movement, a slow pivot that tracked the pressure's flow. Ke tried to follow. His body did not know the shape. He had never been taught the stances, had only glimpsed them through gaps in fences and stable door cracks. His hips locked. His weight shifted wrong. The pressure caught him off balance and drove him forward, stumbling into the mud. Someone hooted. "Look at him! He does not even know the opening stance. Get back to your bucket, stable boy." Ke pushed himself up. Mud streaked his palms and knees. He reset his stance, copied the girl's position as best he could, and began again. The second attempt was not better. His ribs ached from the pressure, and the cold from Greatstorm's bond throbbed in his arm. But he did not stop. The supervisor walked the perimeter, watching without comment. For the next hour, Ke endured. The drill was simple. Hold the stance, breathe through the pressure, and pivot when the formation pattern shifted. The other students moved with practiced ease, their bodies accustomed to the weight. Ke staggered, fell, rose, staggered again. Each fall drew laughter. Each rise silenced it a little more. By the time the bell rang for the second drill, his legs were shaking and his lungs burned with every breath. But he was still standing. The supervisor approached him. "You have never trained a stance in your life." "No. Your form is garbage." Ke said nothing. "But you are still on your feet." The supervisor's scarred eyebrow lifted. "That counts for something. Barely." She walked away. The students dispersed for water. Ke stayed at his stake, breathing hard, letting his body tremble through the recovery. The ember in his chest had dimmed, but not died. Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, sharper now. "Something is wrong." Ke's head lifted. "What?" "The sky. Listen." He listened. The clouds above the ring were low and dark, threatening rain. Nothing unusual for Ruoxia. But the bond was coiling tight, a tension he had learned to recognize, not the weather, the air. It tastes different. Ke looked around. The other students were talking, drinking, ignoring him. The supervisor stood at the ring's edge, consulting her slate. Nothing seemed out of place. Then the bell rang again. "Second drill," the supervisor announced. "Fooding stakes. You will plant your anchor and hold through the rain cycle. Failure to maintain position for the full bell means you repeat the drill." The students moved to the wooden stakes driven into the earth at intervals around the ring. Each stake had a rope loop at its base. He found his and crouched to check the anchor. The rope was frayed, not worn, cut, a clean slice through half the fibers. His stomach dropped. He looked up. The girl with the red whip was watching him from across the ring. She smiled. "She did this," Greatstorm said, "while you were recovering." "You saw her?" "I saw. I could not warn you in time. The bond does not reach that far when your concentration breaks." Rain began to fall. Fat, cold drops. The first sign of the storm cycle that would soon turn the ring into a sheet of ice and mud. He looked at the frayed rope. If he lost his footing during the drill, he would fail. If he failed, the provisional registration would be flagged. The clerk's words echoed in his mind. "If you fail that demonstration, you will not be allowed to register again." He straightened. "Problem, stable boy." The girl's voice came through the rain, sweet and mocking. He met her eyes. "No problem." He crouched, wrapped his fingers around the rope, and pulled the knot tighter. The frayed fibers bit into his palm. He held on. The formation pattern flared. The pressure doubled. Rain lashed his face. His footing stake groaned in the mud, and the bond, cold and steady, whispered in his chest. "Hold." He held. Chapter 13. Rain hammered the ring. His fingers locked around the frayed rope, knuckles white against the wet fibers. The pressure from the formation pattern pressed down like a hand on his spine, driving him toward the mud. His stance was wrong. He knew it. His hips sat too low, his weight too far forward. He looked like a servant bracing against a falling crate, not a cultivator anchoring through a storm. But it worked. The other students pivoted through the rain in practiced arcs, their ropes taut and clean. Their bodies moved the way the formation expected, breath and motion synchronized to the pressure's pulse. Ke did not have that luxury. He moved the way he knew, a handler's crouch, the kind of stance you took when a nervous beast outweighed you and the ground was slick with blood and straw. The girl with the red whip completed her first pivot and glanced his way. Her smile flickered when she saw him still standing. "Still there, stable boy?" Ke did not answer. His breath came in short bursts. 3 counts in, 3 counts out. The spiral pattern Greatstorm had taught him. The ember in his chest flickered but held. The rain cycle intensified. The formation responded, driving more pressure into the ring. The other students adjusted their stances, shifting weight, riding the pulse. Ke did not adjust. He did not know how. Instead, he dropped lower, his knees bent until his thighs burned. His weight settled into the handler's crouch, broad and grounded. The rope bit into his palm, the frayed fibers cutting shallow grooves into his skin. The cold from Greatstorm's bond throbbed in his arm, a steady pulse that matched his heartbeat. "Good," Greatstorm said through the bond. "Lower. Let the pressure flow past you." Ke's eyes widened. "Flow past? You are fighting it. Stop fighting. Let it move around you like water around a stone." He did not understand, but he trusted. He loosened his grip on the rope, not much, just enough to let his body sway rather than brace. The pressure hit him, and instead of resisting, he let it push him, breathing into the curve of the impact. The rope slipped, his heart lurched, but he did not fall. The pressure rolled past him, deflected by the slight give in his stance. The handler's crouch was not rigid, it was flexible, designed to absorb the weight of a panicked beast without breaking. Ke had never thought of it as cultivation. It was just survival. In the ring, it was the only thing keeping him upright. The bell rang for the 3rd time. "Drill complete," the supervisor announced. "Reset for impact formation." Ke straightened slowly, his legs shaking. Blood ran from his palm where the frayed rope had cut deep. He flexed his fingers and watched the wound weep red, diluted by rainwater. The girl with the red whip stared at him. "You should have fallen." "I know." She did not like that answer. Her jaw tightened, and she turned away, snapping her whip at the ground. The other students moved to the center of the ring, where wooden posts stood in a staggered line. Impact formation. Ke had heard about this drill from Toma, whispered over stolen buns in the kitchen. The posts released bursts of concentrated pressure, meant to test your ability to absorb and redirect force. For most students, it was a conditioning exercise. For Ke, it was a wall. He lined up at the last post, the position no one wanted. The supervisor looked at him, then at his bleeding hand. "You can wrap that. I will manage." The supervisor's scarred eyebrow lifted again. "Suit yourself." The formation activated. The first burst hit Ke's chest like a fist. He had not braced properly. The force drove the air from his lungs and sent him stumbling backward, his heels sliding across the wet mud. He caught himself before he fell. The second burst came faster. He tried the handler's crouch, dropping low, but the pressure hit him at an angle he had not anticipated. His ribs took the blow, and pain flared through his side. "Do not block," Greatstorm said. "Redirect. The pivot, remember, the pivot." The movement Greatstorm had taught him in the stable yard. Curved motion, not straight. Let the force pass through you, not stop at you. The third burst came. Ke twisted. His body turned into the impact, shoulders rotating, hips following. The burst of pressure grazed his ribs and slid past him, channeled into the space he had just occupied. He felt the force move through him instead of against him. It was not clean, it was not elegant, but it worked. The supervisor paused. She watched him take the next burst on a diagonal, his body curving like a reed in wind. The movement was ragged, untrained, built from desperation and the memory of a beast's guidance rather than any formal technique. But it kept him on his feet. The drill continued. Burst after burst, Ke twisted, pivoted, and redirected. Each movement hurt. Each breath cost him. But he did not fall. When the bell rang, he was standing. The supervisor walked toward him. The rain had slackened to a drizzle, and the pressure formations cycled down, leaving the ring quiet. "That movement, where did you learn it?" Ke's throat was dry. "I did not learn it." "You do not invent that in one drill." "I watched." "Watched what?" He hesitated. "Beasts. How they move when they are cornered. They do not stand straight. They curve, they turn, they let the attack slide past." The supervisor studied him. Her face gave nothing away. "You are bleeding on my ring." Ke looked down. His palm was a mess of red and rain, the cuts from the frayed rope still seeping. "I will clean it." "See that you do." She turned away. "Same drills tomorrow. Bell at dawn. Do not be late." Ke nodded, but his legs buckled the moment he stepped off the ring. He caught himself on a fence post, breathing hard, the ember in his chest dimmed to a flicker. The other students filed past him. Some whispered, some laughed. The girl with the red whip walked by without looking at him. But one person did not walk past. A scribe stood at the edge of the ring, a young man with ink-stained fingers and a wooden slate. He had been there the whole time, Ke realized. Watching, writing. The scribe met Ke's eyes. Then he turned and walked toward the academy's upper halls, the direction of the headmaster's office. Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, cold and tired. "They are carrying your name to him now." Ke watched the scribe disappear into the rain-swept courtyard. "Then let them." He pushed off the fence post and limped toward the stable block, bleeding, exhausted, and still standing. Chapter 14. The ember in Ke's chest had gone cold by the time he reached the stable block. He made it to the loft on will alone, his palm leaving red prints on every rung. Greatstorm was already awake, silver eyes tracking him from the highest beam. She dropped to the floorboards without a sound and pressed her nose against his hand. "You are torn." "I know." "You are bleeding into the hay." "I know." She nudged his wrist, and pain lanced up his arm. He bit down on a cry and sat hard against the wall, cradling his hand against his chest. The cuts from the frayed rope had stopped looking like simple wounds. The edges had turned gray, the same ash-colored tint that sometimes rippled across his skin when he pulled on the bond. The cold where the pressure had hit his ribs was worse, deep and bruising, like something had been shoved out of alignment inside him. Greatstorm climbed into his lap, careful not to touch his hand. Her warmth seeped through his wet clothes, but it did not reach the cold lodged in his channels. You pushed too hard. I had to. You pushed through what your body could not hold. That is not the same as strength. That is borrowing from tomorrow. He leaned his head back against the wall. I do not have a choice about tomorrow. Greatstorm said nothing, but her presence in the bond curled around the cold in his chest, holding it steady. He must have passed out. When he opened his eyes again, the light through the loft boards had shifted from gray to amber. Dusk. He had lost half a day. His hand had swollen. The gray tint had spread past his wrist into the web of his thumb. The skin felt hot and wrong, stretched too tight over the bone. He needed a healer. The thought made his stomach turn. The Academy infirmary meant questions. Questions meant zoo. Zoo meant the mines. But if he let the wound fester, he would lose the hand. And if he lost the hand, he would lose the ring. He wrapped the injury in a strip torn from his undershirt and climbed down from the loft. The infirmary was in the outer court, a low stone building that smelled of vinegar and herbs and old blood. He had been there twice before, once for a broken finger, once for a fever that had nearly taken him. Both times he had been treated by a tired, older man who did not ask questions. Tonight, the older man was not there. May Sulera sat at the front table, sorting bandages into neat piles. She looked up when he entered, and her eyes went straight to his wrapped hand. Sit. He sat. She crossed the room in 3 steps, took his wrist before he could pull away, and unwound the makeshift bandage. The cloth stuck to the wound. She worked it free with steady hands, not flinching at the blood. When the last layer peeled away, she went still. The cuts had gone gray. Ash-colored lines branched from each wound, spiderwebbing up his forearm toward the elbow. They pulsed faintly, like veins filled with something that was not blood. What did this? Rope, Ke said. Frayed rope. I was holding a footing line during the pressure drills. She did not look convinced. She turned his arm toward the lamplight and studied the gray branching. Rope cuts do not do this. The pressure formation might have aggravated it. The pressure formation does not leave residue in broken skin. She met his eyes. Her voice was calm, clinical, but her gaze had sharpened. This looks like chi backlash from a beast bond. Ke's throat closed. You do not have a registered beast. He said nothing. She released his wrist and reached for a jar of salve. The silence stretched while she worked the ointment into his wounds, her fingers careful but firm. He watched her hands, the way they moved with practiced precision, and tried to think of a lie that would hold. Nothing came. I am not going to report you, she said. He looked up. She was not looking at him. She was focused on the salve, spreading it evenly across the gray lines. I am tired of watching this academy decide who gets healed and who gets thrown away. You have a beast, a hidden one. And whatever it is, its chi is eating into your channels faster than your body can clear it. She let that sit. Then she said, quietly, The gray residue? I have seen it once before. In a record of old lightning-touched beasts that were supposed to be extinct. Kay's heart stopped. She looked at him then. Her eyes were dark and steady, and full of something that was not accusation. What kind of creature leaves ash-gray residue in broken skin, Xiahou Ke? He had no answer. The words sat at the back of his throat, tangled and dangerous. Greatstorm, ancient, storm-bound, the progenitor of every beast in the Academy's bloodlines, a thing that the headmaster would kill to control. He could not say any of it. May watched him struggle. Then she sighed, reached for another jar, and began wrapping his hand in fresh linen. Keep the salve on. Change it twice a day. If the gray spreads past your elbow, come back immediately. She tied the bandage off with a precise knot. I will not ask again tonight, but you should know that I keep records, and if another healer sees that residue, they will recognize it eventually. She stepped back. You are not safe, Ke. Not as long as whatever bit you leaves marks like those. He stood. His legs felt unsteady beneath him. Why are you helping me? Mei Sulara looked at him for a long moment. Because someone should. She turned back to her bandages, and the conversation was over. Ke walked out of the infirmary into the darkening courtyard, his wrapped hand throbbing in time with the pulse in his chest. The gray lines had not faded. They lay beneath the linen like a brand. He was halfway to the stable block when a shadow moved at the edge of his vision. Sen Bui stood beneath the covered walkway, leaning on his driftwood stick, his half-blind eye catching the lantern light. You have 7 days, he said. The headmaster will not wait for your third breath to be proven. He has already sent for old registry records. Ke stopped. How do you know that? I am a gatekeeper, boy. I hear things that do not want to be heard. Sen Bui turned his good eye toward the sky. The gate I opened is not the only one that has been breached tonight. Something else is stirring in the tunnels beneath the cisterns, something that has not moved in a long time. He looked at Ke, and I think it knows your beast is here. Chapter 15. The loft smelled like hay and blood and the faint, sharp tang of maize salve. Ke sat with his back against the wall, his wrapped hand resting on his knee, watching the gray lines recede beneath the linen. The ointment had worked faster than he expected. The branching marks had shrunk from his elbow back to his wrist, and the cold in his chest had settled into something manageable, a dull ache rather than a spreading knot. Greatstorm lay curled on the beam above him, ash-colored fur catching the last light through the slats. She had not spoken since he returned, but her presence pressed against his ribs like a second heartbeat, watchful and warm. The hatch shifted. Ke's hand shot to the ladder before his brain caught up. The cold in his chest flared, then settled when Toma's head appeared through the opening, his round face streaked with kitchen grease and worry. You look like death, Toma said. Thank you. I meant it as a compliment. Death is quiet. You look like the kind of trouble that refuses to stay buried. He hauled himself into the loft, carrying a cloth bundle that smelled of steamed buns and something meaty. Mei sent this. Ke stared at the bundle. Mei sent you? She said you would not come back to the infirmary, and that you would be too proud to ask for more salve. Toma set the bundle down and unwrapped it. 3 steamed buns, a jar of ointment, and a strip of dried meat lay on the cloth. She also said if the gray reaches your shoulder, you are to find her immediately, and if you do not, she will come find you herself, and neither of us wants that. He reached for a bun. His hand trembled. Toma noticed. He said nothing. The bun was still warm. He bit into it and felt the steam fill his mouth, the soft bread and the faint salt of the filling settling in his stomach like an anchor. He had not realized how hungry he was. Greatstorm dropped from the beam. She landed beside the cloth bundle with a soft thump, her silver eyes fixed on the dried meat. She did not ask. She simply looked at Ke, then at the meat, then back at Ke. Toma edged backward. Does she always do that? Only when she wants something. That is unsettling. Greatstorm picked up the strip of dried meat with her teeth and carried it to the corner of the loft, where she settled into a crouch and began tearing into it with focused intent. Her broken leg was almost straight now. The swelling had gone down. She moved like a creature that was healing faster than it should. Toma watched her for a long moment. She is getting bigger. Ke looked at Greatstorm. Really looked. She was still small, no larger than a hound pup, but her ribs were less prominent than they had been a week ago. Her fur had a sheen to it that had not been there before, and when she moved, there was something in the angles of her limbs that reminded him of the way storm clouds gathered before lightning. She eats a lot, Ke said. You are going to run out of food. I know. Toma was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch, which he tossed onto the cloth bundle. It clinked. Ke looked at it. What is that? Wages, from the kitchen. Toma shrugged, but his hands were trembling slightly. I told the cook I needed an advance to cover a family debt. He did not ask questions. That is enough for a week of market scraps and a few cuts of offal that the noble students would not touch. Ke's throat tightened. Toma, do not make it into something it is not. Toma's voice was rough. I am not doing this because I am noble. I am doing this because if you get caught, I am next. And because... He stopped, swallowed. Because someone has to. Kick up to the pouch. It was heavier than it looked. Thank you. You can thank me by not dying before the headmaster's records arrive. Thomas stood, brushing hay from his knees. I have to get back to the kitchen before the evening stew burns. May says she will have more salve ready tomorrow. Same place. He paused at the hatch. Ke. Yes? The girl with the red whip. Her name is Sima Shuelan. Her family has seats on the Academy Council. She is the kind of person who will not stop because you survived once. Ke nodded. Toma climbed down. The hatch closed behind him and the loft was quiet again. Ke sat with the pouch in his hand, the weight of it pressing against his palm. He had nothing to offer in return. No coin, no favor, no promise that any of this would end well. But Toma had given anyway. Greatstorm finished her meat and padded back across the loft. She sat in front of Ke, her silver eyes meeting his, and through the bond came a pulse of warmth that felt like approval. He will do, she said, the round one. His name is Toma. I know. He will do. He almost laughed. It came out as a rough exhale, but it loosened something in his chest that had been wound tight since the infirmary. He reached for the jar of salve May had sent. The ointment inside was a pale green, smelling of herbs and something metallic. He uncapped it, dabbed a finger into the paste, and began working it into the gray lines on his forearm. The cold receded further. Greatstorm curled beside him, her warmth pressing against his side, and for a moment, just a moment, the loft felt like shelter. The light through the slats shifted. Evening was falling. The academy bells would ring soon, calling students to the evening meal, and Ke would be alone in the dark with his wrapped hand and his hidden beast, and the knowledge that somewhere beneath the cisterns, something ancient was stirring. But for now, he had food, he had salve, he had a creature that kept choosing to return. It was not safety, it was not freedom, but it was something. He was still holding the pouch when the footsteps came. They were not the heavy tread of a handler or the quick pace of a student. These were measured, deliberate, the sound of someone who knew exactly where they were going and did not care who heard. Ke's hand tightened on the pouch. Greatstorm's ears flattened. A low rumble built in her chest, not a growl but a warning, the sound of a creature that recognized danger before she could name it. The footsteps stopped below the loft. Xiahou Ke. The voice was flat, official, the voice of someone who had read a name on a list and come to collect. Ke's blood turned cold. He knew that voice. He had heard it once before, 3 years ago, when a man in city colors had come to the stable block and read out the names of servants whose debts had been sold. The debt collector. You are not at your assigned quarters, the voice said. I have been asked to verify your indenture status. Come down. We have questions. Chapter 16. The debt collector's voice hummed in the air like a blade waiting to drop. Ke did not move. His hand stayed closed around the pouch Toma had given him, the leather warm against his palm. Below, the flat voice called again. Xiahou Ke, I know you are up there. The head handler said you would be in the stable block. Greatstorm's rumble deepened. Through the bond came the sharp edge of her readiness, not fear but assessment, the way she measured threats before she decided whether to fight or flee. Ke pressed his palm against her side. Wait. He looked around the loft. There was no second exit. The only way down was the ladder hatch, and the collector was standing at the bottom of it. 3 years ago, the man in city colors had read names from a list. 3 names. 2 of those servants had been taken to the mines that same afternoon, their indentures sold to cover debts the academy no longer wanted to carry. Ke had watched them go. He had told himself he was lucky his name was not on the list. Now it was. He could go down. He could show the collector his hands, his scar, his face. The face of a boy who worked hard and stayed small and never caused trouble. He could answer questions about his work assignment, his hours, his value to the Academy. He could beg if he had to. But the collector had not come to hear begging. Greatstorm pressed her nose against his jaw. The touch was cold, steady, and through it came her thought, clear as a bell in still air. Do not go down. I do not have a choice. You do. You are just afraid to take it. Ke's breath caught. Below, the collector's footsteps shifted. The wood of the ladder creaked. Xiahou Ke, last chance. Come down or I will come up. Ke looked at Greatstorm, looked at the hatch, looked at the walls of the loft, the gaps between the boards, the rusted nails, the places where the old stable had been patched and repatched by hands that did not care if the work lasted. And then he saw it. In the far corner, half hidden behind a rotted feed sack, a section of the floorboards had been pried up and not fully reseated. The nails were gone. The gap beneath was dark. He crossed the loft in 2 strides. He dropped to his knees, hooked his fingers into the gap and pulled. The board came up with a groan of old wood. Beneath it, a hole dropped into blackness, a maintenance crawl, the kind that ran between the stable block's lower joists and the flood channels below. He could smell the water, old stone, rust. Greatstorm was beside him in an instant, her body fitting through the gap before he could tell her to wait. Her head turned back, silver eyes catching the last light, and the impatience in her gaze was unmistakable. Move. He shoved the feed sack back into place. He swung his legs into the hole, felt for a foothold and found nothing but air. He let go. The drop was shorter than he expected. His feet hit wet stone 2 heartbeats later, the impact jarring up through his knees. The cold of the flood channel hit him immediately, seeping through his tunic, his trousers, the rags wrapped around his hands. Above, the collector's voice came again, sharper now. I am coming up. Ke looked up. The light from the loft was a thin rectangle, showing the underside of the floorboards, the edges of the hole he had climbed through. He could hear the collector's weight on the ladder. If he left the board loose, the collector would see the hole. We reached up, caught the edge of the board and pulled it back into place just as the hatch above creaked open. Darkness closed around him. He stood in the flood channel, neck deep in the crawl space, and listened to the collector's footsteps cross the loft above. The boots stopped, paused, moved again. Empty, the collector muttered. The head handler said, a sigh, more footsteps, then the creak of the ladder ascending. The hatch closed. Silence. Ke let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The cold in the water was biting, rising to his ribs, but the ache was familiar now. He had been cold before. He could be cold again. Greatstorm's warmth pressed against his leg. Through the bond came a flicker of something that felt like approval. Good. You listened. I did not have many options. You had one. You took it. Ke turned, trying to see in the dark. The flood channel stretched in both directions, a narrow stone tunnel just wide enough for a boy to crouch through. Water moved sluggishly around his ankles, carrying the smell of rain and rust and something older underneath. Where does this go? Down. That is not helpful. Greatstorm's presence moved ahead of him, her paws splashing softly in the water. Through the bond came a sense of direction, not left or right but deeper, where the stone walls felt older and the water moved slower. He followed. The tunnel sloped downward, the ceiling lowering until he had to bend almost double to keep moving. The water rose past his knees. The walls changed from rough-cut stone to something smoother, fitted together without gaps, the kind of work that had not been done in living memory. His fingers brushed the wall. The stone felt warm despite the water. Greatstorm, where are we? She did not answer in words. Instead, the bond carried an image, a vast chamber carved with shapes he could not make out, and a sense of recognition that did not come from her memory alone. The tunnel ended. Ke stopped. Before him, the channel opened into a wider space, a cistern chamber, dry and silent, its walls covered in images worn faint by time. He stepped forward, his feet leaving the water, and looked up. Winged serpents coiled across the stone. Their bodies were long, wrapped around cloud formations, their heads crowned with spirals that looked like the marks under the east trough. Above them, a broken crown hung in the center of the ceiling, split by a crack that ran through the stone. Ke's hand went to the wall. The carvings were old, older than the academy, older than the cistern. The winged serpents had been carved with care, their scales detailed, their eyes wide and watching, and beneath them, the spiral pattern repeated, not as a breathing instruction, but as a symbol, a mark of something that had been revered. Greatstorm pressed her nose to the wall where the largest serpent coiled. Through the bond came a pulse of hunger, not for food, for the space beyond the wall. Ke's heart beat faster. There is something behind this. Greatstorm did not answer, but the hum in the stone grew louder, a vibration that traveled up through his fingers, into his palm, into the cold lodged in his chest. The spiral marks on his arm, the ones May had salved, the gray lines that had receded, began to prickle. Behind the wall, something answered. Chapter 17. Ke stood in the dry cistern chamber, his palm pressed flat against the warm stone. The vibration had not stopped. It hummed through his bones, through the cold lodged in his chest, through the spiral marks on his arm that now tingled like waking flesh. Greatstorm pressed her nose to the wall where the largest serpent coiled. Her tail flicked once, sharp, impatient. Through the bond came an image, stone sliding against stone, a passage opening, air that tasted of old lightning and dust. "There is a door," Ke whispered. Greatstorm did not answer. She scraped her claws against the wall, and where her nails touched, the carving seemed to deepen, the serpent's scales catching a faint glow that came from nowhere. Ke stepped closer. The warmth in the stone intensified as he approached, and the spiral marks on his arm began to glow, faint, ash-colored, the same light he had seen ripple across his skin during his first successful breath. He pulled his hand back. The glow faded. He touched the wall again. The glow returned, stronger this time, and the humming in the stone shifted pitch, rising to a frequency that pressed against his teeth. "Greatstorm, what is this place?" Through the bond came a word that was not a word, more a feeling than a name. Threshold, followed by another, darker layer. Remembered. She did not mean Ke remembered. She meant something else remembered him. Ke's pulse hammered in his throat. The cold in his chest throbbed in rhythm with the hum, and for a moment he felt the weight of the chamber pressing down on him. The carved serpents watching from every wall, their stone eyes following his movements. He forced himself to breathe. 3 beats in. Pause at center. 3 beats out. The spiral pattern steadied him. The hum in the stone did not feel hostile. It felt patient, like something that had waited a long time and was willing to wait a little longer. He looked at the wall again. The largest serpent coiled around a crack in the stone, its body forming a frame around the fissure. The crack was narrow, barely the width of his hand, but behind it, he could see darkness that did not match the cistern chamber. Deeper darkness. Older. He pressed his fingers into the crack. The stone shifted. A section of the wall, carved to look like solid rock, slid backward with a grinding sound, revealing a gap just wide enough for a boy to squeeze through. Beyond it, a narrow passage sloped downward, its walls rough and unfinished, the air thick with the smell of old metal and dust. Greatstorm slipped through without hesitation. Ke followed. The passage was short, no more than 10 paces, and ended at a rusted maintenance grate set into the floor. The grate was old, its iron bars eaten by time, and through the gaps, Ke could see a second chamber below, larger than the first, its floor covered in a fine layer of ash. He gripped the grate, pulled. It did not move. Greatstorm nosed past him, pressed her paw against the edge and pushed. The grate groaned, shifted, and tipped sideways with a screech of rusted metal. Below, the ash stirred. "Take him out to my caltrop. Anywhere I say shout, we knew so much more." Ke lowered himself through the opening, his feet finding solid stone. The ash rose to his ankles, gray and fine, and as he stepped forward, it swirled around his legs like disturbed water. The chamber opened around him, vast and vaulted, its ceiling lost in shadow. Pillars rose at intervals, each one carved with the winged serpents, their bodies winding upward into darkness. At the center of the chamber stood a raised platform, and on the platform, a stone altar. On the altar, a single object lay cradled in a depression worn by ages, a pearl. It was the size of a child's fist, pale gray, and inside it something moved. Not light, not smoke, something that coiled and uncoiled like a living thing, restless and aware. Ke's spiral marks burned. The cold in his chest surged, and for a moment he felt Greatstorm's heartbeat inside his own ribs, 2 pulses running together, then separate, then together again. "Careful," Greatstorm said. "It hears you." "Who hears me?" "The echo, the one they left to wait." Ke looked at the pearl. It pulsed once, a slow beat that matched the rhythm of his breathing. 3 beats in, pause at center, 3 beats out. It was breathing with him. "Did you know this was here?" Greatstorm's silence was answer enough. Ke took a step toward the altar. The ash on the floor stirred, not from his movement, but from something else. A current of air that came from nowhere, carrying a sound like distant thunder trapped underground. He took another step. The pearl pulsed again, faster now. Ke reached the platform. The stone was warm, warmer than the cistern walls, and as he climbed onto it, the ash at his feet began to rise, swirling upward in lazy spirals. He reached for the pearl. His fingers closed around it. The chamber screamed. Lightning erupted from the walls, white and blinding, forking along the carved serpents, racing up the pillars, converging on the altar. Ke threw himself back, the pearl still in his hand, and the lightning gathered at the center of the platform, coalescing into a shape that had no right to exist. It was him. A figure of crackling light and deep shadow, standing where Ke had stood a heartbeat before, its posture hunched, its arms braced, its face a shifting mask of his own features. It wore his fear. The lightning echo opened its eyes, and they were silver, not brown, the same silver as Greatstorm's storm cloud gaze. It raised its arm. Ke saw the movement before it finished, recognized the angle, the tension in the shoulder, the way the weight shifted to the back foot. It was the same motion he used when he flinched from a blow he knew was coming. It was going to strike him with his own defensive reflex, and it was faster than he was. Greatstorm snarled, a sound that tore through the chamber like breaking stone, and launched herself at the echo before Ke could move. Chapter 18. Greatstorm hit the echo at full speed. Lightning exploded outward, white and searing, and the echo staggered back, its silver eyes fixed on the creature that had struck it. Greatstorm's claws raked across its chest, leaving trails of crackling light instead of blood, and she landed between Ke and the apparition, her body low, her fur bristling with ash-colored static. "Move," she said. "It is learning." The echo straightened. It looked at Greatstorm, then at Ke, and its silver eyes widened with something that looked almost like recognition. It raised both hands, and the lightning that had formed it shifted, drawing power from the walls, from the pillars, from the ash swirling at their feet. It was not just learning. It was remembering. Ke scrambled backward, the pearl still clutched against his chest. The pulse inside it beat faster now, matching the rhythm of his heart, and the cold in his chest throbbed in time with both. Greatstorm. What is this place? A door, a lock, a test. A test for what? The echo moved. It crossed the chamber in less than a heartbeat, its hand extended, fingers reaching for the pearl. Greatstorm intercepted it, her jaws closing around its arm, and the echo's lightning flared, throwing her across the room. She hit a pillar, slid down, and shook herself once before rising. "It wants what you hold." "Then I'll give it back." "No." The word hit him like a wall. "You claimed it. You carry the spiral. If you surrender it, the door closes forever." The echo turned toward Ke again, ignoring Greatstorm. Its silver eyes locked onto the pearl, and it took a step forward, then another. Its movements smoother now, more precise. It was learning his rhythm. Ke's mind raced. The echo was faster than him, stronger than him, and it wore his own reflexes like armor. Every dodge he knew, every flinch, every defensive habit, the echo already understood because it was made from him. But it did not know Greatstorm. "You," Ke said through the bond. "It doesn't know you." Greatstorm's answer came back sharp and immediate. "I noticed. Then we split it." He did not wait for her response. He ran left, angling toward the nearest pillar, and the echo tracked him, its silver eyes following his movement. Greatstorm ran right. The echo hesitated. For a fraction of a heartbeat, it could not decide which target mattered more, and that moment of indecision was the opening Ke needed. He dove behind the pillar, skidding through ash, and the echo recovered, choosing him, launching itself across the chamber with speed that should have been impossible. Ke did not try to dodge. He planted his feet, braced his arms, and took the hit. The echo's strike caught him in the ribs, a blow that lifted him off the ground and threw him into the pillar behind him. Stone cracked. His breath left him in a soundless rush, and the pearl slipped from his fingers, rolling across the ash-covered floor. Pain exploded through his side, sharp and hot, and he felt something shift inside his chest that should not have shifted. But he had created the opening. Greatstorm hit the echo from behind. She came at it low, her body moving like water, and her jaws closed around its ankle. She pulled, and the echo fell, its silver eyes widening as it crashed into the ash. She did not stop. She climbed its body, her claws digging into the crackling light, and drove her teeth into its throat. The echo screamed. Lightning burst from it in every direction, and Greatstorm was thrown clear, her body tumbling across the chamber floor. She came up limping, her fur smoking, but her silver eyes were still bright. "Now," she said. "The pearl, now." Ke pushed himself upright, his ribs screaming, his vision swimming. He saw the pearl lying in the ash, 10 paces away, pulsing with a steady gray light. The echo was already rising. It was slower now, its movements less certain, a gash across its throat leaking threads of light instead of blood. But it was still standing, still coming. Ke ran. He dove for the pearl, his fingers closing around it, and the cold that had lived in his chest since the first bite exploded outward. It filled him, flooded him, and for a moment he could not breathe, could not see, could not feel anything except the pulse of the pearl beating inside him like a second heart. The echo stopped, its silver eyes fixed on him, and for a long moment neither of them moved. Then the echo smiled. It was not a cruel smile, it was not a triumphant one. It was the smile of something that had waited a very long time and finally recognized what it had been waiting for. "Good," a voice said. And it was not the echo's voice, not Ke's voice, not even Greatstorm's. It came from everywhere at once, from the pearl, from the walls, from the ash beneath his feet. "You passed the first lock." The echo dissolved. It did not shatter, it did not fade. It simply unwove itself, strand by strand of lightning, until there was nothing left but the afterimage of silver eyes burned into Ke's vision. The chamber groaned. Ke looked up. The pillars were cracking. The serpents carved into them were splitting, their coiled bodies breaking apart, and from the ceiling, dust began to rain down in steady sheets. "The whole place is coming down," he whispered. Greatstorm limped to his side, her flank smoking, her leg favoring the ground. "Then we leave." Ke looked at the pearl in his hand. It was warm now, not cold, and the thing inside it had stopped moving. It felt settled, complete. He shoved it into his pocket and ran. Greatstorm led the way, her body low, her movements driven by instinct older than the stone around them. They reached the rusted grate, scrambled up through the narrow passage, and burst into the cistern chamber where the winged serpents watched in silent judgment. The floor was trembling now. Ke did not stop. He followed Greatstorm through the flood channel, the water rising past his knees, past his waist, as the entire structure behind them groaned and shifted. The tunnel walls cracked. Water poured in from above, cold and dark, and Ke pushed forward, one hand on Greatstorm's fur, the other clutching the pearl. They reached the maintenance crawlspace. Ke hauled himself up, his ribs screaming, his hands slipping on wet stone. Greatstorm leaped past him, her claws scraping the floor, and together they burst into the stable loft. The floorboards slammed back into place. Ke collapsed, his chest heaving, the pearl still warm against his thigh. Greatstorm stood over him, her silver eyes watching the board, listening. The rumbling stopped. Silence settled over the loft, thick and heavy, broken only by Ke's ragged breathing and the distant drip of water somewhere below. "We have it," Greatstorm said. But it hurt us. Kay stared at her. What hurt us? Greatstorm looked at the ceiling, at the darkness beyond the loft rafters, at something Kay could not see, the one who left the echo waiting. The pearl pulsed once, a slow beat that matched Kay's breathing. 3 beats in, pause at center, 3 beats out. And somewhere far below, in the darkness of the flooded tunnels, something that had been still for a very long time began to move. Chapter 19. The floorboard had barely settled before the water came. It burst through the cracks, black and cold, surging up between the gaps in the stable loft's planking. He scrambled backward, his heels skidding on wet wood, the pearl still clutched against his chest. Greatstorm was already at the far wall, her ears flat, her silver eyes fixed on the rising tide. It follows, she said. Follows what? Key's voice cracked. The echo? The water. The collapse. It is all connected. A board buckled beneath him. Key jumped, landing beside Greatstorm as the loft's floor began to sag. The entire chamber below them groaned, and Key felt it in his bones. The sound of stone grinding against stone, of something vast settling into a new shape. No, he whispered. No, no, no. Greatstorm bit his sleeve and pulled. She dragged him toward the loft's rear wall, where the boards met the stable's outer frame. There was no crawl space here, no hidden grate, just old timber and rusted nails in the cold night air filtering through gaps in the planks. Break it, she said. I can't. Break it. He shoved the pearl into his pocket, raised his uninjured hand, and drove his fist into the rotten wood. The boards splintered. Cold air hit his face, sharp and wet, and through the gap he saw the stable's outer wall, the narrow ledge that ran along the roof's edge, and beyond it, the dark sprawl of Ruoxia's lower service quarter. He tore at the wood until the hole was wide enough to crawl through, then shoved Greatstorm ahead of him and followed. They emerged onto a narrow maintenance ledge, 4 feet wide, that hugged the stable block's outer wall. Below them, the ground fell away into a drainage ditch lined with broken stone. The water from the tunnels was already seeping through the stable's foundation, pooling in the ditch, spreading across the service yard in dark, hungry fingers. Greatstorm looked left, then right. That way, away from the water. He followed without question, his ribs screaming, his hand throbbing, the pearl warm and steady against his thigh. The ledge led them past shuttered windows and rusted winch brackets, past old beast cages stacked against the wall, past a narrow gap where the stable block met the academy's outer wall. The water was still rising. He could hear it now, a low, grinding roar that vibrated through the stone. It was not just the tunnel collapsing, it was the entire cistern chamber, the hidden passages, the echo's ancient prison, all of it folding inward, sinking into the dark. Faster, Greatstorm said. He pushed himself harder, his lungs burning, his legs shaking. The ledge ended at a rusted maintenance ladder bolted into the outer wall. Below it, the drainage ditch widened into a dark channel that fed into the city's lower sewers. Greatstorm went first, her claws scraping the rungs, her body moving with a desperate urgency that Key had never seen in her. He followed, hand over hand, the ladder groaning beneath his weight. Halfway down, something changed. The air grew still. The grinding roar stopped. For a long, terrible moment there was only silence and the drip of water and the distant hum of Ruoxia's night wards. Then the ladder jerked. Key's grip slipped. He caught himself on the next rung, his fingers screaming, but the ladder was shaking now, the bolts rattling in their sockets, and from above, from the hole in the stable wall, a light began to bloom. Not firelight, not lantern light. It was pale and shifting, the color of old bone, and it pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat of the pearl against Kay's thigh. Greatstorm looked up. Her silver eyes caught the light, and for the first time since Kay had known her, he saw fear in them. They felt it, the pearl's awakening. Who felt it? Kay's voice was barely a whisper. The ones who built the chamber, the ones who left the echo. They are not gone. They were only waiting. The ladder shuddered again, and above them the pale light flickered, then steadied. Kay did not wait. He dropped the last 10 feet, landing hard in the drainage ditch, the water splashing up to his waist. Greatstorm landed beside him, her leg buckling, then straightening. They ran. The drainage channel curved left, then right, its walls slick with moss and old runoff. Above them, iron grates let in slivers of starlight, and through them, Ke could see the lower service quarter, the dark shapes of tenement roofs, the distant glow of market spire lanterns. The pale light did not follow them, but something else did. Ke heard it first, a soft scrape of stone on stone, like someone dragging a heavy weight across a floor. It came from behind them, from the direction of the stable block, and it was getting closer. Greatstorm heard it too. She did not look back. She only ran faster, her body low, her breath coming in sharp, focused bursts. The drainage channel opened into a wider sewer tunnel, its walls lined with old brick, its floor slick with black sludge. Ke's boots slipped, and he went down, his injured hand plunging into the filth. The pain was white and immediate, and he bit down on a scream. Greatstorm was there, her teeth closing on his collar, hauling him upright. Get up now." Ke got up. They pushed forward past branching tunnels and broken grates, past old flood marks on the brick, past a rusted iron door that hung open on one hinge. The scrape behind them grew louder, more regular, and Ke realized it was not just one sound, it was many, rhythmic, deliberate, footsteps. Not human footsteps, they were too heavy, too slow, too precise. "Ward sensors," Greatstorm said, and her voice was flat with recognition. The Academy's deep wards. They felt the pearl break the first lock. "Can they follow us here?" "They are already following." The tunnel ended at a vertical shaft, its walls lined with iron rungs leading up to a grate 30 feet above. Starlight fell through the grate in thin, dusty beams. Ke grabbed the lowest rung and climbed. His hands slipped, his ribs screamed. The pearl pulsed against his thigh, and with each pulse, a thread of warmth spread through his body, dulling the pain, steadying his breath. He did not question it. He climbed. Greatstorm climbed beside him, her claws finding purchase on the iron, her movements driven by sheer will. Below them, the footsteps reached the base of the shaft. Ke did not look down. He reached the grate, shoved it open with his shoulder, and hauled himself onto the cobblestones of an empty service alley. Greatstorm followed, and together they slammed the grate back into place. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Ke lay on his back, staring at the sky, at the faint stars visible through Ruoxia's perpetual haze. Greatstorm crouched beside him, her silver eyes fixed on the grate. The footsteps stopped. Then, slowly, they retreated. Greatstorm let out a breath that was almost a growl. "They will not follow us here. The wards only cover academy ground." Ke turned his head, looking at her. "What did we just do?" "We passed a lock that was not meant to be passed." Greatstorm's voice was quiet, careful, and now everyone who is watching that lock knows we exist. The pearl pulsed once, warm and patient against Ke's thigh. Somewhere above, in the headmaster's tower, a candle was being lit, and in the flooded darkness beneath the academy, where the water had finally stopped rising, a single spiral mark glowed on the broken stone of the collapsed chamber. Ash-colored, unmistakable, waiting to be found. Chapter 20. The service alley smelled of wet stone and rotting crate wood. Ke pressed his back against the wall, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The pearl pulsed against his thigh, warm and insistent, and beneath that warmth, something else stirred. A current, a rhythm that did not belong to the alley or the city or anything he had ever felt before. Greatstorm crouched beside him, her silver eyes fixed on the grate they had climbed through. Her sides heaved, but her gaze was steady, tracking the silence that had settled over the shaft. "They are gone," she said finally, "for now." Ke let his head fall back against the stone. The sky above the alley was a strip of gray, the stars blurred by city haze and the distant glow of market spire lanterns. He had no idea what time it was, no idea how long before someone noticed the collapsed cistern, the broken grate, the missing stable boy. "What do we do now?" Greatstorm turned her head. Her gaze dropped to his thigh, where the pearl pressed against the fabric of his trousers. "We use it. You said it broke a lock. You said everyone who is watching knows we exist. Yes, her voice was flat, unflinching. But we cannot give it back, and we cannot hide from what is coming by staying weak. Ke looked down at the pearl. Through the cloth he could feel its pulse, steady as a heartbeat, patient as stone. It had saved him in the chamber. It had healed his ribs, dulled his pain, carried him through the shafts and tunnels when his body had wanted to stop. It had also lit a signal that everyone in the old places had seen. "We need somewhere safe," he said. "Somewhere the wards can't reach." "The gatekeeper's house," Greatstorm said. "The old one with the clouded eye." "Senbuyi? He knows what we found. He will not turn us away." Ke wanted to argue. He wanted to say that Senbuyi had already given him enough, that showing up at the gatekeeper's door with a stolen pearl and an ancient beast ancestor was not the kind of debt a half-blind old man could pay. But he had nowhere else. He pushed himself upright. His ribs ached, but the sharp edges of the pain had dulled to a deep, distant throb. His hand was still wrapped, but the swelling had gone down, and when he flexed his fingers, the movement came easier than it had any right to. The pearl had done that too. They moved through the service quarter in silence, keeping to the shadows, avoiding the few lit windows and the occasional footstep on the upper walkways. The Academo rose behind them, a dark mass against the sky, its towers outlined in faint lantern light. In the headmaster's tower, a single window glowed. Ke did not look at it. Senbuyi's house sat at the edge of the academy grounds, a low stone structure pressed against the outer wall, its roof sagging, its door warped. A dim light bled through the shutters, and as Ke approached, the door opened before he could knock. Senbuyi stood in the doorway, his clouded eye catching the light, his good eye fixed on Ke with an expression that was not surprise and not welcome. It was recognition. "I was wondering when you would find your way here," he said. "Get inside, both of you." The house was small, cluttered with old crates and stacked papers, a single oil lamp burning on a scarred wooden table. Senbuyi closed the door behind them and slid a bolt across it, then stood for a long moment with his hand on the wood, listening. When he turned, his gaze went straight to Ke's thigh. "You found something in the tunnels." Ke did not bother lying. He pulled the pearl from his pocket and set it on the table. The light from the oil lamp caught its surface, and for a moment, the gray sheen seemed to shift, like mist moving across still water. Something coiled inside it, slow and patient, and Ke felt the pulse in his chest quicken to match it. Senbuyi stared at the pearl for a long time. Then he sat down heavily on a stool, his hands resting on his knees, his face unreadable. "That is not a treasure," he said. "That is a key, and you have just told every old power between here and the heaven court which lock you turned." "I know." Ke's voice came out rougher than he intended. "Greatstorm told me, and you brought it here. I didn't know where else to go." Senbuyi was silent for a long moment. Then he let out a breath that was half laugh, half sigh. "You are a terrible secret keeper, boy, but I suppose I knew that when I left the gate open." He stood, crossed to a cabinet, and pulled out a cloth bundle. When he unwrapped it, Ke saw a set of worn leather bands, each one lined with small, dark stones that caught the lamplight like wet river pebbles. "Take off your short." Ke hesitated. Greatstorm nudged his ankle. "Trust him." Ke pulled off his shirt. His ribs were mottled with purple and black, the bruising spreading across his side in a web of broken vessels. But beneath the bruising, the skin was warm. And when Senbuyi pressed his fingers against Ke's side, the old man's eyes narrowed. "You have been using the pearl." "I didn't know how. It just happened." "Happened." Senbuyi shook his head. "That pearl has been waiting for someone with spiral marks and a lightning bond for longer than this academy has stood. It did not happen. It chose." He wrapped the leather bands around Ke's wrists and ankles, cinching them tight. The stones pressed against Ke's skin, cool at first, then warm, then hot enough to sting. "This will hurt," Senbuyi said, "but it will force your body to process the pearl's energy properly, instead of letting it burn through you unchecked. You have 3 days before the headmaster's inquiry reaches these walls. Use them." Ke opened his mouth to ask what he meant, but before he could speak, the heat from the bands surged into his limbs, and his vision went white. Time blurred after that. He remembered fragments, Greatstorm's voice in his mind, sharp and guiding, the taste of ash on his tongue, the feeling of something breaking inside his chest and reforming, like a bone set crooked and then cracked again to heal straight. He remembered moving, not running, not fighting, just moving, his body finding rhythms he had never learned, pivoting and shifting in patterns that felt older than the Academy, older than Ruoxia, older than the bloodline laws that had kept him small. The pearl pulsed with each movement, and each pulse left a trail of warmth through his channels, searing away the cold that had lodged there since the first bite. He did not sleep. By the third day he could feel the difference. The bands were loose now, the stones faded from black to gray. When he flexed his arms, the muscles moved differently, denser, quicker. His breath came easier, deeper. And when he cycled the spiral pattern, the chi that answered was no longer a thread, it was a current. Greatstorm had changed too. She stood in the corner of Sen Buyi's house, her head level with Ke's waist now, her fur darker, her shoulders broader. When she moved, there was a weight to her steps that had not been there before, and her silver eyes held a sharpness that made the air around her feel thin. She was not a runt anymore. She was something else. Something that would not fit inside a feed loft for much longer. On the evening of the third day, Sen Buyi returned from the academy grounds with his face tight and his hands stained with ink. "He knows," the gatekeeper said. "The headmaster has requested all records tied to the old cistern wards. Every document, every map, every beast registry that mentions ash-colored signatures or lightning-touched bloodlines." He felt the cold settle back into his chest. "How long?" "He already has them." Sen Buyi set a single sheet of paper on the table. This came with the request. A summons. "You are to report to the headmaster's study at dawn." The paper was plain, unsealed, a single line of brisk calligraphy. "Xiahou Ke, present yourself before the first bell." No explanation, no charge. But beneath the words, a second line had been added in different ink, thinner, more hurried. "Bring the beast." Ke looked at Greatstorm. She met his gaze, and for a long moment, neither of them moved. Then, from somewhere deep in the tunnels beneath the academy, a faint grinding sound began. Stone on stone, old and patient and certain. The thing that had been moving in the flooded darkness was drawing closer to the surface. Chapter 21. The leather bands sat loose on the table, their stones drained to the color of river mud. Ke flexed his fingers and felt the difference in every joint, every tendon, every breath that moved through him without effort. 3 days. He had not slept, had barely eaten, and yet his body hummed with a readiness that felt borrowed from something older than himself. Greatstorm shifted beside him, her claws scratching against the floorboards. She was too big for Sen Buyi's house now. Her shoulders brushed the low ceiling beams, and when she turned her head, her silver eyes caught the lamplight like chips of storm cloud. "Dawn is coming," she said. Ke looked at the summons still lying on the table. The ink had dried dark, the calligraphy crisp and final. "Xiahou Ke, present yourself before the first bell. Bring the beast." Sen Buyi stood by the window, his clouded eye turned toward the dark sky. The other eye watched Ke with an attention that felt like weight. "You do not have to go." Ke's throat tightened. "The headmaster ordered it." "The headmaster ordered many things over the years. I did not obey all of them." "Then what do I do? Run?" Ke's voice cracked. "Run where?" "I have a pearl in my chest that every old power in the sky just heard wake up. I have a beast that grows bigger every day. I have a debt collector looking for me and a headmaster who already knows too much." He stopped, breathing hard. Sen Buyi did not answer. He simply watched, waiting. Greatstorm pressed her forehead against Ke's shoulder. The contact sent a ripple of warmth through the bond, steady and grounding. "We go together," she said. "Whatever waits." Ke closed his eyes. He let himself feel her presence in his chest, the second heartbeat that had become as natural as his own. Then he opened his eyes and picked up the summons. "Together," he said. The walk to the headmaster's study took him through the edge of the training grounds. Dawn had not yet broken, but the Ashbound circuit was already active, the formation stones glowing faintly as early students cycled through drills. He kept his head down, moving along the fence line, but the pressure from the formation pulled at him like a current. He noticed things he had not noticed before. The way the stones pulsed in sequence, building and releasing in a rhythm that matched the cultivator's breathing. The way the students' stances channeled the pressure through their spines, straight and rigid, the noble method. His own body remembered the pivot pattern, the curve, the redirection. He was halfway past the circuit when he felt the gaze. It was not loud, it was not threatening, it was simply there, like the pressure formation itself, constant and measuring. He stopped. He turned his head slowly, following the pull of that attention to the upper balcony of the East Training Hall. Headmaster Ji Shuyun stood at the railing. He was dressed in formal robes of deep blue, the sleeves embroidered with silver storm patterns that caught the first light. His hands rested on the rail, and his pale gray eyes were fixed on Ke with the calm focus of a hunter who had already found his prey. He did not move, did not speak. He simply watched. The Ashbound circuit hummed. A student stumbled and the supervisor barked a correction. The world moved on around them, but on that balcony, Ji Shuyun remained still as stone, his attention a thread that reached across the training ground and settled on Ke like a brand. Ke's pulse jumped. "Do not run," Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, low and urgent. "He is testing what you will do." Ke forced his feet to stay planted. He met the headmaster's gaze for one breath, 2, 3. Then he lowered his head and continued walking. The study was in the main tower, 3 floors up a spiral staircase that smelled of old paper and sealing wax. Ke's hand trembled as he raised it to knock. The door opened before his knuckles touched wood. Ji Shuyun stood in the doorway, his lean frame blocking the threshold. Up close, the burn scars on his left wrist and palm were visible beneath his sleeve, pale and twisted against the dark fabric. The vertical notch through his right eyebrow deepened as he studied Ke. "You came. You summoned me, Headmaster?" "I did." Ji Shuyun stepped aside, leaving the doorway open. "Come in." Ke entered. The study was larger than he had expected. Shelves lined every wall, packed with scrolls and ledgers and bound maps. A single desk sat near the window, covered in papers arranged with exact spacing. The candle on the corner was still lit, the wax pooled and cold. Ji Shuyun closed the door. The sound of the latch clicking into place was louder than it should have been. "Sit." Ke sat in the chair across from the desk. He kept his hands visible on his knees, the way Senbu Yi had taught him. Ji Shuyun did not sit. He stood by the window, his back to the growing light, and let the silence stretch. "I watched you at the Ashbound circuit just now," he said at last. "Your movement, your breath." Ke said nothing. "You walked past the formation stones, and your body adjusted without conscious thought. You shifted your weight before the pressure wave hit. You turned your spine to let the force slide past instead of meeting it head-on." He turned, his gray eyes catching Ke's. "That is not a technique taught at this academy." Ke's throat felt dry. "I learned by watching, Headmaster." "Watching?" Ji Shuyun's voice was soft. "You learn by watching how noble heirs move through pressure formations that would rupture a servant's channels without proper bloodline affinity." He stepped closer. "Tell me, Xiahou Ke, what else have you learned by watching?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Ke thought of the spiral marks under the gutter, the echoes in the dark, the pearl pulsing against his thigh, Greatstorm's silver eyes watching from the rafters. He thought of Senbu Yi's warning. He already has the records. He knows. "I have learned to survive," Ke said. Ji Shuyun studied him for a long moment. "Survival is what the weak call patience," he said. "But you are not weak, are you? That is what troubles me." He walked around the desk and sat, folding his burned hands in front of him. "I have reviewed the records. Every beast registry from the last decade. Every bite mark report. Every maintenance log from the stable block." He paused. "I also reviewed the ward sensor readings from 3 nights ago." Ke's heart stuttered. There was a disturbance beneath the academy, Ji Shuyun continued. A collapse in the old cistern channels. The ward sensors registered a movement pattern that does not match any registered beast in Ruoxia. He leaned forward. Do you know what it matched, Xiahou Ke? Ke could not breathe. It matched nothing. Ji Shuyun's voice dropped. Nothing in any registry. Nothing in any bloodline chart. Nothing in 3 generations of academy records. He pulled a scroll from beneath the papers and unrolled it. Ke saw sketches, maps, a spiral pattern that matched the marks under the gutter. There is only one record that even comes close, Ji Shuyun said. A fragment from before the bloodline laws, a description of something that was never supposed to return. He looked up and his eyes were cold. Tell me about your beast, Xiahou Ke. The words hung in the air, heavy as stone. And from somewhere above the tower, from the rafters where the early light had not yet reached, he felt a pulse through the bond. Greatstorm's voice, sharp and warning. He is not alone. He looked up and saw movement behind the headmaster's shoulder. A shadow that had been there all along, hidden in the corner where the shelves cast their deepest darkness. The shadow stepped forward. It was a man, tall, thin, dressed in simple gray robes that seemed to absorb the light. His face was unremarkable, except for his eyes, which were the color of wet iron. He had been standing there the entire time. Ke's blood went cold. Xiahou Ke, Ji Shuyun said, his voice gentle now, almost kind. This is my guest from the market spires. He's been very curious about the beast you carry. The gray-robed man smiled. It was not a kind smile. Tell me, he said, and his voice was soft as ash. Does your creature have a name yet? The pearl pulsed against Ke's thigh. Greatstorm's alarm screamed through the bond, and the dawn bell began to ring. Chapter 22. The dawn bell faded into silence. Ke did not move. He could not. The gray-robed man's gaze pinned him worse than any formation pressure, and the cold in his chest had gone still, the way prey goes still when a shadow passes overhead. Name, the gray-robed man repeated. His voice carried no impatience, only patience. The patience of someone who had already decided how this conversation would end. Ke's throat worked. It is just a beast, sir, a stray. I found it in the muck. You found it. The man's smile did not change. Under the beast docks, during a storm, in muck that would have drowned any ordinary creature. He knew. Ke felt the information settle like a stone in his stomach. The man knew where, when, how. Ji Shuyun watched with folded hands, his burned scars pale against the desk. I ask again, the gray-robed man said softly. Does it have a name? Greatstorm's warning pulsed through the bond, urgent and sharp. Do not tell him. Do not. No, Ke said. I call it runt. It does not answer to anything. A pause. The gray-robed man studied him with wet iron eyes that reflected nothing. You are a poor liar, Xiahou Ke, he said at last. But you are a loyal one. That is rare. He turned and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. The intake challenge begins in 3 days. Merchants, elders, and bloodline assessors will gather from every spire. They will watch the young heirs demonstrate their bonds, their techniques, their worth. He looked back over his shoulder. You will enter. Ke's chest tightened. Sir, it is not a request. The man's voice did not rise, but the air in the room grew heavier. The Academy's charter grants any provisional registrant the right to compete in the public intake challenge. You are registered. You will compete. Ji Shuyun shifted in his chair. Master Namu, the charter predates the bloodline laws, the gray-robed man continued, ignoring the headmaster. It was written when any beast-bonded laborer could prove their worth in open contest. The loophole still stands. He turned fully, and his smile widened by a fraction. Bring your creature. Let Ruoxia see what a stable drudge can do. Ke's blood felt like ice water in his veins. Tomorrow morning, the man said. The intake arena. Do not be late. He did not wait for a response. He walked past Ke, past the door, and his footsteps faded down the tower stairs. Ji Shuyun did not move for a long moment. He is not kind, the headmaster said quietly. But he is not wrong. The charter is real. The loophole exists. Ke looked at him. You want me to compete? I want you to show Ruoxia what you are. Ji Shuyun's gray eyes met his. Because I do not know yet. And tonight ticket, and then I creed. And until I do, I cannot act. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Go, the headmaster said. Rest, feed your creature. Tomorrow, you stand before the city. Ke did not remember walking back to Senbi's house. He remembered the cold, the silence of the dawn streets, the weight of eyes he could not see following him from every window. He remembered Greatstorm's presence in his chest, steady and warm, the only thing that kept his legs moving. Senbi was waiting at the door. His clouded eye caught the light as Ke approached, and his good eye tracked Ke's face. You are still breathing, the gatekeeper said. That is more than I expected. Ke told him everything. Senbi listened without interrupting, his old knife still and silent in his hands. When Ke finished, the gatekeeper set the knife down and rubbed his face. Master Namu Sorin, he said. I wondered when she would surface. You know her? I know of her. Senbuyi's voice was flat. Beast broker, bloodline appraiser. She travels the market spires buying and selling information on rare creatures. If she has taken an interest in your runt, she has already guessed what it is. Ke's stomach turned. Then why let me compete? Because she does not know for certain. Senbuyi met his eyes. She suspects. She has evidence. But she has not seen Greatstorm in action. The intake challenge is her chance to confirm what the records suggest. He stood, his joints popping. There is a technicality in the charter. The intake challenge allows any registered beast to compete, but the beast must be presented in the open arena. No cages, no restraints. The bond must be demonstrated live. Ke nodded slowly. That means the creature will be seen by every bloodline assessor in Ruoxia, every merchant, every elder. Senbuyi's voice dropped. It also means there are rules about interference. No one may touch your beast before the match begins. Not the headmaster, not Master Sorin, not the council. Protection, Ke said. Temporary protection. Senbuyi shook his head. But it gives you time. What do I do? The old gatekeeper looked at him for a long moment. Win. The next morning, Ke stood at the edge of the intake arena with Greatstorm pressed against his legs. The arena was carved into the heart of the Academy's central spire, a bowl of packed stone surrounded by rising tiers packed with faces, silk robes, and the weight of expectation. The sky above was clear, the storm canyons quiet for once. Greatstorm had not grown overnight, but she looked different in the morning light. Smaller, rougher. Her ash-colored fur was dusty, her ribs visible, her ears flat and unremarkable. A runt. Ke had asked her to hide. She had understood. The crowd murmured as they walked past the registration table. A servant boy and a mangy stray. Laughter rippled through the lower tiers. Ke kept his eyes forward. At the edge of the arena, a woman in blue-gray silk stood with her arms crossed. Her hair was pinned with silver clasps, shaped like stormbird wings. Her eyes were dark and sharp, and they did not move from Greatstorm as Ke approached. He felt her gaze like a touch. Lady Namu Sorin. She did not speak. She did not move. She simply watched as Ke led Greatstorm past her, into the ring, into the sun. And as they passed, Ke saw her nostrils flare slightly, as if catching a scent on the air. Her smile was small and certain. She knew. Greatstorm's growl rumbled through the bond. She smells what I am, Greatstorm said. Ke's hand tightened on her fur. Then we give her something to watch. The intake drums began to beat. Chapter 23. The drums faded. Silence settled over the arena like dust after a collapse. Ke stood at the ring's edge with Greatstorm pressed against his calf, her ribs showing through matted fur, her head low, her tail tucked. She looked pathetic. That was the point. The crowd on the lower tiers leaned forward. He heard the words before they landed, tossed like rotten fruit. Is that it? Did he find it in a gutter? Looks half dead already. Ke kept his face still. His hand rested on Greatstorm's neck, feeling the steady pulse beneath the rough fur. She was not half dead. She was coiled, waiting. and the tremor running through her was not fear. It was hunger. Across the arena floor, the other competitors stood with their beasts. A boy in blue silk with a stormhawk the color of burnished copper, its wings folding in precise arcs. A girl with a ridge-backed hound, its flanks rippling with muscle, its eyes tracking every movement in the ring. 3 more heirs in varying shades of academy colors, each beast groomed, oiled, and gleaming like a weapon displayed for sale. The contrast was obscene. A servant boy and a mangy stray. The laughter rippled again. He breathed. The spiral pattern rose beneath his ribs, the pearl's warmth spreading through his chest like tea on a cold morning. Greatstorm's pulse matched his. 2 beats, then 1. "Let them laugh," she said. He did not answer. He did not need to. The ancestor at the center of the arena raised a staff wrapped in silver wire. Her voice carried without effort. The intake challenge follows the old charter. Bonds are to be demonstrated live, no restraints, no interference. The beast must move with the bonded, obey without compulsion, and survive 3 exchanges against the ring's formation pressure. She paused. If the beast flees, the bond is considered broken. If the bonded cannot maintain the connection, the registration is void. Ke's throat tightened. "They will try to separate us," he said silently. "Let them." The assessor's staff struck the stone. A deep hum rose from beneath the arena floor, and the air changed. Pressure. It hit like a wave, invisible and heavy, pressing down on Ke's shoulders, his chest, his legs. The same formation he had felt in the Ashbound ring, but stronger, sharper, designed to test whether a bond could withstand being crushed. The boy with the copper stormhawk stood easily, his beast's wings spreading to catch the pressure. The ridge-backed hound braced on 4 legs, muscles corded, unbothered. Greatstorm swayed. The crowd noticed, a fresh ripple of laughter. Ke did not move. He kept his hand on her neck, kept his breathing even, and let the pressure flow around him the way Senbui had shown him. Redirect. Let it pass like water around stone. The formation hummed for 10 breaths. 20. Greatstorm swayed again, then steadied. Her head came up. The laughter faltered. The assessor's eyes narrowed. She struck the staff again, and the pressure shifted. A second wave, layered on the first, denser and hotter, designed to pull at the seams of a bond. He felt it tug at his chest, a cold thread trying to pry the pearl's warmth away from his ribs. Greatstorm growled. Not loud, not threatening, a sound low in her throat, barely audible over the hum of the formation. But the copper stormhawk's wings twitched, the ridge-backed hound's ears flattened. They heard it. Ke did not know what they heard. He only felt Greatstorm's pulse rise, her body coiling tighter against his leg, and something ancient flickering beneath the dust and the matted fur. The pressure broke. The assessor's staff lowered. The hum faded. "The first exchange is complete," she said, and her voice was flat, professional, but her eyes were on Greatstorm now. "All bonds hold." Ke let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "That was the easy part," Greatstorm said. The crowd was quiet. The second exchange was movement. Each pair had to cross the arena floor through intersecting pressure lanes, maintain formation, and return without losing contact. Simple for trained teams, impossible for a servant boy and a runt that looked like a stiff wind would knock it sideways. The boy with the copper stormhawk went first. His beast launched from his shoulder, banked through the pressure lanes with practiced grace, and landed on his outstretched arm at the far end. Perfect. Precise. The crowd applauded. The ridge-backed hound came next. It wove through the lanes with its bonded close behind, its movements heavy and deliberate, absorbing the pressure rather than dodging it. The crowd approved. Then it was Ke's turn. He stepped into the first lane. The pressure hit him from the left, slamming into his ribs where the echo had cracked them. Pain flared, hot and familiar. He adjusted, letting the weight slide past, and took another step. Greatstorm moved beside him. Not ahead, not behind. Beside. Their rhythm was not trained. It was not rehearsed. It was the rhythm of the loft at night, of shared warmth and stolen meals, of a creature that had chosen to stay when every instinct told it to flee. He pivoted as the pressure shifted left. Greatstorm pivoted with him. He ducked under a descending band of force. She slipped through the gap at his hip. They moved like they shared the same spine. The crowd's laughter had stopped. Ke did not see their faces. He felt the pressure lanes shift again, this time converging from both sides, meant to crush a pair against each other. He dropped low, hand on the stone, and Greatstorm leaped. She did not jive high. She did not need to. She landed on his shoulders, light as a cat, and pushed off as he straightened, using his momentum to clear the converging banes. She twisted in the air, landed on the far side, and waited. Ke crossed the final lane alone, the pressure screaming past his ears, and dropped to one knee beside her. The arena was silent. The boy with the copper Stormhawk was staring. The ridge-backed hound had stopped panting. The assessor's voice came slow and careful. Second exchange complete. Ke stood. Greatstorm pressed her shoulder against his knee. He looked up at the tiers, at the silk robes and the merchants and the elders, and he saw what he had come to see. They were not laughing anymore. Lady Namu Soren stood at the edge of the arena, her arms still crossed, her face unreadable. But her fingers were white-knuckled against her sleeves. She had seen it too. The third exchange was combat. And Ke knew, as the drums began to beat again, that they would not let him walk through this one untouched. Chapter 24. The drums ceased. Silence fell across the arena like a held breath. The boy with the copper Stormhawk stepped forward first, his beast shifting on his shoulder, talons glinting. The ridge-backed hound's handler followed, a girl Ke's age with close-cropped hair and a scar across her jaw. They took positions on opposite sides of the arena floor, leaving the center open. Ke stayed where he was. "They are fast," Greatstorm said. "The bird will come high. The hound will hold the ground." Ke nodded. He could see it too. The copper Stormhawk's eyes were fixed on Greatstorm, tracking her with predatory precision. The hound had already dropped into a low stance, ready to charge. But there was a third team. A young man in dark blue silk stepped into the arena, and the crowd's murmur sharpened. His beast followed at his heel, a Windstep hound with a brindle coat and a collar of woven silver. The beast's shoulders came up to the man's hip. Its ears were not forward, they were flat. It had already chosen its target. "The third exchange," the assessor announced, "is combat. No lethal strikes. The match ends when one team yields or is pinned for the count of 3. Bonds must remain intact throughout." The boy in blue silk looked at Ke, not at Greatstorm, at Ke. "Try not to bleed on the stone," he said. "It stains." Ke did not answer. He dropped into the handler's crouch, weight low, hands loose, and let his breath settle into the spiral rhythm. The assessor's staff struck the stone. The brindle hound moved before the echo faded. It came fast, faster than anything its size should be, a blur of muscle and silver collar. Ke threw himself sideways, felt the snap of jaws where his leg had been, and rolled as the hound pivoted and came again. "Hi," Greatstorm said. Ke straightened without thinking, and Greatstorm launched from his shoulder. She was small, smaller than the hound by half, but she hit its muzzle with her full weight, claws raking, teeth finding the silver collar's edge. The hound shook her off like water, but the attack had broken its rhythm. The copper Stormhawk dove. Ke saw it coming. He could not dodge. He crossed his arms and took the impact on his forearms instead of his face. Talons ripped through his sleeve, scoring lines of fire across the bone. He staggered, blood soaking the torn fabric, and the copper Stormhawk rose again, banking for a second pass. The brittle hound had already circled behind him. Ke had 3 breaths, maybe 2. "Left," Greatstorm said, then under. He did not question her. He stepped left, directly into the hound's path, and dropped to his knees. The hound lunged. Greatstorm hit it from below. She had not circled. She had not retreated. She had read the same angle Ke had seen, the blind spot between the hound's chest and its forelegs, and she had crawled there while the Stormhawk was tearing his arm open. Now she drove upward, jaws finding the soft tissue beneath the hound's jaw, and the brindle beast yelped, twisting away. The crowd gasped. Ke was already moving. He did not run at the hound. He ran at the pressure lane. The formation was still active, the convergence bands shifting in a pattern he had memorized during the second exchange. The heaviest pressure passed through a .3 paces left of the assessor's platform, between two support pillars where the arena ceiling sagged from old repairs. Kay reached that point and stopped. The boy in blue silk saw what he was doing. His eyes widened. Take him before he... But the hound was still shaking off Greatstorm's attack. The copper storm was too high to correct, and Kay was already using the storm-touched footwork. He had never practiced it in combat. He had only felt it in his bones during the pearl's transformation, the way his body knew where to step before his mind caught up. Now he let it carry him. He moved, not fast, not loud. He moved like the pressure lane was a current and he was a stone in the water, letting the weight carry him where he needed to go. One step, another. The pressure screamed past his ears, but his body adjusted, pivoted, and he was behind the brindle hound before it could turn. He grabbed the silver collar. The hound jerked, snapped, missed. Kay twisted the collar sideways, pulling the hound off balance, and Greatstorm was there, her teeth finding the leather at the hound's throat, not biting, holding. The hound froze. It was not afraid of Kay. It was afraid of what growled against its neck. "Yield," Kay said. The boy in blue silk stared, and Sturk kiling the eyes with my brisivert standing a creature looking to him potentially make the Witu's Carmen unfair resilient. The coffer stormhawk cried out above, circling, "Useless." The ridge-backed hound had not moved at all. "I said yield." The brindle hound's ears flattened further. Its legs trembled. The boy in blue silk opened his mouth, closed it. The assessor's staff struck the ground. The match is concluded. The challenger holds the field. Silence. Then the crowd erupted. Kay did not hear the cheers. He heard the roar, a wall of sound that crashed over him like the cistern flood, but he could not separate the voices. He could only stand there, Greatstorm pressed against his leg, blood dripping from his torn sleeve onto the stone. The boy with the copper stormhawk was staring. The girl with the rig-bat hound had gone still. And above them all, in the tier reserved for the Academy's council, Headmaster Ji Shuyun rose from his seat. He did not clap. He did not frown. He simply stood, pale eyes fixed on the arena floor, and his face was the face of a man who had just seen something he thought he had buried 3 generations ago. Lady Namu Soren's fingers had not unclenched. She stepped forward, blue-gray silk catching the morning light, and her voice carried across the sudden hush. "Xiahou Ke, your bond is confirmed. Your place in the intake is secured." She paused. "You have given Ruoxia something to watch indeed." Kay did not answer. He was watching Ji Shuyun. The headmaster had not moved. He stood like a blade sheathed in silk, and his gaze was no longer measuring. It was certain. The drums began to beat again, a new rhythm, deeper and slower, and Kay knew with a cold certainty that the intake challenge had never been the real test. It had been the proof Ji Shuyun needed. Now he had it. Chapter 25. The crowd's roar faded to a hum as Kay finally lowered his arms. Blood had dried in a dark crust across his torn sleeve, and the stone beneath his feet was scuffed black from the copper stormhawk's talons. Greatstorm pressed against his calf, her ribs still heaving, but her silver eyes tracked every face in the surrounding tiers with a predator's calm. They needed to leave the arena floor. They needed to find Sen Bouye, but the assessor was already approaching, his staff tapping the stone in a slow rhythm, and the crowd had not dinned. Families in silk, merchants with ledgers, servants peering from the upper rails, they all stared at the stable drudge who had just beaten a Windstep hound in open combat. "Xiahou Ke," the voice cut through the noise. Zhuge Lan pushed through the press of bodies near the arena rail, her black hair loose around her shoulders, her stormhawk nowhere in sight. She looked like she had run. "Land, come with me, now." Her hand closed around his uninjured wrist and pulled. He stumbled after her, Greatstorm padding at his heels, past the assessor's raised staff, past the girl with the ridge-backed hound who still had not moved, past the boy in blue silk whose face had gone the color of old ash. Lan did not speak until they reached the shadow of an archway beneath the arena stands, where the stone ceiling dripped with condensation, and the sound of the crowd became a distant ocean. She turned on him. "You won. I know. You won in front of every bloodline elder in Ruoxia, in front of Lady Namu, in front of Ji Shuyun. Her voice was low and fast. Do you understand what that means? He leaned against the damp stone. The adrenaline was bleeding out of him now, leaving behind the raw ache of torn muscle and cracked ribs he had not noticed during the fight. It means I passed the intake challenge. It means he has what he needs. She pulled the folded paper from her sleeve, creased and damp, and thrust it at him. I took this from my father's study before first bell. He unfolded it. The characters were fine and dense, written in a hand he did not recognize. Halfway down the page, a name caught his eye. First Tempest Brood. What is this? A record request. Ji Shuyun submitted it to the sealed stacks at dawn, before your match even started. Lan's jaw tightened. He is pulling every breeding ledger, every bloodline chart, every forbidden lineage fragment that mentions ash-colored storm progenitors. He knew you would win. He was ready. Key stared at the paper. The name First Tempest Brood repeated in the margin, underlined twice. 3 generations, he said slowly. Sen Bi told me the headmaster has been waiting 3 generations for something. Now he has it. Greatstorm growled low in her throat, a sound that vibrated through the stone floor. Lan stepped closer. Her voice dropped. He will not move openly today. There are too many witnesses, too many merchants who saw a servant boy earn his place through the charter. But by tonight, the council will be called. By morning, Ji Shuyun will have a legal argument for confiscation and study. He cannot take her. He does not have to take her tonight. He only has to make you choose between your indenture and your bond. And if you refuse, he will argue the beast is a threat to Ruoxia's bloodline order, a dangerous wild thing that cannot be allowed to run loose. He folded the paper carefully and tucked it inside his vest. Then I need to talk to Sen Buyi. You will not make it to the gate. Then I will find another way. Lang was quiet for a long moment. The distant crowd roared again, someone cheering, someone laughing, the sounds of a festival that had already forgotten the stable boy who had bled on their stone. You trust him? She said. Sen Buyi? Yes. No. Her eyes met his. Her. The creature. You trust her like most people do not trust their own blood. Key looked down at Greatstorm. She had stopped growling and was watching him with those silver eyes that held the cold of a winter sky. I bit what I chose, she had told him once, and she had never stopped. Yes, he said. Lan nodded once. There was something in her expression he had never seen before. Not envy, not pity, not contempt. Longing. Then I will delay them, she said. I know which records the headmaster's clerks will fetch first. If some of them go missing before evening, he will spend hours searching before he realizes I bought you time. You would risk that? For me? I would risk that for a bond that looks like yours. She turned and walked back toward the arena, her silk robes catching the dim light, her footsteps steady and unhurried. Keek watched her go. The archway dripped. Greatstorm nudged his hand, and he followed her out the far end, moving through shadows and service passages, keeping his head down, letting the smell of hay and beast feed guide him toward the stable block, where no one would think to look for a boy who had just won in front of Ruoxia. They made it halfway across the yard. Xiahou Ke. The voice was soft, womanly, amused. Keek stopped. Lady Namu Saran stood in the path ahead, blue-gray silk pooling at her feet, her hands clasped loosely before her. The morning light caught her face, and she was smiling, a smile that had nothing to do with warmth and everything to do with having already counted the pieces on a board no one else could see. Congratulations on your victory, she said. Kay said nothing. Greatstorm's ears flattened. Your beast performed remarkably, remarkably. Lady Namu took a step closer. Her gaze slid down to Greatstorm and her smile widened. I would very much like to see her up close. Pass the intake challenge first. The challenge is over. Then there is no reason for a private viewing. Lady Namu laughed, a sound like wind chimes. How delightful. You actually think you can bargain with me? She took another step. Greatstorm's growl rumbled low in her chest, but the beast broker did not flinch. She only tilted her head, studying the ragged, ash-colored creature with the eyes of a woman who had handled 1,000 rare beasts and knew the weight of each one. "You found her in the storm muck, did you not? 3 weeks ago, under the beast docks, after a night of thunder so loud the senior handlers called it a skyquake." Ke felt the cold creep back into his chest. She knew. She had always known. "She fell from above the clouds," Lady Namu said softly. "And you, a stable drudge with no bloodline, no contract, no right to touch her. You reached into the mud and pulled her out." She smiled. "Do you have any idea what you found?" Ke's hand drifted to the pearl at his thigh. Greatstorm's growl deepened. Lady Namu Soren looked at them both, her eyes bright, her smile unshaken. She looked like a woman who had just discovered a fortune hidden in plain sight. And she had not asked, she had told. Chapter 26. The smile did not move, but something behind it sharpened. He kept his hand on the pearl. The warmth had spread up his wrist, steady and patient, waiting for his body to ask something of it. "I found a dying animal in the mud," he said. "That is all I know." Lady Namu Soren laughed again, but this time the wind chime quality cracked. What emerged was drier, harder, the sound of someone who had heard every possible lie and memorized the shape of each one. "You know," she said, "I have spent 30 years walking the market spires, cataloging beasts that should not exist, bloodlines that the academies swore they had bred out of the sky. I have held storm children born with 3 hearts. I have watched a hound pup open its eyes and recognize its handler from a past life. I have never—" She stopped. Her gaze dropped to Greatstorm, who had gone still, her silver eyes locked on the woman's face with the flat attention of a predator calculating distance. "I have never smelled power this old." Greatstorm's tail did not wag. It did not tuck. It hung straight, waited, ready. "She is not a beast you found," Lady Namu said. "She is a beast that chose to fall where you were standing, and if you do not understand the difference, you will lose her before the week ends." Kay's fingers curled against the pearl. "Then teach me the difference." The words came out before he thought them. He felt Greatstorm stiffen through the bond, felt her disapproval like a cold thread winding through his ribs. Lady Namu tilted her head. "That is the first interesting thing you have said." She stepped aside, clearing the path. "Find the gatekeeper. Ask him about the corridor beneath the East Archive, the one the Academy sealed when they rewrote their bloodline histories. If he tells you nothing, you will know he is still afraid." She smiled. "And if he shows you, you will know I am not the only one who has been waiting for something like you to arrive." Kay did not run. He walked, steady and measured. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, until he turned the corner and the yard fell out of sight. Then he ran. Sen Buyi was not at the gate. The stool sat empty. The knife lay on the wood, still wet with fresh shavings, as if he had risen mid-whittle and walked away without looking back. Kay stood in the shadow of the gatehouse, breathing hard, Greatstorm panting beside him. The sky had turned the color of old iron, heavy and close, and the wind carried the first spits of rain. "He knew we were coming," Kay said. Greatstorm did not answer her. She lifted her head, nostrils flaring, and then moved toward the gatehouse door, the one that led into the small room where Sen Buyi kept his cot and his kettle and the stack of cracked leather journals no one else could read. The door was open. Inside, the room smelled of ash and old paper. The fire had burned low. A single cup sat on the table, still warm, and on the cot, arranged in a line, lay 3 things. A key, old iron, black with tarnish, the shaft carved with a spiral that matched the marks under Kay's sleeve, a stub of charcoal, and a page torn from a ledger, folded once, the ink still damp. Key picked up the page. "East Archive, below the cistern maps, door in the wall. Bring the beast." He read it twice. The key was cold in his palm. Greatstorm bumped his hand, her nose brushing the spiral on the iron, and a thud of recognition passed through the bond. Old, patient, the same feeling she had given him in the cistern chamber when the stone had hummed beneath his palm. She knows this place. He closed his fingers around the key. The East Archive was a narrow building wedged between the main lecture hall and the old Beastmaster quarters, its entrance half hidden behind a collapsed awning that no one had bothered to repair. The door was locked, but the key turned without resistance, and the hinges moved as if they had been oiled that morning. Inside, dust lay thick on shelves of rolled parchment and stacked ledgers. Light fell through a single high window, gray and watery, illuminating motes that swirled in the still air. He stood in the silence, listening. Nothing moved. Greatstorm padded past him, her claws clicking on the stone floor, and stopped at a wall where the plaster had cracked and peeled, revealing older stone beneath. She pressed her nose to the crack and huffed once. He crossed to her. The wall looked solid. The crack was narrow, barely a finger's width, and the stone behind it was dark, rough-hewn, the texture of something cut before the academy was built. He pressed his palm to the crack. The spiral marks on his arm flickered. The stone groaned, and a section of the wall shifted inward, grinding against itself, revealing a corridor so narrow that Ke had to turn sideways to enter. The air that breathed out of it was cold, older than the dust, older than the archive, and it smelled of dry stone and something else, something metallic, like the air after lightning. Greatstorm slipped through ahead of him. Ke followed. The corridor opened into a small chamber, no larger than a storage closet, its walls lined with crumbling plaster and fragments of painted mural. The colors had faded to ghosts, pale blue, rust red, the faintest trace of gold along what had once been a serpent's wing. Ke lifted the charcoal stub Senbouye had left him. He did not know why he had brought it, but his hand moved before his mind caught up, and he pressed the charcoal to the wall, tracing the faded lines, trying to see what the mural had been. The serpent coiled around a crown. Beneath it, a line of text, painted in characters so old that Ke had to sound them out silently, his lips moving, his breath catching as the meaning settled into his chest. First, tempest brewed. She who was never bound, she who chose. His hand stopped. Greatstorm stood beside him, her silver eyes fixed on the mural, and through the bod came a sensation he had never felt from her before. Not fear, not hunger, recognition. She knows that name. Ke opened his mouth to speak, and the corridor behind him clicked. Not a settling stone, a footstep. Ke spun. The chamber entrance stood empty, but the light had changed. A shadow moved across the gap, slow, deliberate, and then another, on the far side, cutting off the exit. Voices, low and formal. Search the archive. The headmaster's seal grants access to every room. And the sealed corridor? If the door is open, secure whoever entered. Ke's heart hammered. The key was still in his hand. Greatstorm's growl vibrated through the floor. They were trapped. Chapter 27. The corridor behind them clicked again. Not a stone, not a draft. The deliberate pressure of a boot on old mortar. Ke's hand closed around the key until the spiral bit into his palm. The chamber had no other exit. The mural stared down at him with faded serpent eyes, and Greatstorm's growl climbed through the floor into his bones, a sound that wanted to become violence. The voices outside grew clearer. 3 doors down, check the cistern map rolls first. And if the corridor's open, then the one who opened it is still inside. Ke looked at Greatstorm. She looked back, and through the bond came something new. Not fear, not fight, but a thread of cold calculation that did not belong to the runt he had pulled from the muck. It felt older, sharper. She turned and pressed her nose to the far wall of the chamber, where the mural met the floor, and scratched once. The stone shifted. A narrow gap opened behind the faded serpent's tail, just wide enough for a lean boy and a beast the size of a hound. Darkness breathed out of it, dry and cold and smelling of dust that had not moved in decades. Ke did not hesitate. He dropped to his knees and crawled through, Greatstorm pressing close behind him, and the stone ground back into place as the first guard's footsteps reached the chamber entrance. Silence. Ke lay in the dark, chest heaving, the key still pressed into his palm, Greatstorm's warmth against his back. The stone between them and the archive was thick. He could not hear the guards anymore, only his own heartbeat and the slow, steady pulse of the pearl against his thigh, patient as a second heart. They emerged through a maintenance hatch behind the infirmary supply shed, half hidden by rotting crates and a broken winch. The sky had turned the color of old linens, gray and heavy, promising rain before dusk. Ke's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs and counted his breaths until they stopped. Greatstorm sat beside him, her silver eyes fixed on the academy towers, her tail curled around her paws. She had not spoken through the bond since the chamber. She did not need to. The recognition in that room still hung between them, heavy and unfinished, a door that had cracked open and shown them something they were not ready to name. Ke stood, brushed the dust from his sleeves, and walked toward the infirmary. Mei was inside, alone, sorting bandages by the window. She looked up when he entered, took in his pale face, the dust on his clothes, the way Greatstorm stayed pressed against his calf instead of wandering, and did not ask where he had been. She pulled a chair out. "Sit." Ke sat. She reached for his arm, pushed up his sleeve, and went still. The spiral marks had darkened. They were no longer pale lines barely visible beneath the skin. They were gray, distinct, like old ink bleeding through parchment, and they ran from his wrist to the crook of his elbow in a pattern that made Mei's jaw tighten. "When did these change?" Ke did not answer. Mei pressed her fingers to the marks, felt the warmth beneath them, the residual charge that made her hand tingle, and her expression shifted from curiosity to something she kept carefully neutral. "Ke, what did you find?" He thought about the chamber, the mural, the words painted in characters older than any academy record. First tempest brewed, she who was never bound, she who chose. Something I wasn't supposed to see. Mei studied him for a long moment. Then she reached for a clean cloth and a jar of salve and began working in silence, her hands steady, her voice low. "The pearl you told me about. It changed your channels. I can feel it when I touch the marks. Your chi is denser than it was a week ago. And Greatstorm's signature has shifted too. I checked her against the infirmary's registered beast log when you brought her in after the intake match. She doesn't match anything in the records." "I know. The point is not that she doesn't match." Mei's voice tightened. "The point is that the gap is growing. Whatever she is awakening into, it leaves a trace. If you have another surge like the one in the intake arena, the ward sensors will flag it. Not the academy sensors, the deeper ones, the ones that report to the council directly." Ke looked at his arm, at the marks that had not been there a month ago. "How long before they notice?" Mei did not answer with words. She pointed to the window. Beyond the glass, a notice board had been set up in the main yard. Students crowded around it, their voices rising with excitement and dread. A clerk in academy gray was nailing a large parchment to the board, its edges sealed with red wax and the academy's storm pressed. He read the words from where he sat. "Academy Beast Trial. Mandatory for all registered bonded pairs below Windstep. 7 days, Storm Cage Arena. Results determine annual rank placement." His stomach dropped. "What is it?" Mei asked. Ke did not answer. He was already reading the smaller print beneath the announcement, the rules and restrictions, the notation that this year's trial would be conducted under enhanced storm formations and direct council observation. And at the bottom, a single line that made the pearl pulse cold against his thigh. "The headmaster reserves the right to modify obstacle intensity pending registered bond assessment." Mei followed his gaze. Her face went pale. "He built it for you." Ke said nothing. Outside, the students' excitement built. Inside, the infirmary was quiet, except for the soft sound of Mei putting away her salves and the low, steady rumble of Greatstorm's growl, vibrating through the floor like an approaching storm. Chapter 28. The summons came before Ke had time to think. A junior clerk in Academy Gray found him behind the infirmary shed, still brushing dust from his clothes, and delivered the message with the flat precision of someone who had memorized it word for word. "Headmaster Ji Shuyun requests your presence in his study, immediately. Bring the beast." Ke's throat went dry. Mei appeared in the shed doorway, her hands still damp from washing bandages, and met his eyes with a look that said, "Don't go alone, and you have no choice," in the same breath. He went. Greatstorm pressed against his calf as they crossed the yard, her fur bristling against the stairs that followed them. Students stopped mid-conversation. A girl with a copper hairpin whispered behind her hand. The boy she was speaking to turned to watch, his expression shifting from curiosity to recognition, to a kind of sharp, hungry attention that made Ke's stomach turn. He kept walking. The headmaster's tower rose at the academy's center, its stone dark with age, its windows narrow and watchful. The junior clerk led him up the spiral stair without a word and left him at a closed door marked with the academy's storm crest. He stood there. Greatstorm's growl vibrated through the floorboards. "I know," he said quietly. He knocked. Ji Shuyun's voice came through the wood, calm, measured, almost warm. "Enter." The study looked different than it had during their first confrontation. Soft lantern light pooled on the desk. A tray of tea sat steaming on a low table, 2 cups already poured. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with scrolls and ledgers and fragments of bone that C recognized from beast anatomy charts. But the room felt arranged, staged, like a scene set for a performance that required his participation. Ji Shuyun sat behind the desk, his pale gray eyes fixed on C with an expression that was not hostile. It was worse. It was interested. "Sit." Ke did not sit. Ji Shuyun's gaze flicked to Greatstorm, took in her bristled fur and the tension in her shoulders, and his mouth curved into something that was almost a smile. "She grows fast, faster than any beast I have recorded at her age. That is remarkable. And dangerous. I know. Do you?" Ji Shuyun leaned back, picked up his tea, took a slow sip. His burn-scarred hand caught the lantern light, the old tissue gleaming like molten silver. "I have spent 30 years studying bloodlines, Xiahou. I have cataloged every registered beast line in Ruoxia, tracked their deviations, mapped their weaknesses. I know what growth patterns mean, what they cost, who notices them." He set the cup down. "I also know what she is." Ke's chest went cold. "I have seen the records. The first Tempest brood ledgers, the sealed chamber beneath the East Archive, the pearl you found." Ji Shuyun's voice remained level, almost gentle. "I do not know how you activated the cistern lock. I do not know how you survived the pearl's trial. But I know what you carried out of that chamber, and I know what is growing in your bond." Greatstorm's growl deepened. He felt her muscles coil against his leg, ready to move. "Easy," he breathed through the bond. Ji Shuyun watched the exchange with sharp interest, his head tilted, his pale eyes tracking the silent communication. "Remarkable," he said again. "You do not speak aloud. She does not growl commands. You move together like a single creature, and yet neither of you is trained for it. That is not technique. That is not cultivation. That is something I have only read about in fragments so old they predate the bloodline laws." He stood, rounded the desk, and stopped a few paces from Ke with his hands clasped behind his back. "I am not your enemy, Xiahou Ke." Ke said nothing. "I understand what you think of this academy. I know what it has cost you. The hunger, the humiliation, the threat of the mines. I know you believe I am trying to take her from you." Ji Shuyun's voice dropped, softer now. "But I am offering you something better than survival." He gestured to the tray of tea, the warm lantern light, the shelves of accumulated knowledge. "I am offering you a place, proper food, proper lodging, proper instruction, access to the Academy's cultivation libraries, a mentor who understands what your bond requires." His eyes held Ke's. "I am offering to teach you how to grow without destroying yourself, and to keep her safe from the people who would use her as a trophy." Ke's throat felt tight. Ji Shuyun's offer was not a trap wrapped in cruelty. It was a cage wrapped in kindness. It was everything Ke had begged the world for. Food, warmth, instruction, worth, delivered on a silver tray with only one condition: transparency. "Tell me where you found her. Tell me what the pearl did. Tell me everything, and I will make sure you have a future." Ke looked at the tea, at the chair he still had not sat in, at the shelves of knowledge that could teach him in a month what it had spent years stealing in fragments. Greatstorm pressed her head against his hand. Her pulse beat through the bond, steady and patient, waiting. "You will not let them own me," she said. Not a question. Ke raised his eyes to Ji Shuyun's. "If I tell you everything, what happens to her?" Ji Shuyun's expression did not change, but something shifted in his gaze, a flicker of calculation that told Ke the headmaster had already answered this question for himself. "She remains with you, Under supervised study. I will not separate a bonded pair unless the bond proves unstable. He paused. But I will register her properly. I will document her lineage, her growth patterns, her capabilities. The council will know what she is, and they will agree that she must be protected. Protected. The word landed wrong. It was not a threat. It was worse. It was the same word the Academy used when it took a valuable beast from a handler who could not afford its feed, when it claimed ownership in the name of safety. Ke took a step back. I need time to think. Ji Shuyun studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded once and returned to his chair. You have until the beast trial. After that, the council will make its own decision. Think carefully, Xiahou Ke. I am not the one who will cage her. I am the one offering you a door. Ke turned and walked out of the study. Greatstorm stayed pressed against his leg the whole way down the spiral stair. Her growl, a low, constant vibration that did not stop until they reached the yard, where the lantern light flickered and the sky had turned the color of old iron. Ke stopped at the edge of the path. His hands were shaking again. He looked at Greatstorm, at her silver eyes that held no fear, at the growth that was already pushing her beyond the shape that hid her, and he felt the pearl pulse warm against his thigh, the weight of the mural's words echoing in his skull. She who was never bound. Ji Shuyun's offer rang in his ears, smooth and reasonable and full of promise. Ke closed his eyes. The cage had never sounded so merciful. Chapter 29. The yacht had emptied by the time Ke stopped shaking. He stood at the edge of the path with Greatstorm pressed against his leg, her warmth seeping through his trouser fabric, her pulse steady where his own raced. The pearl throbbed against his thigh like a second heart, and the headmaster's words circled in his skull like flies over a carcass. I am not the one who will cage her. Ke pressed his palm to his face and breathed. You believed him, Greatstorm said. Her voice in his skull was flat, not accusatory. That made it worse. For a breath, Ke admitted. Maybe two. She said nothing, just leaned harder against his leg and waited. The sky had gone the color of bruise by the time Ke moved again. He walked the long way back toward the stable block, avoiding the main yard where clusters of students still lingered under lantern light. They felt quiet when he passed. He did not loot them. Morning came too fast. Ke woke in the loft with straw in his hair, and the pearl's heat pressed into his ribs. Greatstorm was already standing at the half-open shutter, her silver eyes fixed on the yard below. Her tail moved once, not wagging. They are watching, she said. Ke crawled to the gap and looked. 3 students stood at the stable block entrance. The girl with the red whip was among them, Sima Chuelan, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the loft window like she knew exactly where he slept. Beside her stood a tall boy with a brass armband and a pale girl whose stormhawk perched on her shoulder. None of them moved. They just watched. Sabotage before the trial, Ke murmured. They want me nervous. You are nervous. I am aware I am nervous. Greatstorm's growl vibrated through the floorboards. They will try to break you before that arena. That is what heirs do when they cannot win in the open. He memed on his tunic and climbed down the ladder. When he stepped into the yard, the 3 students did not scatter. They held their ground, watching him cross to the pump with Greatstorm at his heels. Sifa Xuelan smiled. Still alive, stable boy. That is a surprise. Ke worked the pump handle. The water came out cold and thin, and he splashed his face before answering. Still watching from doorways. That must get boring. Her smile tightened. The tall boy with the armband took a half step forward, but Sifa Xuelan put a hand out to stop him. The beast trial is 6 days away. My family has sponsored the arena formations for the last 3 years. Do you know what that means? Ke dried his face on his sleeve. That you are about to tell me. It means I know exactly which pressure points the storm formations will target, and I know which bonded pairs will be positioned closest to you when the obstacles intensify. She tilted her head. You won the intake challenge. Congratulations. The trial is not a challenge. It is a slaughter floor dressed up as sport. She turned and walked away. The tall boy followed. The pale girl lingered a breath longer, her stormhawk's eyes fixed on Greatstorm with an intensity that made Ke's skin prickle. Then she was gone too. Ke stood at the pump with water dripping down his neck, and the weight of her words settling in his chest. He found Druga Lan in the east practice yard an hour before noon. She was alone, which was strange. The yard was usually crowded with heirs drilling formations, but today the space was empty except for her and her Stormhawk. The hawk perched on a practice post, watching Lan trace patterns in the dust with the toe of her boot. "You are being hunted," Lan said without looking up. "I noticed. Every heir with a council family knows your face now. Ima Lan has been telling anyone who will listen that you cheated in the intake challenge. She is positioning herself to demand an investigation right before the trial." Lan drew a line in the dust. "That would force a bond verification, which means documentation, which means they learn what Greatstorm is." Ke stopped at the edge of the yard. "How do you know all this?" "I have ears in places you cannot reach." She finally looked up. Her face was calm, but there was a tightness around her eyes that betrayed the composure. "I also know the headmaster has approved the trial's obstacle modifications. He submitted them to the council this morning." Ke's stomach dropped. "Already?" "The council meets at dusk. They will approve them by morning." Line walked toward him, her boots silent on the packed earth. "I cannot stop that. But I can tell you what the modifications include." She stopped a pace away, close enough that no one watching from the windows could read her lips. "First, the storm formations will be tuned to detect unregistered chi signatures. That means Greatstorm. Every time she uses her bond, the formations will tighten around you specifically." Ke nodded. "What else?" "Second, the obstacle intensity will scale with synchrony level. The more seamless your bond, the harder the trial becomes." Her voice dropped. "Ji Shuyun is not trying to expose you in the arena. He is trying to break you in the arena, so he can claim the bond is unstable and separate you legally." Ke felt Greatstorm's growl ripple through his ribs before he heard it. "When does the council meet?" he asked. "Dusk, in the central spire." Lan's eyes held his. "I can delay the records they need to approve the modifications, but I can only delay them once. After that, I will be discovered." "Why are you doing this?" The question hung between them. Lan's Stormhawk shifted on its post, rattling its feathers. She looked at it, at the perfect obedience in its stance, and something flickered in her expression. "Because I have watched this academy decide who is allowed to grow for 17 years, she said, "and I am tired of watching." She turned and walked away before Ko could answer. The afternoon passed in a blurred rhythm of stolen training. Ko found a patch of ground behind the kitchen sheds where no one watched, and he ran through the breathing patterns Sen Bui had taught him while Greatstorm circled the space in ever-tightening loops. Her movements were wrong, too precise, too fast. She flickered between the awkward gait of a runt and something else, a fluid economy of motion that did not belong to any academy beast he had ever seen. At one point, she lunged at a shadow and caught it, a patch of darkness that dispersed as her jaws closed. And she stood there with nothing in her teeth and a look in her silver eyes that made Kay's skin crawl. "Greatstormer." She blinked. The ancient thing in her gaze receded, and she shook herself like a dog emerging from water. "Sorry," she said through the bond. "It is hard to stay small." Kay sat down in the dust, his legs suddenly weak. "Stay small for 6 more days, then we can be whatever we need to be." She patted over and pressed her head against his chest. Her pulse was too fast, her muscles twitching under the ash-colored fur. "I do not know if I can," she said. Kay wrapped his arms around her and held on. Dusk came. Kay stood at the edge of the yard with Greatstorm at his side, watching the central spire's windows glow amber as the council gathered. He could not see Lan. He could not see anyone. Just the light, steady and indifferent, as the people who would decide his fate sat down to plan. Greatstorm's growl vibrated against his leg. "Something is happening," she said. "Something is always happening. No, something now." Ke looked down at her. Her hackles were raised, her silver eyes fixed on the spire's upper windows. Then he felt it. A shift in the air, a pressure change like the moment before a skyquake. The pearl against his thigh pulsed once, hard, and the spiral marks on his arm glowed gray through his sleeve. The council's light went out. Not dimmed, out, all at once, as if someone had drawn a curtain over every lantern in the spire. And from the dark, a single bell began to ring. Chapter 30. The bell stopped before dawn. Kay had not slept. He had sat against the stable wall with Greatstorm pressed into his side, watching the dark spire where the council's lights had died, counting the bell's rings until they ceased. 17. 17 rings. Then nothing. Greatstorm had not spoken since. Her silence was heavier than words. When the first gray light touched the yard, Toma appeared with a folded bundle. His face was pale, and he did not meet Kay's eyes as he held it out. "Trial clothes. They deliver them to every registered pair at sunrise." His voice was flat. "They want you to look like you belong before they tear you apart." Kay took the bundle. The fabric was good, thick weave, reinforced at the shoulders and knees, dyed the deep blue of Academy initiates. It fit better than anything he had ever worn. He changed behind the stable partition while Toma stood guard. The cloth smelled of clean oil and pressed dust. It felt like a costume. "Land sent word," Toma said through the boards. "She delayed the records, could not hold them past midnight. The modifications are approved." Kay pulled the tunic over his head and felt the spiral marks burn against the fabric. "What else?" "She says the formations are keyed to synchrony rate. The faster you and Greatstorm move together, the tighter the pressure gets. She also says Yulan's family added a rider to the obstacle plan. Something about a verification protocol before the final exchange." "Verification of what?" Toma was quiet for a beat. "Of the bond's legitimacy. They want to prove you are not controlling Greatstorm through a forbidden method." Greatstorm growled from the corner. Kay pressed a hand to her head. "Let them try." The arena had been transformed. Storm Cage was a bowl carved into the Academy's lower spire, ringed by council tiers and public galleries that rose like cliffs of stone and wood. Normally it hosted graduation matches and bloodline exhibitions. Today the galleries were packed with merchants, clan agents, and families who had paid for seats closest to the formation arrays. The formations themselves were new. Key saw them the moment he stepped through the entry tunnel. Lines of pale blue light etched into the arena floor, layered in concentric rings that pulsed with a rhythm he could feel in his chest. Above them, a second array hung suspended in the air, a web of shimmering threads that tightened and relaxed like a living thing breathing. Greatstorm pressed against his calf. Her growl was barely audible. "The air tastes wrong," she said. "I know." The arena master called the pairs forward. He counted 32 teams standing in the formation rings. Heirs from noble families with their pedigreed storm beasts, minor clan sons and daughters with registered hunting hounds and scaled patrol mounts. And at the edge, one servant boy with an ash-colored runt that smelled like lightning and old stone. Sima Shuilan stood 3 rings to his left, her red whip coiled at her hip, her ridge-backed hound watching Greatstorm with pinned ears. She did not look at Key. She did not need to. The first horn sounded. "The beast trial proceeds in 3 rounds, the arena master announced, his voice amplified by a formation stone. "Formation pressure, obstacle descent, combat convergence. Any pair that yields, falls, or fails to clear a round is eliminated. The last 6 pairs standing advance to council review." Key felt the words land like stones in his stomach. Council review. Not victory. Review. The second horn sounded, and the floor began to hum. The formation pressure hit like a fist. Key had trained in the Ashbound ring. He knew what it felt like to have Storm Chi press against his channels, forcing his body to either circulate or collapse. But this was different. The new formations did not push evenly. They searched. They slid along his skin like cold fingers, probing for gaps, for irregularities, for the signature of a beast that did not match any registry. Greatstorm's breath caught. "Stay still," Key said through the bond. "Do not fight it." "I am not fighting. It is looking for me." The pressure intensified, and Key felt his spiral marks heat beneath his sleeve. The formation's blue light flickered where it touched his arm, and he saw one of the council observers lean forward in his seat. He dropped to one knee, pretending the weight was too much. Greatstorm followed his lead, curling against the ground with her tail tucked. The formation light hesitated, then moved on. First round cleared. The second round began with a grinding sound beneath the floor. Obstacles rose from the arena stones, walls of compressed storm ice, pillars crackling with static, pits that exhaled clouds of freezing vapor. The web above them tightened, and Ke felt the synchrony detection array lock onto their bond. It dragged. Every step he took with Greatstorm, every shift of weight that aligned their movement, pulled the array tighter around them. The obstacles began to shift. A wall that had been a straight line ahead of them rotated, blocking their path. A pit that had been empty filled with vapor the moment Greatstorm's paw touched its edge. They were being herded. "Left," Ke said. "Through the gap." Greatstorm moved. The gap closed before they reached it. "Right." The same. A pillar of static flared to life where their path had been clear a breath earlier. Ke looked up at the council tier. Ji Shuyun sat at the center, his pale gray eyes fixed on Ke, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Sima Xuelan's father was whispering to a robed official whose hand rested on a formation control stone. They were steering the arena. "Greatstorm, stop moving." They froze in the center of the ring. Around them, other teams pushed through obstacles, some falling, some advancing. But the formations did not touch them, not yet. Greatstorm's claws scraped the stone. "They want us to run," she said. "They want to see how fast we move together. Then we do not give it to them." The next obstacle activated directly in front of Ke's position. A wall of storm ice that erupted from the floor, forcing him to either retreat into the teams behind him or advance through a corridor where the synchrony detection was strongest. He looked back. 3 teams were already there, their beasts straining against handlers who held them in place. They were waiting, not to attack, to be in position when Ka had no choice but to run. The wall pressed forward, the corridor narrowed, and from the council tier, Ji Shuyun's voice carried down like a blade. "The trial will not wait for indecision initiate. Advance or yield." Ka's hand found Greatstorm's fur. Her heart hammered against his palm. "Together?" she asked. Together. They ran. The synchrony array flared white, the corridor walls contracted, and from behind them, a ridge-backed hound broke formation and charged, its handler's shout swallowed by the roar of the crowd. The trap had teeth. Chapter 31. The ridge-backed hound hit them before Ke could turn. Its weight slammed into his side, driving him across the stone floor. The synchrony array screamed wide above them, tracking every rotation of the fall, every heartbeat of the collision. Greatstorm's snarl ripped through the arena as she twisted under the hound's second lunge, catching its foreleg in her teeth. "Do not engage," Ke shouted, but the words were already drowning in the crowd's roar. The hound shook her off. It was bigger than Greatstorm by half again, its spine ridged with bone plates that gleamed like polished horn. Its handler stood at the corridor's edge, a thin boy with a red armband and a face empty of apology. Someone had told him where to stand. Ke scrambled to his feet. Greatstorm circled back to him, blood slicking her muzzle, not her blood. "They are hurting us," she said. "Every direction we run, they push us closer to the next team." "I know." "Then what do we do?" Ke looked up. The synchrony web pulsed overhead, casting blue veins of light across the arena. Above it, the council tier shimmered behind a formation barrier. He could see Ji Shuyun's silhouette, still as stone. Beside him, the robed official's hand moved across the formation control stone like a musician playing strings. They were not going to let him clear this round. They were going to drive him until he broke, until Greatstorm broke, until the bond snapped open for everyone to see. "There," Ke said. A gap between 2 pillars of crackling static. The formation had not closed it yet because no other team was near it. It was the one direction the control stone had not accounted for. "Through the gap?" "Through the gap. Fast. No hesitation." Greatstorm's ears flattened. "That formation will hit us the moment we enter. You know that." "I know." Ke met her silver eyes. "I want to run with you. Into it. Through it. Before they can steer us somewhere worse." She held his gaze for a breath, 2, then her lips peeled back from her teeth. "Then run." They moved. The synchrony array flared violet as they crossed the threshold, and Ke felt the formation lock onto their bond with a physical weight, as if the air itself had turned to mud. The static pillars hummed, and a discharge arced between them, close enough to scorch his sleeve. Greatstorm did not slow. She led, her smaller body cutting through the pressure zone, and Ke followed with his hand buried in her scruff. Their footsteps found the same rhythm without thought, without command. the rhythm of the loft, of the cistern, of every night they had breathed together in the dark. The crowd's roar changed. He could not tell if it was approval or bloodlust. The corridor narrowed. Another team emerged from the right. A girl with a whip-tongued wind ferret and a boy whose stormhawk circled above them like a blade waiting to drop. They were not blocking his path. They were waiting for him to reach them. "Veer," Ke said. Greatstorm veered. The wind ferret struck where she had been a breath earlier, claws raking empty air. The stormhawk dove. Ke threw himself sideways, dragging Greatstorm with him. The hawk's talons shredded his collar instead of his shoulder. Behind them, the ridge-backed hound was still coming. Above the arena, in the shadow of a supply booth wedged between the public galleries, Xiahou Ke watched the trap close. She had not meant to be here. She had told herself she would stay in the east yard, that interfering would cost her the one delay she had left. But when the first horn sounded, her feet had carried her to the outer stair, and now she stood with her hands gripping the railing so hard the wrought iron bit into her palms. It was wrong. The formations were not testing, they were culling. Every obstacle placement, every team positioning, every shift of the pressure zones was designed to funnel Ke and Greatstorm toward a single point. The combat convergence at the arena's center, where the verification protocol would activate under full council observation. And if Ke failed that protocol, if the formation detected a forbidden bond or an unregistered bloodline in Greatstorm's signature, then the council would have its legal justification. Seizure before sunset. Ke gone by morning. She looked at the control stone. The robed official was still guiding the formations. She recognized him. Elder Huang, a bloodline purity examiner from the Xuelan family's faction. He had no authority to steer individual obstacles during an open trial. The rules were clear. The formations were supposed to cycle through preset patterns, not respond to a handler's hand. No one was stopping him. No one would stop him, unless someone with standing raised the objection from the floor. Lan's hand moved to the token at her collar, a family sigil. It gave her the right to address the council during a trial, once, without prior clearance. She had been saving it for the final round, for the moment when the verification protocol forced Ke's bond into the open. But there would be no final round if Ke did not survive this one. She pulled the token free and stepped into the council aisle. "Elder Huang," her voice carried. It was trained for command, for the kind of attention that heirs learned at their mother's knees. The robed official's hand paused above the control stone. The council turned. Headmaster Ji Shuyun did not turn. His pale eyes stayed fixed on the arena below. "Initiate Xiahou Ke," Elder Huang said, his tone flat. "This is an active trial. You do not have floor privileges unless... Then I am invoking my bloodline right to question the impartiality of the formation control during open observation." The gallery went silent. Elder Huang's jaw tightened. "That right is reserved for registered council family heirs," Lan finished. "I know. I am one." She held up her token. Below her she saw Ke and Greatstorm reach the edge of the combat convergence. The hound was closing. The other teams were boxing them in. And above it all, the synchrony array had begun to pulse a third color, deep crimson, the verification protocol warming to life. She was out of time. "Elder Huang, I formally request the formation control stone be turned over to neutral rotation for the remainder of the obstacle descent." The silence stretched. Elder Huang looked at Ji Shuyun. The headmaster did not move. "The request is noted," he said, his voice carrying across the tier without effort. "It will be reviewed after the trial concludes." "After," Lan started. "The trial will not be interrupted for procedural objections. Initiate. You have made your record. Resume your seat." Ji Shuyun's gaze finally shifted, just enough to meet hers. It was not anger in his eyes. It was worse. It was patience. He had known she would try. He had already accounted for it. Lan's hand dropped to her side. The token felt cold against her palm. Below, the crimson light of the verification protocol washed across the arena floor, and she watched Q stop running. Not because he had reached the convergence, because the hound had finally caught up. The killing formation was descending. Chapter 32. The ridge-backed hound hit the K a full sprint. The impact drove him sideways, ribs screaming against the arena stone. Greatstorm's snarl tore through the synchrony hum as the hound's jaws clamped down on K's forearm, and the bone-deep cold of the bite spread through his channels. No, not again. He twisted, tried to bring his knees up, but the hound was too heavy. Its breath was wet against his face. The crimson light of the verification protocol washed over them both, and somewhere above the crowd noise, he heard the formation stone's hum shift pitch. Elder Huang was steering the killing pattern into place. The hound's handler was shouting something, a command phrase, but the beast did not obey. Its eyes were fixed on K, on the marks beneath his sleeve, on something it could smell that K could not name. Then Greatstorm screamed. It was not the growl she had used in the intake arena. It was not the warning rumble she gave when Zhu came too close. This was a sound that came from somewhere deeper, somewhere older, somewhere that had never learned to kneel. The arena lights flickered. The hound flinched. Its jaws loosened. Ki rolled free, blood streaming down his arm, and saw Greatstorm's silhouette begin to change. She was still small, still the ash-colored runt the crowd had mocked. Then she was not. The shift came in a heartbeat and a half, too fast for the eye to track. Her spine lengthened. Her shoulders broadened until the seams of her disguise tore. The ash-colored fur rippled, split, and beneath it, scales caught the formation light, dull silver edged with the gray of storm clouds at twilight. Ki felt the bond surge. It was not cold anymore. It was fire. It was the pressure of the pearl in his chest, the pulse of the echo chamber, the weight of the mural's words burned into his bones. She who was never bound. Greatstorm's tail lashed out, barbed at the tip, and struck the hound across the muzzle. The beast yelped and scrambled backward. K pushed himself to his knees. The arena was silent. He looked up and saw what they saw. Greatstorm stood in the center of the crimson light, and she was no longer a runt. She was a young wolf the size of a Windstep hound, but her shape was wrong for a wolf. The scales ran in ridges along her spine. Her jaw unhinged slightly, showing teeth that were too long, too sharp, too many rows deep. Her silver eyes had gone black from edge to edge. She was beautiful in the way that lightning was beautiful. She was terrible in the way that the open sky was terrible, because she did not belong in a cage, and she had never pretended otherwise. The synchrony array above them went white, not violet, not crimson, white, the color of an overload, the color of a bond that had just exceeded every measurement the formation was built to contain. The crowd began to scream, not in terror, in recognition. The old families on the council tiers knew what they were seeing. The bloodline heirs in the galleries knew. Even the servants pressed against the upper railings, the ones who had never touched a beast, even they understood. This was what Ruoxia's sky had hunted to extinction. This was the ancestor. Ji Shuyun rose from his seat. His face was unreadable. His hands were still. But Kay saw the burn scars on his wrist catch the white light, and he understood that Ji Shuyun had known. Not the full shape of it, not until now. But he had suspected, and he had built the trial to confirm it. And now the confirmation was burning above the arena for every eye to see. Kay reached for Greatstorm. She turned. The black eyes met his. He felt the storm in her, the pressure of something vast and young and furious, and he felt her pull it back, for him, because he had asked. The scales dimmed, the spine shortened, the teeth retreated. She was a runt again, ash-colored and coughing, blood on her muzzle from the hound's foreleg. But the crowd had seen. Everyone had seen. Elder Huang's hand was frozen above the control stone. The synchrony array was still white, still screaming its overload. The verification protocol had not activated because there was nothing to verify anymore. The truth was standing in the arena, panting, ribs showing, looking up at Kay like he was the only safe thing she had ever found. The silence broke. Council members rose. Elders shouted over each other. Somewhere behind Kay, the ridge-backed hound was whimpering against the wall. And above it all, Headmaster Ji Shuyun spoke. "Clear the arena," his voice carried. "The trial is suspended. All bonded pairs return to their quarters. No one leaves the academy grounds." He looked down at Kay. "Xiahou Ke, you will present yourself to my study within the hour. Bring the beast." Ke did not answer. He could not. His arm was bleeding, his channels were on fire, and Greatstorm had just shown the entire academy that the bloodline order they worshipped was built on a lie. The cage was closing, but for the first time, he could see its shape. Chapter 33. The study smelled of old paper and the faint metallic tang of formation residue. Ji Shuyun stood behind his desk, pale eyes fixed on the ash-colored creature pressed against Ke's leg. The burn scars on his wrist caught the lantern light. The door clicked shut behind them. Ke did not sit. He could not. His arm was still bleeding through the bandage Toma had wrapped in the corridor. The pearl pulsed against his thigh, hot and restless, matching the fire still running through his channels. Greatstorm did not growl. She did not bristle. She stood still as stone, watching Ji Shuyun with those two intelligent silver eyes, and Ke felt her waiting. Not for permission, for his move. "You saw what happened in the arena," Ji Shuyun said. It was not a question. Ke said nothing. Ji Shuyun set both hands flat on the desk. The scars on his left wrist were pale against the dark wood, old and deep, the kind that did not fade. "I have spent 30 years cataloging bloodlines in this city," he said. "I have watched families breed their storm beasts into smaller, faster, more obedient versions of what the sky once produced. I have watched them call that progress." He paused. "What you brought into my arena is not progress. It is the original, the thing they domesticated from." Ke's throat felt raw. "She is not a thing." "No," Ji Shuyun said. "She is not. That is precisely the problem." He moved around the desk, slowly, deliberately, the way a man approached a wounded animal he did not want to startle. He stopped 3 paces from Greatstorm, close enough to see the scales that still showed beneath her ash-colored fur where the disguise had torn. "The council will meet within the hour," he said. "They will debate whether to seize her under the unstable bond provision. They will debate whether to dissect her to study the bloodline. They will debate whether to breed her to every registered storm beast in Ruoxia until her lineage is diluted into obedience." Greatstorm's ear twitched. He felt the cold rise in his chest. "You said you would not separate a bonded pair." "I said I would not separate a stable one." The words landed like a blade. His hands clenched, the bandage on his arm darkened. Ji Shuyun watched him with something that might have been pity, or might have been calculation. "I am offering you a way out," he said. Ke looked up. "The council will listen to me," Ji Shuyun said. "I have spent 3 decades building that authority. If I stand before them and declare that Greatstorm is under controlled study, that she presents no immediate threat, that her bond to you is being documented and your training is being supervised, they will defer." He paused. "On one condition." Ke already knew what was coming. He had known since the arena. He had known since the mural. He had known since the moment Greatstorm fell from the sky into his muck cart and bit him and refused to die. "You stay," Ji Shuyun said. "You register her. You submit to supervised training. You let us study the bond, document the bloodline, and prepare for what comes next. In return, you receive full initiate status, proper meals, a private room, formal instruction, and protection from every faction that wants to take her from you by force." Ke's throat burned. "And if I refuse?" Ji Shuyun's expression did not change. "Then the council will classify her as an uncontrolled progenitor beast under emergency statute. They will confiscate her by dawn. They will not ask your permission." He said it quietly, patiently, the way a man gave directions to someone who had already made the wrong turn. "This is not a threat, Xiahou Ke. This is the shape of the cage you are standing in. I am offering you the only door." Ke stared at him. The pearl burned. Greatstorm's voice slid through his mind, quiet and cold. "He means it." Ke swallowed. "I know. What will you answer?" He looked down at her, at the blood on her muzzle, at the scales still visible beneath the fur, at the silver eyes that had chosen him in a storm muck cart when everyone else had called her vermin. "She who is never bound." Ji Shuyun waited. The silence stretched, and somewhere above them, beyond the study ceiling, beyond the academy spires, beyond the storm-dark sky, A bell began to ring. Not the academy bell, a deeper one, older, the kind of sound that traveled through stone and bone and did not ask permission. Ji Shuyun's face went still. The bell rang again, and Ke felt something shift in the air, something vast, something that had been waiting, patient as stone, for a signal it had not heard in generations. Ji Shuyun turned toward the window. The bell rang a third time, and from the corridor outside, footsteps began to run. Chapter 34. The bell's third ring shivered through the study walls, through Ke's chest, through the stone beneath his feet. Ji Shuyun's hand went to the window frame. His burn scars caught the gray light, pale and old and deep. Whose bell? Ke heard his own voice like it came from someone else. Ji Shuyun did not turn around. That is not a question I can answer yet. The footsteps in the corridor grew louder, multiple pairs, running. Greatstorm pressed against Ke's leg. Her fur bristled where the scales still showed. Ji Shuyun turned from the window. His face had changed. The patience was gone. Beneath it, something sharp and ancient looked out. Whatever that bell is, he said, it changes nothing. The council will still meet. The offer still stands. But you no longer have until dawn. He took a step toward Ke. You have until that bell stops ringing. Ke's throat closed. What do I answer? Greatstorm looked up at him, silver eye steady. You already know. She was right. He had known since the moment Ji Shuyun called her a thing. Since the moment the headmaster said stable one like a blade. Since the moment he stood in this study and understood that every offer of safety came with a collar hidden in the fine print. Ke breathed in. 3 beats. Held. Let it out. No. Ji Shuyun's expression did not change. No, Ke repeated. I will not register her. I will not let you study her like a specimen. I will not trade her freedom for a private room and warm meals. The headmaster's jaw tightened. Barely. A flicker. Do you understand what you are refusing? Yes. You will lose her by dawn. No, Ke said. You will try to take her by dawn. Those are not the same thing. The footsteps reached the study door. Ji Shuyun held Ke's gaze for a long, cold moment. Then he raised his voice. Come. The door opened. A junior clerk stood in the threshold, pale-faced. Behind him, 2 academy guards with storm iron badges on their collars. Headmaster, the clerk said, breathless. The council is convening early. Elder Huang has called for immediate seizure proceedings under the emergency statute. He says the progenitor beast cannot be left with a servant overnight. Ke's blood went cold. Ji Shuyun looked at him. That was faster than I anticipated. Xiahou Ke, this is your last chance. Walk into the council hall beside me and the offer holds. Walk out that door alone and I cannot protect her. Ke's hand found Greatstorm's fur. She did not growl. She waited. He looked at the guards, at the clerk, at Ji Shuyun's patient, pitying face. And then he heard footsteps behind him. Not from the corridor, from the hallway that led to the East Archive. Truga Lan stepped through the study's second door. Her black hair was loose. Her robe still bore the dust of the supply booth, and her Stormhawk was not with her. Lan, Ji Shuyun said, this does not concern you. It concerns everyone who watched that arena today, she said. Everyone who saw what he has. Everyone who knows what the council will do with it. She moved past Ji Shuyun without looking at him, stopped beside Ke. Greatstorm's ear swiveled. You are choosing a side, Ji Shuyun said quietly. I am choosing a person. Lan's voice was steady. You taught me that power without loyalty is just performance. I finally understand what you meant. Ji Shuyun's face went still. The guards shifted. And in that stillness, Ke understood what Lan had just done. She had just named her loyalty in front of the headmaster, in front of the council's clerk, in front of 2 academy guards who would report every word before the bell stopped ringing. She had just burned her status as a council family heir. For him. Lan, Ke said, his voice rough. You don't have to. I know, she said. I want to. The clerk's face had gone white. Lady Juga, your family, my family, Lan said, has been breeding obedient beasts for so long they forgot how to recognize a bond that cannot be bought. She looked at Ji Shuyun. I am leaving with him. Ji Shuyun closed his eyes, just for a breath. When he opened them, he was headmaster again, calm, unreadable. Then you are no longer a candidate for the Skywake selection, he said. Your position in the Council Inheritance is suspended pending review, and your Stormhawk will be reassigned to a handler who understands duty. Ke saw Lan's jaw tighten, saw the crack in her composure, quick and deep, before she sealed it. My Stormhawk, she said, has not once chosen me. That is not a loss. She did not sound like she believed it. The guard stepped forward. Xiahou Ke, the older one said, by order of the Council Emergency Protocol, you will surrender the progenitor beast for containment. Resist, and you will be detained. Greatstorm's growl rumbled low in her chest. Ke pulled her closer. I am not surrendering anything. The guard reached for his belt, and from the corridor, a new voice cut through. What in Ruoxia's name is burning? The clerk turned. What? A runner appeared behind him coughing, face smudged with smoke. The kitchens, he gasped. The whole lower scullery is on fire. Someone knocked over a grease vat. It's spreading toward the supply cellars. The guard's hand froze on his belt. Ji Shuyun's eyes narrowed, and Ke felt a flicker of something warm and improbable. Toma. The guards exchanged looks. The older one cursed. Headmaster, if the fire reaches the beast feed stores, go, Ji Shuyun said. Secure the cellars. Liu two at the main exits. The guards ran. The clerk hesitated, then followed. Ji Shuyun turned back to Ke. His eyes were unreadable. This does not change anything. The council will meet. They will issue the seizure order. And every moment you delay, the net tightens. He walked to his desk, sat down. You have until that bell stops ringing. The bell rang again, deeper, older. Ke did not wait. He grabbed Lan's sleeve and pulled her toward the east corridor. Greatstorm ran beside them. They burst through the study's second door into a narrow service passage. Dust, cobwebs, a door at the end that led to the infirmary wing, and standing in that doorway, arms crossed, dark eyes steady. May. Took you long enough, she said. You knew? Ke's voice was ragged. Toma sent word before he lit the fire. She jerked her head. Maintenance hatch. Behind the supply shed. It leads to the lower beast tunnels. There's an old courier route that connects to the Market Spire Undercity. She stepped aside. The hatch door stood open. Beyond it, darkness and damp stone. Lan looked at May. You are coming. I am not. May's voice was flat. Someone needs to stay and treat the kitchen burns. And someone needs to be here when they ask questions so I can point them in the wrong direction. Ke's throat burned. May, go. Her voice cracked, just a little. Before the bell stops. Greatstorm nosed Ke's hand. She is right. Ke nodded. Once. Hard. He stepped into the hatch. Lan followed, and as the hatch door swung shut behind them, Ke heard May's voice, barely a whisper. Don't die. I did not patch you up for nothing. The door sealed. The bell rang again, and somewhere above them the council began to convene. Chapter 35. The hatch sealed behind them. Damp stone swallowed the bell's echo until only vibration remained, a pulse that traveled through Ke's soles and up into his teeth. Lan pressed ahead, one hand on the wall, her jade hairpin catching the dim light from a grate overhead. This tunnel connects to the old courier sluice. If the creek beds are dry, we can reach the Market Spire foundation piers before... A shadow moved at the far end. Ke stopped, pulled Greatstorm back with a hand on her scruff. The shadow resolved into silk robes, a familiar silhouette. Gray, not black. A woman's voice, dry and unhurried, cut through the dark. Impressive timing. I expected you to reach this junction 7 breaths later. Lady Namu Soren stepped into the green light. Her long coat was travel-stained, her hair pulled tight, and she held a small bronze lantern that cast no light on the walls behind her, hooded, directional. She was alone. Lan's hand went to her belt. You followed us. I calculated. Namu's eyes moved past Lan, past Ke, and settled on Greatstorm. The silence stretched as she studied the ash-colored beast pressed against Ke's calf, the scales still visible where the disguise had torn, the barbed tail curled tight against her flank. Greatstorm's lip lifted, a warning. Namu did not flinch. Still bleeding, she said. Still half revealed, and that bell is not stopping. Ke's throat was dry. Are you here to stop us? I am here to decide what I am willing to lose. She stepped closer. Lan tensed, but Namu stopped 3 paces away and knelt, setting the lantern on the stone floor. The light caught Greatstorm's flank, the raw edges of scales where the transformation had ripped through fur, the dark channels of half-healed wounds from the hound's teeth. Namu's expression did not soften, but something in her eyes shifted, a calculation that landed on a new number. Ji Shuyun wants to cage this, she said it flatly, as if testing the words. Dissect the bond, extract the lineage, collar what cannot be tamed. She looked up at Cal. He is a fool. You cannot cage a progenitor. You can kill one. You can drive one into the deep sky where it will never touch stone again. But cage it. She shook her head. That would be like trying to chain the rain. Then let us pass, Cal said. I intend to. Namu rose. But you need to understand what you are walking into. I can delay Ji Shuyun. I can misdirect the council for perhaps 2 bells, maybe 3, by invoking Market Spire purview over rare beast extraction. But once you leave Academy ground, you are not fleeing Ji Shuyun. You are fleeing every bloodline family in Ruoxia who just realized their foundation is built on a lie. She looked at Greatstorm. And you are fleeing what the bell answered. Greatstorm's ears flattened. Her growl deepened, a sound that vibrated in Ke's chest through the bond. She knows more than she says. Ke held Namu's gaze. What is the bell? A question no one in Ruoxia has been brave enough to ask for 3 generations. Namu picked up the lantern. When the first Tempest brood was sealed away, the old keepers left a ward. If the bloodline stirred again, if something that was never supposed to return was found breathing, the ward would sound. She paused. That bell is the ward. And it is not ringing in the academy. It is ringing in the Heaven Court's old listening towers. Lan's face went pale. The Heaven Court has not looked at Ruoxia in living memory. They are looking now. The words settled like frost. Ke felt Greatstorm press closer, felt the tremor in her shoulders, the weight of exhaustion and injury held together by will. The bond thrummed with a warning. We cannot fight what is coming. We can only run. Chapter 36. Ke held Namu's gaze for 3 more heartbeats, then nodded once. 2 bells. Perhaps 3. Namu stepped back, drawing the bronze lantern with her. The light slid off Ke's face, off Lan's rigid shoulders, pooling at Namu's feet. Use them well. Once the Market Spire purview expires, Ji Shuyun will have the council's full weight behind him. And the Heaven Court does not measure time in bells. She turned and walked into the dark without a backward glance. The lantern's glow shrank to a pinprick, then vanished. Silence pressed in. Lan let out a breath she had been holding since the hatch sealed. She is letting us walk into a trap. Maybe. Ke felt Greatstorm's weight against his leg, the tremble in her muscles. But she could have stopped us already. She chose not to. Chose not to yet. Yet is all we have. Ke turned down the tunnel, following the direction Nalu had come from. The stone floor sloped gently, the walls narrowing until his shoulders brushed damp brick on both sides. Greatstorm pressed ahead, her claws clicking against wet stone, her ears swiveling forward and back. Lan followed without another word. The tunnel bent twice, then opened into a wider passage braced with iron beams. Rope cables hung along the walls, furred with moss, leading into a darkness that swallowed the faint great light entirely. Greatstorm stopped. Her growl rumbled through the bond, low and questioning. Someone ahead, not moving, watching. Ke's hand found her scruff. Lan? I feel it. Her voice was tight. There's a presence, waiting. A shape detached itself from the dark. Not tall, not threatening in posture. A slow, deliberate step forward, the scrape of a worn boot on stone. Then a voice Ke not expected to hear again in these tunnels. You are later than I calculated. Sen Baiyi stepped into the faint light. His clouded left eye caught the gray glow like a chip of ice, while his right eye tracked across Ke, Lan, and Greatstorm with the patient weight of a man who had been watching a long time. He carried a coil of rope over one shoulder and an oiled leather satchel at his hip. His sleeves were damped to the elbow. He looked like he had been wading through the tunnels for hours. "Gatekeeper," Lan's voice carried an edge. "You disappeared before the trial. I disappeared long before the trial." Senbai's gaze settled on Ke. "You found the chamber. You read the words. You took the pearl. That means you have already walked further than most people in Ruoxia ever will." He turned and began walking down the passage without waiting for a reply. Ke hesitated. Greatstorm pushed against his hand, impatient. "He is not lying. He is afraid, but not of us." They followed. The passage opened into a vaulted chamber where the ceiling disappeared into shadow. Iron brackets lined the walls, empty of torches. The floor was slick with standing water that rippled as Senbaiyi waded through it, sending dark rings across the surface. He stopped at the far wall, where a pattern of spiral marks had been carved into the stone, older and deeper than the ones beneath the gutter, worn by centuries of damp. "Senbaiyi," Ke's voice echoed. "What are we doing here?" Senbaiyi pressed his palm to the largest spiral. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the stone groaned and a seam appeared, a door no one had opened in a very long time. He turned, his face half lit by the gap. "I was a beast tamer once, not a gatekeeper. I held rank. I had a bonded pair. I believed in the Academy's purpose the way Ji Shuyun believes in it now." His voice was flat, the flatness of a wound that had scarred over badly. "Then I was sent below to seal the old roots, to wall off the chambers where the first Tempest brood had been studied before they decided to call it a myth. I saw what they had done to the ones who refused to forget. I saw the records they burned and the tamers who vanished for asking the wrong questions. I saw what institutions do when fear dresses itself as duty." He pulled the door open. Cold air breathed through the gap, carrying the smell of stone and rust and something older. "I withdrew. I became small. I watched children like you get ground down by a system I was too afraid to fight. When you appeared with that creature, I knew I had two choices." His right eye met Ke's. "Stay small and let Ji Shuyun win, or open the doors I sealed and let you run through them." He stepped aside. Beyond the door lay a corridor of cut stone, its walls lined with faded murals of winged serpents coiling through clouds. The floor sloped downward into darkness so thick it seemed to absorb sound. The air was still and cold, heavy with the weight of things left undisturbed. Ke stepped through. Greatstorm followed, her claws leaving faint scratches on the stone. Lan paused beside Senbaiyi. "How far does this go?" "To the foundation piers of the old market spire, below the council's authority, below the Academy's wards, below every bloodline law written in the last 3 generations. Senbaiyi pulled the door shut behind them. "I walked this route once, 30 years ago, to seal it. I never thought I would walk it again to let someone escape." They moved in silence. The corridor descended past chambers filled with the bones of beasts Ke did not recognize, rib cages shaped like wings, skulls with too many eye sockets, spines that curved in spirals. Dust coated everything, but in the center of each chamber, the dust was thinner, as if something had passed through recently. Greatstorm's ears flattened every time they crossed one of those tracks. At the lowest point, where the corridor opened into a circular vault with a domed ceiling, Senbaiyi stopped. Water dropped somewhere ahead. The air here was colder, sharp with minerals. Above them, through layers of stone and earth and water, a bell began to ring. Not the Academy bell, not the Heaven Court bell. A third bell, lower and slower, a note that traveled through the bones of Ruoxia like a pulse. Senbaiyi's face went gray. "That is not the ward," he said. "That is the answer." Lan's breath caught. "Answer to what?" "The Heaven Court does not just listen." Senbaiyi's voice dropped. "When they find what they are looking for, they send someone to collect it." The bell rang again, and somewhere above, the stone groaned, a sound like a door swinging open. Chapter 37. The bell faded, but the vibration stayed in Ke's teeth. He stood in the circular vault with Senbaiyi's words still settling, The third bell's echo pressed into his bones like a bruise that would not heal. Something had opened above them. The stone had groaned like a door swinging wide, and that sound had not stopped. It resonated through the foundation piers, through the damp walls, through the water pooling at his feet. "We cannot stay here," Greatstorm sent. She pressed against his calf, her fur bristling along her spine. "He's right." Lan's voice came out steady, but she was gripping her own sleeve the way Ke had seen her grip a formation rod before a strike. "That means the Heaven Court knows where we are, or at least knows what direction we fled." Sen Buyi stood at the vault's far edge, one hand pressed to the spiral-carved stone, as if reading a pulse in the rock. "The old roots branch ahead, freeways up, one way down. The down path leads to the drowned chambers beneath the Market Spire foundations, flooded for 30 years. "Up," Ke said. "We go up." "Yes." Sen Buyi turned, his clouded eye catching the faint glow from somewhere Ke could not see. "But up does not mean safe. The Academy will have skimmers in the air by now, and the Council's seal extends to every dock and bridge within Ruoxia's storm shadow. They will expect us to surface near the trade spires." "Then we do not surface where they expect." Lam stepped past him, her shadow stretching across the bone-littered floor. "You sealed these routes. You know where they open." Sen Buyi said nothing for a long moment. Then he walked to the leftmost archway, where the darkness was thick enough that Ke could not see 3 steps ahead. "There is an old lift shaft. Leads to a disused beast trade platform beneath the Eastern Rope Market. The winch has not been maintained in years, but the counterweight still holds." "How do you know?" "Because I checked it the night before the trial." He did not look back. "I told you. I made a choice." Ke followed, Greatstorm at his heel, Lan a half-step behind. The passage narrowed quickly, the walls closing until his shoulders brushed damp stone on both sides. Water splashed under his feet, colder than before, carrying a mineral taste that coated his tongue. They walked in silence. The only sounds were breathing, footfalls, and the distant drip of water from somewhere above. At the first fork, Ke stopped. The right passage sloped upward, open and clear. The left passage continued straight into deeper dark, the same direction they had been traveling. "Which way?" he asked. Sen Buyi pointed right. "Up!" Ke looked at the left passage. "And that way?" "Out, through the flooded chambers, to the service doors beneath the Academy's beast feed cellars." Sen Buyi's voice did not waver. "It would take you back within Ji Shuyun's reach." Greatstorm's ears flattened. She stood at Ke's feet, her silver eyes fixed on the left passage, her tail low and still. "I smell them," she sent. "The ones who helped." Ke's chest tightened. "May, Toma, they would be in the cellars," Lan said slowly, "covering the fire's aftermath, or being questioned about it. They are in danger because of me." Ke heard his own voice, thin and hard. "Because they chose to help." Sen Buyi said nothing. Lan stepped closer. "We cannot carry them up the shaft. The platform will take 4, barely, and they chose." "I know." Ke cut her off, then stopped. The words came harder than they should have. "I know they chose. That is not the problem. The problem was that he had spent his whole life being chosen last, chosen by default, chosen because no one else wanted the task. But May had chosen him when she bandaged his wound and did not report him. Toma had chosen him when he lit the fire and sent word ahead. They had chosen him knowing the cost, and now he had to choose whether to leave them behind. He turned to face the others. Greatstorm sat at his feet, her weight warm against his ankle. Lan stood with her arms crossed, her face unreadable. Sen Buyi waited in the darkness, half blind and patient, his body angled toward the upward path. "I am not going to order anyone," Ke said. "If any of you want to turn back now. Go to the surface. Claim you never saw me. Ji Shuyun might believe it, or he might not, but I will not hold it against you. I owe each of you more than I can repay, and I will not add a debt of forced loyalty on top of it." Silence stretched. Greatstorm did not move. She did not even send a thought, only sat, waiting, her silver eyes fixed on his face. Lan spoke first. "I burned my skywake candidacy. I stood in front of the headmaster and told him I was choosing a person. If I go back now, I am not an heir who made a mistake. I am a coward who meant none of it. She met his gaze. I meant it. Sen Buyi shifted his weight. I sealed these doors 30 years ago because I was too afraid to stay. I will not unseal them now to run away again. He pulled the rope coil tighter over his shoulder. I am coming. Greatstorm sent a flicker of warmth through the bond, wordless and certain. Ke's throat tightened. He swallowed. Then we go up. Together. They took the right passage. The climb steepened quickly, the floor giving way to broken steps that had once been carved smooth and now lay cracked and treacherous underfoot. Greatstorm's claws scraped against the stone as she scrambled beside Ke, her breath quick and shallow. The air grew warmer as they climbed, carrying the smell of rust and old rope. Ahead, light seeped through a gap in the ceiling, thin and gray, filtered through layers of splintered wood. "The lift platform," Sen Buyi said. "The counterweight chamber is above." They reached the base of the shaft. The platform hung suspended, its ropes frayed and dark with age, but the wood looked sound. Above it, the shaft rose into shadow, a square of gray sky visible at the very top, no bigger than a hand's width. He grabbed the rope. It held. Then a sound came from below. Footsteps. More than one, splashing through standing water, echoing up through the passages they had left behind. Lan's hand went to her belt. Sen Buyi pressed himself against the wall. The footsteps stopped. Then a voice, low and breathless, reached them through the dark. "Ke, is that you?" May. She emerged from the shadow of the lower passage, her face streaked with soot and her sleeves blackened to the elbow. Behind her, hunched and breathing hard, Toma Ejin stepped into the light, his round face pale, his hands wrapped in cloth that might have been bandages. "You found us," Lan breathed. "Found you?" Toma wheezed. "We have been running since the fire. Through the beast feed cellars, through some drainage channel that smelled like rot, through—" He stopped, looking at the lift shaft, at the ropes, at the square of gray sky above. "Is that the way out?" "It is," Ke said, "but the platform will not hold all of us. The ropes are old. The counterweight might not take 6. May looked at the platform, then at Toma, then at Ke. "Then we stay." Ke shook his head. "No, you did not come this far to—" "We came this far to give you a chance." May's voice was quiet, steady, the same voice she used when she told him the gray lines had receded. "Toma lit the fire. I treated the burns. We are already marked." She stepped forward, close enough that Ke could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the set of her jaw. "If we come with you, they will chase harder. If we stay, we can burn the lift ropes behind you, collapse the shaft mouth, buy you time." May well know body eloquence. "Listen to her." Toma's voice cracked, but he did not look away. "I cannot climb. My hands are blistered to the meat and I can barely grip. If I try that rope, I will fall halfway up and take the platform with me." He tried to smile. "I am better at starting fires than escaping them." Ke's hands trembled. He pressed them flat against his thighs. Greatstorm pressed her head against his knee. "They are not leaving us. They are choosing to fight in their own way." Kat looked at May, at Toma, at the soot and exhaustion and stubborn courage written on both their faces. "When this is over," he said, "I will find you. I will come back for you. Both of you." May smiled, thin and real. "We know." She stepped back, pulling Toma with her. "Go. We will hold the shaft as long as we can." Lan grabbed the rope first, swinging onto the platform with the ease of someone who had climbed academy rigging since childhood. Sen Buyi followed, slower, his joints protesting. Ke lifted Greatstorm onto the platform, then climbed after her, his hands raw against the rope. The platform groaned beneath their weight. Below, May and Toma had already turned toward the lower passage. Toma was pulling a flint from his pocket. Ke gripped the rope. "Pull," Lan said. The platform lurched upward. The ropes creaked. The gray sky above grew wider, closer, and below them the sound of stone grating against stone and the first crackle of flame. Chapter 38. The platform lurched upward, ropes groaning, and the gray sky grew wider with each pull. He kept his eyes on the square of light above, but his ears tracked the sounds below. Stone grinding, the first crackle of flame, then a deep, wet snap as something structural gave way. The shaft mouth opened onto a world of wind and sheeting rain. He hauled himself over the edge first, then reached back for Greatstorm. She scrambled up beside him, fur plastered flat, silver eyes narrowing against the downpour. Behind them, Lan swung onto the stone floor with practiced grace, and Sen Buyi followed, his breath coming hard, his clouded eye turned toward the sky. They stood on a broken platform of dark stone, half consumed by moss and weather, suspended at the edge of Ruoxia's outermost market spire. Below them, the city fell away into storm-choked canyons. Above, clouds turned so low they seemed to brush the spire's crests. "Where are we?" Ke shouted over the wind. "Old Weston Trade Ledge," Sen Buyi said, disused for 40 years. The bridge that connected it to the inner ring was dismantled after the second spire collapse. Ke's stomach dropped. "Then how do we cross?" "We do not cross," Sen Buyi pointed east, where a single rope bridge stretched into the gray, its planks dark with rain and age. "There. That path leads to the Beastlands." The bridge looked ancient. Some of its planks were missing. The ropes sagged under the weight of the storm. "It will hold," Sen Buyi said, "if we move quickly." They started across. The wind ripped at Ke's clothes, tore at his hair, tried to shove him sideways into the void. Greatstorm pressed close to his leg, her weight a steady anchor. Behind them, Lam moved with the precision of someone who had trained on high platforms all her life. Sen Buyi took each step with deliberate care, testing each plank before committing his weight. Halfway across, Ke felt it, a vibration through the bridge rope. Not from the wind, from stone, from the spire they had just left. He turned. Figures stood at the platform's edge. 5, 6, more emerging through the rain, dark robes, silver sigils catching the lightning. And at their center, tall and still, Headmaster Ji Shuyun. "The bridge," Lan breathed. Ji raised one hand. The storm did not answer, but the formations did. Blue light kindled at the bridge's far anchor, crawling up the ropes like living fire. Then at the near anchor, then along the underside of the planks themselves, threads of cold light weaving together into a lattice that hummed with terrible purpose. Ke ran. The bridge bucked beneath him. A plank splintered and fell into the void. Greatstorm leaped past him, landing on a section that was still solid, turning to face him with her jaws wide. "Ke?" Lan's voice behind him. "Do not stop!" He did not stop. He reached Greatstorm, grabbed her ruff, pulled her forward. The light was spreading faster now, climbing the ropes toward them, and behind it, he heard Ji Shuyun's voice, calm and clear despite the storm. "Xiahou Ke, this is your last chance." Ke reached the far platform. The bridge behind him was already dissolving. Planks fell, ropes frayed. The light reached the halfway point, then stopped, holding, a barrier of blue fire strung across the gap. Ji Shuyun stood on the opposite side. His face was unreadable. His pale gray eyes fixed on Ke with something that might have been regret. "Hand over the beast," he said. "Submit to the registration. The offer still stands. Full initiate status, formal instruction, protection from every faction, including the Heaven Court." Ke's throat burned. His hands were shaking, but not from cold. "You will cage her. I will study her. The distinction matters. You will dissect her if you think it serves your records." Ji's expression did not change. "I will do what is necessary to preserve Ruoxia's stability. The progenitor cannot wander free. It will draw Heaven Court attention. It will draw worse. The longer you run, the fewer options remain." Lightning split the sky. For one blazing moment, Ke saw the full formation web strung across the gap, not just the bridge, but the air itself, layered with threads of binding that pulsed and shifted. They were surrounded. "We cannot fight through that," Lan said quietly. Her hand rested on her belt, but she was not reaching for a weapon. She was reading the formation pattern. That is elder-level binding work. It would take a skywake to break it. Sen Buyi said nothing. His right eye tracked the threads, his lips pressed thin. Greatstorm pressed against Ke's leg. Her fur was damp, her ribs heaving, her silver eyes fixed on the headmaster across the gap. "He is not lying," she said. "He will follow. He will never stop." "I know," Ke said aloud. He looked at the formation, at the ropes, at the storm-dark sky above them, where something vast had begun shifting in the clouds, as if the storm itself was listening. He thought of May, turning back to burn the ropes. Toma, his hands blistered to the meat, saying, "I am better at starting fires than escaping them." He thought of the Spinecrest hut, the pearl's warmth, the first time Greatstorm's voice had touched his mind. He looked at Ji Shuyun. No. The word was quiet, but it carried. Ji's expression flickered. "Ke, I said no. I will not hand her over. I will not register her. I will not let you cage what you never earned the right to own." The rain hammered down. The formation hummed, bright and hungry. Ji Shuyun's face hardened. "Then you leave me no choice." He raised his hand. The blue light surged. But before it could cross the gap, before the binding web could close, Greatstorm's head snapped up. Her ears flattened. A growl rolled from her chest, deep and raw, vibrating through the stone beneath their feet. And the storm answered. The clouds above them twisted, split, and something white and blinding dropped through the gap. Not lightning, not thunder, but a column of light so dense it turned the rain to steam. It struck the center of the formation web. The blue lattice shattered, the ropes snapped, the far platform groaned, jolted, and began to fall. Ji Shuyun shouted something Ke could not hear over the roar. His guard scrambled. Lan grabbed Ke's arm and pulled him backward, away from the collapsing edge. "What was that?" she yelled. But Ke was not looking at the formation. He was looking at the sky, where the light had come from, where something vast and silent hung at the edge of vision, too large for the clouds to hide, too bright for the rain to dim. A shape, winged, descending. And on the far platform, Ji Shuyun's face went pale as he recognized it. "No," he breathed. "Not yet. Not now." The light began to move. Chapter 39. The light moved. It did not strike, it did not descend. It simply came closer, and the shape inside it grew more defined with each heartbeat. Wings that bent the rain around them, a body too vast for Ke's eyes to hold in one piece, and a silence that swallowed the storm's roar. Greatstorm's growl deepened. Her fur bristled. The ash-colored scales that had surfaced beneath her disguise caught the light and threw it back fractured, like sun on wet stone. "Get back," she said, and the words hit Ke like pressure. "Get behind me." His body obeyed before his mind caught up. 1 step. 2. His feet carried him sideways toward the broken edge of the platform, where the stone still smoked where the binding formation had shattered. Lan was already moving. Her hand closed on his sleeve and pulled. "Ke, we need to find cover. Now." Senbi had pressed himself against the remnant of a stone pillar, his clouded eye fixed on the descending shape. His lips moved, but no sound came out. And across the gap, Ji Shuyun was shouting something Ke could not hear. His guards were scrambling. The silver sigils on their robes caught the light and glowed, then flickered, then died as the brightness overhead intensified. The winged shape stopped. It hovered at the edge of the storm, maybe 100 paces above the broken bridge, maybe closer. The light around it pulsed in a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat made visible. Ke felt it in his chest. The same rhythm, the one that had matched Greatstorm's since the night he pressed his bleeding hand to her flank in the feed loft. He looked down. The spiral marks on his arm were glowing, not faint, not flickering, but steady and bright, the same color as the light above them. He looked at Greatstorm. She was not looking at the entity. She was looking at him. "You feel it," she said. Not a question. "Yes. Then stop hiding behind me." The words hit like cold water. He blinked. "What?" "You have always fought behind me. Let me shield you. Stay out of the way. I will carry us through." She took a step toward him, her silver eyes burning. "That ends now." The storm howled. The light pulsed. The entity waited. Ke's hands were shaking. He thought of every fight he had ever survived, hiding in the feed loft while Senior Handler Lu searched the stalls below, pressing himself into the mud while the Windstep students practiced overhead, shrinking his breath, his voice, his presence until he was small enough to be ignored. He had always fought from cover, behind a beast, behind a lie, behind someone else's permission. Greatstorm pressed her forehead to his chest. "I chose you," she said, "not because you were small, because you did not let me die when it was easy to look away." The warmth of her skull against his sternum spread through him like the first mouthful of broth after a winter shift. He closed his eyes. The pearl pulsed against his thigh, the spiral marks burned, and something in his chest, something that had been locked since the night he first breathed cold instead of air, began to turn. He heard Greatstorm's heartbeat. He heard his own. They were the same. He opened his eyes. "All right," he said. "Then show me how." She pulled back, her jaws parted, not in threat, in invitation. "Breathe with me." He did. The first breath dragged cold through his throat, down into his lungs, past the place where the bond pulse lived. It hurt. It felt like swallowing a blade of frost. The second breath was warmer. The third caught fire. The marks on his arm flared white, and the pearl in his pouch answered with a pulse that knocked him forward onto his knees. His hands hit the stone. The impact jarred up through his wrists, but he did not collapse. He felt it. The chi in his channels had been a trickle before, a stolen thread he held by luck and desperation. Now it was a current. It moved through him in a full circuit, from heart to limbs to breath and back, and it did not stop. He pushed to his feet. The movement was different. His weight sat lower, his knees bent with a spring that had not been there a moment ago. The rain on his skin felt like information rather than cold, each drop carrying direction, pressure, distance. He looked at his hands. The calluses were still there, the muck under his nails, the half-healed scabs from the pressure ring rope, but the spiral marks had climbed past his elbow and now curled up toward his shoulder, glowing faintly through the wet fabric of his sleeve. And the sealed channels in his chest, the ones that had always been dead stone, were open. Windstep. He was Windstep. The thought hit him like a second shockwave. He had read about this in the manuals he stole glances at during feed runs. The first full synchrony, when the beast-bonded cultivator's body could finally circulate chi with their partner's signature instead of fighting it. The moment when movement stopped being borrowed and became owned. He had thought it would take years. He had thought he would need a sanctioned lineage, a registered beast, a master to approve his progress. He had thought a lot of things. Greatstorm's growl rumbled beside him, and he realized she had not moved. She was watching him with an expression he could not quite read, somewhere between fierce approval and something softer. "Took you long enough." A laugh escaped him. It came out raw and half-shattered. "Shut up." Above them, the winged entity pulsed once, twice. The light dimmed slightly, as if it was reading him, measuring the gap between what he had been and what he had just become. Then it began to descend again. Long grabbed his shoulder. "Ki, whatever you just did, it noticed. We need to move." He looked at the entity, at the storm-dark gap below the platform, at the far side of the collapsed bridge, where Ji Shuyun was already turning to his guards, his face carved from stone. The binding formation was gone. The bridge was gone. The headmaster could not reach them, but the sky could. Greatstorm pressed against his side. "Together," he repeated. He turned and ran. His feet hit the stone, and the movement was not the clumsy scramble he had used to cross the bridge. It was fluid. The storm-touched footwork from the Pearl's legacy, the patterns he had practiced until his legs screamed. They were not techniques he performed anymore. They were reflexes. He vaulted over a broken pillar. His hand found a hold on a splintered beam. The world moved in sharp, clear frames. Behind him, the light grew brighter. Ahead, the far end of the trade ledge opened into a narrow passage cut into the spire's flank, the same route Senbi had pointed to before the bridge collapsed. He reached the entrance first. He turned. Greatstorm was 2 paces behind him, her ash-colored fur catching the light from above. Lan was at his left, her hand on her empty belt, her Stormhawk not there to answer her call. Senbi was last, limping, his clouded eye tracking the sky behind them. The winged entity had not followed. It hovered at the edge of the ledge, wings half-furled, light pulsing in a slow, patient rhythm. Watching. Waiting. And on the broken platform across the gap, Ji Shuyun raised his hand and spoke a single word that the wind carried straight to Ke's ears. Hunt. The light in the sky replied with a sound like the world tearing open. Ke did not wait to see what came through. Chapter 40. Stone scraped Ke's palm as he hauled himself through the narrow passage, the new Windstep reflexes carrying him faster than his eyes could track the walls. Behind him, Lan's boots hit stone in steady rhythm. Sen Buyi's breath came in ragged pulls, but he did not stop. The light from the winged entity poured through the passage mouth behind them, casting their shadows long and sharp against the rock ahead. Ke's chest burned with the open channels. Every breath pulled chi through him in a circuit that felt like a second heartbeat layered over his own. His fingers knew where to grip before his eyes found the holds. His feet landed square on ledges his old body would have missed. Faster, Greatstorm sent. She was at his heel, her claws scraping stone, and he could feel her straining against something. Not exhaustion. Containment. The runt form she had worn for weeks was cracking at the edges. The passage opened onto a ledge, no wider than his arm span. Keep stopped. The ledge curved around the spire's flank and ended in a broken stair that dropped into mist. Below that, nothing but storm dark and the distant gleam of Ruoxia's lower market spires. Above, the sky was a bruised wall of cloud and lightning. There was no bridge, no rope, no path. Lan pulled up beside him, her face pale. "This is the end of the trade route. Sen said the bridge to the Beastlands was here." "It rotted through 30 years ago," Sen Buyi said, limping to a stop behind them. His clouded eye was fixed on the gap. "I told you, the only way was the rope bridge, and it's gone." The light behind them grew brighter. He turned. The winged entity had reached the passage mouth. It did not enter. It perched on the stone, folding wings that bled light like water, and watched them with eyes that were not eyes, but twin shafts of pale fire. Waiting. For what? Greatstorm pressed past Ke's leg and stood at the ledge's edge. Her fur rippled, her muscles tensed, and then she did something that made Ke's breath catch. She grew. Not the partial transformation from the arena, not the glimpse of scales under fur. This was deeper. Her spine lengthened, her ribs expanded, her legs thickened, and her paws spread, claws lengthening into talons that bit into the stone. The ash-colored fur split along her shoulders, and beneath it, scales emerged. Pale gray, like storm clouds at dawn, interlocking and smooth. Her tail thickened and barbed, her jaw unhinged slightly, revealing teeth that had not been there a heartbeat ago. She was still growing. The ledge groaned under her weight. Ke stepped back. "Greatstorm, I am tired of being small," she sent, "and you are tired of running on your own feet." She lowered herself, belly to stone, and turned her head to look in, her silver eyes with the same. That had not changed. "Get on." Lion stared. She can't." "She can," Ke said, and he did not know how he knew, but he did. He climbed onto Greatstorm's back. The scales were warm beneath his hands. Her spine curved in a way that gave him a natural seat, and her shoulders shifted as if she was adjusting to his weight without being told. Lion hesitated for one breath, then she swung up behind him, her hands gripping his belt. Sen Buyi took longer. He stood at Greatstorm's flank, his good eye fixed on her face, and Ke saw something pass between them. Recognition. Wariness. A conversation without words. Then the old gatekeeper climbed up last, his hands finding holds on Greatstorm's haunches with the practiced ease of someone who had mounted beasts before, long ago. The winged entity pulsed, the light flared, and Greatstorm launched. The ledge fell away beneath them. Ke's stomach dropped as the spire blurred past. Wind tore at his face, his clothes, his hair. The cold bit through his Windstep channels, and the pearl pulsed hot against his thigh. And below them, Ruoxia spun away in a wheel of lanterns and spire lights and the distant roar of storm canyons. Greatstorm's wings. She had wings. They unfolded from her shoulders, wide and tattered at the edges, more membrane than feather, and they caught the wind with a sound like canvas snapping taut. She beat them once, twice, and they climbed. The city shrank. The storm rushed to meet them, and behind them the winged entity rose from the spire and followed. "It is not hunting," Greatstorm sent. "Not yet. It is watching to see where we go." Ke twisted to look back. The entity hung in the sky like a second moon, light pulsing in a slow, patient rhythm. On the broken platform far below, he could barely make out the figures of Ji Shuyun and his guards, their silver sigils tiny points of cold fire. The headmaster was not chasing. He did not need to. The bells began to ring. Not the ancient bell, not the heaven court bell. Every bell in Ruoxia, from the market spires to the academy to the noble heirs, all of them at once, a chorus of bronze and iron that rose through the storm and followed them into the dark. "They know," Lan said. Her voice was barely audible over the wind. "Every bloodline in the city. They know what escaped." Ke did not answer. He held on to Greatstorm's scales and watched Ruoxia disappear into the clouds below. The flight was not smooth. Greatstorm's new wings beat with an uneven rhythm, learning as she went. She listed left, corrected, dropped 20 feet before catching an updraft. Her breath came great heaving gusts that Ke felt through his legs, but she kept climbing. The storm swallowed them. Rain lashed Ke's face. Lightning split the darkness a mile to their left, close enough that the thunder rolled through his chest. The cold seeped into his Windstep channels, but the pearl kept them warm, and Greatstorm's body heat bled through her scales. They flew until the bells faded, until Ruoxia was a smear of light below the clouds, until the storm broke open into a patch of clear sky where the first stars were visible, sharp and cold and impossibly far. Greatstorm glided, the wind eased, and Ke looked ahead. The beastland stretched into the dark, a broken sea of floating crags and storm-washed ridges, lit by distant lightning and the faint glow of something that might have been a moon behind the clouds. There was no path, no map, no safety. But the bells were behind them, and Ji Shuyun's voice could not reach this high. "Where?" Greatstorm asked. Ke did not know. He opened his mouth to say so, and the stars above them went out. Not clouds, not the storm. Something vast passed between the stars and the world, and the light died in a straight line from horizon to horizon, as if a hand had drawn a curtain across the sky. The winged entity stopped. It hung at the edge of the storm, light dimmed to almost nothing, and Ke felt a pulse through the bond that was not Greatstorm's. A pulse from above, from the dark where the stars had been, from the heaven court, looking down at last. Chapter 41. The dark where the stars had been did not return. Ke kept his eyes on the gap overhead, waiting for the light to bleed back through, but the sky stayed wrong, a pressed-down weight like a thumb on the world's throat. The pulse from the heaven court had not stopped. It hummed through the air, through Greatstorm's ribs, through Ke's own chest where the pearl sat hot and restless. Greatstorm's wings beat once, twice. The rhythm staggered. She listed hard to the left, and Ke felt her shoulder muscles tremble beneath his hands. She was still learning what her body could do, still discovering the shape of her own flight, and she was carrying 3 people through a storm that did not want them. Lan's grip tightened on his belt. She cannot keep this pace. She will, Ke said. I will, Greatstorm said, but the thought came thin, frayed at the edges. I am not stopping yet. The wind shifted. They dropped through a pocket of dead air, 20 feet falling before Greatstorm caught an updraft and heaved them back up. Ke's stomach pressed against his spine. The cold ate through his Windstep channels faster than the pearl could warm them. Sendu Yi said nothing. His hands were locked on Greatstorm's haunches, his clouded eye fixed on the dark ahead. He had been silent since the stars went out. Ke looked back. Ruoxia was gone. The storm had swallowed it, or the distance had, or the heaven court's pulse had erased it from the world. There was only cloud and wind and the broken teeth of floating crags breaking through the gray like bones through skin. The Beastlands. He had heard the name all his life, whispered by merchants and handlers and drunk stable hands who claimed they had seen the edge. Nothing out there but wild sky and hungrier beasts. No law, no mercy. You go past the trade spires, you do not come back. He had never imagined it would look like this. Empty. The crags were bare stone, scoured by wind, streaked with lichen and old lightning scars. No bridges, no lanterns, no winch platforms, just rock and storm and the endless pressing dark where the stars should have been. Where? Greatstorm asked again. Ke did not have an answer. He scanned the horizon, searching for anything that looked like shelter. A ledge, a crevice, a lip of stone wide enough to hold them while Greatstorm rested. But the crags were jagged and sheer, their faces worn to knife edges by centuries of wind. There, Lan said. She pointed past his shoulder, her arm rigid. Ke followed her line of sight. A spire rose from the cloud bank a mile ahead, squat and broken, its top sheared off as if something had bitten it clean. The remains of a structure clung to its flank, wooden beams and frayed rope, the skeleton of a courier perch. Sen Bui stirred. The old relay line, he said. His voice was hoarse. I thought they dismantled it. Can we reach it? Ke asked. No one answered. Greatstorm's wings beat slower. Her breath came in ragged gusts, and Ke felt the bond pulse with something that might have been pain or might have been exhaustion. The pearl tried to feed her warmth, but she pushed it back. Save it, she said. I will not fall. But her next wing beat missed the rhythm, and they dropped another 10 feet before she caught herself. The perch grew closer. Ke could make out the details now. A landing platform of warped planks, a collapsed signal crane, a wind-damaged hut built against the spire stone. No lanterns, no movement, just the dead bones of a place that had not been used in years. He wanted to believe it was safe. He wanted to believe nothing had found it yet. Greatstorm bent toward the platform, her wings tilting to catch the crosswind. She was aiming for the far edge, where the planks looked thickest, where the stone wall might offer some shelter from the wind. 30 feet. 20. The landing gear of her hind legs scraped the planks, and Ke felt the shudder run through her spine. She folded her wings, stumbled, caught herself. Her claws gouged deep furrows in the rotted wood. 10 feet. They were down. Greatstorm stood trembling, her head low, her breath steaming in the cold air. Ke slid off her back, his legs almost folding beneath him. The platform swayed under his weight. The ropes that held it to the spire had frayed to threads. Lan dismounted next, her face pale, her hands shaking as she released his belt. She took 2 steps and stopped, staring at the hut. Sen Bui climbed down last. He moved stiffly, his joints protesting, but his good eye was already scanning the platform, the hut, the broken crane, the sky behind them. Something is wrong, he said. Ke did not need him to explain. He saw it too. The warning lanterns. They hung from the hut's eaves on rusted hooks, 3 of them, their glass cracked and blackened with age. They should have been dark, dead, empty of oil for years. But one of them was glowing. A thin blue light, no brighter than a candle flame, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm. Someone lit it, Lan said. Her voice had gone flat. Recently. Ke took a step toward the hut. The lantern pulsed again, and Greatstorm's growl rolled through the bond like thunder. Chapter 42. The blue lantern pulsed. Ke stared at it, his hand still on Greatstorm's neck, feeling the growl vibrate through her throat into his palm. The light was thin, wavering, nothing like the steady flame of academy oil. It flickered like something alive. Who would light it? Lan asked. No one answered. Sen Bui stood at the edge of the platform, his clouded eye turned toward the dark where Ruoxia had been. His good eye tracked the hut, the lantern, the broken crane, the sky. The old relay keepers, he said finally. They used blue fire, burns cold, lasts through any storm. Keepers? Ke's voice came out hoarse. You said this line was dismantled. It was. Sen Bui turned. His face was hard to read in the thin light, the scars and hollows throwing shadows that made him look older than Ke had ever seen him. Something is using it now. Greatstorm's growl did not stop. She stood with her head low, her new wings folded tight against her flanks, her silver eyes fixed on the hut. The glow of the warning lantern reflected in them like twin flames. Ke made himself move. He crossed the warped planks 1 step at a time, testing each board before he put his full weight on it. The platform groaned but held. The hut's door hung crooked on a single leather hinge, the wood swollen with years of damp. He pushed it open. Inside, the space was small and mean. A cot against the far wall, its canvas rotted to strings, a stone hearth black with old soot, a shelf with 2 clay cups and a rusted knife. The floor was packed earth, cracked and uneven, and in the center of it, someone had carved a mark into the stone. Kane knelt. The mark was a spiral, 3 rings deep, the same pattern he had seen beneath the academy gutter, the same pattern that had taught him to breathe. Behind him, the plank door creaked. Senbi limped inside, Lan close behind. Greatstorm did not follow. She stayed on the platform, her head raised, her nostrils flaring as she tasted the wind. Senbi's good eye found the spiral immediately. He went still. "That is not a keeper's mark," Lan said. "No," Sen said. "It is older." He lowered himself to the floor, his joints protesting, and traced the edge of the spiral with one finger. His hand shook. "The roots they sealed," he said. "The ones below council and academy and bloodline law. They did not just run through the tunnels. They ran everywhere, above and below. The courier lines were part of it." "Part of what?" Kay asked. Senbi did not answer immediately. He sat back on his heels, staring at the spiral as if it had spoken. "A network," he said, "before the academy hardened the skies. Before the bloodlines claimed dominion over every beast in Ruoxia, there were roots that belonged to no one. Paths through the storm that did not ask who your ancestors were." His voice dropped. "This perch is one of them. The spiral is a ward mark. It means the old keepers still recognize this place." Cade looked at the mark, then at the lantern glowing outside, then at the darkness beyond the platform where the heaven court's pulse still pressed against the sky. "Someone lit the lantern," he said. "If the keepers are gone, who knew to light it?" Senbuye's silence was answer enough. Line moved to the hut's far wall, where the stone was scarred with older marks, faint and weathered. She ran her fingers over them, her face unreadable. "I have never slept anywhere unowned," she said. The words were quiet, almost an afterthought. Cade looked at her. She did not meet his eyes. "Every room I have ever stayed in belonged to my family. Every bed, every roof. Even the academy dormitories carried my father's seal." She let her hand fall from the wall. "This place does not belong to anyone." Her jaw tightened. "I did not know that was possible." Key wanted to say something about choice, about how the perch was theirs because they had arrived and no one had claimed it first. But the words felt too big for his throat. Instead, he turned back to the spiral mark and pressed his palm to the center. The stone was cold, dead. No hum of lingering chi, no warmth like the cistern shrine. The old power had drained out of it long ago. But the mark was still here. Someone had kept it. Outside, Greatstorm's growl changed pitch. Key was on his feet before he knew he had moved, crossing the hut in 3 strides, pushing through the crooked door onto the platform. Greatstorm stood at the edge of the planks, her head raised, her silver eyes fixed on the deep storm. Her wings were half open, the membrane shivering. "What is it?" Key asked. She did not answer in words. The bond carried a feeling instead, vast and distant, like something stirring in depths too deep to measure. Key followed her gaze. The storm rolled in sheets of gray and black, shot through with veins of pale lightning. Nothing moved in it. No shape, no light, just the endless churn of cloud and wind. But Greatstorm was listening, and then Key heard it. A horn, low and long, rising from somewhere far below the visible world, somewhere the storm could not reach. It was not a hunting horn, not a signal bell. It was something older, something that did not sound like human instruments at all. Greatstorm's growl died. She stood perfectly still, her ears forward, her breath held. The horn faded, the wind returned, and in the silence after, Key felt the bond pulse with something he had never felt from her before. Fear. She was not growling at what she sensed. She was answering, and something in the deep storm had heard her. Chapter 43. Dawn came gray and thin, the stormlight leaching color from everything it touched. Key had not slept. He sat on the platform's edge, Greatstorm pressed against his side, her warmth the only steady thing in a world that kept shifting beneath him. The horn had not sounded again, but the silence after it felt worse, like a held breath waiting to break. Below them, the clouds churned in slow coils. Lan emerged from the hut, her hair loose, her face drawn. She said nothing, just stood at the railing and looked down into the same gray nothing Ke had been staring at for hours. Sambuyi followed a moment later, moving stiffly, his clouded eye catching the first pale light. "We need to move," he said. Ke did not argue. They packed in silence. There was nothing to pack, really. A half-empty water skin, the last of maize salved in a cracked pot, Senbuyi's knife. Greatstorm stretched her wings, testing the membrane. The movement was smoother than the night before. She was learning. Ke was about to ask which direction when he saw it. A flicker. Low in the clouds, not lightning. He leaned forward, squinting. The flicker came again, closer. And then he saw the shape beneath it, a long, narrow hull, the color of wet slate, slicing through the mist like a blade. "Skimmers," Lan said. Her voice was flat, controlled. Ke counted 3, then 4. Then more shapes behind them, smaller and faster, moving in a spread formation that swept the gaps between floating crags. They were searching. Ji did not wait for the council, Senbuyi said. He sent riders at dawn. The lead skimmer was still distant, maybe 1,000 spans below the approach, but rising. Ke could see figures on its deck, their outlines sharp against the gray. One of them pointed upward. They had been seen. "Greatstorm cannot fly us out," Lan said. "She is still learning her wings. If we mount now, they will catch us before we clear the first ridge." Ke looked at the platform, at the rotted planks, at the rusted crane and the dead lanterns. "What if we do not run?" Lan turned. "Ke, I am Windstep now." The words felt strange in his mouth, too large for his voice. "I have not tested it, not really. But if I can hold them long enough for Greatstorm to launch, no." Lan's voice cut like a blade. "You have been Windstep for less than a day. You do not know your limits. You do not know if the channels will hold under pressure. They have to hold." Her jaw tightened. She looked at Senbuyi, who said nothing. "He is not wrong," Sen said finally. "If we all flee, the skimmers will track us across open sky. They will call more riders. We will be run down within bells. And if Ke fights alone? Then he buys time." Senbuyi's good eye met hers. "Time we use to Greatstorm into the upper cloud. Time to find a gap they cannot follow." Lan's hands curled into fists. Ke stood. "Stay on the perch," he said. "When you see the skimmers break formation, launch. I will find you." Greatstorm's growl rolled through the bond. Not protest, something sharper. A demand. "Do not die." Ke reached down and pressed his palm to her neck. The scales beneath her fur were warm. "I will not." He turned before he could see her face. The perch's edge dropped into nothing. The nearest crag was a broken finger of stone, maybe 30 spans away, with a single rope strung between them, thin and frayed. Below it, the clouds swallowed everything. Ke jumped. The Windstep answered before he finished the thought. His feet caught the rope, and his body. It moved. Not his own movement. Something older. Something the pearl had burned into his channels. He ran the rope like it was solid ground, his weight shifting in perfect rhythm, the spiral marks on his arm flaring white as he reached the far crag and landed in a crouch. The skimmers were closer now. Ke counted 8 spread across the cloud layer. The lead vessel was 100 spans below, its deck crowded with figures. He saw the glint of weapons. He saw ropes coiled for boarding. They expected him to flee. He chose a different plan. The crag was jagged, all broken edges and razor stone. He moved across it in a half-crouch, testing his speed. The Windstep carried him in bursts. 3 steps, a breath, another 3. His channels burned, but they did not close. The pearl pulsed against his thigh, feeding warmth into the gaps. He reached the far edge and looked down. The lead skimmer was passing directly below. Ke did not think. He dropped. The fall was 3 heartbeats. He hit the skimmer's deck with both feet, and the impact drove a crack through the planking. The crew turned, their faces blank with surprise, and then Ke was moving again, the Windstep carrying him through their midst like a ghost. He did not fight. He disabled. A kick to a knee, an elbow to a throat, a shoulder shove that sent a sailor sprawling into the rigging. He moved through them like water, too fast for their hands to catch, too low for their weapons to find. Behind him, the second skimmer was rising fast. Ke grabbed a coil of rope from the deck, spun once, and threw. The rope caught the second skimmer's mast, tangling in the rigging. The vessel lurched. The crew scrambled. Ke pulled, and the two hulls collided with a grinding crash that sent men spilling into the gap between them. The formation broke. Ke did not wait. He vaulted off the ruined deck, his feet finding a fallen spar, then a rock outcropping, then a second rope bridge strung between two smaller crags. The Windstep carried him up, always up, his breath ragged but his channel still open. Below him, shouting rose. He looked back. The skimmers were scattered. Two were locked together, their crews cursing as they tried to separate. A third had turned hard to avoid the collision, its hull scraping against a stone outcropping. The smaller riders were circling, disoriented, their neat sweep shattered into chaos. And then Ke saw it. Behind the formation, hanging back in the mist, a craft he had not noticed before. It was not a Ruoxia skimmer. Its hull was pale silver, long and narrow, with no visible rigging and no crew on deck. It moved without sails, without oars, sliding through the cloud like a blade through silk. A silver banner hung from its prow, the emblem too distant to read. Zhenbai had been wrong. Ji Shuyun was not leading this chase. Ke's blood went cold. The silver craft did not change course. It did not accelerate. It simply rose through the scattered skimmers, threading the chaos with perfect precision, heading straight for the perch where Greatstorm waited. Ke spun and ran. The Windstep screamed through his legs, the pearl blazing against his thigh, but he was too far. The perch was still 40 spans above him, and the silver craft was rising faster than anything he had ever seen. He heard Greatstorm's roar, and then he saw the plank door of the hut swing open, and Lan stepped out with Zhenbai's knife in her hand, her face set in ear-lice expression Ke had never seen before. She was not running. She was standing her ground. Lan. The silver craft crested the crag's edge, and a figure stepped onto its prow. Chapter 44. The Windstep carried Ke up the last span of stone. He hit the perch at a run, gasping, the pearl's heat fading fast in his chest. The silver craft was still rising, cresting the crag's edge with that terrible silence. No wind in its rigging because it had no rigging at all. Lan stood 10 paces from the hut, Zhenbai's knife in her hand, her black hair whipping across her face. She did not turn when Ke landed. "Get Greatstorm airborne," she said. "Now. You cannot fight that thing with a kitchen knife. I can buy you 3 breaths." Ke grabbed her arm. The silver craft was close enough now that he could see the figure on its prow. A woman in pale robes, hooded, her face hidden. She was not reaching for a weapon. She was not signaling. She was simply watching, her hands empty at her sides. That was worse. "Lan, we go together." Ke. Greatstorm's voice, inside his skull. He felt her exhaustion, the raw burn in her chest, the desperate flutter of wings she had not yet learned to trust. She was already at the perch's far edge, her scales dull under the cloudlight. Lan pulled free of his grip. 3 breaths. Do not waste them. She ran. Greatstorm crouched as he reached her, her legs trembling. He swung onto her back, felt Lan land behind him a heartbeat later, her knife still in her hand. Zhenbai scrambled from the hut with his bad leg dragging, and Ke caught his arm and hauled him up. "Now," T said. Greatstorm launched. The perch fell away beneath them, the silver craft sliding into view below as they dropped, then rose into the bank of storm mist that clung to the upper crags. Ke did not look back. The mist swallowed everything. Cold, wet darkness closed around them, so thick Ke could not see his own hands. Greatstorm's wings beat once, twice, the sound muffled and wrong, like cloth tearing through water. She was climbing, but her rhythm was breaking, each stroke shorter than the last. Higher, Ke said. Get above the... A shudder ran through her spine. Her wings stopped. They were falling. The mist tore past Ke's face as Greatstorm's body went limp beneath him, her claws scraping against nothing. He heard Lan shout, felt Sen's grip tighten on his belt, and then the ground hit them. Stone. Broken, jagged stone. Ke's legs buckled on impact. He rolled, came up with his palms scraping against rock, and saw Greatstorm sprawled on a narrow ridge of needle-sharp crags, her wings twisted beneath her, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The mist swirled around them, hiding the sky. Ke crawled to her. Her scales were hot, too hot, and her flanks trembled with each breath. When he pressed his palm to her neck, the chi that met his touch was thin and ragged, like a thread about to snap. Greatstorm. She did not answer. Lan dropped to her knees beside them, already reaching into her sleeve. She pulled out a clay jar, the last of May's salve, and began working it into the cracked membranes of Greatstorm's wing. She flew too hard, Lan said. Her channels are scorched. She pushed through the transformation before the chi paths could stabilize. She was carrying all of us. Then we are all three too heavy. Ke's hands shook as he took the jar from Lan and smoothed the salve into the burns. Greatstorm's eye opened, a slit of silver, and her voice came through the bond like a whisper. The craft. Did it follow? Ke looked up. The mist was thick, impenetrable, a wall of gray that pressed in from all sides. No sound of engines, no shudder cutting through the cloud. I think we lost them. You are wrong. Greatstorm tried to lift her head, then let it fall. Her growl was barely audible. The Leviathan form drew attention that will not fade. They do not need to see us. They know what we are now. Senbuyi limped to the ridge's edge, his clouded eye fixed on the mist. He was silent for a long moment, then pointed. There. Ke followed his gaze. Through a gap in the cloud far below, he saw a glint of silver, moving in a slow, patient arc, like a hunter quartering ground it knew the prey could not leave. It was not searching. It was waiting. Lan took the knife from where she had dropped it, wiped the blade on her sleeve, and handed it back to Sen. How far to the next relay perch? Half a day on foot, across the spine ridges, Sen said. If Greatstorm cannot fly, she cannot. Then we walk. Ke looked at Greatstorm, her wings folded at wrong angles, the salve already steaming off her scales. "The child is right," she said, and there was no mockery in her voice, only tired certainty. "You must leave me." "No, the craft will not let me recover. Every pulse of my chi draws it closer. If you go on foot, you might—" "No." He pressed both hands to her neck, felt the frantic beat of her heart against his palms. The spiral marks on his arm flared, and he poured what was left of his Windstep chi into her channels, a thin, desperate stream. Greatstorm's eye widened. "What are you doing?" "Keeping my promise." Behind them, through the mist, the silver glint grew larger. Chapter 45. Sen moved first, his bad leg finding purchase on the stone as if he had walked these ridges 1,000 times before. "This way," he said, and did not wait for argument. Ke looked at Greatstorm. Her eyes were open now, watching him with that flat silver stillness that meant she was measuring his next choice. The chi he had poured into her channels had stopped the worst of the burning, but her wings still lay twisted beneath her, the membranes cracked and steaming. "I can walk," she said. "Do not look at me like that." "You cannot even stand." "I can stand. Flying is the problem." Lan made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. He could not tell which. She had not sheathed the knife. Her knuckles were white around the grip. "Half a day on foot," she said, "across spine ridges, with a wounded Leviathan and no cover." "Stormgrass Hala," Sen said. "Half a bell east of here. The old relay keepers used it when the sky turned bad. The grass grows tall enough to hide a full-grown beast, and the feral feeders that nest there will mask any chi signature." "How do you know about it?" Sen's clouded eye caught the mist light and went pale, like a stone turned over in rain. "Because I was a relay keeper once, before I learned to be afraid of what the roots led to." No one asked more. He stood. His legs were unsteady, his Windstep channels thin and cold despite the pearl's fading warmth. He reached down and slid his arm under Greatstorm's neck, feeling the heavy weight of her skull against his shoulder. "Up," he said. "You are shaking, child. Then do not lean on me so hard." She leaned harder. Together they moved off the ridge. The descent was slow, a nightmare of loose stone and hidden gaps where the mist hid the shape of the ground until Ke's foot found nothing. Sin led at a pace that seemed impossible for a man with a dragging leg, but he never stumbled, never paused, his good eye fixed on some landmark only he could see. Lan walked at the rear, the knife still in her hand, her head turning at every sound. Ke did not look back at the silver craft. He did not need to. He felt its patience through the bond like a thread of cold drawn tight across his spine. It was still there, still waiting, still certain. The ground changed after a while. The jagged crags gave way to softer stone, then to moss, then to grass that rose past Ke's knees and brushed against Greatstorm's flanks. The mist thinned and the air grew warmer, carrying the smell of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed stems. Stormgrass. It grew in thick, waist-high clumps, bending under its own weight, the blades dark green shot with silver veins that glowed faintly in the half-light. The basin opened before them like a bowl carved into the cloud, sheltered on all sides by floating crags that broke the wind into whisper. Feral feeder beasts scattered as they entered, small creatures with blunt teeth and round bodies, too slow and too stupid to be true prey. They watched from the grass edges with dull eyes, then went back to grazing. Greatstorm's legs buckled halfway across the hollow. Ke went down with her, catching her head before it hit the ground. Her breath came in hard, shallow gasps, her scales hot against his palms. "Rest," he said. "We are here. Here, where the grass is wet and the feeders taste like dirt. Then do not eat them." She made a sound that might have been a growl or a laugh. Her eyes slid closed. Ke sat beside her, his back against her ribs, and let himself breathe. The hollow was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. The kind of quiet that came after something had passed through and scared the noise away. But the feeders were grazing again, and the mist held steady above them, and Ke was too tired to run any farther. Lan had not sat down. She stood at the edge of the hollow, facing the direction they had come, the knife loose in her hand. Her shoulders were drawn tight, her jaw set, her black hair plastered to her face by the mist. "Lan," Ke said. "Rest. Not yet. Then at least put the knife down before you cut yourself." She looked at her hand as if she had forgotten she was holding it. The blade trembled. For a moment, Ke thought she might throw it into the grass. Then something moved in the sky above them. Lan's head snapped up. Ke pushed himself to his feet, his hand finding Greatstorm's neck, ready to pull her upright, even if it killed them both. But it was not the silver craft. It was a hawk, dark-feathered, broad-winged, circling in slow spirals through the gap between the crags. Its flight was tired, its wing beats uneven, as if it had been flying for hours without rest. Lan made a sound Ke had never heard from her. A broken, swallowed noise, almost a sob. The hawk descended. It did not stoop like a hunting bird. It dropped in careful, measured circles, each turn bringing it lower, until its talons touched the stormgrass at Lan's feet, and it folded its wings against its body. The stormhawk. Her stormhawk. The one that had never chosen her. The one that obeyed because the bloodline bond commanded it, not because it wanted to. The one she had left behind when she chose Ke over her lineage. It looked up at her with dark, unblinking eyes, and then it stepped forward. 1 step. 2. Its chest brushed against her knee, and it pressed its head into her hand, the way Ke had seen Greatstorm press against him when she was too tired to pretend she did not need comfort. Lan's composure shattered. She dropped the knife. Her hands came up, shaking, and touched the hawk's feathers as if she expected them to burn her. Her breath came in ragged, uneven pulls. "You came back," she said. "You came back." The hawk made a soft sound, deep in its throat, and leaned into her. Ke looked away. The moment was not for him. It was not for anyone. It was the sound of a chain breaking, of something that had been locked finding the door open, of a creature that had never been allowed to choose finally making a choice. Sen had stopped walking. His head was turned, his clouded eye catching the light, his face unreadable. "I did not think it would find us," he said. "Neither did I. Stormhawks are not loyal to their handlers. They are loyal to the contract. That one should have returned to her family's muse the moment she left the academy." Ke looked at the hawk, pressed against Lan's chest, its eyes closed, its feathers trembling. Maybe it learned something new. The grass rustled. Ke's head turned. For a moment, he thought it was the wind or a feeder beast shifting in its nest. But the sound came from the wrong direction, from the edge of the hollow where the grass grew thickest, and it did not stop. It grew. A low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the stalks. The feeders scattered, their dull eyes finally showing alarm. The grass parted, bent, folded under a weight that should not have been there. Lan's hand closed around the knife again. The hawk spread its wings, and the movement stopped. Ke stood very still, his heart hammering, his hand on Greatstorm's neck, the bond humming with a warding that had no shape yet. The grass did not move again. But something had heard them. Something had followed them. Something was waiting in the silver-green stalks, patient as the hunter below the mist, and Ke had no idea what it was. Chapter 46. The grass stopped moving, but the pressure did not. Ke stood frozen, one hand on Greatstorm's neck, the other open and empty. The hollow had gone silent. Even the feeders had stopped grazing. Every blade of storm grass stood still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. "Something is out there," Lan said. Her voice was flat, controlled. The knife was back in her hand. The stormhawk had shifted position, standing between her and the grass line, its wings half spread, its head low. Sen Buyi moved toward them with the careful, measured steps of a man who knew better than to run. His clouded eye caught the fading light, his good eye fixed on the spot where the grass had stopped moving. "Scavengers," he said. "Storm scavengers. They hunt by scent." Ke's stomach turned. "Greatstorm. She is bleeding. They caught the blood on the wind." Greatstorm's head lifted. Her eyes were half closed, her breath shallow, but she heard him. Through the bond, he felt a flicker of something that might have been anger, or might have been the last of her strength pulling taut like a frayed rope. "I can fight," she said. "No." The word came out before Ke thought about it. He pressed his hand flat against her neck, felt the heat of his own chi still moving through her channels, thin and fading. "You cannot even stand without shaking." Her jaw opened. A sound came out, not a word, but a low, grating growl that vibrated through his ribs. The grass at the edge of the hollow parted. Ke saw them at the same time Lan did. 4 of them, low to the ground, bodies long and narrow, scaled in mottled gray that matched the cragstone. Their heads were flat, their eyes white with no pupil, their mouths slightly open, showing rows of teeth that were not quite sharp enough to be elegant, and not quite blunt enough to be harmless. Storm scavengers. He had heard the name before, whispered by stable hands and market traders, creatures that followed the storms, feeding on what the wind killed. They did not hunt live prey unless the prey was already dying. Greatstorm was dying, or she looked like she was. "Lan?" Q said. "The knife." She tossed it. He caught it by the handle, his fingers closing around the worn leather wrap. It was lighter than he expected, better balanced. Sen Buyi had kept it sharp. "Ke." Lan's voice was tight. "There are 4. You have 1 knife. Greatstorm cannot move. The hawk is exhausted. I am tired. I know." He stepped forward, putting himself between the scavengers and the hollow. The grass brushed against his knees, but now felt small in his hand. Too small. The lead scavenger stopped, its head tilted, its wide eyes fixed on him. It was close enough that he could smell it now. Wet stone and old blood and something sour that clung to its scales. It was not afraid of him. It measured him, judged him, found him wanting. Then it looked past him. At Greatstorm. Ke moved. The Windstep channel caught beneath his ribs, feeding him a thin stream of chi that burned going out. He crossed the distance in 2 beats, too fast for the scavenger to track, and drove the knife into the soft place behind its jaw. The blades sank deep. The scavenger convulsed, a wet, violent thrash that tore the knife from his grip. Its tail whipped sideways, catching him across the chest, sending him skidding backward through the grass. His shoulder hit something solid, and he felt a rib complain. The other three were moving now, not rushing, circling. They had learned from the first one's death. They spread wide, flanking him, their wide eyes tracking his movements with cold patience. "Ke, down," he dropped. The Stormhawk passed over him so close that its wing brushed his hair. It struck the nearest scavenger with both talons extended, driving the creature into the ground with a crack of impact. The scavenger screamed, a high, wet sound that cut off as the hawk's beak found its throat. The third scavenger lunged. Ke rolled, came up with his hand empty, and saw the knife still sticking out of the dead one's jaw. Too far. Too slow. Something hit the scavenger from the side. Greatstorm. She moved like a falling stone, her weight driving the creature off its feet, her jaws closing around its neck before it could recover. She did not shake it. She did not snarl. She simply bit down and held, her cracked wing membranes dragging in the grass, her legs shaking under her own weight. The fourth scavenger turned and fled. The hollow fell silent again. Greatstorm released the dead scavenger. Her mouth was bloody, her legs buckled. She went down on her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and did not get up. He crawled to her. He found the blood on her neck first, a shallow tear where the scavenger's teeth had found her before she found its throat. Not deep, not fatal, but she had nothing left to spare. "I told you to stay." She did not answer. Lan appeared beside him, her face pale, her hands reaching past him to press against Greatstorm's wound. The Stormhawk landed a few paces away, its feathers ruffled, its beak dark. "She saved you," Lan said. "She should not have. Is that what you tell yourself to make it hurt less?" Ke had no answer. Sen Bui limped toward the nearest corpse, the one Ke had killed. He knelt, his bad leg protesting, and turned the scavenger's head with his hand. His good eye narrowed. "Ke." The old man's voice had changed. The tired, measured tone was gone. There was something else beneath it now. Ke left Greatstorm and crossed to him. Sen pointed at the scavenger's neck, just behind the jaw, where the scales were thinner and the flesh showed through. There was a small silver barb buried in the skin. It was no larger than Ke's smallest finger, narrow and sharp, its surface gleaming even in the dim light. A thin line of dried blood ran from the wound, but the barb had been there long enough that the flesh had begun to heal around it. "That is not natural growth," Sin said. "That was placed." Ke reached for it. "Careful," Sin said. "Tracker barbs carry marks." Ke pulled the barb free. The metal was cold. His fingers felt the shape before his eyes confirmed it. A raised emblem pressed into the surface, small enough to fit on a fingertip but clear enough to recognize. A crescent curve, a vertical line through its center. The same symbol he had seen on the prow of the silver craft. His hand closed around it. He looked at the scavenger's corpse, at the dead ones scattered across the hollow, at the one that had fled into the mist. "These were not hunting," he said. Senbui's face was very still. They were tracking. Chapter 47. The tracker bard sat cold in Ke's palm, the crescent and line emblem pressing into his skin like a brand. Senbui straightened slowly, his bad leg taking his weight in stages. His good eye stayed on the barb, then moved to the dead scavengers, then to the mist where the fourth had vanished. "We cannot stay here." Lan's hand was still pressed against Greatstorm's wound. The Stormhawk had settled a few paces away, watching the grass edge with hooded eyes. "She cannot walk another half-bell, let alone fight." "Then we carry her." Ke's voice came out flat. He slid the barb into his pocket and crossed to Greatstorm. She was breathing in shallow hits, her cracked wing membranes dragging in the silver-veined grass. Her silver eyes tracked him, but she did not try to stand. "I told you to stay," he said again, softer this time. "You told me. I do not obey." He laughed. It came out broken, nothing like humor. He pressed his forehead to her neck, felt the faint pulse of her chi through the bond, thready and weak but still there. "There is an old tether station," Sen said. "Half a bell south, beneath the third trade spire's underbelly. The rope market outpost was never formally dismantled. The brokers who work there keep their mouths shut and their eyes on profit." "Brokers?" Lan's voice carried an edge. Namu Soren's kind. Yes. And you trust them? Sen's clouded eye drifted toward the mist. I trust that Lady Namu wants what we have alive, not dead. That is the best offer we will get in this territory. Ke lifted his head, the weight of Greatstorm's body against his, the thready pulse in his chest, the cold shape of the barb at his pocket. Everything pressed down at once. Can you walk? He asked Sen. I can lead. Mon, the hawk. She will follow. Lan paused. She chose. She will keep choosing. Ke stood, his legs held. His Windstep channel burned low and steady, the pearl's warmth a dim ember beneath his ribs. He had enough. He had to have enough. Then we move. The route was not a road. Sen led them through a seam in the crags where the stone had split long ago, a narrow rift just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. Greatstorm could not fit. Ke and Lan carried her between them, her weight borne across their shoulders, her broken wings folded against her flanks. She did not protest. She did not have the strength. The stormhawk flew ahead, a shadow against the gray sky, then returned to circle above them. The rift opened onto a ledge that ran along the underside of a trade spire, a wide stone belly hung with frayed ropes and rusted pulleys. The rope market outpost was not a building. It was a web of platforms lashed to the spire's underside, connected by rope bridges that swayed in the crosswind. Lanterns burned with yellow oil light, not blue, ordinary, alive. People moved between the platforms, hard-faced men and women with knife sheaths at their belts and scales hanging from their wrists. They did not look up when the group emerged from the rift. They did not look at all. Sen led them to the largest platform, where a canvas awning stretched over stacked crates and a low table covered in parchment. A thin woman with a shaved head and a scar across her throat sat behind the table, grinding something dark in a stone bowl. She did not stop grinding when they approached. Old gatekeeper, her voice rasped. Heard you were dead. Rumors. Sen lowered himself onto a crate. I need salves, wound bindings, dried meat, and a route map east of the spine ridges. The woman glanced at Greatstorm. Her hand did not stop moving. That your beast? Ours, Ke said. Her eyes flicked to him, measured him, found him young and dirty and unimpressive. But she did not sneer. She turned back to Sen. Payment. Lady Namu's account. The grinding stopped. The woman set the bowl down and reached beneath the table. When her hand came back, it held a sealed leather pouch. She tossed it to Sen without looking at it. Already packed. She said you would come. Ke's chest tightened. She also said to tell you there is a back room if you want to hear the rest. The back room was a storage hold, narrow and low-ceilinged, stacked with crates and coils of rope. A single oil lamp hung from the ceiling, throwing swaying shadows across the walls. Lady Namu Soren stood in the center of the room. She was not dressed as a merchant today. Her robes were plain, dark, travel-worn. She held no ledger, no scale, no token of office. She looked at Ke, at Greatstorm lying on a pile of folded tarps, at Lan and Sen filing in behind him, and she nodded once. You made it farther than I expected. Ke did not answer. He pulled the tracker barb from his pocket and held it out. Namu took it. She turned it over in her fingers, her face unreadable, then set it on a trait. I wondered when you would find one of those. You knew. I knew someone was laying track. I did not know who until you showed me the symbol. She tapped the barb. That is not Ruoxia work. That is not mortal work at all. That is a heaven mark. The word landed like a stone in still water. What does it mean? Lan's voice was tight. It means the heaven court has been watching longer than Ji Shuyun anticipated. They did not wait for a formal report. They set seekers ahead of the collector. Namu's mouth curved, but there was no warmth in it. You have become interesting to powers that do not use the word interesting lightly. Can you help us or not? Ke asked. Namu studied him. I can give you supplies, a map of the old relay network that Ji Shuyun's people do not know exists, a 3-day head start before my agents forget they saw you. That is not nothing. It is also not enough. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a rolled parchment. She did not hand it to Cao. She held it where he could see the seal, the red wax stamped with Soaring Roost's crest. A city proclamation, issued this morning, distributed to every trade spire, market station, and beast dock within Ruoxia's charter lines. She unrolled it. Ka read the characters. The words blurred, then sharpened. Wanted for public endangerment and concealment of a rogue beast. Xiahou Ke, indentured stable cleaner, 14 winters. A creature described as ash-bullard, scaled, winged. Reward, 30,000 silver marks. 30,000. Kay's hand closed into a fist. That was not a bounty on a servant boy. That was a fortune. That was enough to buy an army, buy a bloodline name, buy a small city's loyalty. He priced you high, Namu said. He pressed your beast higher. He named Greatstorm a threat, Lan said. He named her a threat and made every hunter, mercenary, and desperate soul between here and the storm wall your enemy. Namu rolled the parchment and tucked it away. Ji Shuyun did not send those skimmers to catch you. He sent them to flesh you into open ground so the real hunters would see where you ran. Kay stared at the empty space where the proclamation had been. 30,000. He looked at Greatstorm, curled on the tarps, her breath shallow, her cracked wing membranes raw and healing. She was not a threat. She was exhausted and broken, and she had saved his life twice in one day, and the whole world would kill her for 30,000 marks. 3 days, he said. Namu met his eyes. 3 days, she agreed. Then my agents forget you exist. Chapter 48. Namu held Ke's gaze without flinching. 3 days, she repeated. Supplies, a map, and silence from my people. That is the offer. And the price, Ke said. It was not a question. He had learned enough about Lady Namu Sorain to know she did not give anything away. Her mouth curved. The price is a promise. She reached into her sleeve again and produced a different roll, smaller, bound with a single strand of red silk. She did not open it. She held it like a scale she was weighing. Greatstorm is not a beast, boy. You know that. I know that. The Heaven Court knows that, which is why they are hunting her before the collector even arrives. She paused. She is not a survivor of a lost bloodline. She is the root. The thing every storm beast in Ruoxia descends from, thinned and broken and taught to kneel over 1,000 generations. San Bui shifted his weight behind Ke Lan's hand, moved toward her knife. Nami ignored them both. When she reaches the place she is trying to find, when her body remembers what her blood already knows, something will wake. Something old enough that even the Heaven Court sealed it away rather than destroyed it. Ke's chest tightened. Greatstorm stirred against his legs, her breathing shallow but her silver eyes half open, watching. What do you want? Ke asked. First rights to witness. Silence. Lan stepped forward. That is not a price. That is a claim. It is a viewing, Namu said, and her voice hardened for the first time. Not ownership, not control. I do not want to cage what wakes there. I want to see it. I want to write down what no living scholar has recorded. I want to know before the Heaven Court burns it or Ji Shuyun breeds it into another chain. She looked at Keen. You will not reach that place without my map. You will not survive the 3 days without my supplies. And when you get there, you will need someone who understands what you are standing on. She tucked the silk-bound roll back into her sleeve. That witness is the price. He felt Greatstorm's attention through the bond, not fear, not agreement. She was waiting, the same patient silence she used when she let him decide before a fight. He was not choosing for her. He was choosing for both of them. If we reach that place, he said slowly, you watch, you do not touch, you do not take, you do not send word to anyone. Agreed. And when we leave, you leave. Namu's mouth curved again. I am a broker of wonder, boy. I do not collect things. I collect the memory of things. She extended her hand. Do we have a pact? He looked at her palm, unscarred, clean, a merchant's hand. He did not take it. We have a promise, he said. A pact requires binding. I am done being bound. Namu held his eyes for a long breath, and she laughed, low and dry, and lowered her hand. Fair enough. "I promise it is." She turned and pulled a folded oilcloth from a crate. Inside was a map, old and stained, the ink faded to rust in places. She laid it across the crates and weighted the corners with 2 coils of rope and a cup of dried herbs. Ke stepped closer. The map showed the spine ridges, the relay perch they had left, and a web of thin lines running east into blank space. Beyond the last marked relay station, the ink stopped. The paper was empty. "What is this?" Lon asked. "The part no one maps," Namu said. "Beyond the last relay, the old keepers did not draw what they found. They drew the routes that led to it. The nesting ground itself was never written down." "Then how do we find it?" "You do not find it." Namu tapped the empty space. "She does." Greatstorm's ear twitched. Ke stared at the blank paper, a space where the world ended and something else began. A thing old enough that the Heaven Court sealed it, and Greatstorm knew the way by instinct alone. He reached out and touched the edge of the map. The paper was rough, dry, older than him. 3 days, he said. Namu nodded. "Start moving before the lanterns are lit. The eastern descent is unguarded between 2nd and 3rd bell. Most of the outpost watches the storm wall at that hour. Once you drop below the mist line, the relay marks will guide you until the map runs blank." She rolled the map and pushed it into Ke's hands. "Your supplies are packed behind the back wall. An old tarpaulin covers them." She glanced at Greatstorm. "You will have to carry her most of the way." "She knows." Namu studied him one last time. Something shifted in her expression, not softer, but heavier. "I do not know if you will survive what you find out there, stable boy, but I know this. The Heaven Court does not send seekers for a threat. It sends seekers for a fear. And whatever made them afraid enough to hunt a child and a wounded beast across leagues of open sky," she shook her head, "that is worth witnessing." She turned toward the door. 3 days, then my people forget you." She was gone before Ke could answer. The silence she left behind was thick, pressing. Ke looked at the map in his hands, at Greatstorm curled on the tarps, at Lan and Sen Buyi watching him. "We need to move," Sen said quietly, "before the 2nd bell." Ke nodded. He was bending to lift Greatstorm when the door swung open. A child stood in the gap. A girl, maybe 9 summers, barefoot, wearing a faded tunic too large for her shoulders. She was breathing hard, her hands clenched at her sides. She looked past Ke, past Lan, and fist on Sen Buyi. "Old gatekeeper," she said. "They said you would be here." Sen Buyu's face went still. "Who sent you?" The girl stepped forward, her hand unclenched. In her palm lay a folded scrap of paper, smudged with something dark that could have been grease or could have been blood. "The healer apprentice from Soaring Roost," she said. "She said to give this to the boy with ash on his hands." Ke took the paper. His fingers were already trembling. He unfolded it. The characters were cramped, written in a hurry, the ink uneven. "They have started telling debts. They are asking where Toma sleeps. They know about the loft. I can hold them off 1 more night. After that, I do not know." Ke read it twice. The 3rd time, his hand closed around the paper and crushed it. Lan stepped beside him. "What does it say?" He did not answer. He could not. The words were still burning behind his eyes. "They know about the loft." May had stayed behind. She had burned the ropes, collapsed the shaft, lied to every person who asked. And now they were circling her. Circling Toma. Circling the place Ke had hidden Greatstorm for weeks. He had promised to return for them, and he was standing in a rope market outpost, holding a map to a place that did not exist, with a beast that could not walk and a bounty on his name that could buy a city. The child runner was still watching him. "She also said to tell you," the girl added, her voice smaller now, "that the sky is listening. She said you would know what that means." Ke's blood went cold. The sky is listening. That was what Greatstorm had said back in the feed loft, weeks ago, before the trial, before the escape, before any of this. He looked at the crushed paper in his hand. Then he looked at Greatstorm. Her silver eyes were open, watching, waiting. And for the first time since they had landed at the perch, Ke did not know what to do next. Chapter 49. The paper was still crushed in Ke's hand. The child runner had not moved, her bare feet planted on the dusty boards, watching him with the patient stillness of someone used to waiting for answers adults could not give. "The sky is listening," Cass repeated. The girl nodded once. "She said you would know." He knew. Greatstorm had said those words in the feed loft, weeks ago, when the bond was still raw and Cass had asked why she never spoke above a whisper. Because the sky is listening, and the sky has teeth. He looked at Greatstorm. She was watching him. Her silver eyes held no command, no plea, only the same patient weight she had carried since the rope market, since the hollow, since the crash. She was waiting for him to choose. "Ke," Lan's voice cut through the silence. She had stepped closer, close enough that her shoulder brushed his. "What did May say?" He handed her the paper. She read it. Her jaw tightened. When she looked up, her eyes were harder than he had ever seen them. "They know about the loft," she said. "That is not a question. That is a timeline." "I know. If we go back—" "I know." Ke's voice came out flat, empty. The words Namu had spoken were still lodged in his chest. 3 days. Then my people forget you. The map was in his hand. The nesting ground was out there, somewhere in the blank space where the world ended, and May was standing in a scullery with debt collectors circling Toma's bed. Sen Bu Yi spoke from the corner. His voice was low, careful. "The headmaster wants you to split yourself in two," he said. "He cannot catch you if you run, but he can make you turn back by hurting the people who helped you. That is the game. That has always been the game." Ke's hand tightened around the map. "I promised I would return for them." "I know. I gave my word." "I know." Sen Bi's clouded eye caught the lantern light, unreadable. "The question is not whether your word matters. The question is whether the headmaster has already accounted for you coming back." The silence stretched. Greatstorm stirred. Her body shifted, a slow ripple of muscle beneath cracked scales, and her head lifted from the tarps. She did not stand. She could not. But her silver eyes found Ke's and held. "He is right," she said. The words came through the bond like smoke, thin and worn. "Ji Shuyun knows what you promised. He is counting on it." Ke's throat tightened. "Then what do I do?" Greatstorm's gaze did not waver. "You choose, and I follow." The simplicity of it broke something in his chest. Lan stepped forward. She was still holding the crushed paper, but her other hand had moved to her collar, where a small jade seal hung on a leather cord. She pulled it over her head and held it up. The seal was pale green, carved with the Druga family crest, a stormhawk in flight, wings spread, claws open. It caught the yellow lantern light and threw it back like water. "Lady Namu," Lan said. Namu turned at the door. Her eyebrow rose. "You asked for a promise." Lan's voice was steady. "I am giving you one." She crossed the room and held out the jade seal. Namu studied it. Then she studied Lan's face. "That is a lineage seal," she said slowly. "The kind that binds a family's word in public law. You cannot give that to me without breaking your blood contract entirely." "I know. If I take this, your clan cannot reclaim you, not as heir, not as daughter, not as a name on their ledgers. You become a ghost in the records." Lan did not flinch. "I already am a ghost. This just makes it legal." Namu's hand closed around the seal. The moment stretched, thin and sharp as a blade's edge. Then Namu dipped her head, a single slow motion of respect. "I will witness," she said, "and I will not send word ahead of you. Not for 3 days, not for 30. Whatever wakes at that nesting ground, I will watch it with my own eyes and speak of it to no one who does not already know." She tucked the jade seal into her sleeve. "But understand this, heir of Druga. If you survive what is coming, you will have to build a new name from nothing. Your lineage will not take you back." Lan's smile was thin, bloodless. "I was not planning to ask." She turned to Ke. Her hand found his, squeezed once, then released. "Now you have time," she said. "Use it." Ke stared at the jade seal in Namu's sleeve. At Lan's face, pale but unbroken. At Greatstorm, watching from the tarps with something that might have been pride in her silver eyes. He had time. 3 days. It was not enough. It would never be enough. But it was a door, and Mei was still standing on the other side of it, holding it open with her bare hands. He crushed the map into his pocket and bent to lift Greatstorm. "We go east," he said. "We follow the relay marks until the map runs blank, and we do not stop." Sin Buyi was already moving toward the back wall, where the tarpaulin covered the supplies. Lan's hand found her knife. The child runner stepped aside, and then the outer door banged open. A man stood in the frame, broad-shouldered, scarred across the jaw, wearing a patrol captain's brass badge on a leather strap. His eyes swept the room, caught Lan's face, and went cold. "Juga," he said. "I thought I recognized the seal work." Lan went still. The captain's hand moved toward his belt, where a signal flare sat in a leather loop. "You are a long way from your family's towers, Heir, and I have a standing order from the Academy Council to report any sighting of a Juga heir traveling without escort." Kay's pulse hammered. The captain's fingers closed around the flare. Chapter 50. The patrol captain's fingers closed around the flare. He moved before thought caught up. His palms slammed into the captain's chest, Windstep chi flaring through his legs, carrying him across the room in a single beat. The captain's hand jerked, the flare half drawn from its loop, and Ki grabbed his wrist and twisted. The flare clattered to the floorboards. The captain's eyes went wide, not with pain, but with recognition. He had time to open his mouth. Sin Buyi's knife handle caught him behind the ear. The captain crumpled. Sin stood over him, breathing hard, the knife still reversed in his grip. He had crossed the room without a sound. "Rope," he said. "Now." Lan was already pulling a coil from the supply stack. She tossed it to Sen, who caught it one-handed and began binding the captain's wrists with the efficient speed of someone who had done this before. Ki stared at the fallen man, at the flare on the floor, at Sen's, moving without hesitation. "You knocked out a patrol captain," Ki said. "I did." Sen pulled the knot tight. "And if he wakes before we are gone, we are dead, so move." Ki bent and lifted Greatstorm. She was heavier than the night before, or his arms were weaker. He did not know which frightened him more. Namu was already at the back wall, dragging the tarpaulin aside. 4 packs sat in the shadows, wrapped in oiled cloth. She pushed 2 toward Ki, 2 toward Sin. "Eastern descent," she said. "The ladder is 50 paces past the last oil lamp. Do not stop until you hit the storm line." Ki slung the packs over his shoulder. Greatstorm's weight pressed against his chest, her breath shallow, her silver eyes half closed. "I can walk," she said, but the words came thin and frayed. "You cannot," I said. "I can." Ki hoisted her higher and stepped past Namu without answering. The underside of the rope market outpost was a web of shadow and creaking rope. Ladders dropped into darkness. Wind bridges swayed between platforms that had not seen foot traffic in years. The yellow oil lamps hung at uneven intervals, casting pools of light that made the gaps between them feel deeper than the sky itself. Sen led. His bad leg did not slow him, not here. He knew these paths the way Greatstorm knew the storm, by instinct older than thought. They passed the last lamp. The ladder was a single rope line descending into mist, tied to a rusted iron ring bolted into the platform's underside. The rungs were wood, some were cracked, some were missing. Sen tested the first rung with his weight. It held. "One at a time," he said. "The line will not hold us all." Lan went first. She moved fast, her hands sure on the rope, her feet finding the rungs without hesitation. The mist swallowed her after 10 beats. Then Kay, with Greatstorm draped across his shoulders, her weight threatening to pull him backward with every rung. The rope groaned. A rung splintered under Kay's foot. He caught himself on the rope, his palm burning, Greatstorm sliding. He pressed her harder against his shoulder and kept going. The mist thickened. The platform above vanished. Kay climbed blind, counting rungs to keep his panic at bay. 47, 48, 49. The rope ended. His foot found stone. He stepped off the ladder onto a narrow ledge of broken rock, where Lan and Sin stood waiting. The mist curled around their ankles. Above them, the rope market outpost was already invisible, swallowed by cloud. Ke lowered Greatstorm to the stone and pressed his palm to her flank. Her ribs moved, shallow but steady. "We made it," he said. "No." Sen was staring east, where the mist thinned into a landscape Ke did not recognize. "We made it to the start." The beast land stretched ahead like a wound the world had forgotten to close. Broken spires of black stone jutted from the cloud floor at impossible angles, some no wider than a door, others the size of academy towers. No bridges connected them. No lanterns marked safe paths. The only light came from a sky the color of bruised iron, where something moved behind the clouds, too slow to be wind, too large to be a bird. Between the spires, the mist churned with shapes that might have been stone and might have been something else. Sen Buyi began walking. They moved in single file, following the spine of a stone ridge that rose and fell like a buried creature's ribs. The wind cut through Ke's jacket. His arms ached from carrying Greatstorm. His chi sat thin and shallow in his chest. A candle burned too low. Greatstorm did not speak through the bond. She was conserving strength. Or she was afraid. They walked until the mist began to glow with the amber light of a sun they could not see. The first waystone appeared at the edge of a collapsed bridge. It was a pillar of dark stone, waist-high, covered in carvings that wind and rain had worn to scars. He almost walked past it, but Greatstorm stirred against his shoulder, and her head lifted. "Wait." He stopped. Greatstorm's silver eyes fixed on the pillar. Her nostrils flared. "It remembers me." He set her down slowly, keeping one arm under her chest. She leaned forward, her cracked wing membranes dragging across the stone, and pressed her forehead to the pillar. The carvings began to glow. Thin veins of white light traced the worn symbols, filling them like water finding channels. He watched the light spread, crawling up the stone, reaching the pillar's broken top, and then fading as quickly as it had come. "What was that?" Lan asked. Sin knelt beside the pillar, his clouded eye unreadable. "A waystone. The old keepers left them along the courier routes to mark safe passages, but they have not held light in 60 years. Then why did it because she is not a courier?" Sin looked at Greatstorm with something Ke could not name. "She is what the roots were built to carry." They moved on. The second waystone stood at the crest of a ridge where the wind screamed loud enough to drown thought. It lit when Greatstorm touched it, the same white pulse, and Ke saw the crown and serpent sigil carved into its base before the light died. The third was toppled, half sunk into a crevasse. Greatstorm could not reach it. But when Ke pressed his hand to the exposed stone, the sigil flared under his palm, and the cold from the spiral marks in his arm answered. "You carry her signature now," Greatstorm said. "The stones know you, too." Ke pulled his hand back. The light faded, but the warmth of it stayed in his fingers. At sunset, the mist turned the color of rust. They found the fourth waystone at the mouth of a canyon, where the stone walls rose sheer on both sides, slick with moisture, carved with symbols Ku could not read. The pillar stood at the center of the canyon floor, taller than the others, intact. Greatstorm walked to it on her own. Her legs shook, her wings dragged, but she walked. She did not press her forehead to this one. She stopped to stride away, and the pillar lit without being touched, the white light pouring from its carvings like water from a cracked vessel. The light climbed the canyon walls. The symbols on the walls answered. Could watch the entire canyon come alive with light, every carved surface blazing with white fire. And at the center of it all, the crown and serpent sigil burned brighter than the rest. Sen Buyi went still. He stared at the sigil, at the direction it pointed, east and slightly north, where the canyon opened into a stretch of sky that looked darker than the rest. "That valley," he said, and his voice was barely a whisper. He followed his gaze. "What valley?" Sen did not answer. His hand was shaking. "We need to find shelter before full dark," Lan said. "Sen, what valley?" Sen turned to look at Ke, and his clouded eye caught the light of the burning sigil, making it look, for a moment, like he could see perfectly. "The one no one names aloud," he said. "The Valley of Molted Thunder." Chapter 51. The canyon walls narrowed as they walked, the white light of the waystones fading behind them, until only the amber glow of the hidden sun remained, staining the mist the color of old blood. The valley of molted thunder opened before them like a wound. He stopped at the canyon's mouth and felt his breath catch. The valley stretched wide and deep, its walls sheer on both sides, rising into cloud he could not see the top of. The floor was not stone. It was scales. Colossal shed scales. Some as long as Ke was tall, others broader than the academy's main gate, lay scattered across the valley floor like autumn leaves after a storm. They were the color of ash and iron, faded by wind and rain, but even in their decay, they hummed with lingering chi, so thick it pressed against Ke's chest like a second heartbeat. Greatstorm stirred against his shoulder. Her cracked wing membranes dragged across a scale the size of a serving platter, and the scale answered. A low resonance, deep enough to feel in his teeth, vibrated up through the stone. They were here, Greatstorm said, and her voice in his mind was barely a whisper, thin and odd. Before the chains, before the breaking, they filled the sky. Ke set her down slowly, keeping one arm under her chest. Her legs shook, but she did not fall. "How old is this place?" Lan asked, her voice hushed. Sen Bui stood at the valley's edge, his clouded eye fixed on the far wall where a massive nesting hollow had been carved into the stone, large enough to hold a dozen leviathans. "Older than Ruoxia," he said. "Older than any bloodline record. The old keepers called it the first shed, the place where the first tempest brood cast off their juvenile forms and took to the deep sky. Kind Tegus the picturesque, and the led a new expanse of Proclangly." Ke looked at the scales again, at the sheer size of them, and tried to imagine the creatures that had worn them. Creatures that made Greatstorm's true form look like a fledgling. Creatures that had ruled the clouds unchained. Where did they go? He asked. Sen did not answer immediately. He walked forward, his bad leg dragging slightly, and stopped beside a scale as tall as his chest. He touched it with his fingertips, and his face went still. "Some were killed," he said. "Some were sealed. Some fled so far into the deep sky that no mortal eye has seen them since. And some," Lan said slowly, "were broken into lineages." Sen looked at her, and for a moment something like grief passed across his face. Yes. Greatstorm was trembling. He felt it through the bond, a vibration that was not cold and not hunger, but something between them, a memory that was not his own pressing against the edges of his mind. He saw flashes, not with his eyes, but with hers. Skyfire, crowns falling, a gate in the clouds opening from above, and then nothing. Greatstorm. She did not answer. She was walking. Her legs carried her forward, step by shaking step, past the scattered scales, past the broken nesting stone that lined the valley floor, past the bones of creatures so old they had turned to stone themselves. Ke followed, his hand hovering near her flank, ready to catch her if she fell. Lan and Sen followed a step behind. The valley narrowed as they walked deeper. The walls grew closer together, the chi thicker, until Ke could taste it on his tongue. Iron and ozone, and something older, something that made the back of his throat ache. And then they found the chamber. It was set into the canyon's north wall, hidden behind a curtain of moss, so thick it looked like solid rock. But Greatstorm stopped, turned her head, and pressed her nose into the moss. It crumbled. Light spilled from behind it, thin and blue, the same cold fire that had burned in the warning lantern at the abandoned relay perch. Ke pushed through the moss first. The chamber was deep, carved into the stone by claws so large that each groove was wider than his spread hand. The walls were covered in marks, not symbols, not writing, but wounds, deep gouges that ran from ceiling to floor, as if something had torn its way through the stone in fury or desperation. And at the center of the chamber, the claw marks stopped. There was a hollow, a depression in the stone floor, shaped like a sleeping creature, lined with shed scales that had not faded to gray but still held the faint silver sheen. The scales were warm to the touch. Greatstorm stepped into the hollow. She turned once, twice, her cracked wings folding against her body, her silver eyes fixed on the marks on the walls. She was not afraid. She was reading them. "It was here," she said. "The one the heaven court sealed. It slept in this hollow." Ke followed her gaze to the claw marks. to the way they changed direction halfway up the wall, angling outward instead of inward. "It broke free," he said. Greatstorm looked at him, and her eyes held something he had never seen in them before. It woke. It waited until the chains weakened, and then it rose. "The hollow has been empty for—" She paused, her head tilting, reading the age of the dust. "For less than a turn of seasons." The silence that followed was absolute. Senbei's hand went to his knife. Lan stepped closer to Ke, her stormhawk shifting on her arm, its feathers bristling, and somewhere, far above the valley, above the clouds, above the light of the hidden sun, something answered. A sound that was not thunder, not wind, not anything mortal. A sound like a gate opening. Ke looked up. The sky above the valley was not empty anymore. Chapter 52. The hollow's warmth bled through the soles of Ke's boots, ancient and patient, as if the stone itself remembered the creature that had slept here. Greatstorm stood at the center, her silver eyes fixed on the claw marks that angled toward the sky, her cracked wings folded tight against her ribs. "It rose," she said. "It did not flee. It rose to meet something." Ke's hand found her flank. The scales were warm, warmer than they had been since the crash, and beneath his palm he felt the slow, steady pulse of her chi. Still thin, still recovering, but stronger than it had been an hour ago. "We need to move," Senbui said. He had not taken his hand off his knife. "If the sealed entity is loose—" "It is not here," Lan interrupted. Her stormhawk had hopped to her shoulder, its feathers still bristling. "Whatever broke free left this hollow a season ago. It is not waiting for us." "Then what is?" Ke asked. The answer came before anyone spoke. It began as a vibration, deep and rhythmic, like the pulse of a distant drum. Ke felt it through the stone floor, through the walls, through the bond in his chest. Greatstorm's head snapped up, her lips peeled back from her fangs, and then the sky screamed. It was not a sound that traveled through air. It landed in Ke's skull, a high, keening shriek that felt like claws dragged across the inside of his ribs. He staggered. Lan caught his arm. Senbui was already moving toward the chamber entrance, his bad leg dragging, his face pale. "That is not the entity," he said. "That is something else, something that followed the light." "The Waystones?" Greatstorm said. "They saw us. They told the sky where we are." Ke's blood went cold. He pushed through the moss curtain first, Greatstorm at his heels, and the valley opened before him like a wound. The walls still blazed with white light from the Waystone activation, the crown and serpent sigils burning like captive stars. But the sky above was no longer bruised and empty. Shapes moved in the cloud layer. Dark shapes, angular shapes, falling. "Is that the Heaven Court?" Line asked, her voice flat with controlled fear. Senbui stared up. His hand moved across his face, pressing against his blind eye. "No," he said. "That is worse. That is opportunists." The first craft broke through the clouds. It was not silver. It was not sleek. It was a battered wooden hull, scarred by storms and patched with mismatched metal plates. Its belly hung with iron chains and grappling hooks. Behind it came another, and another. A dozen vessels, maybe more, descending on the valley in a loose spiral that screamed of practice. "Harvesters," Sen said. His voice had gone flat, stripped of emotion. "Beastland scavengers. They watch the old Waystones. When one lights after centuries of darkness, they come to pick the bones clean." Ke looked at the valley floor, at the shed scales, at the bones, at the hollow where a sealed entity had slept. "There are no fresh bones here," he said. "They do not know that," Sen replied. "They saw light. They smelled ancient chi. They will land, search every crevice, and take anything that carries a trace of power. And if they find us, they will take us instead," Lan finished. The first hull was already dropping ropes. Ke turned. Greatstorm stood behind him, her silver eyes fixed on the descending craft, her body trembling with the effort of staying upright. She could not fight. Not in this state. Not against a dozen armed crews. But her gaze did not waver. "I will not run from scavengers," she said. "Not from this valley." "You cannot stand," Ke said. I can stand long enough. The bond flared between them, hot and sharp, and Ke felt her chi rise to meet his. It was not a surge, it was a choice. She was offering him what she had left, and she was trusting him not to waste it. He looked at the descending craft, at the chains, at the men already swinging down the ropes with hooked poles and coiled nets, and he remembered the storm pearl's rhythm, the 3-count beat that had first opened his sealed channels, the pulse of his Windstep footwork, the way his body had moved in the cistern chamber when the echo had tried to match him and failed. Together, he said, not alone. Greatstorm's jaw opened. A low sound rolled from her throat, not a growl, not a roar, but something older, something that made the air crackle. The first raider hit the valley floor 20 paces away. He was broad, scarred, wrapped in stained leathers, a hooked pole in his hands and a curved blade at his hip. He saw Ke, he saw Greatstorm, and he laughed. Well, well, he said, a runt and a cripple. The old keepers must be desperate if this is what they send to guard the... Ke moved. Windstep carried him across the stone in 3 heartbeats, faster than the raider's eyes could track, and the storm pearl's rhythm pulsed in his chest like a second heartbeat. He dropped low, swept the hooked pole aside with his forearm, and drove his palm into the raider's chin. The man's head snapped back. He hit the stone and did not rise. The second raider was already swinging a net. Greatstorm caught it in her claws, tore it apart, and the third raider stumbled back with a shout of alarm. Ke was already turning, already moving, the pearl's heat spreading through his limbs until his movements felt less like effort and more like breath. He did not count the raiders he put down. He did not need to. Every block, every strike, every pivot felt like the echo trial, like the pressure ring, like every moment he had spent learning to move beside Greatstorm instead of against her. The bond hummed through him, steady and warm, and Greatstorm was there at every turn, her bulk a wall he could trust, her claws a threat that made the raiders hesitate. It was not a slaughter. It was a dance. By the time the last raider fell, Ke's lungs were burning and his arms were slick with sweat. The valley floor was scattered with groaning bodies and broken weapons. The surviving craft was already climbing back toward the clouds, its crew having decided the prize was not worth the cost. Ke stood over the last raider he had hit. The man was dying. Ke had not meant to kill him, but the fall had cracked his skull against the stone, and his breath came in wet, uneven gasps. His eyes found Ke's face. He did not look afraid. "You are too late," the man whispered. Ke crouched. "For what?" The raider's hand twitched toward his chest. Ke saw it then, the leather cord around his neck, the small silver token hanging from it. A crescent, a vertical line. "The mark," the raider said. "Someone lit a heaven mark in the upper clouds, 2 nights ago. Everyone in the deep roots saw it." He coughed. Blood spilled over his chin. "They are coming, the real ones. You cannot run from." His eyes went still. He looked at the token, a heaven mark, lit 2 nights ago, in the upper clouds. 2 nights ago, they'd been walking through the candid of waystones. 2 nights ago, the crown and serpent sigil had blazed so bright it could be seen from the sky. Someone had seen it. Someone had answered. He straightened. The sky above the valley was empty again, but the silence felt different now, heavier, like a moment before a blade falls. Greatstorm pressed her head against his shoulder. "They will come," she said, "but we do not have to wait here to meet them." Ke looked at the dying raider, at the token, at the valley that had once held something so terrible the heaven court had sealed it away rather than face it, and he wondered if that entity had lit the same mark when it broke free. Chapter 53. The raider's body still lay where it had fallen. Ke stared at the silver token for a long moment, then turned away. Greatstorm's breathing had steadied. The cracked membranes that had wept thin fluid through the hollow were dry now, scabbing at the edges. She leaned against a shed scale twice her height and closed her silver eyes. Sen Buyi had not moved since the last craft fled. He stood at the hollow's far wall, tracing the carved lines with his fingers, his bad leg taking his weight unevenly while his good hand followed the symbols like a blind man reading a face. "There are more of these," he said, "on every surface. They are not decorations." Lan joined him, her storm hawk circling once before settling on a ledge above. "What do they say?" Sen was silent for a long time. "They speak of the Qinning," he said at last. "I thought the records I saw in the academy vaults were poetry, riddles for initiates to ponder." His hand stopped over a symbol that Ke could not make out. They were not poetry. They were inventory. "What does that mean?" Ke asked through the bond. Greatstorm did not answer. Her breaths had deepened, her ribs rising and falling in slow rhythm. Sen turned from the wall. His clouded eye caught the blue lantern light and made his face look ancient. "The histories claim the first Tempest brood were bred into lineages," he said. "That the academy tamers improved wild stock over generations until the storm beasts became the obedient instruments we know today. That we civilized them." He gestured at the wall behind him. "This says otherwise. This says the brood were not bred into lineages, they were broken into them. It was not husbandry, it was war." Ke felt the words settle in his chest like stones. "How?" Lan asked. Sen shook his head. "The carvings do not say, they only record the result. One brood shorn of its skyfire and given thick hide and sharp teeth, the ridgebacks. Another stripped of its wings and bound to soil scents, the earthhounds. Another hollowed of will and filled with obedience, the contract hawks that serve bloodlines without question." He looked at Lan's hawk. The bird watched him with unblinking yellow eyes. "Your hawk broke that," he said. "That is why it matters. It chose." The old keepers who carved these walls believed choice was something that could be removed entirely. They were wrong. Ke turned back to Greatstorm. She had shifted in her sleep, curling around the shed scale until her flank pressed against the ancient shell of it. The scale hummed where she touched it. He could feel the resonance through the bond, a low thrum that vibrated in his teeth. Greatstorm. No answer. He stepped closer. Her fur was warm, her breathing even, but the bond felt distant, as if she had slipped into a depth he could not reach. "Let her rest," Sen said. "She has not slept true since we left the hollow. The dead carry more chi than the living, and this valley is filled with the dead." Ke wanted to argue. He wanted to shake her awake and ask what she had felt when she pressed her head to the waystones, what she had seen in the hidden chamber, what the skyfire meant. But Sen was right. Ke sat down beside Greatstorm, his back against the shed scale, and waited. The blue lantern flame did not gutter. The hollow lay silent except for the distant groan of stone settling and the thin whistle of wind through the valley's upper reaches. Lan sat across from him, her knees drawn up to her chest, her gaze fixed on something only she could see. He did not remember closing his eyes, but when the dream came, it came through the bond, and he was not asleep. The sky was on fire. Not sunset fire, not storm fire. White gold flame that split the clouds like a blade parting flesh, and from the rift descended shapes that Ke could not properly see. They were too large, too bright. His mind rejected their dimensions the way water rejected oil. Greatstorm was beside him in the dream, but she was not herself. She was vast. Her scales caught the white gold light and threw it back in fragments, and her wings were not the torn, healing things he had carried across the beastlands. They were whole. They were terrible. She was watching the sky. "This is before," she said. Her voice in the dream was not words. It was the feeling of a door opening. Before the chaining, before the breaking. Ke tried to speak, but he had no mouth in the dream. He was only a point of awareness, a floating consciousness anchored to Greatstorm's flank. The skyfire deepened, the shapes descended further, and he saw them for what they were. Crowns. Falling. They fell like burning stars, each one trailing smoke and light, each one carrying the shape of a beast that had once ruled the clouds. He watched them fall and felt Greatstorm's grief as a physical pressure, a weight that pressed against his ribs until he thought they would crack. They answered the call. The brood answered, and the gate opened above them, and the crowns fell. A new shape appeared in the rift. Not a crown, not a falling beast, a gate. He had never seen anything like it. It was not made of wood or stone or metal. It was made of light that had been folded into shape, light that had been commanded to hold form, light that had been given purpose. It hung in the sky like a wound that refused to close, and from the gate, something was looking out. He could not see what, The dream would not let him see, but he felt its attention like a hand closing around his throat. "They broke us," Greatstorm said. "Not with chains, with choice. They made us forget we had ever been free." The gate began to close. The light folded in on itself. The rift sealed. The sky turned gray and empty, and the fire went out. And the crowns that had fallen lay scattered across the stone like the shed scales of the first tempest brood. He opened his eyes. He was on the hollow floor, his back against the dead scale, his hand pressed to his chest. His heart was beating too fast, and the spiral marks on his arm were hot enough to sting. Greatstorm was awake. She was watching him with her silver eyes, and the fear in them was old and deep and not her own. "It is not closed," she said. "The gate. It is not closed." Above the valley, the clouds shifted. Something vast moved behind them. Chapter 54. The hollow supplies lasted 2 days. Sen counted them at dawn, his clouded eye catching the gray light. 4 strips of dried meat, a handful of hard grain, half a water skin. He watched his hands move through the rations with the efficiency of someone who had learned to measure hunger in increments. "We need trade," Sen said. "There is a caravan ring below the western spur. Leyland traders stop there before the storm wall closes the upper routes." Lan rose without speaking. Her hawk circled once above the hollow, then settled on a jut of rock with its wings folded tight. He looked at Greatstorm. She was stronger now. The cracked membranes on her wings had sealed into pale scar tissue, and the hollow in her flank where the scales had been torn was closed. But she still moved like something conserving strength, each step measured, each breath deliberate. "Can you fly?" he asked through the bond. "I can fall with direction," she answered. "That is not the same thing." He took that as a no. The descent to the caravan ring took most of the morning. Sen stayed behind with Greatstorm in a crevice above the spur, hidden by an overhang of black stone. He did not argue when T told him to rest his leg. He only nodded and handed T a small leather pouch of salt. "Trade value," Sen said. "Copper means nothing in the lowlands. Salt means everything." T took the pouch. The weight of it was nothing. The weight of leaving Greatstorm behind was worse. The ring was a sprawl of canvas awnings and wooden carts arranged in a loose circle on a shelf of flat rock. No ropes, no platforms. The traders here did not trust heights the way Ruoxia did. They kept their goods on the ground, their beasts hobbled at the ring's edge, and their eyes on the sky. T pulled his hood low. Lan walked beside him with her shoulders squared and her face unreadable. The first trader they passed was sorting dried fish onto a stained cloth. He looked up, saw Lan's bearing, and looked away. The second was a woman with a scar splitting her lower lip, grinding something dark in a stone bowl. She watched them pass without speaking. It was the third stall that gave them trouble. A broad-shouldered man with a brass ring through his nose was stacking clay jars when he caught sight of Key's approach. He stopped. His eyes tracked past Key's shoulder, scanning for something. "Traders from the east?" he asked. His voice was too careful. "Northeast," Lan said. "Salt trade." The man's gaze lingered on Key's forearms. The muck stains were gone, scrubbed raw before the descent, but the spiral marks had climbed past his elbow now. They showed at the edge of his rolled sleeve. The man said nothing else. He turned back to his jars and did not look at them again. He felt it, the chill in the air that had nothing to do with altitude. They found Namu's first cache behind a loose stone in the ring's outer wall, just where she had said it would be. A waxed canvas bundle wedged into a crack that no one would notice unless they were looking. He pulled it free. Inside, dried meat wrapped in oiled paper, a pouch of salt twice the size of Sen's, a small leather water skin, and a folded scrap of paper with a single word written in tight script. Closer. Namu's handwriting. He did not know how she had placed the cache ahead of them, only that she had known they would come this way. Lan took the supplies and divided them into her pack without comment. He folded the paper and pressed it into his belt. "One more," he said. She said there would be 2. The second cache was deeper in the ring, near a stall selling cured hides and chipped blades. He found it tucked behind a barrel of vinegar, wrapped in the same waxed canvas. But when he opened it, the supplies were not what made his breath catch. Beneath the dried meat and the salt pouch, pressed into the bottom of the bundle, was a strip of cloth. It was torn from the hem of a healer's apron, the edges frayed and stained with old grease. It was tied in a knot Ke recognized. The knot May Sulara had taught him the first time he had come to her with a wound that needed stitching. "If you ever need to leave a message I cannot write," she had said, "tie it like this. It means I was here. It means I am alive." And beneath the knot, in the same grease-stained fabric, a second mark. A thread pulled loose and wrapped twice around the cloth, then cut. Thomas habit. He did it to kitchen rags when he was thinking. Ke had seen him do it 100 times in the academy scullery. Both of them. They had been here. They had left this. Ke's hands went still. The knot said alive. The cut thread said pursued. He pressed the cloth into his palm and felt the cold from Greatstorm's bond pulse in his chest like a second heartbeat. Lan appeared beside him, her voice low. "What is it?" Ke could not answer. The cloth carried a faint smell, he remembered. Hay and rain and the warm grease of the academy kitchen. Home. The home he had left behind. He folded the cloth into his sleeve and turned to face the ring, and saw the traitor with the brass nose ring standing 3 stalls away, speaking to a man in gray robes whose face he could not see. The traitor was pointing at Ke. The chill in the air became a weight. Lamb grabbed his arm. "We have to move." Ke looked at the ring of canvas and carts, the lowland traders who had recognized the spiral marks, the man in gray who was already turning to look in their direction. He thought of May, of Toma, of the knot that meant alive and the cut thread that meant pursued. He thought of Greatstorm, waiting in the crevice above the spur, her silver eyes fixed on the sky that was not closed. "Which way?" he asked. Lan was already pulling him toward the ring's eastern edge, where the rocks sloped down into mist. Behind them, the man in gray began to walk. Chapter 55. Lan pulled him through the canvas gap before the gray-robed man could close the distance. Ke's boots hit stone slick with spilled oil. The ring's eastern edge sloped into a corridor of stacked crates and abandoned carts, their wheels half sunk into moss. Behind them, footsteps. Not running, walking. Measured. The kind of pace that knew exactly where they were going. Ke did not look back. They cleared the ring's edge and dropped into a shallow drainage gully where the mist swallowed the light. Lan's hand found his wrist in the gray. She pulled him left, then right, threading between boulders crusted with pale lichen. The footsteps did not follow. Either the mist had hidden them, or the gray-robed man had chosen not to chase. Ke did not stop moving until they reached the stone spore where Sin waited, half visible against the rock face. Greatstorm pressed into the crevice at his side. "You're breathing hard," Sin said. "Someone recognized us." Ke dropped to his knees beside Greatstorm. Her silver eyes tracked his face, reading the tension. "Gray robes. He was walking toward us before we broke." Sen's good eye narrowed. "Describe him." "Tall. No weapon visible. He didn't run." Sen said nothing for a long breath. Then he stood and slung his pack over his shoulder. "We go now. The next shelter is through Breakwater Pass, 3 ridges east. If he has what I think he has, we cannot stop until we reach it." The pass was exactly what its name promised. Storm-carved arches of black stone rose from the mist like the ribs of a buried leviathan, their curves worn smooth by centuries of wind. The path threaded between them, narrow enough that Ke had to turn sideways in places, his palms scraping against rock that hummed with the distant pressure of weather. Greatstorm walked behind him, her claws clicking on stone. She had refused to be carried. Her wing membranes pulled tight against her flanks, the scar tissue pale and stiff, but her legs held. "How far?" Lan asked from ahead. "Half a bell through the arches," Sin said. "Then the shelter." The mist thickened as they moved deeper. He felt it pressing against his skin, damp and cold, carrying the taste of distant lightning. The hum in the stone grew louder, and the arches began to narrow further, funneling them into a corridor where the sky above was a thin strip of bruised gray. They were halfway through when Greatstorm stopped. He felt it through the bond before she could speak. A chill that was not temperature, a pressure that was not wind. "Someone is ahead," he said. Lan had her knife out before the words left his mouth. Sen's hand went to his belt where the old knife hung, blade worn thin from years of sharpening. The mist shifted, and they came through it. silver banner hunters. 6 of them, moving in formation between 2 collapsed arches, their nets already spread. The mesh was pale and metallic, each strand catching the weak light like wet thread. It hummed with the same frequency as Greatstorm's ash signature. Ke could feel it vibrating in his teeth. The lead hunter raised a hand. "The beast comes with us. The handlers can walk free." Ke did not answer. He was already reading the ground. The arches. The narrow gap to the left where a fallen pillar had created a 3-foot crawl space. The timing of the wind, gusting in from the east in pulses that shook the mist. The lead hunter's hand dropped. The nets flew. Ke moved. He hit the left arch with his shoulder, pivoted off the stone, and let the first net sail past his ear. His Windstep carried him under the second throw, his palms scraping rock as he slid, and then he was inside their formation. He had learned this rhythm in the valley, in the hollow, in every fight since the storm pearl had settled into his chest. 3 count. The pearl's pulse. Greatstorm's instinct feeding into his bones. He took the first hunter at the knee. The second went down as Ke's elbow found his throat, the spiral marks burning against his skin. The third tried to swing a weighted net bag like a flail, but Ke was already past him, turning, moving, reading the terrain the way he read Greatstorm's breathing. Lan took the fourth. Her knife found the gap between his wrist guards, and the net fell slack. Greatstorm caught the fifth in the chest with a shoulder that sent him crashing into a stone arch. The impact cracked the weathered surface, and rock dust rained down like ash. That left the commander. He had not moved. He stood at the far end of the corridor, his silver banner planted in the stone beside him, his hands empty. Ke straightened. His breath came hard, but the pearl's rhythm held steady. The commander looked at the fallen hunters, looked at Ke. Then he reached into his robe and drew out a token no larger than his palm. It was pale, bone white, carved with a single crescent and vertical line emblem that caught the light and threw it back in a color that should not exist in the mist-gray afternoon. Ke heard Sen Buyi make a sound he had never heard from the old gatekeeper before, a sharp exhale, almost a wound. "No," Sen said, "you are not authorized to carry that." The commander's voice was flat. "I am authorized by the Heaven Court's 3rd seal, the same seal that marked this beast before she shed her first form." He held the token higher. "The formal collector is 3 days behind me. I am here to secure the quarry until they arrive." Ke felt Greatstorm's fear through the bond. Old, deep. The same fear she had shown him in the vision when the gate opened and the crowns fell. Sen's hand was shaking on his knife. "We cannot fight that token," he said. "If we do, the Heaven Court marks every soul in this pass as collared." The commander smiled. It was not a kind expression. "Then the boy gives me the beast," he said, "and I decide whether the rest of you walk out of the mist." Chapter 56. The commander held the token high, and the mist around it began to move wrong. Not pushed by wind, but drawn inward, curling toward the bone-white surface like breath pulled into a lung. He felt Greatstorm press against his side. Her fear was a cold thread in his chest. Sen Buyi had not moved since the token appeared. His hand was still on his knife, but his grip had loosened, and his face had gone the color of old ash. "Put it away," Sen said. His voice was barely a rasp. "You do not know what you are carrying." The commander's smile did not waver. "I know exactly what I carry, old man. Do you?" The token caught the light again, that impossible color. Not silver, not white. The shade of something that had never been meant to touch mortal air. Sen's breath came hard. "That is a Sky Warden seal. The 3rd seal. The one that marks the bloodline for culling," the commander finished. "Yes," Ke felt the words land like stones in his chest. Culling. The commander turned the token in his fingers. "Do you know why the Heaven Court keeps the old records? Why we watch the waystones? Why we have waited 60 years for your beast to show itself?" Ke said nothing. Greatstorm's growl was low in her throat. "Because we have done this before," the commander said. "Every time one of the first brood slips its leash, the Heaven Court sends a color. The Sky Wardens were the first line. Mortals who could walk the storm currents and find the wild ones before they woke enough to remember what they were. His eyes settled on Greatstorm. She is remembering. We can feel it. The waystones lit. The valley stirred. The gate. He stopped. The gate is not closed, and she is the one who will open it. Ke stepped forward. She is not opening anything. She already has. The commander's voice was flat. The question is whether you let us close it again before she finishes what the first brood started. Sen moved then. He stepped between Ke and the commander, his bad leg dragging, and his voice dropped to something that had not been used in years. You were not there, he said. You do not know what the third seal costs. The commander's smile thinned. Neither did you before you ran. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with something old and heavy, something that had been waiting for this moment longer than Ke had been alive. Sen's hand dropped from his knife. I was there, he said. At the last culling. I carried the seal. Ke turned to stare at him. Lan's breath caught. Even Greatstorm's growl faltered. You, Ke started. I was a sky warden. Sen's voice was hollow. Before I was a gatekeeper, before I moved to be afraid. I helped seal the eastern route, the one that led to the nesting ground. I helped close it so nothing could follow the trail back to where the first brood had shed their forms. He looked at the commander. I thought I had buried it. I thought letting the waystones go dark would be enough. The commander shook his head. You should have killed her when you had the chance. The words hung in the air like smoke. Greatstorm's growl rose, not at the commander, at the sky. He felt it through the bond before he heard it, a pressure building above the clouds. Not thunder, not wind, something heavier, something that pressed down on the mist until it flattened against the stone. The commander looked up. His face changed. She heard that, he said. The gate heard that. I am not Ke started. Shut up. The commander's hand went to his belt. He pulled a second object, a disc, black stone, veined with silver that glowed like heated wire. That is a warden lock, Sin said. You cannot use that here. I can. I will. The commander's voice was tight. The formal collector is 3 days behind me. If I have to seal this pass and everyone in it until they arrive, I will. The pressure above the clouds grew. Greatstorm's body went rigid. Her head snapped up, her silver eyes fixed on something Ke could not see. Her legs began to shake. What is it? Ke asked through the bond. What do you feel? Her answer came in fragments, images, feelings, a vast shape moving behind the cloud. A hand, a presence that knew her name. That one, she said, the one from before the gate. The pressure broke. Thunder rolled across the sky, not from one direction but from all directions, as if the air itself had split. Ke staggered. Lan grabbed his arm to steady him. Sin went to his knees, his hand pressed to his chest. And the mist above them began to move, not flowing, reaching, like a hand pressing against the clouds from the other side. The commander's face was pale. The third seal was not supposed to draw. Draw what? Ke demanded. Draw what? The commander did not answer. He was staring at the sky, where the mist had begun to take shape. Fingers, a palm, something vast and patient pressing down from above. Greatstorm's scream tore through the pass. Not fear, not pain, recognition. The same sound she had made in the vision. The same sound the brood had made when the gate opened and the crowns fell. Ke reached for her through the bond, but her mind was already gone, swallowed by something older than either of them. The hand in the clouds pressed harder, and the stone beneath their feet began to crack. Chapter 57. A cave full of cold air and the drip of distant water. He found it by feel, his hand trailing the cliff face until stone gave way to a gap wide enough to pull the others through. The stormfall outside had become a curtain of mist and shattered light, hiding their tracks. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, her body trembling. Not from cold, from the things she had seen in the clouds. Lan leaned against the far wall, her stormhawk tucked into the hollow of her shoulder. She had not spoken since the pass. Her face was pale and her hands were steady, which meant she was holding something down. Sen sank to the cave floor, his bad legs stretched in front of him, and pressed the heels of his palms against his closed eyes. No one spoke for a long time. The cave smelled of old dust and dry stone. A thin crack in the ceiling let in a shaft of gray light that moved slowly across the floor as the storm shifted outside. The sound of rain hitting rock filled the space like a held breath. Ke sat down. His legs gave out before he meant them to. Greatstorm curled beside him, her head landing on his knee. Her weight was heavier than it had been a week ago. He could feel each rib through the pressure of her skull. "Sen," Lan said. Her voice was flat, not accusing, testing. "I know. Tell us." Sen lowered his hands. His clouded eye caught the gray light and reflected nothing. The other eye tracked across the cave, settling on each of them in turn. "I was born in a Skywarden outpost," he said, 300 leagues east of here. The outpost sat above a current that led to the deep storm. We trained to walk it, to track what moved through it. Ke's hand stilled on Greatstorm's neck. "I was 17 when I carried the third seal for the first time," Sen said. "The culling was already over by then. We were hunting stragglers, beasts that had shed their chains and gone feral. We called them broken. They were not. They had simply remembered what freedom tasted like and could not bear the collar after." He paused. His hand went to his pocket, where he had kept nothing for 3 days. "I sealed the eastern route because I was told it was the right thing. I believed the old keepers. I believed the brood had to be contained. I believed the Heaven Court knew what it was doing." His voice cracked on the last word. "I believed, and I was wrong. And I ran instead of standing in front of the people I had helped cage." Ke opened his mouth, closed it. The words did not fit. Lan's hawk shifted, resettling its wings. The sound of feathers brushing feathers filled the silence. "You could have killed her," Lam said, "at the nesting ground, before any of this." Sen's throat moved. "I could have. Why didn't you?" He looked at Greatstorm, at the way she had pressed herself into Ke's side, her silver eyes half closed, her breathing slow, at the trust in the curve of her spine. "Because she is not broken," Sen said, "and I am tired of pretending she has to be." Ke felt the bond pulse, a warmth, not the pearl's heat, something quieter. Greatstorm's voice came through like a touch. "He is telling the truth." Ke blew out a breath. 3 days, he said. "The collector is 3 days behind us. What do we do with that?" Sen shook his head. "We run, we hide. We find a place where the sky cannot see us." "The sky sees us now," Lan said. "That hand in the clouds." A beat of silence. "It was looking for Greatstorm," Lang continued. "It found her, and it will keep finding her unless we figure out what the gate wants." Ke's fingers curled into the ash-colored fur. Greatstorm's heartbeat echoed through his palm. "I know what the gate wants," he said. "It wants her to open it. Then we do not open it. We may not have a choice." The fire Sen built crackled, thin flame, stolen heat from dry stone and the last of his tinder. It threw shadows against the cave walls that moved like wings. Ke watched the fire, watched the way the light caught Lan's face, sharpening the lines around her mouth. Watched Sen's hands, steady as he fed splinters into the flame. They had not left, not in the pass, not when the commander spoke, not when the hand pressed against the sky. They had stayed. Ke's throat tightened. He forced it down. "I am not worth this," he said, quiet. "I am a stable drudge with a debt collar and a beast the whole world wants to cage. You could walk away. You should walk away." Lan's head lifted. "You are the most interesting thing I have ever met," she said. "That is not a reason to die. It is the best reason I have." Sen did not look up from the fire, but his voice carried. "I have been running for 40 years. I am done." Greatstorm's head lifted. Her silver eyes found Ke's. "And you?" Her voice in his mind was still raw from the scream. "You could still choose differently. You could leave me here. Tell them I escaped. Walk away clean." Ke's hand found her jaw, gently, firm. "I am not leaving you," he said, "even if the hunt destroys everyone near you." The question landed like a blade between his ribs. Ke looked at Lan, at Sen, at the fire throwing light across faces that had chosen him. His voice came out rough. "If the hunt destroys everyone near me, I will carry them with me, every name, every breath, and I will still be here, with you. Greatstorm's body went still. The bond hummed, deeper than it had ever gone. Something shifted in the cave. The firelight flickered. The shadows on the wall seemed to hold for a breath too long. A sound came from outside. Not thunder. Bells. Distant, but closing. Sen's head snapped toward the cave mouth. That is not the collector. Then who? The warden, he said. The commander is still alive, and he is ringing the seal. Lan rose. Her hawk spread its wings. Can we hold this cave? No. The bells grew louder. Greatstorm's growl started low in her chest. Ke pushed to his feet. Then we move. Chapter 58. The bells did not stop. They came through the stone, through the mist, through the meat of Ke's chest where Greatstorm's heartbeat lived alongside his own. 4 notes. A pattern he already hated because it meant the warden was still moving, still tracking, still ringing that seal toward them. Sen led them out the back of the cave through a crack Ke would have missed, a split in the rock face barely wider than his shoulders that opened onto a slope of broken shale. The mist swallowed them before they had gone 10 paces. Greatstorm stayed at Ke's heel. Her breathing was shallow. The bond hummed with something that was not fear, not quite. A readiness that tasted like ash on Ke's tongue. Where does this go? Lan asked from behind him. Down, Sen said. Then up again. The valley floor curves east of here. There is a rim path the old keepers used. Used. It may still hold. Ke kept moving. The shale slid beneath his boots. Twice he caught Greatstorm before she could slip, and each time she pressed her head against his palm, not for comfort but to say she was still there. The bells grew fainter, then louder, then fainter again as the terrain twisted. Sen stopped at a stone shelf where the mist thinned enough to see the valley below. The hollow where they had found the sealed entity's chamber was somewhere behind them, hidden by rock and shadow. But Ke could feel it, a pulse, like a second heartbeat buried in the earth. Here, Sen said. He pointed east along the rim. That path leads to the upper cliffs. From there, the hand, Lan interrupted. It was above the valley, not the rim. If we climb into its reach. Sen's jaw tightened. Then we stay low. For how long? Nobody answered. Ke looked down at Greatstorm. The mist clung to her fur, turning the ash color to something darker, older. Her silver eyes were fixed on the valley floor, on something Ke could not see. What is it? She did not answer at first. Then her voice came through the bond, thin and careful. The ground remembers. Remembers what? The first shedding, the first flight, the first time we chose. Ke's breath caught. Chose. The words stayed with him as they moved along the rim path. Chose. Not were bound, not were commanded. Chose. He thought about the loft, that first night when she could have bitten through his throat and fled. She had not. She had stayed. He thought about the cistern trial, the echo guardian, the moment she had thrown herself between him and the lightning. He thought about the cave, when she had offered him a choice to leave her, and he had refused, and the bond had gone deeper than it had ever gone. But had he ever offered her the same? Ke stopped walking. Sen turned. What? I need a moment. The old gatekeeper's good eyes searched Ke's face. Then he nodded and motioned for Lan to wait. Ke led Greatstorm a few paces off the path, where a slab of broken stone jutted over the mist. The wind pulled at his sleeves. The cold bit into his ears. He sat down on the stone. Greatstorm sat beside him. What are you doing? Thinking. That is dangerous. He almost laughed. Almost. I mean it, he said. I have been pulling you from one place to another since the academy. Running because something was chasing us. Hiding because something was hunting us. I never asked. Asked what? He looked at her. At the silver eyes that had been the first thing to see him as worth speaking to. If you want to leave, he said. Leave. Greatstorm's head tilted. I cannot fly. That is not what I mean. The wind came harder. The mist swirled around the stone slab like it was alive. If you could go, Ke said. If you could walk away from me, from the hunt, from all of it, and find somewhere the sky did not know your name, would you? Greatstorm went still. The bond went quiet. Ke felt the silence like a wound. He had meant it as freedom, as the one thing no one had ever given him, a door held open. But it sat in his chest like a stone he could not swallow. You would let me go. It was not a question. I would. Even if it meant I never came back. The words scraped on the way out. Even then, Greatstorm's head lowered. Her breath misted in the cold air. The ash-colored fur trembled once, then stilled. I have been alone before, she said. I remember it. The cold, the hunger, the silence where no one answered. Ke's throat closed. I remember being whole and vast and having nothing that chose me. She lifted her head. Her silver eyes caught the gray light like storm clouds at twilight. You are not a cage, Xiahou Ke. You are the first thing that did not try to lock me shut. The bond surged. It was not the fire of the pearl or the heat of combat. It was something quieter, deeper, a current that had been running beneath the surface of every moment since the loft. And Ke had never named it until now. He felt her ribs beneath his hands, felt the slow, steady rhythm of her heart, felt the shape of her presence in his chest like a second set of lungs learning to breathe the same air. I stay because I choose to stay, she said. That is what freedom means, not the door being open, walking through it and coming back. Ke's vision blurred. The spiral marks on his arm began to burn. Not the familiar heat of the pearl or the waystone activation. A different kind of fire, one that traced beneath his skin like a hand writing words he could not read. He looked down. The marks were glowing. Not red, not white. A color Ke had never seen, like the heart of a storm at the moment before the lightning falls. Greatstorm's head snapped up. The ground, the stone beneath them began to hum. Sen reached them in 3 uneven strides. Lan was a breath behind him, her hawk's wings half spread. What did you do? Sen demanded. Nothing. I just... The bond pulsed. The color under Ke's skin flared brighter, and the mist on the valley floor began to peel away in layers, revealing something Ke had not seen before. A line of stone, carved, angling down from the rim into the darkness below. It had not been there a moment ago. Impossible, Sen whispered. I have walked this rim 40 times. That was never... The bells rang again, closer. Greatstorm's growl rolled through Ke's bones. The path waited, dark, worn, older than anything they had passed yet. Ke looked at his arm, at the sigil burning under his skin like a second pulse, and understood. The bond had answered. The valley had answered, and the path had opened because of it. Chapter 59. The bells rang again, closer. The hidden path slanted downward into the stone, each step cut so cleanly that the edges still felt sharp despite the weight of years. Ke led with Greatstorm at his heel, the new color under his skin fading but not vanishing, leaving a warmth that pulsed in time with her breath. Sen followed close behind, his bad leg dragging across the carved steps. Lan brought up the rear with her Stormhawk riding her shoulder, the bird's head swiveling in the dark. How far down does this go? Lan asked. Far enough that I did not know it existed, Sen said. And I know this valley better than any living soul. The steps ended in a chamber, not a cave, a chamber. Carved with intention, the walls rising into a vaulted ceiling that caught the faint light from Ke's marks and threw it back in veined patterns. Pillars of black stone stood at intervals, each one wrapped in the shape of a serpent in flight. Wings spread, heads turned toward the center. The center held a stele. It was taller than Ke by half again, wind-worn and darker than the stone around it, its surface pitted by centuries of storm. But the marks on it were still legible, not carved, burned. Lines of script that seemed to move when Ke looked at them, like embers shifting under ash. Greatstorm's head lifted. This is old, she said. Older than the hollow, older than the scales. First Brug work, Sen breathed. He limped forward, his good eye fixed on the stele. This is not a way station. This is a vault. A vault for what? Ke asked. Memory. Lan moved to the nearest pillar, running her fingers along the serpent's wing. There are murals here. Ke followed her gaze. The walls around the pillars were covered in images, not the inventory carvings from the hollow, the cold records of chaining and breaking. These were different. Color still clung to some of them, faded but present, red and blue and gold ground from stone and bound with something that had not flaked away. Figures moved across the stone, leviathans, vast and winged, their forms so detailed that Kit could count the scales on their throats. And beside them, smaller figures, people, not on leashes, not beneath chains, standing beside the leviathans, hands raised in greeting, not command. One image showed a woman with her palm pressed to a serpent's brow, neither kneeling nor standing above, but level. "What is this?" Kit asked. "The truth they buried," Sen said. He had stopped before the stele, his reflection dim in its surface. The old keepers did not teach this. They could not. It would have undone everything. Lan moved to another mural. Her hawk shifted on her shoulder, wings half spread. "These leviathans are not being ridden," she said. "They are standing with the humans, like equals." "Because they were," Sen said. Greatstorm pressed against Ke's leg, trembling. "I remember this," she said. "Not the place, the shape of it, the way it felt to stand beside someone who did not reach for a chain." Ke's throat tightened. He walked to the stele. The burned script shifted as he approached, the ember glow brightening, and he felt the bond pulse in answer. The marks on his arm warmed, not painfully, like a hand placed over a wound. A voice spoke, not aloud, inside, old and dry, like wind through cracked stone. "You who have come by choice rather than blood, what do you seek?" Ke looked at Greatstorm. She looked back, silver eyes steady. "I seek to stand beside her," he said. "Not above, not below, beside." The stele's surface rippled. The script rearranged itself, burning brighter, and Ke felt something reach into his chest. Not invasive, searching, like the bond was being read by something older than language. Greatstorm growled. "Let it," she said. "It is not a trap. It is a door." Ke let the probing touch pass through him. The stele went quiet. Then the floor beneath them shuddered, and a ring of light spread from the stele's base, tracing the chamber's edges. The serpent pillars began to hum. The mural colors brightened as if a veil had been lifted, and the air in the chamber changed. It grew dense, heavy with something Ke could taste, salt and copper and the cold of high altitudes. His Windstep channels responded before he understood why, pulling the dense air into his lungs, his meridians, his core. "What is happening?" Lan asked. "Teaching stele," Sen said. His voice was strained. "First drudge. It reads the bond and offers what the bond needs to grow. Ke, your marks." Ke looked down. The spiral marks on his arm had stopped glowing, but they had changed, tightened. The lines were sharper, more defined, and they had extended past his elbow toward his shoulder, tracing a pattern he had never seen before. His Windstep foundation was trembling, not breaking, settling. Like a wall that had been built in haste was being mortared stone by stone. Greatstorm pressed her head against his hip. "Breathe," she said. "It is showing you the shape you were meant to stand in." Ke breathed. The dense air poured into him. His channels ached, his bones ached, but the tremor in his foundation steadied, and he felt the chi in his core condense, compress, lock into place with a sound like a hammer striking an anvil. He opened his eyes. The chamber was still. The stele's light had dimmed, but the serpent pillars still hummed, and the murals still glowed with stolen color. And above them, through the stone, something answered. A pulse. Not the bells, not the warden, something higher. A thread of light that pierced the vault ceiling and climbed into the sky beyond, thin and bright and unmistakable. Sen's face went gray. "No," he said. "No. No." "What?" Ke demanded. "That beacon. It did not just stabilize your foundation, it announced you, to every sky warden still watching the old vaults." The pulse in the sky began to spread, and far above the valley, where the clouds never broke, The first light of dawn began to burn silver. Chapter 60. The steeler's light dimmed to ember glow, but the chamber still hummed with the dense chi had pulled into his core. He stood at the center of the serpent pillars with Greatstorm pressed against his hip, feeling the new weight in his channels. The Windstep foundation had settled like a stone bed, no longer trembling, no longer borrowed. It was his now, locked, solid, but it did not feel finished. The steel's surface rippled again, and a shape emerged from its burned script. Not words, an image. A figure rendered in ember light, standing in a low stance with one hand raised and one foot planted forward. Ke stepped back. The figure moved. It flowed through a sequence, slow and deliberate, every motion carved from the same dense chi that filled the chamber. Each step carried a weight that pressed against Ke's chest even from across the room. "It is showing you," Greatstorm said. "The shape your feet are meant to find." "Training," Ke breathed. The figure completed the sequence, held the final position for 3 breaths, then dissolved back into the steely surface. The chamber waited. Ke looked at his hands. The spiral marks ran past his elbow now, sharper than before, tracing lines that felt like they had always been there beneath his skin. He stepped to the center of the floor where the figure had stood. The steely's light flickered. A pulse of pressure struck him from all sides at once. Not a wall, not a wave. The air itself thickened until each breath felt like pulling water, and from that thickened air, a projection of the ember figure emerged directly before him. Not an image this time, a storm projection, solid enough to feel. It attacked. Ke barely caught the first strike, his forearm coming up just in time to deflect a blow aimed at his ribs. The impact rang through his bones, and he stumbled sideways, his new Windstep foundation lurching instead of flowing. "Control it!" Lan's voice came from the chamber entrance. She stood with her hawk on her shoulder, watching the corridor beyond. "You are throwing your weight instead of placing it." Ke gritted his teeth. The projection came again. This time he tried to use the pearl's rhythm, the instinctive cadence that had carried him through the fight at Breakwater Pass. But the rhythm was built for desperation, for survival, for the split-second reaction of a cornered animal. Against the projection's deliberate pressure, it felt like thrashing. The projection's hand caught his shoulder and spun him off balance. He hit the stone floor hard, the dense chi in his lungs burning. "Stop fighting the shape," Greatstorm said. "Find it." Ke pushed himself up. The projection waited. It did not attack while he was down. It stood in the same grounded stance, patient, as if it knew he needed to rise before it could teach him anything. Ke reset his feet. He let his breath settle. He did not reach for the pearl's rhythm. He reached for the foundation the steely had locked into his core, the settled weight of it, the solid bed of chi that no longer trembled. The projection moved. Ke moved with it instead of against it. He did not try to deflect the strike. He stepped inside it, letting the projection's momentum carry past him while his own feet found the low stance from the sequence. The dense chi in his channels shifted, not fighting the pressure but riding it. The projection's second strike came. Ke turned, his foot planted exactly where the ember figures had been in the sequence, and his arm rose in the same guard. The strike slid off his forearm without impact, deflected by angle rather than force. The projection stopped. The pressure in the air eased. Ke stood in the final position of the sequence, breathing hard, the spiral marks on his arm glowing with a steady, even light instead of the burn of activation. "There," Greatstorm said. "That is the shape." From the entrance, Senbi's voice cut through the chamber. "They are coming through the upper fissure. 3 of them. Warden bells are close." Line moved before he finished speaking, her hawk lifting from her shoulder to circle the chamber's high shadows. She drew her knife and took position at the narrow stair that led up into the fissure. "How long?" Ke asked. "Long enough for you to finish what the steely started," Sen said. He limped to stand beside Line, the knife handle in his grip. "Or not. Depends on how fast you learn." Ke turned back to the chamber's center. The steely's light flickered again, and a new projection emerged. This one was faster, lower, armed with a blade that gleamed with the same ember light as the steely's script. Greatstorm growled. Again, she said. He breathed. The projection attacked. He met it with the stance he had learned, the weight of his new foundation carrying him through the first exchange, the second, the third. The projection's blade cut close to his ribs, and he twisted, using the angle instead of raw speed, letting the dense chi in his channels guide his feet. Above him, the chamber's serpent pillars began to hum in a different pitch, higher, thinner. The beacon, the thin thread of light that had pierced the vault ceiling, still burned in the stone, climbing into the sky beyond. But now it was changing. The light was thickening, spreading, casting silver reflections across the murals of leviathans and their equal-standing companions. Sen looked up. His face went tighter than before. Something is entering the beacon, he said. Ke did not stop moving. The projection pressed him harder, and he let it, finding the rhythm of the sequence not in desperation, but in precision. Each step placed, each breath measured. The spiral marks on his arm pulsed in time with his heartbeat, steady and sure, as if the steel's teaching was writing itself into his bones. He completed the sequence. The projection dissolved. The dense chi in the chamber settled, and Ke's Windstep foundation locked into a new layer, not just solid but fluid, responsive, like a stream that knew where it needed to flow. Lan's voice came shot from the stair. Ke, now! He turned. The silver light from the beacon above had spread across the vault ceiling, and through the thin thread of pierced stone, a deeper radiance was descending. Not dawn, not stormlight, something else. Something that made the serpent pillars vibrate and the murals cast long-reaching shadows. Greatstorm's hackles rose. It is coming through the beacon, she said. The one who was watching. The silver radiance began to take shape above the open vault. Chapter 61. The silver radiance did not descend in a single pulse. It came in layers, each one colder than the last, peeling the vault's warmth away like skin from a wound. The serpent pillars vibrated at a pitch Ke felt in his teeth. The murals on the walls shifted in the light, leviathan shapes stretching into shadows that did not match the stone they were carved into. Greatstorm pressed against his calf, her growl low and continuous. Do not let them see you look up, she said. Ke kept his eyes on the chamber's center, on the stele, on the ground beneath his feet where the last projection had dissolved. But he heard it, the sound of something folding through the beacon thread, not falling, not climbing, folding, as if the space between the vault ceiling and the sky above was a cloth being creased by an invisible hand. Lan's voice came from the stair, tight and controlled. Sen, how many? Sen Buyi did not answer immediately. His bad legs scraped against stone as he shifted position, and when he spoke, his voice was the hollowest thing Ke had ever heard from him. One would be enough. But there will be 3, maybe 4. Sky Wardens, Ke said. It was not a question. Sen's silence answered for him. The silver light thickened above the vault, condensing into a shape that cast no shadow. A figure stepped out of the radiance, as if stepping through a door that existed only on the other side of light. It was a woman. She wore no armor, no insignia Ke recognized. Her robes were the color of old bone, cut close to her frame, and her hair was braided tight against her scalp in a pattern that reminded Ke of the spiral marks on his own arm, but reversed, inverted, as if someone had written the same language in a different hand. She carried nothing in her hands. Behind her, the beacon light folded again, and 2 more figures stepped through. One man, one woman, same bone-white robes, same empty hands. Their eyes swept the vault with the flat attention of people who had already seen everything worth seeing. The woman at the front looked at Ke, not at Greatstorm, not at Sen Buyi or Lan or the Stormhawk circling the shadows. At Ke. Xiahou Ke. Her voice carried no heat, no contempt. It was the voice of someone reading a name off a list she had memorized long before she arrived. You are sheltering a surviving sky offense of the first Tempest Brood lineage, designated under Heaven Court Seal No. 3, Bloodline Mark Ashwind Storm Sky, registered for culling in the 47th cycle of the closing. She paused. The creature has a name it answers to. You will give it to me. Ke did not move. Greatstorm's growl deepened, but she did not step forward. She stayed pressed against his leg, her body a taut line of readiness. her silver eyes fixed on the woman with a stillness that Ke recognized. She was waiting for him to speak first. "What happens if I do?" Ke asked. The woman's expression did not change. "You will be recorded as cooperative. Your bond will be dissolved by authorized methods. You will not be culled alongside the creature." Beside him, Sen Buyi made a sound. Short, dry, almost a laugh, but not one that carried any humor. "They changed the wording," Sen said. "Last time it was terminated with prejudice. Now it's culled alongside. Progress." The woman's gaze flicked to Sen for the first time, a single beat of recognition. "Sen Duyi, former warden of the Eastern Route. You were logged as retired, not deceased." "I retired," Sen said, 40 years ago. You can check the seal." "The seal is void," the woman said. "You live a vault beacon. You are no longer retired." Sen said nothing. The woman turned back to Ke. Her eyes were pale, not gray like Ji Shuyun's, not silver like the radiance, pale like water that had been drained of everything but the memory of wetness. "You have 3 breaths to decide," she said. "Surrender the creature, or the vault walls will be opened by authority older than any mortal claim you carry." Ke felt Greatstorm's pulse through the bond. Steady, not fast. She was not afraid. She was waiting. "I will not tell them to let you go," she said. "I already chose." Ke looked at the woman. "Her name," he said, "is Greatstorm, and she is not a sky-leviathan. She is not a culling target. She is standing beside me because she chooses to, and I will not surrender her to people who call her a thing to be dissolved." The woman's face did not change. She raised her empty hand. The silver radiance behind her surged, and the vault walls began to groan, not from pressure above, from the sides, from the stone itself, as if the carved serpent pillars and the murals and the dense chi that had settled into the chamber were being pried apart by something that had no respect for walls. "So be it," the woman said. The stone cracked. Not a small fracture, a split that ran from ceiling to floor along the seam of the serpent pillars, widening as the silver light pushed through it like water through a dam's first failure. Beyond the crack, there was no earth, no stone, no tunnel. There was light. And in that light, Ke saw shapes moving. Chapter 62. The vault walls did not crack slowly. They split. A seam of silver light ran from ceiling to floor along the serpent pillar spine, and the stone peeled outward like a wound opening for the second time. He grabbed Greatstorm's ruff and pulled her back. The beast woman's silver radiance poured through the gap. Not hot, not cold, but absolute. The light of something that did not need warmth to exist. "Move," Sen said. Not loud, not a shout. The flat command of someone who had already calculated how many heartbeats they had left. Ke moved. Greatstorm moved with him, her claws scraping the vault floor as she pivoted toward the chamber's eastern wall where the serpent pillars stood and the murals gave way to raw stone. Sen was already there, his bad leg dragging, his hands running over the rock with the desperate attention of a man reading a language only he remembered. "There was a passage here," he said. "The old warden maps. A service cut that ran behind the vault before the ceiling." "Was," Lan said. She had her knife out. Her hawk screamed once overhead, a sound that cut through the silver hum like a blade through silk. "Was is not a guarantee. It's a chance." The silver radiance thickened. The woman in bone white stepped through the crack in the wall, and the 2 behind her followed without hurry. Their empty hands hung at their sides. Their pale eyes tracked the group with the flat disinterest of people who had already seen every possible outcome. "You cannot outrun a Heaven Court warrant," the woman said. Her voice carried through the vault without effort, as if the stone had agreed to be transparent to her words. "You cannot outlast it. You can only delay the moment of compliance." Lan stepped forward, not toward the crack, not toward the silver light, toward the woman, with her knife still drawn, and her chin lifted in the exact angle Ke had seen her use when Academy elders tried to corner her in council chambers. "You are not in Ruoxia," Lan said. "You are not within any mortal charter line. The Heaven Court's jurisdiction over bonded pairs in unclaimed beastlands has never been ratified by the Spire councils." The woman paused. It was barely a pause, a single heartbeat's hesitation, before her expression shifted into something that might have been interest. "That is an interesting reading of the Accords," she said. "I am a Xiahou Ke heir," Lan said. "I was trained to read them." "You were a Xiahou Ke heir. You gave away your lineage seal. Does that void my education, or only my inheritance?" The woman's lips curved, not a smile, the ghost of one. "The second," she said. "Always the second." Behind Ke, Sen's hands found something in the stone, a seam, a line crack that did not belong to the vault's original cut. "Here," he said. "It's here." Ke did not look away from the woman. "Lan, I know." Lan took one step back, then another. Her knife stayed up, but her body had shifted into the slight angle of someone preparing to run. "By the third accord of the Sky Division," she said, her voice steady. "No bonded pair may be separated by external authority without 3 independent verifications of bond instability. You have conducted 0. You have presented 0 evidence. Your warrant is procedurally void until you satisfy the condition." The woman's pause this time was longer. "Who trained you?" she asked. "No one you would remember. Try me." Gatekeeper of the Eastern Route, retired. His name was Sen Bui, before he stopped using it. The woman looked at Sen for the second time. This time her gaze lingered. "Ah," she said, "that explains the passage." She knew. She had known all along. The silver light, the cracked walls, the unhurried approach, all of it had been a performance while she waited to see what they would reveal about their knowledge of the old vault network. Sen slammed his palm against the stone. A section of the wall swung inward, not a door, but a gap where the mortar had crumbled and the rock behind it had been cut away by hands that worked generations ago. A narrow corridor, dark, low-ceilinged. The air that breathed out of it tasted of dust and something older than dust. "Go," Sen said. Lan went first. Her hawk dove through the gap after her. Greatstorm pushed Ke forward, her shoulder against his hip, and Ke stumbled into the dark with his hands still clenched in her fur. Sen followed last. He did not close the gap behind him. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch, the same one he had used at the rope-marked outpost. The same salt. He threw it at the vault floor. The pouch burst. Salt scattered across the stone in a pattern that Ke did not recognize, a spiral that mirrored the marks on his arm but reversed, inverted, the same language in a different hand. Then Sen stepped into the corridor and slammed the hidden door shut. The darkness was absolute. For 3 breaths, there was only the sound of their breathing, the scrape of stone against stone from the vault beyond, the faint, distant hum of silver light pressing against a barrier that was never meant to hold it. "I bought us minutes," Sen said. His voice was hoarse. "Not hours. The Salve will confuse the warden's tracking for a short while, but she will find this passage before we reach the end of it." "Then we move," Ke said. They moved. The corridor sloped downward at a shallow angle, its walls rough and unfinished, its ceiling low enough that Ke had to duck in places, and Sen had to walk bent nearly double. The dust on the floor was thick. No one had used this path in decades, maybe longer. Lan's voice came from ahead, low and tight. "The Accords argument was real. You knew that." "Yes," Sen said. "You never taught me that passage." "I taught you where to find it." Silence. Then Lan's voice again, softer. "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet." The warden leader called Ke by name before we ran. She knew who he was before she arrived. Ke's chest tightened. "She has the beacon report." Sen lit the vault. The location was broadcast. "That is not the only way she knew," Sen said. "She called you Xiahou Ke, not the bonded, not the sheltering portee. Your full name. The Heaven Court does not care about mortal names unless someone has given them a reason to." The corridor bent left. The darkness pressed closer. Ke felt Greatstorm's pulse through the bond, steady, waiting. "What are you saying?" Lan asked. "I am saying that someone in Ruoxia has been feeding the Heaven Court information about Ke for longer than we have been running." Ke stopped. The words hit him like a physical weight, not Ji Shuyun's threat, Not the bounty proclamation. Something worse. Someone had been tracking him before the vault, before the arena, before he had ever been worth noticing. Who? He asked. Sen did not answer immediately. His footsteps shuffled in the dark, slowing as the corridor narrowed further. The headmaster would not share a debt record with the Heaven Court, Sen said finally. He wants Greatstorm for himself. He would not invite a higher authority to claim what he considers his property. Then who? The corridor opened into a wider space, a natural chamber, small, with a collapsed section of ceiling that let in a thin shaft of gray light from somewhere above. Dust motes swam in the beam. Sen stopped in the center of the light and turned to face Ke. His face was gray, not from exertion. Ke, he said, do you know who holds your indenture contract? Ke's blood went cold. The Academy, he said. The Academy holds it. I signed it when I was taken in. Signed it at 7 years old, with your mark, not your name. Do you know who the Academy bought it from? Ke did not know. He had never asked. The indenture was a fact of his life, like gravity or storm season. He had been born into it, shaped by it, never once questioning who had sold him into it in the first place. The mines, he said. I was told I was taken from a debt pool bound for the mines. Yes, Sen said, but someone put you in that debt pool, and that someone still holds the original signature. He stopped. The Heaven Court does not need to bargain with Ji Shuyun for information about you, Ke. They already have your records. They already have your debt. They have had it since the day you were born. The gray light fell across Sen's face. They know who your mother was. Ke did not speak. He could not. In the silence, from somewhere behind them in the corridor came the first whisper of silver radiance and the sound of footsteps that never hurried. Chapter 63. The darkness held its shape for 3 more steps. Then the silver light found them again. It bled through the stone behind them in thin, hungry fingers, casting Ke's shadow long and warped against the rough corridor wall. The footsteps had not quickened. That was worse. The warden did not need to run. Left, Sen said. His voice scraped out of the dark ahead. There is a fork. The eastern branch was never mapped. I do not know where it leads. It leads away from her, Lan said. That is enough. Ke felt Greatstorm's shoulder press against his calf. Her pulse ran through the bond in short, urgent beats, not panic, warning. The silver was gaining. The salt spiral had bought them less than Sen hoped. The fork appeared as a split in the stone, one passage angling upward with old tool marks on the walls, the other dropping into a narrower throat where the air turned cold and wet. Lan stopped at the edge of the upper path and held her hand out. A thin draft moved past her fingers, carrying the smell of open sky. Up goes to the surface, she said. And the lower? Ke asked. Sen bent to examine the lower throat. His bad leg buckled slightly as he crouched, and he caught himself on the wall. I do not recognize the cut. This was not on the warden maps. Then we go up. No. Greatstorm's voice pushed through Ke's skull, sharp and certain. Down. The sky above is already full of them. Ke's chest tightened. Full of what? The ones who fold light. The ones who track through salt and stone. They will have spread across the ridge by now. Waiting. Lan's hawk rustled its wings. The bird had not made a sound since the vault broke open, but now it shifted on her shoulder, talons scraping the leather guard. It was watching the lower throat. She knows something, Lan said quietly. My hawk. She wants to go down. The bird has never been here, Sen said. No, but she has never been wrong about a path either. The silver light behind them brightened. The footsteps were closer now, and there was a second set beneath them, lighter, faster, arriving from a different angle. The warden had not come alone for long. Ke made his choice. Down. He stepped into the lower throat before anyone could argue. The cold hit him immediately, a wet, clinging chill that seeped through his tunic and settled in the hollow of his chest. Greatstorm followed without hesitation, her claws scraping stone, her breath misting in the dark. Lan came next. Then Sen, last again, his bad leg dragging but his hand steady on the knife. The throat narrowed until Ke had to turn sideways. The walls pressed against his shoulders, cold and slick with condensation. Somewhere ahead, water dripped in a rhythm that did not match his heartbeat. The silver light faded behind them as the passage bent sharply left, then right, then dropped into a sudden steep descent that nearly sent him sliding. He caught himself on a protruding rock. The stone crumbled under his grip. "This path was not maintained," he said. "It was not meant to be," Sen replied. His voice echoed from further back. "Old keeper tunnels were designed to collapse if the wrong people used them. The structure is deliberate." "Deliberate how? If we are walking here, we are supposed to be able to feel the weight above us and know that it can fall at any moment." Ke kept moving. The descent continued for what felt like 100 breaths. The cold deepened until it ached in his teeth. The water drip became a steady trickle, then a stream running across the floor, ankle-deep and biting. Greatstorm stopped. Ke felt it through the bond before she spoke, a shift in her attention, a tilt of her awareness toward something ahead that was not stone and not water. She growled, low and vibrating. "There is a break," she said. "The tunnel ends in open air, but the air is wrong." "Wrong how?" "Moving, fast, a storm channel. The currents run raw through it." Ke's stomach tightened. He had heard Sen mention storm channels in passing, natural arteries where the sky's pressure concentrated, where wind moved fast enough to strip flesh from bone if a body was not tempered to withstand it. They were death for ordinary travelers. "What is on the other side?" he asked. "I do not know. But the storm current is the only way through. The tunnel beyond it is collapsed." Ke turned to face the others. The darkness was absolute, but he felt them there. Lan's controlled breathing, Sen's labored weight against the wall, the rustle of wet feather. "The passage opens into a storm channel," he said. "Greatstorm says the only way forward is through it." Silence. Then Lan's voice, flat and measured. "Storm channels are not crossable, not without skywake cultivation. The pressure alone would collapse ashbound lungs." "I know." "You are ashbound." "I know." Ke turned back to the dark. He could not see the channel, but he felt it now. A vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a hum that traveled through the water and up through his bones. The air ahead tasted different, sharp, charged. Greatstorm pressed against his leg. Through the bond, she did not offer comfort. She offered certainty. "I can carry you through, if you trust me." "Through raw storm current? Through the part that would kill you? I will take the pressure. You will hold the breath. We will move fast. And if you cannot hold it?" Greatstorm's answer came without hesitation. "Then we fall together." Chapter 64. Ke stepped into the storm channel, and the world forgot how to breathe. The wind hit him before his foot found the other side, a pressure that did not push so much as erase, flattening his ribs against his spine, forcing the air from his lungs in a single sharp cough. He could not draw it back. The current was too fast, too dense, a wall of moving sky that pressed against his chest like the entire firmament had decided to lie down on top of him. Greatstorm moved. She did not hesitate. She did not brace. She simply flowed around him, ash-colored fur flattening to a sleekness he had never seen, her body curving between his chest and the current like a shield made of living storm. The pressure eased. Not gone, but bearable. "Hold the breath," she said. "Do not fight it. Let me carry the weight." He could not speak. The wind would have torn the words from his throat, but he locked his fingers into the fur at her shoulders and pressed his face against her neck, felt the rapid pulse of her heartbeat through the bond, faster than his, stronger, a drum that matched the rhythm of the channel itself. She launched. The world dissolved into white and roar and cold. Could not see, could not hear. The wind was not sound anymore, it was touch, a constant pressure that vibrated through his bones and rattled his teeth in his skull. He felt the spiral marks on his arm flare hot beneath his sleeve, felt Greatstorm's chi surge through the bond in a wave that tasted like ash and lightning and something older, something that had known the sky before there were cities to hang beneath it. The current tried to pull him from her back. He held. The cold tried to crawl into his lungs. He did not breathe. The pressure tried to flatten his ribs until they cracked. Greatstorm took it. She absorbed the violence of the channel into her own body, letting the storm current scour her scales while she sheltered him in the hollow of her spine. He felt every hit through the bond, each one a sharp spike of heat that traveled from her flesh into his, shared, endured, chosen. She was carrying him through death, and she had not asked if he was worth it. The thought hit him harder than the wind. He pressed closer, wrapped his arms around her neck, and let himself trust. Time stopped having meaning. The white roar stretched into forever, a single, endless moment of cold and pressure and the steady drum of Greatstorm's heart beneath his cheek. He stopped counting breaths, stopped trying to orient himself. He just held on and let her carry him. And then the pressure broke. They tumbled out of the channel and into open air, spinning, falling, Ke's hands slipping from her fur as the sudden absence of wind sent him tumbling across a stone surface that cracked against his hip and shoulder and the side of his head. He skidded, rolled, came to a stop on his back, staring up at a sky that was quiet, pale gray and still, the storm channel a vicious band of white behind them that already looked impossible. He lay there for a long moment, breathing. His chest ached, his arms shook. The spiral marks pulsed with a dull heat, but it was fading, settling, as if the storm had burned something out of them. Greatstorm landed beside him with a heavy thud. She was breathing hard, her sides heaving, her ash-colored fur dark with moisture and streaked with lines of silver he had never seen before, veins of pale light that ran along her flanks and down her legs. She was bigger, not by much, but visibly, her shoulders broader, her legs longer, the curve of her spine more defined. She turned her head and looked at him with those silver eyes. "We are through." He laughed. It came out hollow and exhausted, but it was real. "We are through," he said, and the words tasted like victory. He pushed himself upright, his body protesting every movement, and took in their surroundings. They had landed on a sky shelf, a broad platform of dark stone that jutted from the cliff face like a broken tooth. The shelf was covered in pale moss and the remains of old structures, low walls that had crumbled to knee-height, a stone cistern half-filled with rainwater, the rusted remains of a winch mechanism that had not been used in generations. Beyond the shelf, the sky opened into a vast bowl of clouds, rimmed by distant peaks that caught the light of a sun he had not seen clearly in days. Real light, golden and warm. He'd forgotten what it looked like. Greatstorm pressed against his side, and he leaned into her warmth without thinking. The silver veins along her flanks were fading now, settling into her fur, but he knew they had not been there before. She had changed. The channel had changed her. "Lan and Sen," he said. "We have to. They will find another way, or they will not, but we cannot go back through." She was right. The storm channel was a wall behind them, a mass of white fury that would kill him without her to carry him through. He hated that she was right. He stood, tested his legs, and walked to the edge of the shelf. The drop was sheer, thousands of feet of empty air before the ground became visible as a dark line far below. But that was not what made his breath catch. The bells. He heard them now, faint and distant, carried on the wind from more than one direction. From the east, a low, steady tolling, deep as stone. From the north, a higher, sharper ring, urgent and insistent. And from somewhere behind the storm channel, barely audible, a third bell, fainter than the rest, but still there, still ringing. More than one city, more than one pursuit. Greatstorm came to stand beside him, her shoulder at his chest, her head raised to listen. Through the bond, he felt her recognition, not of the bells themselves, but of what they meant. The beacon had done more than alert the Heaven Court. It had told every power within range that something ancient had stirred. "They know we are alive," she said. Ke looked at the distant peaks, at the golden light, at the sky that had stopped trying to kill him for one blessed moment. "Let them," he said quietly. "We are still moving." But even as he said it, the bells kept ringing, and he knew that moving was not the same as escaping. Chapter 65. The bells kept ringing. Ke stood at the edge of the sky shelf with Greatstorm pressed against his side, listening to the sound carry across the empty air. 3 directions, 3 different tones, 3 cities or powers that had heard the beacon and were now marking where something ancient had stirred. He pushed off the ledge and walked back toward the ruins. The sky shelf was larger than it had first appeared. Beyond the crumbled walls and the rusted winch, a second tier rose from the stone. A broad terrace that had once held timber roofs, now reduced to dark outlines in the pale rock. Moss covered everything, thick and silver green, broken only by the remains of a stone hearth and a scatter of old tools, a rusted blade, a broken pulley, the iron ring of a tether that had been worn smooth by generations of use. Someone had lived here once, tended fires here, watched the same sky he was watching now. Greatstorm sniffed at the hearth, then lifted her head and tasted the air. Her silver veins had faded completely now, leaving only the new breadth in her shoulders and the deeper set of her ribs as evidence of what the channel had done to her. "People," she said. "Below." Ke moved to the edge and looked down. The shelf's outer face dropped sheer for 100 feet before meeting a slope of broken stone and scree that angled downward into the cloud layer. He could not see the bottom, but he could hear it, a distant murmur that resolved, as he strained his ears, into voices. Many voices. He signaled Greatstorm to silence and crept along the ledge until he found a place where the rock split into a narrow crevice, a natural crack that faced downslope and funneled sound like a listening horn. The voices came clearer. "Says they came through the storm channel. No one comes through the storm channel." "Heard the bells? That's the north spire, and the east, and something west of the canyon. 3 cities, 3 bells, for one beast. For that beast, the proclamation says ash-colored, silver-eyed, first-form leviathan with an illegal handler. Bounty for capture intact, double for the boy alive." Ke's hand tightened on the rock. "The boy's the one they want alive?" "The boy's the one who chose it. The herald said he stole it from an academy bloodline. Said he's a thief and a bond-breaker." "That's not what I heard." A different voice, older, rougher. Ke pressed closer to the crevice. "I heard he was a stable drudge," the older voice said. "Beastless, indentured, and the beast fell out of the sky into his cart, and he fed it his own rations instead of drowning it like he was told." Silence. "Where did you hear that?" "Traders from the western spur. They passed through 4 days back, said there was a boy matching the description at Breakwater Pass, that the Heaven Court token was out for him, that he fought 2 silver banner hunters and won." "That's not in the proclamation." "Of course it's not. The proclamation wants him caught. The proclamation wants the beast caged. But the traders said something else." "Which is?" "That the boy refused to sell." Ke held his breath. "Refused?" "Offered rank, they said. Offered a place in the academy. Offered to make him somebody. And he told them no. Told them the beast was not theirs to take." The second voice let out a low whistle. "That's not a thief, then." "No, that's a fool with a death wish. But it's also the kind of story people remember." Ke pulled back from the crevice, his heart hammering. Greatstorm's silver eyes met his. "They are telling our story." "They're telling a story," he said quietly. "I do not know if it is true." "It is true. You refused. I was there." "That is not what I meant." But she was right. The traders from the western spur had carried the truth further than any proclamation could reach. Not the Academy's version, not the Heaven Court's version, but the version that passed from mouth to mouth in market camps and way station fires. The version that said a stable boy had been offered everything and walked away with nothing but his beast. He had not thought about what that meant, what that looked like to people who had never met him. He looked down at his hands. The spiral marks were faint now, barely visible beneath the grime and the new bruises from the storm channel. He flexed his fingers and felt the bond pulse in response. Greatstorm's steady warmth at the edge of his awareness, a presence that had become as natural as his own heartbeat. "They will catch up to us," he said. "The stories, the truth, the lies, they will all catch up. Then we run faster." "That is not a plan." "It is a plan, just not a good one." He almost laughed. Almost. But then the wind shifted, and he heard something new. A deeper sound beneath the voices, a rhythmic thump, thump, thump that carried through the stone itself. He dropped back to the crevice and listened. "That the formal collector's skiff? 2 days out, last I heard. Maybe less now with the beacon birding. Then whoever that boy is, he better run fast. or he better have friends. Ke pulled away from the crevice and walked back to the hearth. Greatstorm followed, her claws clicking softly on the stone. He crouched beside the rusted blade, picked it up, tested its weight. The edge was gone, but the spine was solid. It could still break a skull if swung hard enough. A plan. He needed a plan. But as he looked out at the distant peaks, at the golden light that had seemed so hopeful minutes ago, he realized something cold and true. The story was already moving faster than he was, and stories could not be outrun. They could only be rewritten. He looked at Greatstorm, at the new breadths of her shoulders, the silver that still flickered in the depths of her fur, the ancient intelligence in her silver eyes. "Teach me," he said. "Teach me what you remember about the old keepers, about the roots, about the places the heaven court does not go." "Why now?" "Because the proclamation is a cage," he said, "but the counterstory is a key, and I need to know which doors it opens before the formal collector arrives." Greatstorm studied him for a long moment. Then she sat back on her haunches, and through the bond, a flood of images began to unfold. Not words, not memories, but shapes. Patterns of stone and wind and old light that had been carved into the bones of the world before the cages were ever built. He closed his eyes and let them in, and behind him, in the thin mountain air, a new bell began to ring. Not east, not north, not west, below, coming up through the cloud layer, steady and relentless. The formal collector was early. Chapter 66. Ko moved through the way station shrine with Greatstorm at his heels, the stone floor cold through the holes in his boots. The place had been abandoned for years, offerings dried to dust on the altar. A bronze brazier sat empty, its ash long since washed clean by rain that leaked through the cracked roof. The walls bore faded murals of stormhawks circling a golden sun, their wings stretched wide in patterns that felt older than anything the Academy had ever taught. He was looking for supplies, for shelter, for anything that might buy them another day. What he found was a scratch mark on the doorframe, 3 lines, then a cross, then a circle. He stopped breathing. Toma. He knew that mark, had seen it 100 times in the kitchen, carved into the wooden counter where Toma kept track of deliveries. Around one's crude accounting system, he had called it, scratching inventory counts into the grain with a paring knife, while the cooks shouted at him to move faster. But this was not an inventory count. This was a direction. Ke traced the mark with his finger. The 3 lines pointed left, toward a loose stone in the shrine's eastern wall. The cross meant danger above, more pursuers, more watchers. The circle meant hidden, meant safe, meant come here first. He crossed to the wall and pressed his palm against the stone. It shifted. Behind it, a narrow cavity held a waxed cloth bundle. Ke pulled it out and set it on the altar, his hands trembling. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, her warmth steady through the bond. He unwrapped the cloth. Inside, dried meat, a sealed water skin, a pouch of salt, and a small roll of bandages treated with something that smelled of mint and bitterroot. May's work. He would recognize her salve recipe anywhere. And beneath the supplies, a folded piece of paper, creased and stained, written in the cramped, hurried hand of someone who had not had much time. Ke, if you are reading this, you made it past the pass. Good. Keep moving. Toma and I are alive, but we are not running anymore. We are hiding where the sky cannot see us, and we are digging. I found the old infirmary records, the locked ones, the ones the Academy burned, or thought they burned, but they missed a shelf behind a collapsed wall, the one that was sealed after the Brood War. Senbuye must have known about it. He left it buried. Ke, the records described chained sky beasts, not domesticated, chained, forced into bond by heaven court methods that broke their minds and bound their will with sealing needles driven into their spirit roots. The records call it the taming of wild lines. It happened to the first Tempest brood's descendants. It was not breeding. It was torture. Greatstorm is not the last of her kind. She is the first of her kind that was never caught. Ji Shuyun knows this. He is not hunting her to study her. He is hunting her to replicate what the heaven court did. He wants the method. He wants to chain her and use her to chain everything that carries her blood. But there is something else. The records mention a place, the Cloud Gate. a high root where the heaven court once descended to break the first tempest brood. Ji is not just hunting you, he is hunting the gate. If he reaches it before you, he will have everything he needs to complete what the heaven court started. Do not let him. Do not let him. MK read the message twice. Then he folded it carefully and pressed it against his chest, feeling the paper's edges through his shirt. The Cloud Gate. The name settled into his bones like cold water. He had heard it before, in fragments, in the vision beneath the valley, in the murals of the first brood vault, in the way Sen Bui's voice had gone thin when he described the gate made of folded light. It was real, and Ji Shuyun was racing toward it. Greatstorm pushed her head under his hand. We are not too late. You do not know that. I know we are not caught yet. That is the same thing. It is not. It will have to be. He looked at the supplies, at the salve, at the message that smelled of May's careful hands and Toma's crude marks. They were still alive. They were still fighting, and they had given him a weapon more dangerous than any blade: knowledge. He wrapped the bundle shut and tucked it into his coat. The weight felt right, heavy, with purpose. He turned to leave the shrine, Greatstorm at his side. And as he stepped through the door, the wind carried a new sound. Not bells, not voices. Footsteps, many of them, moving fast, coming up the ridge. He dropped into a crouch and pressed himself against the shrine's outer wall. Greatstorm flattened beside him, her ears flat, her body coiled. The footsteps grew louder. A voice cut through the wind, sharp with authority. Check the shrine. The warden's seal says something passed through here within the hour. A boy and an ash-colored beast. Find them. Key's hand closed around the rusted blade at his belt. Too close. They're too close. Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, low and certain. Then we do not stay. He looked at the ridge above, the broken path leading east, the clouds already swallowing the light. The formal collector was not early. The formal collector was already here. Chapter 67. The footsteps were close enough now that Key could hear the scrape of boots on stone, the rattle of gear, the low murmur of voices coordinating a spread. At least 6, maybe 8, moving in a line up the ridge. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, her body tensed, ready to move. There is a drop behind the shrine, steep, but it hides. Key measured the distance, the voices, the angle of the remaining light. Then he heard it. A footstep. Not from the ridge, from inside the shrine. He spun, blade half drawn, and found Sen Bui standing in the shadows of the altar, one hand pressed to the wall where the carvings caught the failing light. The old gatekeeper's face was gray with exhaustion, his bad leg trembling, but his right eye tracked the carved lines with sharp attention. How? Key started. Same path you took. I came up through the collapsed cistern outlet while you were reading the letter. Sen did not look away from the wall. Lan is covering the eastern slope with her hawk. She will buy us time, not much. A quarter bell, maybe less. Greatstorm growled low. Can felt her urge to move, to fight, to flee, but Sen's stillness held them both. The message from your healer, Sen said. The Cloud Gate. You knew about it. I knew the name. I did not know what it meant until now. He traced a line of carved script that ran along the shrine's eastern wall, barely visible beneath centuries of dust and smoke stain. This is older than the Academy, older than Ruoxia. It was not built by the Heaven Court. He stepped closer, Greatstorm following. The carvings showed a spiral of figures, beasts and humans together, wings touching hands, a circle of light above them. What is it? A record. Sen's voice was thin. The first brood did not disappear. They were not all broken. Some of them chose to leave. They walked up through a gate that opened above the highest storm, and they did not come back. Key's chest tightened. The Cloud Gate? Yes. Sen turned to face him. His clouded eye caught the gray light, and for a moment he looked older than stone. The Heaven Court did not build the gate, Key. They found it. They climbed through it with chains on their belts and sealing needles in their packs. They came back with the knowledge of how to break a sky-leviathan's will. The words settled into the air between them. Outside, a shout rang out from the ridge. Closer now. We need to move, Greatstorm sent. Sen ignored her. He pressed both palms to the carving and leaned his weight against it. The stone groaned. Something shifted behind the wall, a mechanism, old and reluctant, grinding through decades of stillness. The gate is a wound in the sky, Sen said. It was torn open during the First War, and it has never fully healed. The Heaven Court guards it because they know what walks near it. But they also guard it because they want to use it again. He heard the scrape of stone against stone. A section of the eastern wall slid inward, revealing a dark passage that sloped upward into the mountain. This tunnel leads to a ridge that overlooks the upper storm line, Sen said. From there, if the clouds break, you can see the light that marks the gate's position. You are not coming, Sen shook his head. My leg will not make the climb, and someone needs to lead the search party away from this tunnel before they find it. Ke opened his mouth to argue, but Sen held up a hand. I have been running for 40 years, he said. I stopped running when I found you in that vault. Let me do one last thing that matters. The footsteps outside were at the shrine's entrance now. A voice called out orders. Search every corner. Check for hidden compartments. Greatstorm pushed against Ke's leg. He is right. We cannot carry him up that ridge. Ke looked at Sen, at the old gatekeeper's steady eye, the trembling hand, the quiet certainty in his posture. We will meet again, Ke said. Sen smiled, thin and tired. If the gate does not swallow you first. Ke turned and stepped into the passage, Greatstorm at his side. The stone door ground shut behind them, sealing them in darkness. The slope was steep and rough, cut through the mountain's bone by hands that had worked in silence. Ke climbed with one hand on the wall and one on Greatstorm's fur, trusting her balance when his own footing failed. The gate, she sent. I saw it in the dream. The light was not cold, it was warm, like sun through storm clouds. Sen said the first brood walked through it and did not come back. They chose to leave. That is different from being forced. Ke wanted to believe her. The passage ended at a narrow ledge, open to the sky. The wind hit him first, cold and raw, full of the scent of lightning. He blinked against the blast and saw it. Above the clouds, where the storm line broke and reformed in endless cycles, a tear in the fabric of the sky. It was not large, a slit of golden light, no wider than his hand, hanging in the gray expanse like a wound that had never healed. Around it, clouds moved in patterns that did not match the wind, spiraling inward as if drawn by a gravity that had nothing to do with weather. The cloud gate. He stared at it and felt something in his chest answer, a resonance that came from the bond, from the storm pearl, from the spiral marks that now ran past his elbow. The gate was real. It was there, and it was calling. Below, far below, he heard the sound of bells. Not the urgent ring of pursuit, a single bell, deep and slow, tolling once, then again, then a third time, and this one made the ledge vibrate under his feet. Greatstorm's head snapped up. Her silver eyes caught the golden light. That is not from the ridge. No, Ke said. The bell was coming from beyond the clouds, from beyond the gate, and it was answering. Chapter 68. The bell's last note hung in the air long after the stone stopped vibrating. Ke stood on the ledge with Greatstorm pressed against his leg, staring at the slit of golden light above the storm line. The gate pulled at something in his chest, a low hum that matched the rhythm of his spiral marks. We cannot go up yet, Greatstorm sent. I know. His Windstep foundation was solid. He had felt it lock into place in the vault, had used it to climb, to dodge, to survive. But the air up here was thinner than anything he had breathed before. Each lungful came sharp and shallow, and the cold bit deeper than it should. Below, the ridge where Sen had stayed was silent. No shouts, no pursuit sounds climbing toward them. That silence would not last. Ke turned from the gate and scanned the ledge. The stone was rough, wind carved into ridges and sharp edges that could cut a careless hand. Above them, the mountain rose in a series of broken tiers, each one narrower than the last, leading toward the cloud line where the gate hung. If I cannot hold my breath at this height, he said, I will not make it through the gate. Then learn to hold it. Greatstorm pulled away from his leg and padded to the widest part of the ledge. She turned to face him, silver eyes catching the golden light from above. The old keepers trained at altitude. The Heir teaches you to draw chi from thinner sources. I will show you. He felt the bond open. Images flowed through it, not words but sensation. The feel of wind against scales at heights that scraped the sky. The way the old leviathans had learned to pull breath from the storm itself. The rhythm of chi circulating in bodies that did not need thick air to burn. He sat on the cold stone and closed his eyes. The first cycle was agony. His lungs screamed for more air than the ledge could give. His meridians, still healing from the storm channel crossing, protested each thread of chi he tried to draw. The spiral marks along his arm pulsed with heat, then cold, then heat again as his body struggled to adapt. Again, Greatstorm sent. He breathed in, held, released. The second cycle was no better. The third cycle, something shifted. Not in his lungs, but deeper. The chi he drew from the thin air tasted different, sharper, laced with something that burned as it settled into his channels. It felt like the storm pearl had felt when he first claimed it, raw and unwilling to be tamed. He opened his eyes. Greatstorm stood a few paces away, her body aligned with his. Her chest rose and fell in the same rhythm he was using. Through the bond, he felt her pulling the same thin air, circulating it through her own channels, mirroring his struggle. We learned together, she said. That is what the first brood taught. He stood and faced the ridge above them. Show me the path. The climb was not vertical, it was worse. The stone angled upward at a pitch that forced him to lean into the wind, to trust his footing on edges barely wider than his palm. Greatstorm moved beside him, her claws finding holds he could not see, her body a shadow of ash and silver in the golden light. Every few steps he stopped, breathed, let the thin air burn through his channels and settle into his foundation. The spiral marks did not just glow now, they hummed. A low vibration that matched the gate's distant resonance, as if his body were tuning itself to the same frequency. At the third tier, he found a flat shelf of stone that overlooked the entire valley. The storm line stretched below them, a sea of gray and white that swallowed the world. Above, the gate hung like a wound in the fabric of the sky, its golden light spilling in slow pulses. Ke sat on the shelf and let his chi settle. Better, Greatstorm sent. Your foundation is holding. It feels different than before. It is. The first foundation was built from the ground. This one is built from the sky. He understood. The Ashbound foundation had been about pressure, weight, the force of the earth pushing against him. This was about emptiness, the cold, the vast space where nothing held him but his own breath and will. A sound reached him from below. He turned and saw Juka Lan climbing the ridge, her stormhawk on her shoulder. She moved with practiced economy, her face tight with exertion but her eyes sharp. When she reached the shelf, she stopped and studied him. You are different, she said. The altitude changes the foundation. No, she shook her head. The altitude is not what changed you. It is the bond. She looked at Greatstorm, at the silver veins that still traced faint patterns along her flanks. She is teaching you how to breathe like the first brood. Ke said nothing. Lan's stormhawk shifted on her shoulder. The bird had been quiet since the vault, obedient but distant, the way it had always been. Now it tilted its head and stared at Lan with an expression Ke had never seen on a contract beast before. It was not hunger, not alertness. It was curiosity. Lan felt it too. Her hand went still on the hawk's feathers. What is it doing? It is listening, Greatstorm sent, to the resonance. Listening to what? To the part of itself that was never chained. The hawk let out a low cry, not a hunting call, but something softer. It pressed its head against Lan's cheek once, then pulled back and stared at her again. Lan's breath caught. Ke watched the recognition pass between them, the same recognition he had felt when Greatstorm first looked at him in the feed loft. The moment when a bond stopped being ownership and became something else. The gate, Ke said. It is waking things up. Lan's jaw tightened. She did not look away from her hawk. Below, far below, the bell began to ring again. Not the single toll from before. A pattern. 3 beats. A pause. 3 beats again. That is a summons, Greatstorm sent. Ke stood and faced the gate. The golden light pulsed in time with the bell. "It is calling," he said. But he did not know if the bell was calling them forward or warning them to stay. Chapter 69. The bell's third beat faded into the stone beneath Ke's feet. He stood on the shelf with the golden light of the cloud gate washing over him. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, Lan beside him with her hawk's head still pressed to her cheek. The silence after the summons felt heavier than the ringing itself. "It is calling us forward," Lan said. Her voice was flat, testing the words. "Or warning us back." "Both," Greatstorm sent. The word carried a weight Ke had not heard from her before. "It does not know which we are yet." Before Ke could answer, a sound cut through the stillness below. Not a bell. A skiff engine, running high and hot, pushing against the thin air. Ke turned and looked down the slope. A narrow craft rose through the mist layer, its hull stripped of ornament, its rigging reduced to the bare minimum needed to hold a sail that had already been furled. No banners, no marker flags, just speed, and the woman standing at its bow. Lady Namu Soren. She saw him at the same moment. Her face was travel-worn, her robe cinched tight against the wind, but her eyes held the same sharp amusement he remembered from the academy yard. She did not call out. She guided the skiff to a hover alongside the shelf, close enough that the edge of its deck scraped stone. Then she killed the engine and stepped onto the ledge as if she owned it. "You made it higher than I expected," she said. "I was betting you would stall at the second tier." Ke did not relax. "How did you find us?" "Old market rumors, the kind that travel faster than official proclamations." She glanced at the gate, and something flickered in her expression, awe quickly suppressed. "I heard a story about a golden tear in the sky, and a boy with spiral marks climbing toward it. I followed the telling." Lan stepped forward. "You left Ruoxia." "I left before the council finished debating whether to let Ji Shuyun leave." Namu's mouth tightened. He did not wait for their permission. He assembled a sanctioned expedition under the emergency statute and marched out the same morning the proclamation went public. Ke's chest went cold. "He is coming here. He is ahead of you." Namu pointed past the gate's golden slit. "That route does not end at the tear. It continues beyond, through old sky tower paths that the Heaven Court used before they sealed the gate. Ji has a map. He has seal breakers. He has 8 days of supplies and a crew of 20. 8 days, Ke repeated. He left 4 days ago, which means he has 4 days on you, and he is moving faster than you can climb with a half-formed second foundation and a leviathan that is still learning what she is." Greatstorm growled. The sound vibrated through the stone. Namu held up both hands. "I am not here to stop you. I am here to offer you speed." She gestured at the skiff. It was not large. The deck could hold 5 at most, and the cabin was a low wedge barely tall enough to crouch in. But the engine was visible, a storm core coil wrapped in copper and black iron, humming with latent power. It was built for one purpose, to outrun anything that followed. "Where did you get that?" Lan asked. "I bought it from a courier who owed me 3 favors and a blood debt." Namu's voice was flat. "She will not need it where she is going." The silence stretched. Ke looked at Greatstorm. Through the bond, he felt her weighing the same question he was. Could they trust this woman, who had traded information for a promise, who had followed them across leagues of dangerous sky, who had walked away from Ruoxia and the council and everything she had built? "She is curious," Greatstorm sent. "That is all. Curiosity and the desire to see what happens next. That is enough to sell us out," Ke said aloud. "It is also enough to keep you alive," Namu replied. "I do not trade in corpses. Corpses cannot tell stories." She met his eyes. "I want to witness the cloud gate when you reach it. That is my price. Not to claim it, not to control it. To see what the Heaven Court has been hiding for 3 generations. Her voice dropped. "I have spent my life trading in bloodlines and ancient wonders. I have never seen anything that made me believe the old stories were true, until I saw Greatstorm." Ke felt the truth of it through the bond. No deception, no hidden edge, just hunger, the same hunger that had driven him to hide Greatstorm in the first place. 4 days, he said. You get us there in 3. Namu's mouth curved. I can get you there in 2, if the storm holds. Then do it. She nodded once and turned to the skiff. Ke followed, Greatstorm flowing beside him. Land came last, her hawk riding her shoulder, its head still tilted as if listening to something only it could hear. The deck was cramped, the engine hummed beneath his feet, a vibration that matched the resonance in his spiral marks. Namu took the steering post without ceremony, her hands moving over the controls with practiced ease. "Hold on," she said. "This craft was not built for comfort." The skiff dropped off the shelf before Ke could brace. The world lurched sideways. Stone and mist blurred past as the craft dove through the storm line, then pulled up hard, cutting a diagonal path across the canyon. The wind howled over the hull, and Ke felt the second foundation in his chest flex against the pressure. He held on. Greatstorm pressed against his side, her body warm and solid, her silver eyes fixed on the sky ahead. The gate was gone, hidden behind cloud and distance, but Ke could still feel it, a pull like a thread tied to his ribs drawing him forward. Namu's voice carried back over the wind. Ji Shuyun is not the only one racing for the gate. The Heaven Court sent a formal collector ahead of the expedition. If he reaches it before either of you, the gate will seal behind him, and no one will ever open it again. Ke's hands tightened on the deck rail. How long until he arrives? Namu's face was unreadable. He is already there. Chapter 70. The skiff cut through the storm line like a knife through wet silk. Kit gripped the deck rail as the craft tilted, the wind tearing at his sleeves and plastering his hair against his skull. Greatstorm pressed against his side, her body a solid anchor in the chaos of motion and pressure. Behind them, the shelf where they had stood moments ago was already swallowed by cloud and distance. Namu did not look back. Her hands moved over the steering post with the economy of someone who had spent decades reading wind and current. The storm core coil beneath the deck hummed at a pitch that vibrated through Ke's teeth. How fast is this thing? Lan called from the rear of the deck, her hawk tucked against her shoulder, wings half spread for balance. Fast enough to make the Heaven Court angry. Namu's voice carried over the wind without strain. The courier who owned it ran spirits between the eastern Spire markets. She needed speed more than she needed stealth. And where is she now? Dead, which is why I could afford the price. Ke did not ask how she died. He did not want to know. The ruins came into view as the skiff broke through a lower cloud shelf. They were not like anything Ke had seen before. Broken arches of pale stone jutted from the canyon walls, connected by collapsed bridges that had once spanned distances no mortal rope could reach. Towers leaned at impossible angles, their tops sheared off as if something had bitten them cleanly through. Carvings covered every surface, spirals and interlocking curves that looked like Greatstorm's shed-scale patterns if you squinted, and like something else entirely if you looked straight on. What was this place? Ke asked. Namu's gaze did not leave the sky ahead. Trade route. Before the Heaven Court sealed the high passages, merchants used these towers to move goods between the upper storm markets. What kind of goods? The kind that cannot be carried on ordinary skiffs. She paused. Leviathan-scale armor, storm-bone tools, live creatures that could not survive at lower altitude. Lan's voice was sharp. Beasts. Beasts, yes, but not the kind you are thinking of. Namu's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. Before the bloodline families controlled the breeding, before the academy taught its methods, people traded with the Leviathans directly. Scale for knowledge, feather for passage. The records call it the mutual tribute. Greatstorm's head lifted. Through the bond, Ke felt a flicker of something old and cold. Recognition, maybe, or memory. What happened to it? He asked. The Heaven Court happened. Namu's voice flattened. They called it a tribute, a threat to mortal order, said the Leviathans were hoarding power that belonged to humanity. They sealed the high rats, destroyed the tower markets, and rewrote the history so that children born a generation later would believe the beasts had always been wild and dangerous. The skiff banked around a collapsed spire. Ke saw the remains of a winch mechanism, rusted and skeletal, its cables hanging like dead vines. They did not just seal the routes, Namu continued. They taxed them, charged celestial duties on every transaction that passed 3. When the Leviathans refused to pay, the Heaven Court called it rebellion. Taxes, Ke repeated. They started a war over taxes. The truth is always smaller than the story they tell afterward. The skiff fell silent except for the hum of the coil and the whistle of wind. Ke watched the ruins slide past, each broken arch and shattered tower a monument to something he was only beginning to understand. Greatstorm pressed her muzzle against his shoulder. He felt her thought before it formed. They broke what they could not own. Yes, he sent back. And then they called us the thieves. The afternoon bled into dusk as the skiff carried them deeper into the old route. The sky turned the color of bruised copper, and the wind grew colder. Ke's second foundation ached in his chest, still half-formed and unfamiliar, but it held. He could feel the thin air feeding it now, the raw chi of the upper sky circulating through his meridians in a rhythm that felt like Greatstorm's heartbeat. Lan moved to stand beside him. Her hawk remained on her shoulder, head turning to track the shadows between towers. "How far have we come?" she asked. Namu glanced at the storm core coil. 200 leagues, maybe more. The skiff is fast, but the route is not straight. The old towers were built to curve around dead zones where the storms do not follow normal patterns. Dead zones? Places where the Heaven Court's wards still hold. They collapse anything that tries to cross them. We go around, or we do not go at all. Ke watched the horizon. The golden light of the cloud gate was not visible from here, hidden behind the curve of the world and the layers of cloud that pressed down like a lid. But he could feel it, the pull in his ribs, the resonance in his spiral marks, the way Greatstorm's gaze kept drifting east as if she could see through stone and distance to the tear in the sky. "We are being followed," Namu said. Ke turned. "What?" "Do not look." Her voice was calm, but her hands had tightened on the steering post. "There is a skiff 3 towers back. It has been matching our course for the last half-bell. It is not close enough to identify, but it is not a merchant craft. Merchants do not travel this route anymore." Lan's hand dropped to her knife. "How many?" "1, but it is fast." Greatstorm growled low in her chest. Through the bond, Ke felt her readiness, the coil of muscle and storm heat waiting beneath her ash-colored fur. "Can we outrun them?" Ke asked. Namu's eyes flicked to the sky ahead. "Maybe, if we reach the Belfield before they close the distance." "Belfield?" "You will know it when you see it." She pushed the skiff harder. The coil hummed at a higher pitch, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Ke held on. Greatstorm braced beside him, and the ruins blurred past as the last light bled from the sky. The Belfield appeared without warning. One moment there was only cloud and broken stone. The next, the skiff passed between 2 pillars of rusted iron, and the air changed. The wind died. The coil's hum dropped to a whisper, and hanging in the void before them, suspended from nothing, were hundreds of bronze bells. They ranged in size from small as Ke's fist to larger than his chest. Some were dark with age, their surfaces pitted and green. Others gleamed as if polished that morning. They hung at different heights, forming a corridor that stretched into the dusk as far as Ke could see. None of them were moving, and yet, as the skiff glided into their midst, the first bell rang. The sound was soft, single, a note that hung in the air like a held breath. Then another bell answered, then another. He felt it before he heard it, a vibration that started in the spiral marks and spread through his chest, syncing with the rhythm of the second foundation. Greatstorm's head lifted, her silver eyes fixed on the bells, her body tense. "They are ringing without wind," Lan whispered. Namu did not answer. Her hands were white on the steering post. The bells continued. Not a chaotic clanging, but a pattern. 3 notes, a pause, 3 notes again. The same rhythm the bell had tolled from beyond the cloud gate. Greatstorm let out a sound Ke had never heard from her before. It was not a growl, not a whine. It was a note, pitched low and resonant, that matched the bells vibrating through the bronze. Her throat working, her silver eyes fixed on something Ke could not see. Through the bond came a single word, heavy with recognition and dread. They know. Chapter 71. The note hung in the air, bronze and bone deep, as the bells continued their pattern around them. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Greatstorm's throat still vibrated with the resonance, her silver eyes fixed on something beyond Ke's sight. Through the bond came a pressure he had never felt from her before. Not fear, not anger. Recognition. They know what? Ke asked. Greatstorm did not answer. Her body had gone still, every muscle coiled, her ears pressed flat against her skull. Namu's hands moved on the steering post. We need to move, now. The skiff lurched forward, the storm core coil screaming as Namu pushed it past its safe rhythm. The bells clanged as they passed, the bronze bodies swaying in the skiff's wake, and the pattern fractured into chaos. Then the first arrow struck. It came from Ke's left, a shaft of black iron that punched through a hanging bell and buried itself in the skiff's railing. The wood splintered. The bell crashed to the deck, still ringing. Down! Lan grabbed Ke's shoulder and shoved him low as a second volley hissed through the space where his head had been. Ke hit the deck, Greatstorm's body pressing over him, and looked up. The bells shifted. Through the gaps between them, Ke saw movement on both sides. To the left, figures in gray and iron moved between the broken towers, their silhouettes hard and purposeful. Ji Shuyun's expedition. To the right, the air rippled like heat on stone, and Ke caught the gleam of bone white beneath folded light. The Heaven Court wardens. They were converging from opposite sides, and neither cared who bled first. Hold on! Namu wrenched the steering post hard. The skiff banked. Ke's stomach dropped as they slid between 2 massive bells, the bronze scraping the skiff's hull. Sparks flew. The coil screamed. Another volley came. This time the arrows did not strike the skiff. They struck the bells above it. The first bell shattered. Bronze fragments rained down, sharp-edged and burning hot. Ke threw his arm over his face as shards clattered across the deck. One caught Greatstorm's flank. She hissed, but did not falter. They are hurting us, Lan said. Her voice was flat, controlled, but Ke saw the tension in her jaw. They want us between them, she pointed. Ahead, the bellfield narrowed into a corridor of hanging bronze, the walls of bells pressing in from both sides. Beyond it, the sky opened into clear air, and beyond that, the cloud gate. Ke felt its pull like a thread tied to his ribs. The golden light pulsed at the horizon, distant but unmistakable. If we reach the gate, Ke said, we can. We will not reach it. Namu's voice was clipped. Look! She pointed past the Styxium's prow. The Heaven Court wardens had stopped moving. They stood in a line along a broken bridge, 3 of them, their bone-white robes stark against the dark sky. They carried no bows. They did not need them. One raised a hand. A line of silver light shot from her palm, not at the skiff, but at the bells ahead. The light struck a cluster of bronze, and the air around them turned to glass. The bells froze mid-swing. The sound died. Braylick! Ke shouted. Namu did not need the order. She wrenched the skiff sideways, the hull scraping another bell as they veered off the corridor's center line. The silver light followed. It struck the waterless air beside the skiff, and the space where it landed turned white-hot. He felt the heat across his face. The paint on the railing blistered and peeled. They are not trying to hit us, Lan said. They are trying to steer us into Ji's people. She was right. The Heaven Court's silver light was not aimed at the skiff. It was aimed at the path ahead, burning the bells out of the air, collapsing the corridor they could escape through. Ji's expedition understood. The gray-clad figures on the left adjusted their positions, moving to intercept the only gap the Heaven Court was leaving open. They want each other to bleed first, Ke said. And we are the bait. Greatstorm growled low in her chest. Through the bond, her resolve burned hot and steady. We do not stop. Ke looked at the horizon. The cloud gate's light pulled at him. Close, so close. We go through them, he said. Namu's eyes met his. Through both of them? Between them, before they tightened the noose. Lan was already moving. She pulled her hawk from her shoulder and stood, her hand on her knife. I can buy you 2 passes, maybe 3. That is not enough. It will have to be. The skiff turned again. This time, Ke felt the change in the air. The bells ahead were thinning. The corridor was ending. The Heaven Court warden raised her hand again. A bolt of silver shot toward them, faster than the others, aimed directly at the skiff's center. He saw it coming. He felt Greatstorm's muscles bunch, felt her prepare to leap into its path. The skiff lurched. The bolt missed. It struck the bell behind them, and the blast sent them spinning. Ke's grip tore free. He slammed into the railing, his ribs screaming, and for a moment the world was bronze and sky and the taste of blood. When he looked up, the skiff was still moving, but a figure stood on a tower ahead, silhouetted against the golden light of the gate. Ji Shuyun. He was not wearing academy robes. He wore a traveler's coat of black leather, a map case strapped across his chest, and a coil of iron chain hanging from his belt. His pale gray eyes found Ke across the distance, and his voice carried through the chaos, calm and unhurried. Xiahou Ke. The bells went quiet. Not the silence of broken bronze, but the hush of a held breath. Ji had not shouted. He had spoken as if they were standing in his study. His spiral marks burned cold. "You have run far," Ji said. "Further than I expected, further than most could." He stepped to the edge of the tower, his hands clasped behind his back. "But you have also drawn blood the Heaven Court will not forgive, and you have brought people I do not wish to harm into the path of those who will." He paused. The silence stretched. "Surrender Greatstorm now. Walk away with your hands open, and everyone on that skiff may yet live." Ke's heart hammered. His hands trembled against the railing. He looked at Namu, her knuckles white on the steering post, and at Lan, her hawk's talons digging into her shoulder, her jaw tight. He looked at Greatstorm. Her silver eyes met his. No command, no demand. The bond was open. Around them, the Heaven Court wardens raised their hands. Ji's expedition drew their bows, and Ke stood at the railing, the cloud gate's golden light burning in his peripheral vision, the question hanging between them like a blade. Chapter 72. The bells had stopped ringing, but the air still hummed with what they had done. The silver light had carved channels through the battlefield, leaving silence in its wake. And in that silence, Ji Shuyun's words hung like a net. Everyone on the skiff watched Ke Namu's hand stayed on the steering post, her knuckles white. Lan stood at the railing, her knife half drawn, her hawk's talons dug into her shoulder. Greatstorm pressed against Ke's leg, warm and steady, and through the bond he felt her waiting. Not commanding, not pleading, waiting. Ke looked at Ji Shuyun on his tower, silhouetted against the cloud gate's golden light. The headmaster's hands were clasped behind his back like a man watching a student solve a problem. "You think I will trade her?" Ke said. His voice came out ragged. He did not try to smooth it. Ji's head tilted. "I think you are still the boy who chose survival over pride. That is not an insult. It is what kept you alive in the muck." The words hit exactly where Ji had aimed them. Ke felt them settle into the old wound, the voice that said, "You are worth what they decide you are worth." He looked down at the railing, at his own hands, scarred and trembling. Then he looked at Greatstorm. "I will not drown you." He had meant it the night she fell. He meant it now. "No," Ke said. He raised his head. "You want her because you cannot own her. You want me to surrender because you never believed I could keep her." His voice rose, not loud, but carrying. "You rigged the beast trial. You set Elder Huang on the control stone. You stacked every ring against me and called it Academy rigor." Ji's expression did not change, but something in the air shifted. The gray-clad fighters on the left adjusted their stances. "Say that again," Ji said quietly. Ke did not back down. "You knew what she was before the trial. You were afraid of what she meant, so you tried to kill me in the arena and claim it was an accident." The Heaven Court wardens had not moved. Their silver light flickered in their palms, but they did not attack. They were watching. The bells had stopped, but the bellfield still connected everything, every bronze surface catching light and sound, carrying it outward. Namu's eyes widened. The bells. Ke did not look at her. He already knew. The bellfield still carries sound, he said. Does it not? Nalu's hand went to the pack at her belt. She pulled out a polished piece of bronze, flat and curved, a signal mirror she had used to catch attention in market spires. If I angle this at the right bell, then everyone hears. Her jaw tightened. The heaven court included. Everyone, Ke repeated. Ji Shuyun had not moved, but his hands had unclasped. Xiahou Ke, he said, and there was no warmth in his voice now. Do not mistake the space I have given you for weakness. You gave me nothing, Ke said. I took it. He looked at Namu. She held his gaze for a heartbeat. Then she raised the bronze mirror, caught the golden light from the cloud gate, and angled it at the nearest bell. The beam struck the bronze. The bell rang, not the 3-beat summon. A single, clear note that shivered through the air and bounced to the next bell, and the next, carrying Ke's voice across the entire field. The headmaster of Soaring Roost Academy rigged the beast trial, Ke said. He set Elder Huang on the control stone to funnel me toward a killing formation. He hid the evidence of what Greatstorm is because he wanted to claim it for himself. The bells carried the words. The sound spread like ripples through still water. A murmur rose from the gray-clad fighters on the left. One of them lowered his bow. Another looked at Ji, uncertainty flickering across his face. You have no proof, Ji said. His voice remained calm, but his hands were no longer still. They rested on the iron chain at his belt. The vault has proof, Ke said. The murals, the stele, the records Sin Bui left unsealed. You buried them because you knew what the first brood actually were. Partners, not property. The murmur grew. Ji's jaw tightened. For the first time, his composure cracked. He turned slightly, not toward Ke, but toward the wardens on the right. Finish it, he said. The warden leader raised her hand, but the fighters on the left did not move. One gray-clad man, broad-shouldered, scarred across the jaw, lowered his bow and stepped back. I did not sign on to hunt a boy for knowing the truth, he said. His companions shifted. 2 more lowered their weapons. Ji turned, his voice cut like a blade. You are paid for results, not principles. Then find another hand. Ke saw the opening. It was small, barely a crack in the net Ji had woven, but it was there. The warden leader's silver light flared brighter. She had seen it too. Skiff, Ke said. Now. Namu yanked the steering post. The skiff lurched forward, shooting through the gap between the hesitation and the warden's tightening formation. But the warden leader was already moving. She did not aim at the skiff. She aimed at Ji. The silver bolt struck the tower beneath his feet. The stone shattered. Ji leaped, his coat flaring, landing on a broken arch that brought him closer to the skiff's path. You think a confession on the bells matters? He was running now, the iron chain whipping behind him. You think the Heaven Court cares about academy politics? Not for them, for the people you rely on. Ji lunged. He did not draw a weapon. He did not need one. The iron chain came alive, snapping outward like a serpent's tongue, aimed not at Ke, but at Greatstorm. The chain wrapped around her foreleg. She roared. Ke threw himself at the chain, grabbing it with both hands. The iron bit into his palms, cold and burning at once, and through the bond he felt Greatstorm's pain spike. Do not, she sent. He wants you close. He knew, but he did not let go. Ji pulled. The chain tightened, dragging Greatstorm toward the edge of the skiff. Ke dug his heels into the deck, the spiral marks on his arms blazing, his body screaming protest. Lan's hawk dove at Ji's face. Ji swatted aside with a burst of pale chi. The hawk tumbled, recovered, but the moment of distraction cost Ji his grip. Greatstorm yanked backward, the chain slipping free, and Ke fell hard against the railing. Go! He shouted. Namu pushed the skiff into the narrow gap between 2 ringing bells. The hull scraped bronze, the sound raw and screaming, and then they were through, shooting toward the cloud gate's golden light. Ji straightened on his arch. The chain hung slack at his side. You have nowhere to run, he called. The gate seals behind the collector, and he is already inside. Ke looked ahead. The golden light pulsed, close enough to touch, close enough to taste. The skiff hurtled toward it. Behind them, the warden leader raised her hand one last time. A silver bolt, thicker than the others, not aimed at the skiff, aimed at Greatstorm. Ke saw it coming. He felt Greatstorm know it too. He threw himself in front of her, but Lan was faster. She stepped into the bolt's path, her knife raised, her hawk screaming beside her. The silver light hit her blade, deflected, and struck Greatstorm's flank. Greatstorm's howl tore through the battlefield. The silver spear lodged in her side, crackling with white fire. She stumbled, her legs buckling, and Ke caught her as she fell. "Greatstorm! Greatstorm!" Her eyes met his. Through the bond, he felt the sealing art taking hold, spreading cold through her channels. "It is slowing me, not stopping." But the fear in her voice told him the truth. It was meant to. Ke looked up. The cloud gate blazed ahead, the golden tear in the sky wide enough to swallow the skiff whole. "It's still open," Namu said. "We can still make it." Lan's hand found his shoulder. She will not survive a night with a heaven court seal in her flank. Ke held Greatstorm's weight. The golden light poured over them, warm and ancient, and he could feel the gate pulling at something deep in his chest. What do we do? Through the bond, he felt her answer. Forward. Chapter 73. The skiff bucked beneath them. Greatstorm's weight pressed against Ke's chest, her breath coming in short, wet gasps that rattled through the bond like stones down a dry well. Cold spread from the sealing bolt. It was not the clean cold of mountain snow or winter rain. It was the cold of something dying from the inside out. Ke pressed his palm to the wound. The silver spearhead was buried deep in Greatstorm's flank, the metal glowing faintly as it fed the sealing art into her channels. Each pulse pushed the cold deeper. "I can hold it," she sent. But the words came slow, thick, like she was speaking through water. "She cannot fly with that in her," Lan said. She was braced against the railing, her knife still in her hand, her hawk circling above the skiff. "The seal will reach her core before we reach the gate." Namu yanked the steering post. The skiff lurched left, and a silver bolt screamed past where their hull had been a heartbeat earlier. Behind them, the Heaven Court wardens were advancing. 3 of them, riding platforms of folded light that skimmed the battlefield like stones across still water. The warden leader was the middle one, her hand raised, silver gathering around her palm like drawn thread. "They will not stop before the gate," Namu said. Her voice was flat, controlled, but Ke saw her knuckles white on the post. "The skiff cannot take another hit like that." Greatstorm tried to stand. Her legs gave way. Ke caught her, felt the tremor run through her body, felt the cold biting deeper. Through the bond, he sensed her reaching for something, the storm fire, the ancient heat that lived at her core. But the seal was blocking it, wrapping her power in layers of silver frost. "Let me try," he sent. "You cannot pull it out. The art will spread the moment it breaks the surface. Then I break the art first." He did not know if that was possible. He did not care. Ke looked at Lan. She was already moving. Her hawk dropped from the sky, talons extended, and struck the first warden's platform. The impact sent silver light rippling across the battlefield. The warden staggered, her concentration breaking, and a bell behind her rang out in a jagged tone. "Hold them off," Ke said. "I need time." "How much?" "I do not know." Lan's jaw tightened. Then she turned, raised her knife, and stepped onto the railing. Her hawk landed beside her. It was not the same hawk that had fought beside her before. The bird's eyes were different. Not the flat, obedient gaze of a bloodline contract, but something brighter, something awake. "You chose," Lan said softly. The hawk pressed its head to her cheek. Once. Then it spread its wings and screamed a challenge at the wardens. Lan leaped. She did not jump alone. The hawk was beneath her, carrying her, and as they rose together, Ke saw the difference. She was not commanding. She was asking, and the hawk was answering. They struck the first warden like a single blade. Lan's knife met silver light. The hawk's talons tore through the folded platform. The warden fell, her light scattering, and Lan twisted midair, riding her hawk's wing to spin toward the second. Namu stared. "I have never seen a stormhawk fight like that." "She is no longer chained," Greatstorm sent. "She fights because she chooses." The cold in Ke's chest sharpened. He looked down at the silver spear buried in Greatstorm's flank. The cloud gate's golden light was closer now, so close he could feel its warmth on his face. But the seal was spreading, and Greatstorm was fading. "Hold on," he said. He placed his hands on the spear. The silver metal was cold, colder than ice, colder than the deep storm. It bit into his palms, and through the bond he felt Greatstorm's pain spike. "Do not." Her voice was thin. "If you pull it wrong, then I will pull it right." He drew on the storm pearl. The fire rose in his channels, hot and wild, the same fire that had carried him through the cistern trial, through the beast trial, through the storm channel. It answered him now, flooding his arms, his chest, his hands. The silver spear hissed. The seal fought back. The cold pushed against the fire, and Ke felt his meridians scream, the two forces grinding against each other inside him. His spiral marks blazed, cutting through his sleeves, and the cloud gate's golden light pulsed in answer. Again, Greatstorm sent. "I can feel it." Again. He poured more. The fire thickened, turned to something ancient, something that remembered the time before cages. The silver spear began to smoke. Ke pulled. The spear did not move. He pulled harder. His muscles tore. His ribs ached. The cold tried to climb into his heart, but the storm pearl fire held it back, and he pulled again. This time, the spear shifted. Greatstorm screamed, not through her throat, through the bond. The sound was raw, terrible, and Ke felt it in his bones. But he did not let go. He could not. If he let go, the seal would close, and she would die. Above them, Lan and her hawk struck the third warden. The impact threw silver light across the sky, and for a moment, the warden's formation broke. "Now!" Lan shouted. Ke wrenched the spear free. The silver metal tore out of Greatstorm's flank in a spray of ash-colored blood. The seal shattered. The cold released in a single burst that sent Ke crashing backward, the spear still in his hands, his body screaming. He landed on the deck. The spear clattered beside him. For a moment, everything was still. Then Greatstorm drew a full breath. Her chest expanded. The silver vein lines along her flank flickered, dimmed, and began to glow again with dark, familiar fire. "It is gone." Ke lay on the deck, gasping. His hands were burned. His channels felt like they had been scoured with hot stone. But she was breathing. He looked at the spear. The spearhead was engraved. A pattern he had seen before, in a dream he had never lived, in a vision Greatstorm had shown him when they first touched the cloud gate's resonance. A cloud, a tear, a gate. The same sigil, burned into the silver metal like a brand. Ke's blood went cold. "Namu," he said, "who made these weapons?" But Namu did not answer. She was staring ahead, her face pale, her grip frozen on the steering post. The cloud gate loomed before them, golden and immense, its light pouring through the tear in the sky like a wound that had never healed. And standing in the center of it, silhouetted against the light, was a figure in white, the formal collector. He was already inside. Chapter 74. The cloud gate's golden light poured over the skiff's deck, warm and ancient, and Ke felt it in his chest like a second heartbeat. The formal collector stood at the gate's center, a figure in bone-white robes, arms folded, watching them approach. He did not move. He did not speak. He simply waited, and the light bent around him like water around a stone. "Arrows behind us," Namu said. "Wardens above, and he is already inside." Ke looked at Greatstorm. Her flank was still wet with ash-colored blood, but her fire had returned. The silver vein lines along her shoulders glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the gate's light. "Can you carry me through? I can carry you anywhere." He turned to Line. She stood at the railing, her hawk perched on her arm, both of them breathing hard. The hawk's eyes were bright and clear, and Lan's hand rested on its back like she was learning its weight for the first time. "The formal collector is inside," Ke said. "I see him. If we land, he stomps us. If we try to fly past, the wardens cut us down from above." Lan looked at the gate, then at the collector, then at the space between them, where the golden light flickered and pulsed like a wound that had never stopped bleeding. "There is another way," she said. She pointed up. Above the gate, beyond the golden tier, the sky was wrong. It did not move like ordinary sky. It rippled, like water touched by wind, and through the ripples Kay saw shapes, towers, broken arches, spiral staircases climbing into light that had no source. The old towers, Namu said. The heaven court sealed the gate, but they did not seal the path above it. The warden's silver platforms were descending. Ji Shuyun's remaining fighters were climbing the broken pylons below. The formal collector stood motionless at the gate's center. "There is a staircase," Lan said, "above the Belfield, broken platforms hidden in the cloud. Sen Buyi told me about it before we parted. The old keepers built it to reach the gate from above when the lower route was sealed." Ke looked at Greatstorm. "Can you climb?" "I can climb." He grabbed the spear. The silver weapon was still warm from the storm pearl fire, the cloud tear gate sigil etched into its surface. He did not know why he kept it, but he did not let go. "Take us up," he said. Namu banked the skiff hard. The deck tilted. Ke grabbed the railing, Greatstorm pressed against his leg, and the world spun as the skiff climbed, away from the gate, away from the collector, into the broken air above the Belfield. The bells were silent now. Every bronze bell hung frozen, mid-swing, as if the warden's silver light had stunned them into stillness. The platforms rose out of the cloud, old stone, cracked and worn, covered in moss and spiral carvings that matched the marks on Ke's arm. "There," Lan said. "A staircase." It did not look like a staircase. It looked like a ruin, a collapsed tower, a series of broken ledges climbing into the rippling sky. But the ledges were spaced evenly, and the spiral carvings caught the golden light, and Ke knew, with the same certainty that told him Greatstorm's name, that this was the way. Namu brought the skiff alongside the lowest ledge. "Go," she said. "I will keep them below." Ke hesitated. "You cannot fight them alone." "I do not intend to fight. I intend to run." She smiled, thin and sharp. "I have a skiff that can outrun anything, and I owe you nothing but witness." She held his gaze. "I have witnessed enough." Ke nodded. He swung off the skiff onto the ledge. Greatstorm landed beside him, her claws scraping stone. Lan followed, her hawk rising from her arm to circle above them. The skiff dropped away. Namu did not look back. The storm core coil flared, and the skiff shot downward, weaving between the frozen bells, drawing the warden's attention like a bright thread through dark water. He watched her go. "She will survive," Greatstorm sent. "She is too curious to die." "Then let us not waste her distraction." He turned. The staircase rose before him, broken and steep, each ledge higher than the last. The spiral carvings glowed faintly, responding to his marks, and above them, the rippling sky pulsed with light that had no color he could name. They climbed. The first ledge was easy. The second was higher, requiring a jump. The third leaned at a wrong angle, and Ke had to scramble, his burned hands gripping wet stone, his ribs protesting every movement. Greatstorm moved beside him, her claws finding holds he could not see. Lan climbed with her hawk, the bird darting ahead, checking each ledge before they set foot on it. Below, the battle began. Silver light flared. Ji Shuyun's voice rose in a command. The wardens answered with something that sounded like thunder, and the bells began to ring again, not in pattern, but in chaos. Ke did not look down. He climbed. The fourth ledge was covered in ash, not storm ash, not the ash of burnt wood or bone, but something older, something that felt like time compressed into dust. It clung to his hands, his clothes, and when he wiped it from his face, he tasted salt. "They burned here," Greatstorm sent, "before the gate was sealed." "Who?" "The ones who kept the way." The fifth ledge had a body, not fresh. The bones were old, bleached by wind and light, scattered across the stone as if the person had fallen and never risen. The robes had rotted to threads, but Ke saw the pattern on what remained. Clouds, tears, gates, a keeper. He stepped around the bones and kept climbing. The sixth ledge split the cloud. Below, the Belfield vanished into mist. Above, the rippling sky opened wider, and Ke saw the staircase clearly for the first time. It rose through a ring of ancient pylons, black stone carved with serpent and crown, and at the center of the ring, the sky was torn. Not a gate, a wound. The cloud gate was not a door. It was a place where the sky had been ripped open, and what lay beyond was not another world but the same world, older, higher, closer to whatever ruled above. Ke stopped. Greatstorm pressed against his leg. Lan stood beside him, her hawk settling on her shoulder. "Is that the gate?" Lan asked. "That is what is left of it." The pylons hummed, the spiral carvings on Ke's arm blazed, and the marks on the stone answered, light for light, pattern for pattern, and the tear in the sky began to widen. Beyond it, Ke saw stars, not night stars, day stars, stars that burned in full sunlight, bright and cold, and between them, shapes moved, vast and slow, like whales through deep water. "They are waiting," Greatstorm sent. "For what?" "For us to decide what we are." The light changed. The formal collector stepped out of the gate. He had been inside. He had crossed the threshold. But he was here now, standing at the center of the pylon ring, his bone-white robes untouched by ash or blood, his eyes fixed on Ke. "You did not come through the gate," he said. "You came about it." Ke did not answer. He was watching the collector's hands. The man held nothing, no weapon, no seal, no chain, but the air around him shimmered, bent, and Ke felt the pressure of a binding formation, old and patient, waiting to close. "You cannot enter," the collector said. "The gate has already sealed behind me." Ke looked at Greatstorm. "Can we break through?" Greatstorm's eyes met his, silver and ash and storm. "We do not need to break through. We need to be claimed by what is on the other side." Ke did not understand, but he trusted. He placed his hand on Greatstorm's flank, felt her fire rising, felt the storm purl in his chest answer, and he stepped forward, not toward the gate but toward the pylon ring, toward the torn sky, toward the light that had no source. The collector raised his hand, the binding formation tightened, and the sky above them split open. Chapter 75. The binding formation tightened, and Ke felt it in his bones, a pressure that wanted to fold him inward, compress him into something small and manageable. But the sky above him was splitting open. Not the gate, not the wound. Something beyond both, a deeper tear that peeled the clouds apart like skin pulled from a wound, and through it came light that had weight, light that pressed against his chest and made the spiral marks on his arm blaze white-hot. Greatstorm's voice came through the bond, steady and sure. "Do not fight it." "I am not fighting it," Ke said. "I do not know what it is." "You do." He looked up. Beyond the torn sky, beyond the day stars and the slow-moving shapes, something was turning. Not toward him, toward the gate itself, toward the pylon ring, toward the place where the formal collector stood with his hand raised and his binding formation shimmering. The collector felt it too. His hand dropped. The formation flickered, wavered, and the pressure around Ke vanished like breath on a mirror. "What?" the collector said. "Have you brought to this threshold?" Ke did not answer. He was watching the shadows move beyond the gate. They were not whales. They were not shapes. They were bodies, vast and ancient, covered in scales the color of ash and storm, and they were moving through the light of day, stars. One of them was larger than the rest, large enough to blot out the sky beyond the tier, and it was coming closer. Greatstorm pressed against Ke's leg. "They know I am here." "Are they kin?" "Older than kin. We are what they left behind." The collector stepped backward toward the pylon ring, his bone-white robes brushing the stone. "You do not understand what you have done." "I understand," Ke said, "that you sealed the gate to keep them out, not to keep us safe, to keep them from knowing what you did." The collector's jaw tightened. The ruins around them were not empty. Ke saw them now for what they were. The pylons were not supports. They were cages, shaped into arches and columns, and the carvings that covered them were not decoration. They were records, names, bloodlines, the inventory of everything the Heaven Court had taken. "They branded us rebels," Greatstorm sent. The words came with an image, clear as memory. A leviathan, ash-scaled, silver-eyed, standing before a formation of bone-white figures, and the figures raising their hands to mark its flesh with fire. Because we would not kneel. Rebels for refusing to be property, Ke said aloud. The collector did not deny it. What you call a beast, he said, we call a legacy. What you call a bond, we call a leak in the wall that keeps the wild out. Do you think you are the first to stand before a Leviathan and call it friend? Do you think you're the first to open a gate you cannot close? Ke looked at the carvings again. They told the story he had not expected. The Heaven Court had not descended to break the first Tempest brood because the Leviathans were dangerous. They had descended because the Leviathans would not pay, would not trade, would not submit to celestial duties on the air they breathed and the storms they carried. The war had not been about safety, it had been about tax. The mutual tribute, Ke said. You destroyed it because the Leviathans would not pay you. The collector's face was stone. The celestial duty funded the gates. The gates held the wild at bay. When the tribute stopped, the gates weakened, and we did what was necessary to preserve order. Order, Ke repeated. That is what you call chaining an entire bloodline and parceling their children into academy stables. He is not wrong, little Ash. Ke looked down. Greatstorm's silver eyes met his, calm and old, older than the pylon ring, older than the gate, older than the Heaven Court itself. They did what they needed to survive. We did what we needed to be free. That is the shape of this war. It has never changed. You are speaking to it, the collector said. I am speaking to her, Ke said. And she has a name. The collector's expression flickered. Not anger, not fear, something older. Recognition, perhaps, or the echo of a memory he had been taught to bury. Greatstorm, Ke said. The name hung in the air. The collector did not respond, but beyond the gate, the vast shadow paused, and Ke felt it. Not through the bond, not through the spiral marks, not through any channel he understood. He felt it in his chest, in the space where the storm pearl pulsed, in the hollow of his ribs where Greatstorm's heart beat in time with his own. The shadow had heard the name, and it was waiting. She knows me, Greatstorm sent. The one who was left behind, the one who chose the deep sky instead of the chain. She can hear you? She can feel you. Through me, through the bond, through the name. Ke looked at the collector. Open the gate. I cannot. You sealed it. You can unseal it. The collector's hand moved, and the binding formation began to reform, slow and patient, wrapping itself around the pylon ring like thread around a spindle. The gate will not open, he said. Not for you, not for her, not for the thing beyond it. This threshold was closed by the authority of the Heaven Court, and it will remain closed until the last Leviathan has been accounted for, or the sky falls. Greatstorm's growl vibrated through the bond. He is afraid. I know, Ke said. You should be too. I am. Ke stepped forward. But I am more tired of being afraid than I am of dying. He walked toward the pylon ring. The collector raised his hand, and the formation flared, throwing Ke backward, slamming him into the stone so hard his ribs cracked, and the air left his lungs in a single wet gasp. Greatstorm roared. Not a growl, not a bark. A roar. It came from somewhere deeper than her chest, somewhere older than her body, and the stone beneath Ke's hands vibrated in answer. The spiral carvings blazed, the pylons groaned, and beyond the gate the vast shadow moved. The collector turned. The sky above the pylon ring tore open again, wider this time, and the day stars beyond it went dark. Something was coming through. Chapter 76. Ji stumbled backward across the broken stone, one hand pressed to his ribs where the blast had thrown him. The sky above the pylon ring had torn open wider, and the light pouring through was wrong, thick and golden, carrying the weight of something that should not exist in mortal air. Greatstorm pressed against his leg, trembling with the effort of standing. Her flank was still raw where the sealing spear had been, but her fire had returned, pulsing through the bond in slow, deep waves that matched the rhythm of the light. She cannot stand, Lan said. She had moved to Ke's side, her hawk circling above, wings catching the strange glow. The seal weakened her channels. If we fight here, she will collapse. Ke did not answer. He could feel it, the thing beyond the gate, the shadow that had paused when he spoke Greatstorm's name. It was still waiting, not attacking, not advancing, waiting, as if the name had asked a question it was still deciding how to answer. The collector stood at the pylon ring, bone-white robes untouched by the chaos, his formation flickering around his hands like a half-lit flame. "You cannot hold it," Ke said. "I can hold it long enough," the collector replied. "Long enough for you to understand what you have brought to this threshold." "He brought defiance," the voice came from below. Ke turned. Headmaster Ji Shuyun rose from the broken edge of the ruined stair, his black leather coat torn at the shoulder, a line of blood running from his temple to his jaw. He carried no weapon. He did not need one. Behind him, the remaining fighters climbed onto the pylon ring, gray-clad and grim-faced, their weapons drawn. Ji climbed the last step and stood on the ring, facing Ke across 50 feet of cracked stone and golden light. "Defiance," he repeated. "That is what you call it. I call it a child who does not yet understand the weight of what he carries. I understand it better than you." "No," Ji's voice was quiet, almost gentle. "You understand your bond. You understand your loyalty. You do not understand what happens when that bond is turned against the sky." Ke's hands tightened at his sides. Ji took a step forward. "I have spent 30 years studying the Leviathan lines. I have read every sealed record in every vault beneath Ruoxia. I know what the Heaven Court did to the first brood, and I know why they did it." He paused. "You see cruelty. I see survival." "Survival." Ke's voice cracked. "You call it survival when you chain a bloodline and parcel their children into academy stables? I call it survival when a city of 200,000 people does not vanish into a storm because something older than their walls decided to reclaim what was taken." The words hung between them. Chu shook his head. "That is not why the war happened. The collector told me. The Heaven Court destroyed the mutual tribute because the Leviathans would not pay. They did not fight for safety. They fought for tax." For a long moment, Ji said nothing. Then he smiled, and the expression was not kind. "You think that makes you righteous?" he said. "You think knowing the reason changes what is necessary? The tribute funded the gates that held the wild at bay. When the Leviathans refused to pay, the gates weakened, and the Heaven Court did what any power must do when the wall starts to fall. It kneels its enemies," Ke said quietly. "It secures order, by breaking those who will not kneel." Ji took another step. "You have learned much," he said. "You have grown faster than any student I have trained. Your bond with the beast is genuine, deeper than most tamers achieve in a lifetime. That is precisely why I cannot let you walk through that gate." Ke's spiral marks flared beneath his sleeve. "If you take her," he said, "I will tear this gate open myself." "No, if I take her, you will join the Academy's deep archival division. You will study the Leviathan lineages under my supervision. You will have a purpose, a place, and a life that does not end on this stone." The words hit Ke like a blow. Not because they were cruel, because they were kind, or the shape of kindness, offered in a voice that believed every syllable. Ji extended his hand. "I will not chain the beast. I will not cage her. She will be studied, yes. Her blood will be sampled, her growth measured, her lineage mapped. But she will live, and so will you." He paused. "That is more than the Heaven Court will offer you if you step through that gate." Ke looked down at Greatstorm. She looked back, silver eyes steady, showing nothing but the question she could not voice without teeth. "Little Ash." "I know," he said. "He is not wrong. I know. But he is not right either." Ke turned back to Ji Shuyun. "You offered me this before," he said, "in your study, in the vault, at the Belfield. Every time the answer has been the same. Then you will die here." "Maybe." Ke stepped forward. "But she will die free." The spiral marks blazed. Ji's hand moved. The karmic glow formation between them flared, not to attack, to show. A web of light spun from the pylon ring, layered with golden threads that connected every living thing on the stone. Ke saw himself in the web, saw Greatstorm, saw Lan, saw Ji, saw the collector, saw the fighters, and he saw the chain. It ran from his chest to Greatstorm's, silver and tight, binding them together. Ji looked at it. "This is what you refuse to accept," he said. "The bond is a chain already, Ke. Every breath you share with her, every pulse of chi you exchange, tightens it. You are not partners, you are bound. The only question is whether the binding serves order or chaos. Ke looked at the chain. It was silver, but it did not constrict. What you call a chain, he said, I call a choice. A choice made under duress. A choice made in a muck cart while she was dying. Ke's voice rose. A choice I made when I did not know what she was, or what I was doing, or whether either of us would live through the night, and I would make it again. Every time. Ji's face did not change, but the chain in the web began to pulse. She is markets, Ji said. Look at the formation. Ke looked. Beyond the chain, beyond the web of light, something was pressing against the gate's seal. A shape of living lightning, four-legged, with eyes like molten silver, pushing a paw through the tear in the sky. The paw touched Greatstorm's shoulder. Not a blow, not a wound. A mark, a brand, burning into her ash-colored fur, white-hot and silent, carrying the weight of a claim. Greatstorm screamed. A future guide. He felt it through the bond, not pain, recognition, the deep, ancient terror of prey that has just been seen. The celestial hound had marked her, and it was coming through. Chapter 77. Greatstorm's scream did not fade. It built. He felt it through the bond like a second spine, the terror of recognition twisting into something else. Not acceptance, not surrender. Rage. The white-hot brand on her shoulder pulsed, trying to sink deeper, to root itself in her channels and claim her bloodline for the celestial hound beyond the tier. Greatstorm's ash-colored fur caught fire. Not the cold silver of the Heaven Court seal, not the golden light of the gate. Stormfire. Deep and ancient and hungry. The same fire that had shattered the sealing spear on the skiff. The same fire that had answered Ke's desperate chi in the vault beneath the academy. It poured from her pores, from her mouth, from the spiral marks that now blazed along her flanks like rivers of molten ash. The brand screamed. The sound came from the hound's paw, where it pressed through the tear. A high metallic shriek as Greatstorm's stormfire climbed the binding mark and began eating it from the inside out. Ji Shuyun's face went gray. She cannot, he started. She could. The fire hit the pylon ring, and the stone groaned. Cracks spiderwebbed up from the base, spreading through the carvings that had stood for centuries, the inventory of taken names and broken bloodlines. The karmic glow formation flickered, the silver chain between Ke and Greatstorm flaring white, then red, then something beyond color. Ke felt her through every thread of the bond. You were marked, he sent. I refuse. They will come through. Let them. The stormfire reached the sky tier. The celestial hound pulled its paw back, but the fire followed, climbing the rent in reality, spreading across the wound like water across oil. The day stars beyond the gate dimmed. The vast, slow-moving shapes halted. For one breath, silence. Then the gate tore wider. Not from the hound's force, not from the collector's art, from Greatstorm's refusal. The pylon on Ke's left cracked in half, the upper section tilting, falling, crashing into the stone below. The web of light that Ji had activated shattered into 1,000 fading threads. Zhuge Lan grabbed Ke's arm. The formation. It's not the formation. Ke could not look away from Greatstorm. She's breaking the cage. The collector had retreated to the edge of the ring, bone-white robes smoking where stray stormfire had touched them. His face was unreadable. The gate was sealed, he said. It was. Ji's voice cracked. It should have held. Greatstorm turned. Her body had changed again. The runt shape was gone. The wounded beast that had limped beside him through the bellfield was gone. She stood as tall as Ke's chest, shoulders broad, scales visible beneath the ash fur, silver vein lines glowing along her legs and flanks. The brand on her shoulder was still there, but the stormfire had burned it black, dead, no longer connected to the hound. She looked at Ke, little ash. I am here. They will send more. I know. I will burn them all. He did not doubt her, but she staggered as she said it. A single step sideways, the effort of holding the stormfire visible in the tremor along her spine. Ke moved before he thought, stepping forward, pressing his palm to her shoulder. The burn was hot beneath his hand, hot enough to blister skin, but he did not pull away. Together, he said, not you alone. She looked at him. Then Ji Shuyun laughed. It was a broken sound, hollow, the laugh of a man who had just watched 30 years of certainty collapse into ash. "You would die with her," he said. "She cannot hold that fire forever. The hound is only the first. When the heaven court sees the gate tearing, when they feel her storm fire reach through, they will send the radiance hunters. They will send the crown bearers. They will send, then let them come." Ke's voice was quiet. "Let them come," he repeated, "and see what happens when a creature they marked chooses to burn instead of kneel." The collector spoke from the edge of the ring. "The boy is not wrong." Ji turned. "Excuse me?" The collector's hand was pressed to the torn sky, fingers tracing something in the air, a pattern that pulsed with the same light as the day stars. "The gate is answering," he said. "Not the hound, not the heaven court, the gate itself. It recognizes the rejection. It remembers." "Remembers what?" Ki demanded. The collector's eyes met his, that the Leviathans were never the ones who built the cages. The sky beyond the tear was no longer dark. Light was gathering. Not the cold white of the hound, not the golden glow of the gate, but something older, deeper, the color of storm clouds at twilight, the same color as Greatstorm's eyes. It pressed against the widening breach, and from within it a voice spoke. Not words, not sound that reached the ear, a vibration that traveled through stone and bone and bond, through every thread that connected Ki to Greatstorm, through every mark on his arm and every breath in his chest. "Ashkin." Greatstorm's head lifted. "You wake the old road." She did not answer with speech. She answered with fire, a single pulse of storm fire sent into the tear, a request, a challenge, a greeting. The light beyond the gate rippled. "You have been marked." I refused. "The mark remains. The mark is dead." A pause. The light swirled, contracting, becoming denser, forming a shape that was almost a face, almost a hand, almost a door. "Come then," the voice said. "Prove it." The tear widened. Not a crack this time, a wound splitting open, a rent in the fabric of the sky that spilled silver-gray light across the pylon ring, across the ruined stair, across the broken bodies of the carved names below. Greatstorm stepped forward. Ke moved with her. Behind them, Ji Shuyun shouted something that Ke did not hear. The collector's robes snapped in a wind that came from nowhere, from everywhere, from the space between the day stars. The light swallowed them, and the last thing Ke saw before the world fell away was Greatstorm's silver eyes, steady and burning, asking him the same question she had asked in a muck cart a lifetime ago. "Are you still here?" He held on, and the gate answered. Chapter 78. The light had swallowed them. The world had fallen away. And now Ki stood on something that was not stone, not sky, not anything his bones knew how to name. The silver-gray light pulsed around him like breath. Greatstorm was beside him, her shoulders still warm under his palm, the dead brand on her fur flaking away like ash. She was looking forward. Ki followed her gaze. The space beyond the gate was not a place. It was a threshold that kept unfolding, layers of light and shadow that folded into each other like bell notes held too long. At the center of it, the voice waited. Not a shape, not a face, but a presence that pressed against his awareness like weather. "Ashman," it said again, "you have refused the mark." "I burned it," Ki said. "The mark was never the hound's to place. It was the gate's, and the gate remembers every refusal." Greatstorm's growl vibrated through the bond. "Then remember this one." The presence pulsed, something like amusement, something like recognition. "You are smaller than the last one who walked this road." Ki's jaw tightened. "I am not here to be measured. No, you are here to be chosen. Or to choose. The road does not care which." Greatstorm stepped forward, her claws scraping against light that had no surface. The sound was wrong, metallic, like stone breaking underwater. "The old road," she sent to Ki. "It leads to the deep sky, to where the ones who left went." "Your kind," Ki said. "The kind that would not kneel." The presence shifted. The light dimmed, and Ki saw them for the first time. Shapes moving in the distance, vast and slow. Bodies that filled the horizon like mountain ranges seen through storm. They were not approaching. They were waiting. One of them turned its head. Ke felt the weight of that attention like a physical force pressing against his chest, his lungs, his Windstep foundation. "The Ashkin speaks true," the voice said. "She carries the echo of the ones who refused. But the echo is not the blood, and the blood is what the road demands." "What blood?" "The blood of choice, the first bond, the one that was made when the first of us looked at a mortal and said, 'I will walk beside you, not beneath you.'" Greatstorm's head lifted. "That blood runs in me." The presence paused. "Prove it." Ke felt the shift before he saw it, the light contracting, the pressure building, the gate beginning to close. Behind him someone shouted. He turned. The light behind him was thinner now, a membrane of silver gray that showed the ruined stair in fragments, the pylon ring cracked and smoking, the bodies of wardens and fighters sprawled across the stone. And standing at the edge of the tear, his hand raised, his face half lit by the dying gate, was Ji Shuyun. "Ke," he said, "you are making a mistake." Ke did not answer. Ji's hand moved, tracing a pattern in the air, a gesture Ke recognized with cold certainty. The blood-packed mark. His own mark. The one that had formed the night he pressed his bleeding wrist to Greatstorm's mouth and swore they would live or die together. The mark on his arm began to burn. Not the spiral marks, not the storm pearl's glow, but the original wound, the one that had never fully healed, the bite that had bound them. Ji's voice carried through the gate's thinning light. "You think the bond protects her. You think choice makes you immune. But the pact has two ends, boy. And I have spent 30 years learning how the Heaven Court severs them." Ke's knees buckled. The pain was not physical. It was deeper, a pull at the thread that connected him to Greatstorm, a hand closing around the place where they met. Greatstorm screamed, not in rage, in pain. The mark on her shoulder, the dead brand, flared white-hot, reactivated, pulling. Ji was pulling the bond apart. Ke, her voice in his skull, thin, distant. "Ke, he is." "I know." Ke forced his hand to his chest, to the place where the storm pearl pulsed beneath his ribs, to the spiral marks that blazed along his arm. He did not fight the pull. He opened himself to it. The bond was not a rope that could be cut. It was a door that could only be closed from inside. And Ke had never been good at keeping doors shut. He pushed. Every breath they had shared, every night in the loft, every moment of terror and trust and fury, he pushed it all through the bond. Not as defense, not as weapon, but as proof. "This is what you are trying to sever." Greatstorm's fire met him halfway. The gate screamed. Not in pain, in recognition. Chapter 79. The gate's scream faded, and Ke felt Ji's technique dig deeper. The pull was precise, surgical, a hand reaching through the bond to find the knot where two lives had tied themselves together. Ke's chest burned. His arm burned. The original bite wound, pulsed like a second heart trying to tear free of his skin. Greatstorm's fire met him in the space between them, raw and furious and afraid. "Do not let go." "I will not." Ji's voice cut through the light. "You think sentiment can hold against the Heaven Court's art? I have unmade bonds older than your bloodline, boy. I have watched leviathans forget their own names when the thread was cut." Ke's knees hit something that was not stone, not ground. The threshold space rippled beneath him, and he felt Greatstorm stagger on the other side of the pull. The bond was fraying. He could feel it. The edges thinning. The connection that had been a door becoming a thread, becoming a whisper. "Ke." Her voice, smaller now. "He is right. He has done this before. I know. He killed them. The ones before us, the ones who tried. I know." Ke closed his eyes. The storm pearl pulsed beneath his ribs. The spiral marks blazed along his arm. The memories he had pushed through the bond were still there, still glowing, every moment of trust and terror and stubborn, foolish hope. Ji's technique tightened. Ke felt the exact place where the severance would land, the precise point where his life and Greatstorm's had been knotted together by blood and breath and a choice made in the dark. And instead of holding it closed, instead of fighting, Ke opened it. Not the way a door opens, the way a hand opens to catch rain. He stopped defending the bond and let Ji's technique through. The severance struck like a blade finding a seam. Ke felt the shock travel through his chest, through the place where Greatstorm's heartbeat lived beside his own, and for one breathless, terrible moment, he thought he had miscalculated. Then Greatstorm's fire met his openness and answered not with resistance, but with invitation. "You want to see the knot," she said. "Then see it." The bond blazed open, not broken, exposed. Ji Shuyun gasped. Ke saw it through the headmaster's own technique, the blood-packed knot laid bare in the space between them, every thread visible, every twist of shared life and choice and trust that had bound them together. It was not a simple knot. It was a braid, 1,000 strands wound so tightly that no blade could find a clean cut, and every strand had been woven by choice, not by ritual, not by bloodline, not by the Heaven Court's sanctioned patterns, by the moment Ke had fed Greatstorm his own dinner, by the night he had pressed his bleeding wrist to her mouth, by every time he had refused to let her die alone. Ji's hand trembled. The technique wavered. "This is not possible," he said. "The bond requires mutual submission. It requires the beast to yield." Ke's voice came out steady. "She never yielded. She chose." The storm pearl flared. Greatstorm's fire poured through the open bond, not attacking Ji's technique, but filling it, overwhelming it, turning the severance art into a channel for something the headmaster had never felt before. Recognition without ownership. Greatstorm's voice rolled through the threshold space, not a whisper now, but a command. "You cannot sever what was never changed." Ji's tracing hand seized. The blood-packed mark on Ke's arm burned white-hot, then went dark. Not sealed, not broken. Completed. The technique rebounded. Ke saw it happen in the space between one breath and the next. The severance art reversing, collapsing, turning back on its caster with the full weight of a bond that had refused to be cut. Ji Shuyun's eyes went wide. The pylon ring beneath him cracked. He did not scream. He made a sound that was worse, a sharp, choked exhale, as if something had been pulled out of him that he had not known he was holding. His hand dropped, his knees buckled. The pylon ring splintered under his weight, and he fell. Not far, a few feet. He caught himself on a broken pillar, blood running from his nose, his pale eyes fixed on Ke with something that was not anger. It was recognition. "You," he said, "have no idea what you have done." Ke did not answer. He could barely breathe. The bond was singing through him, wider than it had ever been, bright and terrible and alive. Greatstorm pressed her shoulder against his. "He is right. Weath has been heard." Above them, through the gate's torn membrane, the light changed. The vast shapes in the distance had stopped moving, all of them. And Ke felt, for the first time, the weight of attention from something that was not the gate, not the presence, not the leviathans waiting in the deep sky. Something higher, something that had felt the old leash fail. The storm pulse that had burned out Ji's technique was still traveling, still rising, passing through the cloud gate like a signal fired into the dark. And somewhere above the day stars, something answered. Chapter 80. The pylon ring splintered behind them as Greatstorm surged forward, her transformed body carrying Ke through the tearing light of the cloud gate. The threshold space buckled, silver-gray membranes folding inward like wounded eyelids, and the day stars beyond the gate began to darken one by one. "Hold," Greatstorm said, her voice different now, deeper, carrying weight that pressed against Ke's ribs from the inside. "Hold, and do not look back." Ke did not look back. He felt the bond blazing through him, every strand of the braid alive and singing, the storm pearl at his core pulsing in rhythm with Greatstorm's heartbeat. The completed mark on his arm was dark no longer. It glowed faintly, a warm, steady silver, the color of Greatstorm's eyes. Zhuge Lan's hawk shrieked somewhere behind him, a cry of alarm rather than attack. He twisted in Greatstorm's grip. She had him pressed against her flank. One massive foreleg curled around his ribs, and saw Lan scrambling across the cracked face of the pylon ring, her hawk diving to shield her from falling stone. "Greatstorm, I see her." The Leviathan pivoted, her tail catching a piece of crumbling pylon and redirecting the debris away from Lan. Sembuyi was on the ring's lower edge, his bag leg dragging, his knife still in his hand, and Namu Soren had somehow brought the skiff back, its storm core coils screaming as it banked hard through the collapsing gate membrane. "You came back," Ke said, and his voice cracked. Namu's face was unreadable. "I told you I wanted to witness." The skiff skidded across the broken surface of the pylon ring, its hull grinding against stone. Lan grabbed Sen's arm and hauled him aboard. Her hawk landed on the skiff's prow, wings spread, eyes bright and fierce. "Ke!" Lan's voice cut through the roaring light. "Now!" Greatstorm leaped. Ke felt the moment of weightlessness, the terrible, beautiful instant when the gate's light dropped away and there was nothing beneath them but sky and storm and the vast curve of the world below. The skiff was already falling, already spinning, and Greatstorm twisted in the air, her forelegs catching the skiff's stern, her claws digging into the hull. The skiff lurched, but held. Namu's hands moved across the steering post, her face pale but steady. "Everyone alive?" Senbuyi coughed. "Debatable." Lan was already at the skiff's edge, reaching for Ke. Her hand closed around his wrist and pulled. He tumbled over the railing, landing hard beside her, and Greatstorm released the hull, folding her transformed body onto the skiff's deck in a space that should not have held her. She was larger now, not monstrous, not yet, but taller than a horse, broad-shouldered, with scales glinting beneath her ash-colored fur and silver vein lines pulsing along her flanks. Her eyes were the color of twilight storms, and when she looked at Ke, the bond sang. "We are out," she sent. Ke nodded. He could not speak. His ribs ached where the collector's formation had thrown him. His hands were still blistered from the sealing spear, and every breath tasted of ozone and ash. Behind them, the cloud gate was closing. Not slowly, not gently. It folded shut like a wound being pressed together by invisible hands, the silver-gray light of the threshold space dimming, the day stars beyond winking out one by one, until only darkness remained. The last thing Ke saw before the gate sealed completely was Ji Shuyun on the broken pylon ring, one hand pressed to his face, blood still running from his nose, his pale eyes fixed on the skiff with an expression Ke could not name. Not hatred, recognition. "He will follow," Greatstorm sent. "Not today. But he knows the old roads now. The Heaven Court will teach him." Ke looked up, above them, beyond the clouds. Something moved, a shape, too vast to see clearly, pressing against the underside of the sky like a whale beneath dark water. The day stars had not returned. The light that remained was thin and cold, and Ke felt the weight of attention from something that had not yet decided what to do about them. "The Heaven Court knows," he said. Namu's hands tightened on the steering post. "They knew before we reached the gate. The formal collectu already inside. The bells had already rung." She paused. "The question is not whether they know. The question is whether they have decided you are worth pursuing directly." "And if they have?" Namu's laugh was hollow. "Then the skiff will not outrun what they send." They flew in silence for a long time. The beastland spread beneath them, endless and dark, a carpet of storm-torn forest and jagged ridges and rivers that glowed faintly with the heat of deep earth tunnels. Ke had never seen so much open sky. No rope bridges, no market spires, no academy walls cutting the horizon into safe, measured pieces. Just sky. And below it, the wild. Zhuge Lan sat beside him, her shoulder pressed against his, her hawk perched on the skiff's railing with its head tilted, watching the clouds. Senbuyi had found a place near the stern, his bad legs stretched out, his hand resting on the knife at his belt even in rest. Namu guided the skiff with the precision of someone who had flown these routes 100 times before. Greatstorm lay curled at Ke's feet, her silver eyes half closed, her breathing slow and deep. The bond hummed between them, steady now, no longer fraying, no longer under attack. The completed mark on Ke's arm was warm, like a second pulse. "We are not safe," Greatstorm sent, her voice soft in his mind. "But we are together." Ke closed his eyes. He thought of Mei Sulara, her steady hands and her sealed records, hiding somewhere in Ruoxia's lower warrens with Toma Urgin, waiting for a signal that would tell them he had made it. He thought of the hidden cache Toma had marked, the dried meat and bandages and the letter that had warned him about the Cloud Gate. They had chosen to stay. They had chosen to fight from the shadows. He had promised to return for them. That promise had not changed. "She is beginning her climb," Namu said, her voice low. Ke opened his eyes. Namu was not looking at him. She was looking east, toward a range of peaks that pierced the clouds like teeth, their slopes scarred by old lightning and older winds. "The Heaven Court's formal collector has a skiff that could catch us before the next moon if he chooses to pursue. But he is a bureaucrat. He will wait for orders. And orders take time to travel where we are going." "Where are we going?" Lan asked. Namu's mouth curved. "Deeper. The beastlands do not end. They only grow older and less traveled. And old places remember old bonds." Greatstorm raised her head. Her silver eyes caught the fading light, and for a moment, Kay saw something reflected in them. Not the world around them, but the old road, the deep sky, the vast shapes that had stopped moving when the bond completed. "They are watching," she sent. "All of them. The ones who waited, the ones who remembered." Kay thought of the gate's voice. "Ashkin, you wake the old road." He thought of the presence above the day stars, the something that had answered the signal. He thought of Ji Shuyun's face in the closing gate and the Heaven Court's weight pressing against the sky. And then he thought of Mei and Toma, alive and fighting, their messages waiting in the trade roads ahead. He opened his eyes. "Then we go deeper," he said. Greatstorm's fire pulsed through the bond, warm and fierce and unbroken. The skiff banked east into the shadow of the peaks, and the beastlands swallowed them whole.